Chapter 1 Difficult to raise, lazy to raise. In the depths of winter, at night, a newly constructed large hot spring resort in Yuncheng was brightly lit, with faint steam rising. In the entertainment room on the second floor of the accompanying hotel, elegantly dressed and graceful young men and women were playing and laughing, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Buzz. The phone on the mahjong table vibrated. Brady glanced at the caller ID, stood up holding his phone, and apologized with a nod. Sorry, keep playing. I'll take this call. Oh, is it little darling checking on President Lin? Ha ha ha, everyone knows President Lin's phone only has business partners' numbers, not some darling. Not necessarily. A few young people laughed and teased Brady. He smiled, it's my brother. Go ahead, go ahead. Finish quickly and come back to win Danny's money with us. Tonight, we're going to make him lose everything down to his underwear, hee hee hee. The man sitting in the main seat lazily lifted his eyes, scanning the audacious crowd with a casual glance. He chuckled and pushed the tiles in front of him aside, his low and sexy voice sounding nonchalant. Song Lauer, why don't you give us a strip show to liven things up? Muhammad, looking at the tiles, yelled in frustration, how am I losing again? Ha ha ha, strip, strip. Strip 1. Seeing their enthusiasm, Brady smiled faintly and walked out of the private room with his phone. Less than 10 minutes later, he returned. Muhammad had already taken off his jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves high, and was squatting on a chair without any decorum, holding an unlit cigarette between his lips. Seeing him return, Muhammad joked, is little brother supervising Cloud brother for his future sister-in-law? Brady sat back down, shaking his head helplessly. What supervision? I texted him this morning, no reply all day. Just remembered I have an older brother and gave him a call as a courtesy, pretty perfunctory. Muhammad chuckled, speaking of which, I barely remember your younger brother. Only remember he used to get sick often as a kid, thin and quiet, didn't like going out much. Is he still that way now? Brady sighed, we've tried many traditional Chinese doctors over the years, and he's gotten much better, but he still catches colds easily during seasonal changes. A couple of weeks ago, when the temperature dropped, he had to stay in the hospital for 2 days of intravenous drips. TSK, the eldest sibling is like a parent. Muhammad clicked his tongue, good thing it's Cloud brother who can spare time to take care of his brother despite being so busy. If it were our Danny, having such a frail brother would probably just be left to fend for himself somewhere, right, Danny? Easy peasy, isn't it? Anton looked lazy and indifferent, casually saying, yeah, difficult to raise, too lazy to bother. This comment caused everyone to burst into laughter. Despite appearing cultured and gentle, Anton was known for being aloof and cold-hearted, unwilling to get involved in any troublesome matters. Brady glanced at him, smiling slightly, not offended. They played for another half an hour, and by then, Anton's pile of chips was already mountainous. Losing interest, he picked up his coat and got up, saying, you guys play, I'm going out for a smoke. Muhammad, who had lost the most, called out loudly because they were close friends, hey. Don't tell me you're leaving after just smoking. He waved a hand dismissively and walked straight out of the private room. Inside the private room, the revelry grew even more intense. Anton lit a cigarette in the corridor and, after finishing it, instead of returning, headed towards the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a boy in a blue overcoat, wrapped in a scarf, his head slightly lowered. He didn't pay much attention and stepped inside, reaching to press the floor button when he noticed the 28th floor light was already illuminated. He lowered his hand. As the elevator ascended, the confined space remained quiet. Anton was engrossed in replying to messages on his phone when he inadvertently glanced up. Through the smooth reflective surface of the elevator door, he saw the boy had moved to the corner silently. His eyebrows rose slightly, noticing the considerable distance between them, possibly the farthest in the elevator, finding it somewhat amusing. He then sized up the boy's height, who barely reached his chin. Did he grow too tall and scare people? Perhaps sensing the gaze, Ichabod raised his head and met a pair of deep black eyes. Through the reflective surface of the elevator door, their eyes locked, causing Anton to pause momentarily. His first thought was, are boys from the south really all this beautiful? The boy in the reflection had a fair and delicate complexion, a prominent nose bridge, slightly plump lips tinged with pink, phoenix-like eyes clear as, exuding an air of serene detachment. His chin was hidden under a khaki scarf, making him look obedient. Anton couldn't resist glancing back. Ichabod had already lowered his head. His hair color was lighter, looking very soft, giving off a sense that it would feel great to touch. The long lashes casting tiny shadows on his cheeks made Anton's fingers itch uncontrollably. Ding! The elevator reached the 28th floor. He withdrew his gaze and stepped out first, inexplicably slowing his pace, subtly paying attention to any movement behind him. Ichabod also got off the elevator, walking very slowly, his head down as he sent a voice message, his cool teenage voice saying, brother, I'm back at the hotel and will go to bed early. Don't come up to check on me. Anton took out his room card from his pocket and swiped open the door. Hearing what Ichabod said, he guessed roughly about his identity. This must be Brady's difficult-to-raise younger brother. He had just gone in when Ichabod also arrived at his own room door. After swiping the card, he looked back at the tightly closed door diagonally opposite, gently biting his lip corner before entering the room. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Ichabod entered a herbal bathroom. The steamy pool gave off a medicinal scent, not exactly pleasant. However, he was already used to it. Stripping off his clothes, he immersed himself in the warm water, pressing the timer and closing his eyes. When he was half asleep from soaking, he heard the staff outside introducing something, then the unlocked door was pushed open. Ichabod frowned, opening his eyes to see. His pupils constricted, and he quietly sank lower, letting the spring water cover his pale shoulders, leaving only his head above water. Standing at the door, Anton witnessed all his actions, his gaze lingering on the rosy face flushed by the steam, not retracting for a long time. Then he saw Ichabod bite his lip, his misty eyes looking over, seemingly silently shooing him away. "Ah! I'm so sorry, the staff member panicked and shouted, "Young master, I didn't know you were here." Sorry. Mr. Who? I'll take you to another side." Anton's Adam's apple moved slightly as he withdrew his gaze from the half-exposed white neck, turned around, and left. The staff member kept apologizing, leading him into the adjacent room, a similarly designed herbal bathroom. The small pools here were built like thatched huts, separated by wooden boards which allowed air circulation but did not block sound. While Ichabod's earlobes were still red, he heard the voice of the staff member from the next room, followed by a door closing, then the rustling of fabric, and finally the sound of someone getting into the water. He tightly pressed his lips, slowly moving to the other side of the pool, further away from the neighboring room. Leaning on the edge, the redness from his ears gradually spread down his neck. Chapter 2. Can I stay in your room for a while? Next door, Haddon was sitting in the bathtub, his bare chest broad and strong. One hand rested on the edge of the tub, while the other held a phone to his ear, his posture lazy and relaxed. "I won't be in Jing City these few days. Put the project on hold and we'll discuss it when I get back. Let them make a fuss. I'll be back the day after tomorrow." Ichabod listened quietly. When he heard this sentence, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he lowered his eyes. Beep beep beep. The sound of the timer went off, and the voice next door stopped as well. Ichabod turned off the timer, got up from the hot spring pool, moving so gently that only faint ripples of water were caused. After getting out, he only draped a white bathrobe over himself, carrying the dirty clothes silently as he left. After the creaking door closed behind him, it became utterly quiet. Haddon hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, he also got up, wearing only a bathrobe as he left the room. In fact, he really couldn't stand the smell of Chinese medicine, he had just wanted to try it out suddenly. He left the room only a few minutes after Ichabod and saw the hotel receptionist grabbing Ichabod's slender wrist, urgently leading him towards the elevator while scolding. "Oh no, my goodness, you don't cherish your life at all. You just recovered from a cold. Don't you know not to wear so little after soaking in the hot spring? It's so cold outside. If the boss finds out, you'll be scolded till you cry. Truly can't put you at ease." The receptionist pressed the floor button. "Get upstairs and put on some clothes immediately." "Oh, Eustace." Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Haddon, who walked over, hastily opened them again. The receptionist greeted him respectfully. He nodded slightly, stepped inside, and pressed the closed door button. Ichabod, clutching his clothes, gradually tightened his grip, shrinking into the corner. It was a situation similar to last night, but this time both of them were dressed improperly, with the lingering scent of traditional medicine clinging to their bodies. Haddon watched Ichabod through the mirror. His hair was slightly damp, with disheveled strands falling onto his forehead. His face, neck, and small patch of exposed chest were flushed pink. He hugged the clothes pitifully, huddled in the corner, looking like he had been bullied mercilessly. Lost in thought, he didn't even realize when the elevator doors opened. The cold wind rushing in made Ichabod shiver involuntarily. Stepping past the motionless man, he hurried out. At the moment the elevator doors were closing, Haddon followed out, inwardly condemning himself for being an animal. Outside Ichabod's door, Brady, who had been knocking for a long time without response, turned around and saw the two men exiting the elevator one after another. Stunned for a few seconds, he noticed they were both dressed similarly, causing a vein on his forehead to throb. "Ichabod." A strained call squeezed out from between his gritted teeth slowed Ichabod's pace, a hint of guilt flickering across his now pale face. Trying to remain calm, he called out softly, "Brother." Brady clenched his fists, giving a smile to Haddon behind him before turning his gaze back to Ichabod's frozen, pale face. He said sharply, "You're acting up again right after recovering from a cold. Hurry up and put on some clothes." Flipping through the clothes, he found the room card and rushed into the room, quickly shutting the door to cut off his brother's death stare. Brady glared at the closed door, then adjusted his emotions, smiling at Haddon and asking, "Did you also soak in the medicinal hot spring? How did it feel?" Haddon shrugged. "I felt like I had become a herb after soaking. The smell isn't something everyone can get used to, but it feels more comfortable than ordinary hot springs after soaking." He swiped open his own room door, then suddenly turned his head. Is that your younger brother? Brady nodded. Yes, my younger brother Ichabod. It's cold, so I asked him to stay here for a few days to soak in medicinal baths for health. He muttered Ichabod's name in his heart and said, I'll take a quick shower first. Sure, I'll be heading to the company soon. Have fun with Muhammad and the others. Okay. Ichabod rinsed off some of the medicinal smell, then slipped into bed for a nap. Drowsily hearing knocks on the door, he got up, tousled hair in disarray, and opened the door. Haddon stood outside in a white casual outfit, a gentle smile on his lips and his voice pleasant, sorry. Ichabod was still somewhat dazed, looking at him confusedly, huh? Unclear emotions in his eyes, he pointed to his open room door, can't your hotel's air conditioner heat? The temperature outside was low, but it was warm indoors. Ichabod was only wearing thin pajamas, so the cold wind made him instinctively try to close the door a bit. Haddon thought he was about to shut the door and reached out to stop it. His gaze fell on the large hand with clear knuckles on the door for 2 seconds, then he took 2 steps back, opening the door wide to let the warmth from inside spread out. Still sleepy, his voice was a bit heavy with nasal congestion, sure. It was only then that Haddon noticed he was dressed very lightly. His eyes flickered slightly as he pulled the door shut almost completely, leaving only a narrow gap. The air conditioner in my room seems to be broken, it's only cooling. Ichabod looked at him through the gap and replied flatly, call the front desk. There's a landline in every room. Haddon paused for a moment, retracting his hand, oh. Click. Ichabod closed the door. Haddon turned indifferently and returned to his room, calling the front desk using the landline. Knock knock knock. As soon as he hung up, there was a knock on the door. He walked over and opened it. Ichabod wore a beige wool coat, looking up at him with his pale face, did you call someone? Haddon bent his head slightly to look at him, a hint of amusement appearing in his eyes, yes, I thought your hotel service was so advanced that someone would arrive right after I hung up the phone. He smiled faintly, saying no more, waiting by the door for the staff to come. Haddon glanced at Ichabod's pale lips and said, you should go back to your room, it's too cold outside. Ichabod moved a little to the side, letting Haddon block the cold wind coming from his room, acting as if nothing happened, I'm not cold. Haddon curled his lips slightly, closing the door partially and leaning against the door frame, checking his phone. A few minutes later, the guest manager rushed over with a repairman, apologizing profusely before having the repairman check the air conditioner. They mentioned changing Haddon to a suite. Haddon raised his hand, try fixing it first. If it can't be fixed, we'll change rooms tonight. The manager bowed deeply, apologizing, Eustace, I'm truly sorry, this is our negligence. It's fine. Laugia. Ichabod spoke up, is there a better room available? Laurie had a difficult expression, there are no more luxury suites. The resort had just been built, and the big boss invited many friends to celebrate. There were also several young masters and misses from Jing City who must have been given priority for the luxury suites. The remaining rooms were ordinary standard rooms. Considering Eustace's appearance and demeanor, as well as how much the boss valued him, he must be a significant figure. It was indeed unfortunate that problems occurred here. Ichabod frowned, looking at Haddon, shall I arrange another hotel for you? There's one down the mountain. No need. Before he finished speaking, Haddon interrupted him, very amiable, let's see if it can be fixed. Standard rooms are fine too. It's too cold to move around. He pursed his lips. Laurie quickly said, I'll find 2 more repairmen to fix the air conditioner as soon as possible. Then she hurried off to make a call. Haddon went into his room and came out with a coat, looking at Ichabod, can I find a warm place to stay for a while? Ichabod's hands curled slightly in his coat pockets, softly replying, I can ask Laurie to. Can I stay in your room for a while? He didn't feel the least bit intrusive asking this, I really can't get used to the small standard room. You just said it doesn't matter even if it's a standard room. Haddon tilted his head slightly, not allowed. Ichabod held his gaze for a few seconds, then turned around, okay. He smiled, leaving his coat hanging on his arm, casually following Ichabod back to his room. Chapter 3 Perhaps even called me brother before. The room was warm, with thick carpeting that made it feel cozy and homely, unlike the impersonal suites in hotels. Haddon surveyed the surroundings and strolled over to the large, floor-to-ceiling window, where he settled into a cozy bean bag, monopolizing the comfortable spot. He gazed down at the resort scenery, feeling serene and content. Ichabod brought him a cup of warm water, offering it politely. With a friendly smile, Haddon accepted it, thank you. You're welcome. Taking a sip, Haddon watched as Ichabod sat on the carpet next to him, leaning against the sofa while picking up a tablet from the small table, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. Several minutes of silence passed before Haddon set his cup aside and asked curiously, do you usually stay at home? Does your brother not allow you to work outside? Without looking up, Ichabod scribbled on the tablet with a capacitive pen, I'm working right now. Huh. Rising, Haddon also sat on the carpet and peeked at the tablet screen, laughing, so you're an artist? Twisting his head, Ichabod clarified, an illustrator. As they sat close, Haddon could clearly see the fine hairs on Ichabod's face. Once again, he felt the intuitive realization that Ichabod was really fair-skinned and very beautiful, a gentle beauty that didn't carry any sharpness, like the tranquil moonlight hanging in the sky, pure and pristine, making one feel an urge to possess it. Sensing the slightly dangerous hint in the man's gaze, Ichabod uncomfortably retracted his gaze and continued drawing. Haddon's eyes lingered on Ichabod's profile for a moment before shifting to the tablet. His voice deepened, "Can you draw a portrait for me?" Ichabod paused slightly, "I'm not good at drawing portraits." "Then what are you good at?" Ichabod lifted the tablet, showing him the screen. It displayed a view of the hot spring resort as seen from above, resembling a scene straight out of a manga, bright and inviting. There was also a seated O-shaped little figure holding a tablet and drawing, even with another identical drawing inside the tablet itself. Haddon's gaze lingered on the little figure. "You're skilled at drawing comics?" Ichabod nodded, "Something like that." "Can I have this drawing?" Ichabod refused outright, "No." General manager who had enjoyed smooth sailing for 28 years, and this was the first time he'd been so firmly rejected, leaving him somewhat dejected. "Why can't I have it?" "This is for my brother to promote the resort online, I can't give it to you." "All right then." He tapped the tablet lightly, "Then draw something like this for me." Ichabod put away the tablet and scrutinized him from head to toe, unsure. "You want this kind of O-figure drawing?" Leaning back against the sofa with a slight curl at the corner of his lips, Haddon nodded, "Yeah. Tomorrow's my birthday. Consider it a birthday gift." Realizing his request might sound too forward considering their still half-acquainted relationship, Haddon added, "I'm friends with your brother, and you used to live in Jing City when you were little. You might have even called me brother back then." Lowering his head, Ichabod replied, "Never." Haddon stared at his fluffy hair, speaking casually, "Didn't you move here with your brother after enrolling in University at age 18? By then, you were mature enough, weren't you aware of me?" Looking up, Ichabod asked, "How do you know that?" "I heard it from someone." Back then, Kyle had just graduated from university at 22 and was sent by his father under the guise of training, from Jing City to Yunqing to manage a nearly dead company. A year later, his full-blooded younger brother gave up a place at Jing University to enroll in Yun University, both brothers moving far from the Lin family. This caused quite a stir in Jing City, with various influential families discussing the matter, expressing sympathy for the talented Kyle and concern for the frail Ichabod, while subtly criticizing their cruel stepmother. Haddon had only heard bits and pieces from people like Muhammad, as he was preparing to take over an overseas project at the time and wasn't much concerned with other people's domestic affairs. Seeing how Ichabod turned out now, it seemed like coming to Yunqing with Kyle was indeed the right choice. Ichabod was well cared for here. Had he stayed in Jing City, his easy-to-bully demeanor would have led to a tougher life. Ichabod said nothing more and continued drawing. Occasionally glancing at his hairline, Haddon unconsciously rubbed his fingers together, suppressing the stirring urges within. He leaned closer and asked, "Can you draw one for me?" His voice was very close, almost as if his warm breath brushed against Ichabod's ear. Tilting his head, Ichabod whispered softly, "Okay." He smiled joyfully, "Thank you, Ichabod." Ichabod's ears grew warm, "You're welcome." Haddon watched as a pink hue spread over the tips of his ears, and the amusement in his eyes deepened. There followed another long period of silence. Ichabod was absorbed in drawing while Haddon, seated beside him, played with his phone, one arm casually draped over the sofa, almost as if he was loosely embracing Ichabod. Finished, Ichabod exhaled lightly, turning his head. His eyes seemed to twinkle like stars as he handed over the tablet. "How about this?" Haddon straightened up and looked at the tablet in his hand. "Let me see." His eyelashes flickered as he took a gentle breath. Haddon appeared not to notice his unease, examining the drawing with raised eyebrows. "It's quite accurate. You observed so carefully in such a short time." On the tablet was an O-shaped little figure nestled on the bean-bag sofa. From its posture to its slightly squinted eyes, it was exactly like the real Haddon who had been sitting there earlier. Ichabod looked up into those deep black eyes just inches away, parting his lips. "I." Haddon leaned back a little and chuckled, "Your ability to capture the moment is truly impressive, and it's well drawn." He lowered his head and saved the image. "Add me on WeChat." Haddon handed over his phone. "Send me the picture." Ichabod tapped the WeChat icon on the tablet. "Sure." Haddon scanned the QR code, sent a friend request, and soon received confirmation. He then received a photo which he enlarged and studied for a while. Satisfied, he saved it, earnestly saying, "Thank you. This is the best birthday gift I've ever received." Ichabod paused for 2 seconds before replying softly, Haddon glanced at the time. It was nearly 12. Just then, Muhammad messaged asking if they were going down for lunch. He got up. "Time for lunch. Shall we go down together?" Ichabod remained seated. "No, thank you." "You don't eat lunch?" "There will be someone bringing it up." Haddon chuckled lightly, teasing without malice, "Living in seclusion, you remind me of a young lady kept in a deep chamber." Ichabod lifted his head, frowning at him. Putting on his black overcoat, Haddon reached out and ruffled the hair he had been longing to touch for some time, so you can be aggressive too. The sudden touch made Ichabod freeze. Haddon quickly withdrew his hand. I'm leaving. Indeed, the texture was perfect, just as soft as he had imagined. The door opened and closed, leaving Ichabod alone in the warm room. He stood dazed for a while before regaining his senses, pursing his lips, lowering his head, and creating a new canvas. But the pen tip lingered, hesitating to sketch any lines. After a long while of inner struggle, he finally let out a defeated sigh, dropping his shoulders and opening a private photo album. An image appeared that resembled the man who had just been sitting next to him, yet his expression conveyed a more domineering aura. Ichabod stared at the drawing, touching his flattened hair and murmuring softly, he seems a bit mean. Chapter 4, Little One, You're Too Obvious. Be more reserved. Late at night, Ichabod lay in bed, with a faint glow leaking out from under his blanket. He was huddled under the covers with his phone, the screen paused on the chat window with Haddon. The last message he had sent was the O-version drawing he sent at noon. Haddon had said thanks in person and hadn't replied after that. Time ticked over to midnight, and Ichabod typed, "Happy birthday," into the chat box, but his finger hovered above the send button without clicking it. After hesitating for a minute, he sighed softly, deleted the words, logged out of WeChat, placed his phone on the bedside table, pulled the quilt tightly around him and closed his eyes, but sleep would not come. Knock knock knock. Ichabod didn't know how long he had lain there when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He frowned and got up, turning on the lamp by his bed. The cold wind from outside rushed in as soon as the door opened, then mostly dissipated behind a tall figure. Ichabod stood there, staring blankly at Haddon who was standing in front of the door. The birthday party at midnight had just ended. Wearing a black coat, Haddon smelled faintly of tobacco and alcohol. There was a hint of drunkenness in his eyes, and an almost irresistible dangerous aura seemed to seep out from under the dark depth of his gaze. The room's main light was off, and the corridor's lighting was dim. For a while, he gazed at Ichabod's porcelain-white little face, and his lips curved up. That chilly, frightening aura softened somewhat as he offered a delicately wrapped small cake. Ichabod stared at the small cake without taking it. "Take it," Haddon's voice was slightly hoarse. "This is your birthday cake." As he held out his hand, he accepted it gently. "Thank you." Haddon's gaze dropped to Ichabod's open neckline of his thin pajamas, frowning slightly. "Go back to sleep. Put the cake in the fridge and eat it when you wake up." With that, he turned to return to his room. The air conditioning had been fixed in the afternoon. Suddenly, Ichabod took 2 steps forward, reaching out and hooking onto his arm. Haddon stopped walking and glanced down at the white knuckles caused by the force. "Haddon." Ichabod called out to him. "Happy birthday." His voice was trembling, whether from cold or nerves he wasn't sure. Haddon turned back, withdrew his arm, and laid a hand on Ichabod's shoulder, half embracing and half pushing him into the warm room. Then he caressed Ichabod's fluffy hair and whispered softly, "I'm very happy because I received a wonderful gift." Ichabod looked at him. He sighed softly, covering those clear, honest eyes with his hand. "Little one, you're too obvious. Be more reserved." Ichabod's eyelashes fluttered, and his fair cheeks gradually flushed slightly pink. Did he notice? A tickling sensation passed through his palm as Haddon let go and smoothly caressed Ichabod's soft cheek, laughing. "Elevator encounters, meeting beauties, and broken air conditioners, if this hotel and its staff weren't all yours, I'd think this was destined." Ichabod pressed his lips together tightly, looking at him uneasily. Putting his hand on the doorknob, "It's late, go to sleep now. Good night." Good night. That night, Ichabod couldn't sleep. The next morning, though pale-faced, he seemed to be in good spirits. After getting ready, he left the room. Walking past the closed door, he paused, buried half his face in the scarf, lowered his head and walked toward the elevator. Upon descending, right out of the elevator, he saw the receptionist girl frantically signaling him, pointing towards the door anxiously. Ichabod paused for 2 seconds, then hurriedly walked out. Just outside the gate, he saw several expensive cars queuing up and driving away, with Haddon getting into the last black Porsche. Mohammed was bidding farewell to Guilherme, "Big brother Yun, thank you for hosting us, see you again in Jing City." Guilherme nodded, "All right, I won't see you off anymore. See you in Jing City. Let's go, bye." Before Mohammed got into the car, he caught sight of Ichabod standing motionless at the gate, waving goodbye with a laugh, "See you later, little brother Chiron." Guilherme turned around, his gaze soft, waving them off, "Chiron, come say goodbye to the brothers." The previously closed rear window of the car lowered halfway, and Haddon, sitting inside, looked out calmly. Ichabod stood still, silently holding eye contact with him for a long time, then finally turned and went back inside. Guilherme shook his head helplessly. "Sorry, maybe he woke up early and has a bit of temper." Mohammed opened the car door, "Little brother Chiron might be shy. Wait until you return to Jing City, I'll take him out and he'll get used to it." He nodded, looking at Haddon in the car, "Safe travels." Hadden hummed in response, rolling up the window as the car slowly drove away. Ichabod returned to the lobby with a blank expression, where the front desk staff, the guest manager, and several employees gathered around him. Seeing his low spirits, they hesitated to ask but could only offer soft words of comfort. Laurie patted his shoulder, playing the role of an understanding older sister. It's okay. In a while, you'll be back in Jing City, and there will be many chances to meet. Right. With our brother's good looks, chasing someone isn't that hard, is it? If it doesn't work out, don't hang on to one tree. There are plenty of handsome guys in Jing City. By chance, the front desk girl had glimpsed the man's portrait on Ichabod's tablet and, upon further questioning, he openly admitted he had liked someone for a very long time. The girls chattered together, trying to comfort Ichabod. Seeing Guilherme walk in, they scattered at once. Guilherme walked up to Ichabod with a stern face, his tone not too friendly. Have you eaten breakfast? Ichabod lowered his eyes. No. Come, let's go have breakfast. In the restaurant, the two brothers sat facing each other. Guilherme sipped his coffee, watching Ichabod stir the porridge in his bowl. Frustrated, he put the cup down heavily. Ichabod glanced at him. What's wrong? He laughed bitterly. I should be asking what you were doing. Letting the staff indulge you in nonsense. You know who Hadden is. If you upset him, all my arrangements these past few days would be wasted. Ichabod put down his spoon and asked anxiously, did I upset him? Guilherme choked on his words but couldn't bear to be too harsh, saying impatiently, no, he was supposed to leave today anyway. There's another birthday party for him in Jing City tonight. Ichabod perked up slightly but quickly deflated again. He didn't even tell me. Ha, it's your one-sided crush. Hadden doesn't even know who you are. Why should he say anything to you? He knows, last night. Guilherme pricked up his ears warily. What happened last night? What did you do? He pressed his lips together. Nothing. Guilherme softened his tone, though his words were sharp. Chiron, you can't win Hadden. Over the past few days, you've seen that he's the only heir of the Hua family in Jing City, always the center of attention, living in luxury which you dislike but is his daily life. Don't be fooled by his outwardly gentle demeanor. He's actually very cold-hearted and dangerous. Getting too close to him will hurt you, and only you will be hurt. I don't know when you started liking him, but listen to me, drop this notion early. Ichabod put down his spoon, stood up, and left the restaurant without a word. Guilherme sighed, not knowing when exactly this boy fell for Hadden. He hadn't even been back to Jing City since coming to Yun City right after turning 18. Wasn't he too mature for his age? Chapter 5 Why did you block me? At the airport waiting lounge, Hadden glanced down at his phone, idly tapping the screen with his fingertips, not in high spirits. Muhammad leaned in and cautiously asked, Brother, you seem to have been in a bad mood since we left the villa. What's wrong? Didn't you have fun these past couple of days? No. Maybe you didn't enjoy yourself enough and don't want to go back. Muhammad guessed on his own, but this time Brady really put in a lot of effort, arranging our eating, drinking, playing, everything meticulously. I was so happy I forgot all about going home. If he returns to Jing City, I'd definitely welcome him. Hadden didn't bother replying, still lacking interest. He stroked his chin, speaking to himself, Brady is really something else. His stepmother whispered in his father's ear, sending him off to Yun City. In just 6 years, he made his company the leader in Yun City's pharmaceutical industry. All this time, he not only got no support from the Lin family but faced numerous obstacles. With this ability, he will certainly create chaos when he returns to Jing City. He truly meant it this time inviting us over. He has people skills nailed down. Danny, what do you think about him returning to Jing City? Aren't you planning to focus on medical devices next year? This industry is only so big, Brady coming back will definitely be after a piece of the pie. Hadden tapped the screen a few times, put away his phone, and nonchalantly said, let him take a piece if he wants. Let's see if he can swallow it. Muhammad grinned, look at me asking. Danny, it's just a whim for you, it won't affect you at all. His stepmother will be the one worried. The Lin family started their fortune in medicine. With the legitimate heir coming back strong, TSK, there will be good drama. Hadden wasn't interested in any of this. The announcement sounded, and he stood up, preparing to board. Muhammad followed closely, continuing to chatter, but Brady's younger brother is truly handsome, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Those beautiful eyes of his pierced right into my heart when he called me brother, especially in such a clear and bright voice. Hadden suddenly stopped walking, squinting slightly as he looked at him. He called you brother? When did you meet him? He replied blankly, I met him when we were kids. But in my memory, brother Chiron was always frail and quiet. Yesterday afternoon, when I went back to my room to charge my phone and came down again, I met him in the elevator. I didn't recognize him at first until he greeted me. Hadden's gaze darkened slightly. He called you brother? Yes, I'm 3 years older than him, so it's natural for him to call me brother. Is there a problem with that? Ha. He let out a cold chuckle and walked briskly towards the boarding gate. Muhammad, not understanding why, jogged to catch up. Brother, are you mocking me? Get lost, stay away from me. But what did I do to upset you? That night, at an upscale villa in Jing City, men and women mingled, toasting and laughing. The birthday celebrant stood on the second-floor balcony, wearing only a white shirt in the cold wind, smoking half a cigarette between his fingers. Half his face hidden in the night and smoke, he looked both sensual and captivating. Danny, there you are. A young man in a white suit, with a handsome face, approached Haddon, smiling and handing over a small gift box. Happy birthday. Through the haze of smoke, Haddon was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, accepting the gift. Thanks. Bram smiled broadly. Why aren't you wearing a jacket? Be careful not to catch a cold. I'm not cold. Hahaha, did soaking in the hot springs for 2 days turn you into solid iron? He teased, then asked, how was my brother's villa? Pity I couldn't join you these past few days because of business. Otherwise, I would have gone with you. Winter hot springs must be great. It was okay. I'll definitely try it out when I get the chance. Haddon stubbed out his cigarette. I'm leaving. Bram followed him inside. Are you leaving? You haven't had cake yet. He rubbed his cold fingertips. I already ate some. Oh. Bram watched him walk downstairs and leave, taking his coat with him. He lowered his head, feeling a bit dejected. But soon perked up and rejoined the party without its main guest. Back home, Haddon took a hot shower, leaned against the bedhead, and picked up his phone to send a message. For the first time ever, CEO Hua received a red exclamation mark. He frowned deeply, leaning in to see the exclamation point and the words, message sent but rejected by the recipient. He laughed wryly and called his assistant. Hello, boss, happy birthday. I was very happy. So now you're not. Help me find the contact information of Hayes, the younger brother of Brady, the owner of Yunshan Hot Spring Villa. Oh, okay. Do it quickly, and I'll double your year-end bonus. The assistant's reply was thunderous, okay. Within 10 minutes after hanging up, Haddon received the information from his assistant. He gritted his teeth and entered a series of numbers before dialing. Hello. Ichabod's muffled voice came through, seemingly woken up by the call. Haddon gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words, it's me. There was silence on the other end, then the call was hung up. Listening to the beeping sound, he couldn't sit still anymore, got up, and paced back and forth, continuing to make another call. The ringing lasted a long time before it was answered. He snapped impatiently, Ichabod. In the dim room, Ichabod sat cross-legged on the bed, saying nothing. Why did you block me? Speak. Ichabod clutched the blanket, muffled and asked, what do you want with me? Why did you block me? He repeated, what do you want with me? Then added, didn't you already know? Didn't you refuse? This time it was Haddon's turn to be silent. Ichabod waited for a long time, feeling like his heart had fallen from a great height and plopped into the water, suffocating and aching. Finally, he slumped his shoulders, cut off the call, lay down, pulled the blanket over himself, and buried himself. Haddon gripped his phone tightly, sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the cigarette pack and lighter from the nightstand, smoked 2 cigarettes, and called again. The call connected, followed by another silence. Ichabod, he said, come back to Jing City. Ichabod felt like the heart that had sunk to the bottom of the lake was fished out, his lips curved slightly, and he softly responded, okay. Haddon continued, take me off your blacklist. Okay. Haddon hung up the phone, opened WeChat. Haddon. Ichabod. Finally, it wasn't a red exclamation mark anymore. He smiled, leaning against the headboard, and typed. Haddon, where did you learn to block people whenever you're upset? Ichabod, your profile picture. His profile picture had already been changed to an O-version figure, completely different from his actual demeanor. Haddon, changed it at the airport this morning, didn't you see? Haddon, as soon as I left, you blocked me. Snuggled in the blanket, Ichabod felt somewhat guilty but also happy. Did Haddon have some feelings for him too? Haddon, just because I didn't say goodbye. Ichabod, you sure have a big temper. Ichabod, cat hiding.jpg. Looking at the emoji, Haddon could imagine him hiding in the blanket, kind of cute. Ichabod glanced at the time, it was 2 minutes before midnight. Ichabod, happy birthday. Haddon, I was quite happy until I found myself mysteriously blocked. He didn't know what to reply. Haddon sent another message, this time a voice note, say it again. Ichabod pressed the chat box and softly said, Haddon, happy birthday. Haddon listened twice and replied with a laugh, thanks, it's cold, go to sleep early, wear more clothes when you wake up, I'll wait for you, good night. Good night. After the chat ended, Ichabod replayed the voice message several times, holding his rapidly beating heart, closed his eyes, and enjoyed a good night's sleep. Chapter 6, Haddon, do you want to see me? For the next half-month, Ichabod and Haddon kept in touch online. However, they only exchanged a few messages about their daily lives, no longer unfamiliar with each other but not quite intimate. On Aldentma's Eve, in the evening, Brady came back to the hot spring mountain villa after work and went to Ichabod's room to tell him, this year for New Year's Day, we will go back to Jing City. Ichabod was sitting on the carpet drawing and didn't look up as he said, The flight is the day after tomorrow. My assistant will pick you up. It's colder in Jing City than here, so wear thicker clothes. Brady sat down on the sofa and pressed down the little tuft of hair sticking up on his head, not happy. Ichabod drooped his mouth, I don't know. You don't know if you're happy or not. I don't know what Haddon feels for me. Brady's face turned grim, you've been in contact with him? He opened WeChat and scrolled through the rather uneventful chat history, it's like talking to a regular netizen. But he asked me to go back to Jing City. A tick appeared at Brady's temple, and then what? Ichabod shook his head, I don't know. Haddon had never made any promises. Brady patted his head gently, you're always so stubborn. I've already told you everything clearly, but you still insist on banging your head against the wall. He lifted his head, eyes resolute, I've retreated once before. At 16, when he knew nothing, he was first drawn to the extraordinarily dazzling Haddon upon seeing him. At 18, he was about to muster the courage to express his feelings but heard Haddon say, homophobic, do not disturb. Back then, he wasn't brave enough and those 4 words forced him to retreat, burying his feelings and moving to Yun City. 5 years later, meeting Haddon again, the desire in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Moreover, Haddon knew his thoughts and didn't show any disgust. He thought, this time he would be braver, even if the result wasn't as he wished, at least there would be no regrets. Brady sighed, fine, do whatever you want. Your brother will always be behind you. Ichabod's eyes curved into a smile, brother, you're the best. Humph, just don't cry if you get rejected. Of course not. Brady glanced at the time and stood up, it's getting late, go to sleep. I'll leave now. Bye. After sending off his elder brother, Ichabod washed up and lay on the bed, making his first voice call to Haddon. The call was answered quickly, the voice on the other end sounded somewhat weary, hello. He put the phone on the pillow and supported his cheeks with both hands, what are you doing? Overtime. Oh, you must be busy then. He hung up right after that. In Jing City, in a private villa's brightly lit study. Haddon looked at the call disconnected again, chuckled, leaned back in his chair, and returned the call. Hello. Ichabod, can you stop hanging up on me? Ichabod's eyes smiled, weren't you busy? Haddon smirked, I can still take time to answer a call. Oh. Why did you suddenly call me? He licked his slightly dry lips and whispered softly, Haddon. Yes. Do you want to see me? Haddon was stunned for 2 seconds, have you come back? Do you want to see me? He laughed teasingly, what if I say no? After a brief silence, Ichabod mumbled, but I want to see you. Instantly, Haddon's heart skipped a beat, a feeling that he had never felt before slowly winding around his heart, indescribable. He asked again, Haddon, do you like boys now? Aye. If you do like boys now, and kind of want to see me, then I'll go back to Jing City to chase after you. Haddon seemed to hear the sound of his own rapid heartbeat, his Adam's apple moving slightly, his raspy voice laced with a hint of seduction, Ichabod, come to me. As if fireworks exploded in his mind, dazzlingly colorful to the point where Ichabod's eyes turned red. He clutched the pillow tightly and made a request, I want you to pick me up at the airport. Send me the flight number. Okay. Seeing it was almost midnight, Haddon couldn't focus on work anymore, it's very late. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Ichabod rolled over and covered himself with a blanket, I'm going to sleep. Sleep well, good night. You too, good night. After the call ended, Haddon returned to the bedroom. After taking a shower, he saw a message from Ichabod sent 5 minutes ago. It was the flight number, he would arrive at Capital International Airport at 8 tomorrow night. He smiled, replied with an okay gesture, and lay down. Surprisingly, he felt an inexplicable tension and anticipation. Jing City was indeed much colder than Yun City, especially at night, it was bone-chilling. The plane was delayed by half an hour, and Ichabod didn't land until 8:30 p.m. He wore a long white down coat, with a tightly wrapped scarf, dragging a 20-inch suitcase. After turning on his phone, several messages popped up, all from Brady, but he ignored them and opened the chat box with Haddon. It was too cold that his fingers were almost frozen stiff, so he directly sent a voice message, did you come to pick me up? Haddon replied instantly, look up. Ichabod did as told. Not far away, Haddon stood wearing a high-neck sweater and a black long overcoat. His towering figure and outstanding looks made him stand out like a crane among chickens. He smiled and waved. Ichabod felt a lump in his throat and slowly walked over. As soon as he got close, Haddon put away his phone, naturally took his suitcase, and draped an arm around his shoulder, leading him outside, are you cold? He tilted his head slightly, looking sideways at the man, yes. Haddon lowered his head and saw his exposed hands, which were slightly purple from the cold. He frowned lightly, put your hands in your pockets. Ichabod put one hand into his own down jacket pocket and the other into Haddon's overcoat pocket, pinching the car keys inside and blinking his bright eyes. He curled the corner of his lips and teased, really not modest. Ichabod didn't look at the road but stared at him. I've chased you across the country, why should I be modest? TSK. This direct approach caught him off guard. He feigned seriousness. Who is your husband? Ichabod averted his gaze. Oh, not yet. But hopefully soon. Outside it was even colder. Haddon first ushered Ichabod into the passenger seat, then put the suitcase in the trunk, started the car, and left the airport. Would you like to have some hot soup first? Ichabod was just replying to his brother's message. Ding ding ding. In the next second, Brady's call came in. Brother. His brother sounded very upset. Where did you run off to? Ichabod admitted, I arrived in Jing City. You weren't supposed to come until tomorrow. He glanced sideways, but I wanted to see Haddon sooner. Haddon almost lost control of the steering wheel. This was too direct. How could he handle this? Brady felt choked, unable to do anything about it, and angrily asked, do you have enough clothes? I'll buy more. He left in such a hurry that he only brought a few underclothes. The thick clothes he had were only the ones he was wearing. Find a good hotel and stay warm. Got it. Were you just off the plane? Go eat something warm first. Just as they hit a red light, Haddon stopped the car and reached for Ichabod's phone. I'll take good care of him. Brady fell silent, unsure what to say, finally gritting his teeth and squeezing out, thank you for the trouble. No trouble at all, I'm happy to. Damn, he wanted to curse. Although his younger brother initiated it, it still felt like his carefully raised cabbage had been stolen by a pig. Chapter 7 Drake, listen to me. In the private room of the restaurant, Drake was enveloped in warm air. After drinking a bowl of hot chicken soup, the pallor on his face began to recover some color. His appetite was good too, he finished a large bowl of rice. When he was almost done eating, Haddon leisurely asked, where are you staying tonight? Drake held half a bowl of chicken soup and mumbled 2 words, at your place. Joking, he put down the bowl with twinkling eyes, let's get a hotel first, I need to be a bit reserved. Haddon stared at him, grinding his teeth silently. This young boy is quite something, he's nothing like how he appears. I'm full. Haddon stood up first, put on your coat, I'll take you to the hotel. Drake slowly wore his down jacket, wrapped a scarf around, covering most of his face. Amused, Haddon teased, are you that afraid of cold? Yeah, don't want to catch a cold. Why not wear a hat then? He lifted his bright eyes, too rushed this morning, forgot it. Haddon felt tickled by him and patted his head, I'll buy you one tomorrow. He gently rubbed the warm palm, his eyes shimmering as if lit by stars, will we meet again tomorrow? It felt like feathers softly brushed over his heart. Haddon quickly retracted his hand, yes, but I have to wait until after work in the afternoon. I'll wait for you. Okay. The hotel was booked by Haddon. He helped Drake push the suitcase into the room, gently instructed, call customer service or me if you need anything, I'll have people arrange it. Drake nodded, understood. Rest early, I'm leaving now. Hold on. He stopped him, opened the suitcase, found a gift box, and handed it over. Haddon raised an eyebrow, what's this? Drake smiled sweetly, Aldentma's gift. He was stunned for a moment before remembering it was Aldentma's today. Looking at the gift box presented to him, his throat felt a little choked, I didn't prepare any gifts for you. Drake shook his head, it doesn't matter, I just casually prepared it. Without taking the gift, Haddon gripped Drake's slender wrist and pulled him into a gentle hug. Drake widened his eyes, froze. After just a few seconds, Haddon let go, took the gift box, thank you. You're welcome. I'm leaving, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After leaving the hotel, Haddon sat in the car without starting the engine immediately. Instead, he opened the gift box. Inside was a palm-sized sketchbook filled with sketches of Haddon, in the elevator, leaning against a door frame, handing a small cake, sitting in a car. Almost every scene Drake saw during those 2 days at the villa were drawn down. The warmth of the sketchbook traveled through his fingertips, warming his heart. For a long time, Haddon smiled faintly. It wasn't a casual preparation, what a little liar. After flipping through twice, he placed the sketchbook on the passenger seat with a pleased smile and drove away. Next morning, Drake woke up groggily from a phone call. He grabbed his phone and answered with a deep, pleasant voice coming through. Aren't you awake yet? He buried himself deeper into the quilt, murmuring an acknowledgement. I've ordered breakfast for you. Get up and eat it first, then sleep more. Not hungry, I won't eat. Drake, listen to me. His ears turned red hearing the slightly coaxing tone, he reluctantly mumbled under the quilt, all right, getting up. Sitting in his office, Haddon heard the sound of him getting out of bed, then hung up the call. Knock knock knock. Come in. Assistant Darwin entered and said, Boss, young Master Lin has arrived. Haddon suppressed his smile, picked up the file on the table, asked him to come in. Sure. After Darwin left, Devon entered with a gift box in hand, calling out cheerfully, Big Danny. Coming so early, any business? Devon put the gift box on the desk, here, a belated Aldentma's gift. I wanted to treat you to dinner last night, but you were busy, so here's the gift now. Haddon glanced at it, indifferently, Feeling a bit disheartened, Devon asked, not going to open it. I specially chose it. I have an early meeting soon. He forced a smile. All right, I'll go to the company too. Free for dinner tonight? Already arranged. The light in Devon's eyes completely dimmed. Then I'll wait until you're free. I'll take my leave. Devon walked down the stairs, his gloomy expression still lingering. As he stepped out of the elevator, he overheard two front desk girls chatting. Boss seems to be in a good mood today. This morning, when I greeted him, he actually nodded at me. What? Really? Are you sure? Absolutely. In novels, when a domineering boss behaves out of character, it usually means they're in love. Do you think our boss is? SH. Don't talk about this during work hours. Okay. Devon glanced at the two who had resumed their polite smiles, frowned deeply, and exited the Wari building. In the hotel suite, after finishing breakfast, Drake no longer felt sleepy. After completing a painting, he changed into warm clothes, put on a down jacket, wrapped a scarf around, and went out. He bought a bouquet from a nearby flower shop, then took a taxi to the suburban cemetery. The sky over Beijing was overcast. He wandered for quite some time following vague memories before stopping in front of a tombstone. The woman on the tombstone was named Desiree, her smile like blooming flowers, her gentle eyes exactly like Drake's. Desiree gave birth to him prematurely and passed away due to postpartum hemorrhage. He never saw her and could not even imagine what she looked like. Drake squatted down, brushed off some dust, placed the flowers, and started talking to the tombstone about his life with Zenon in Yuncheng over the past few years. He only stood up to say goodbye when snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Just as he left the cemetery and prepared to call a taxi, his phone rang. He sat by the flower bed and answered the call. Hello. Haddon noticed something off with his voice. Why does your nose sound so stuffed? Drake sniffed. It's too cold outside. You went out. Where did you go? To the suburban cemetery, to see my mom. Haddon frowned. You only wore a down jacket? Yes, it's snowing, very cold. Are you done there? Yes. Take a taxi back immediately. He glanced at the screen. It's 11:30. Are you taking a lunch break? Yes, come over, I'll treat you to lunch. I can't get a taxi. He shook off the snow from his leg. Come pick me up. Haddon chuckled. You said you came back to Beijing to chase after me, but why does it feel like you're giving me the chance to chase after you? Drake laughed too. Will you come or not? If not, I'll go back by myself. Wait for me for half an hour. All right. Chapter 8. Just a little bit of interest. 20 minutes later, a black Hummer stopped in front of Ichabod. He walked over, pulled open the passenger door, and got in, feeling his frozen body start to thaw a bit. Franklin glanced at the specks of snow still lingering on his shoulder and frowned. Didn't you think about taking shelter in the security booth? He blinked. I have social anxiety. Franklin gave him a sidelong glance. Did you do it on purpose? No. He hummed lightly and started the car. Is there anything special you want to eat? The restaurant we went to last night was quite good. All right. Franklin drove Ichabod to the same restaurant from last night. After having dinner, he took him to a nearby mall. Ichabod, now full and warmer, felt a little drowsy. He looked out the window lazily. What are we going to do? Franklin parked the car. We agreed to buy you a new hat today. Get out of the car. Ah. He unbuckled his seatbelt slowly. Franklin led him upstairs and into an upscale men's clothing store. He bought not only a hat but also a bunch of clothes for him, sweaters, coats, shoes, picking up whatever he thought suitable without hesitation. Ichabod didn't refuse. Instead, he watched with amusement as the domineering CEO swiped his card. The cashier smiled broadly. Sir, would you like us to deliver these to your home? Franklin turned to look at Ichabod. Didn't your brother take care of things? Are you going to stay in hotels? Ichabod took out his phone, opened the chat with Brady, and showed the address he sent this morning to the cashier. Deliver them here. The cashier noted it down and nodded. Okay. Franklin took out a khaki-colored felt hat from one of the packed shopping bags and put it on Ichabod's head. Ichabod tilted his head slightly, letting him help fix the stray hairs that had been flattened by the hat. His eyes sparkled with a smile as Franklin gently patted the top of his head. The nearby staff members couldn't help but admire the scene. Indeed, handsome men always end up together. Exiting the men's store, Ichabod tugged at Franklin's clothes. Don't you think we look like a couple right now? Franklin glanced at him. In what way? He let his lips droop. Would you hug someone else's shoulders, touch someone else randomly, or buy clothes for others? Franklin curled his lips. What if I said yes? Ichabod stopped walking and fixed his gaze on him. Then you're really scum, and I don't want to like you anymore. He leaned in closer, smiling. You like me? When did you start liking me? What do you like about me? My looks? Or my background? Ichabod gazed into Franklin's deep, dark eyes, unable to read the true meaning behind his smile. Tightening his lips, he abruptly turned and walked away. Franklin froze for a moment, then hurriedly caught up, grabbing Ichabod's wrist. Are you angry? Ichabod wriggled free and walked toward the elevator, pressing the down button, standing expressionlessly as he waited for it to arrive. Franklin grabbed his arm again. I haven't touched anyone else or bought clothes for anyone else. Adjusting his emotions, Ichabod lifted his head and quirked his lips. Only for me. Franklin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Only for you. Ichabod reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Do you have even a tiny bit of feelings for me? Before he could respond, Ichabod released his hand, his expression calm, revealing no hint of disappointment. You don't like me, you just have a little interest in me. Franklin pursed his lips, his eyes darkening. Ding! The elevator arrived. Ichabod exhaled softly and smiled. Let's go. Franklin drove Ichabod back to the hotel. The entire ride was silent, the atmosphere stiff. Stopping in front of the hotel, Ichabod got out without saying goodbye. Franklin gripped the steering wheel tightly. Knock knock. Ichabod didn't rush inside but circled around to tap on the car window. Franklin's expression softened a bit, lowering the window. He bent slightly, his eyes holding a faint smile. You don't need to feel obligated. If you don't like me, that's fine. Actually, I never expected anything serious. It makes me happy if you're willing to humor me a little. Thanks for taking me shopping today. Drive safely, goodbye. Franklin closed the window expressionlessly, stepped on the gas pedal, and sped away. Ichabod's smile faded, putting his cold hands into his pockets as he turned to enter the hotel. That night, after arriving in Jing City, Brady sent a message to Ichabod. Ichabod packed his suitcase and checked out of the hotel. He had originally planned to have dinner with Franklin, but after the little incident at noon, neither of them mentioned it again, and the dinner plans were dropped. He dragged his suitcase out of the hotel and got into Brady's car waiting outside. More than half an hour later, the brothers returned to an upscale apartment, a very minimalist and elegant 500 square meter flat. Brady opened the door and told him the password. The villa is still under renovation. We'll stay here for now. I had an anti-clean up today. Are these the new clothes you bought? Ichabod saw a pile of shopping bags neatly placed on the sofa in the living room, and his mood gradually sank. Yeah. You can put them away later. After taking off his coat, Brady rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the kitchen. Is it okay to have noodles tonight? Sure. Brady cooked 2 bowls of colorful and flavorful noodles and ate with Ichabod at the dining table. Noticing his brother was distracted, he asked, chasing someone not going smoothly. Ichabod lowered his eyes and picked at his noodles. I can't figure out what he really thinks of me. Maybe I'm too greedy, getting a little bit, but then wanting more. No one can see through Franklin's mind. You jumped into this without knowing him fully, you should be prepared for things not to go as you wish. Brady didn't want to preach too much. Finish eating. After that, drink some cold medicine. Your voice sounds nasal. Ichabod took small bites of noodles. I went to see Mom this morning. Alright, then I won't call you tomorrow when I go. Oh. The next day, Ichabod woke up early. After washing up, he came out of his room just as Brady was changing shoes at the foyer to leave. Turning his head to look, Brady said, You're up. There's porridge in the pot. Eat it. I'm going to see Mom. I brought your drawing board and paints, they're in the black large case. I know. After breakfast, Ichabod found his drawing board, set it up by the wide floor-to-ceiling window, arranged the paints, but hesitated for a long time before starting to draw. Each time he sketched something, he wasn't satisfied and tore it up, leaving a pile of crumpled papers on the floor. Tisk. He put down his pen dejectedly, grabbed his hair, stood up, and went back to his room. Soon, he came out with a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, sat back at the drawing board, skillfully took out a cigarette, lit it, and held it to his lips, watching the smoke curl around. After smoking 2 cigarettes and calming down, Ichabod finally picked up the brush again, outlined, and colored. Chapter 9. Do you still want to be my sister-in-law? It was dusk when Brady returned. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strong smell of tobacco. After turning on the light, he walked toward the area near the floor-to-ceiling window with a stern look on his face. Smoking again? He took the cigarette loosely held in Ichabod's mouth, speaking unkindly. Didn't you say you'd quit? Ichabod, admiring his completed painting, was indifferent. I need some inspiration. Is this painting urgent? Yes, my teacher is having an exhibition and asked me to contribute a couple of pieces. I haven't felt like putting brush to paper lately. The deadline is fast approaching, and they've been bombarding me with messages. After hearing the explanation, Brady couldn't argue much, observing the crumpled papers and cigarette butts on the ground, his brows furrowed tightly. Can't you find another way to get inspired? Ichabod stood up, stretching his stiff body and said casually, Sure. Brady looked him up and down. You skipped lunch again. And you didn't pick up my calls. My phone was on silent mode. Artistic creation requires concentration. Just go ahead, he chuckled coldly, change your clothes and come out for dinner. Muhammad is treating us, saying it's to welcome us back. Oh. Haddang will also be there. Ichabod started walking towards the room. Oh. At a luxurious hotel's private room, Brady brought Ichabod inside. Bang! 2 fireworks burst overhead, showering colorful ribbons. Muhammad and another young man excitedly shouted, "Welcome back, Brother Yun." There were several familiar faces from the hot spring villa, along with new ones, all applauding enthusiastically. Brady smiled, "Thank you, everyone." "Oh, and our brother Shiran too." Muhammad put a hand on Ichabod's shoulder. "Let's welcome Brother Shiran as well." Everyone cooperated. "Welcome, Brother Shiran." Ichabod grinned, "Thanks. Brother Yun, please sit." Muhammad guided Ichabod to sit beside him. "Danny is still working late, he'll join us soon, along with Zhou and Old Chi. All 3 top figures of Jing City are here today. Quite a grand welcome, wouldn't you agree?" Brady sat down and chuckled. "It's great to see old classmates after such a long time." During their youth, Had Deng, Brady, Jethro, and Azai attended the same high school. After graduation, the other 3 chose to study abroad. Brady, worried about his frail younger brother, stayed in Jing City, gradually losing touch with them. Occasionally, they would meet when the trio returned to China. Later, he moved to Yuncheng, and contact ceased. Those present were no idle rich kids. Hearing that the 3 major figures would attend this welcoming banquet made them think, with Brady's return, things might change in Jing City. A particularly perceptive person had already taken the initiative to chat with Brady. "Brother Shiran." Muhammad poured a cup of hot tea for Ichabod, holding his phone up close. "I didn't get the chance at the hot spring villa, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll take you around." Ichabod nodded, "Sure." He. As Had Deng stepped into the room, he saw Muhammad and Ichabod standing unusually close, with a lecherous smile on Muhammad's face. His dark eyes gradually turned cold. Muhammad, who had just added Ichabod on WeChat, inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. He turned around, startled. "Danny, you're finally here." Besides Had Deng, 2 other striking men with outstanding demeanor followed, accompanied by Jediah. The once lively private room fell quiet, filled with an indescribable awkwardness. Jediah's gaze landed on Brady, calling intimately, "Elder brother." Brady's smile remained gentle. "Say hello to your second brother." He looked at Ichabod, "Second brother." Ichabod responded with a nod. "Come, sit down," Muhammad urged, "it's been so long since we've seen each other." "Don't be so formal, Danny, take your seat." Had Deng picked an empty seat, directly facing Ichabod. Jediah and Jethro sat beside him. "Hey." Muhammad looked puzzled at Azai, who remained standing. "Old Chi, why are you just standing there?" Azai raised his chin expressionlessly. "Move over." He scratched his head, confused, and yielded his spot. Okay. Under everyone's curious gazes, Azai sat beside Ichabod. With everyone present, Muhammad called the waiter to order dishes and pour wine, shouting they won't stop until they're thoroughly drunk. With several top figures present, the younger guests initially dared not make too much noise. After a few rounds of drinks, led by Muhammad, they gradually relaxed. The bigwigs chatted among themselves, and the younger ones enjoyed themselves. Jethro and Jediah were discussing Brady's hot spring villa with great interest. Had Deng occasionally joined in the conversation, occasionally glancing at the opposite side. Ichabod quietly ate his meal when suddenly a wine glass was placed in front of him. Azai looked at him, slightly raising his eyebrows without reaching his eyes. "Long time no see. A toast?" Ichabod met his gaze, put down his chopsticks, picked up half a glass of wine, clinked it with Azai, and drank it all. He pulled at the corner of his mouth, finished the drink, then grabbed the bottle to refill it, teasing, "Your brother treasures you so much. I thought he wouldn't let you drink." Ichabod ignored the malice in his tone and picked up his chopsticks again. He pushed the full glass of liquor over again. "One more toast, welcome back." Ichabod glanced at him indifferently and joined him for another round. Azai persisted in pouring more wine, but soon couldn't hold his liquor. "Damn." Muhammad, after winning a game of finger-guessing, noticed the empty bottle and looked incredulously at Azai, who was rubbing his temples. "Old Chi, what's wrong? You're competing with Brother Shiran?" His loud voice drew everyone's attention. Had Deng, who had been observing Ichabod closely, had already been frowning for a while. "Damn, my $200,000 bottle of whiskey, completely gone." Muhammad shook the empty bottle, inspected the 2 who had silently emptied it, and laughed. "Old Chi, you can't even handle Brother Shiran." Azai's face was tinged with drunkenness, while Ichabod's eyes remained clear and unflushed, as if he had just been drinking water. Brady frowned. Azai pressed his forehead, meeting Brady's gaze with a challenging smile. Brady's expression turned cold. "Bridger," Jethro warned softly. Azai sneered, grabbed the nearby cigarette pack, and stood up. "You guys keep eating. I'm going for a smoke." He slammed the door behind him, leaving the room with an awkward atmosphere. Muhammad waved a hand in front of Ichabod's face. "Brother Shiran, are you okay?" Ichabod shook his head to show he was fine and continued eating. "Ha, everyone, don't sit there idly. Let's drink." Muhammad raised his glass. "Brother Yun, I'll toast to you one more time. Welcome back to Jing City." Everyone began chatting and toasting, getting up to congratulate, making the atmosphere lively again. Finishing his last few bites, Ichabod wiped his mouth and quietly left the private room. In a corner outside the restroom, he saw Azai leaning against the wall, smoking. Azai also saw him, the malice in his eyes evident as he approached, cigarette in hand. Ichabod showed no fear. Azai, being taller, bent slightly to look him in the eye and spat, "You're a drag." Ichabod raised an eyebrow, "Do you still want to be my sister-in-law?" Ouch. A burn from the cigarette tip made Azai quickly drop the cigarette, angrily retorting, "Who wants to be your sister-in-law? Whoever acts like a nagging housewife and is jealous of everything probably does." "Shut up. Who's the nagging housewife?" Oh, matching yourself to the role." Azai's chest rose and fell with anger, glaring at him furiously. Ichabod curled his lips, "If you hadn't been pining for my brother for 6 or 7 years, I wouldn't have let you take it out on me. Go bother him and get him to comfort you." With that, he entered the restroom. "Comfort your ass." The 6 feet 2 inches tall figure growled angrily behind him, his ears red as if they were bleeding. Chapter 10. Am I your boyfriend now? When Ichabod came out of the bathroom, Azai was already gone. He washed his hands and prepared to return to the private room. Walking around the corner, an arm reached out, hooking his waist and pulling him over, pressing him against the wall. After a brief moment of tension, he recognized who it was and slightly tilted his head, as if the unpleasant ending from yesterday had never happened. "What's wrong?" Amiri's hand rested on his waist, leaning in close with hot breath tinged with alcohol fanning across his face. Ichabod stared into his dark, deep eyes and tentatively asked, "Are you drunk?" He didn't answer, but his gaze dropped to Ichabod's slightly parted lips, brewing a storm in his eyes. Ichabod felt like prey being watched by a predator, pressing himself nervously against the wall. "Amiri." "Ah." His lips were seized, and his eyes widened in shock. Amiri nipped for a while, unsatisfied with just the surface touch. He lifted a hand to grip his chin, forcing him to open his mouth, diving in without resistance. Ichabod's mind went blank as he tilted his head back, accepting the sudden intense kiss. He didn't know how long the kiss lasted or when his hands had found their way around the man's neck. Amiri pulled back slightly, looking at the dazed person before him who was gasping for air after the kiss. The oppressive look in his eyes intensified rather than eased. He lifted Ichabod by his waist, raising him off the ground. "Ah." Ichabod, now suspended in the air, regained some awareness amidst his confusion. His hazy eyes looked up at him with panic. "You." Amiri pressed him back against the wall, lessening the strength of his arm. Ichabod bit his lip, hugging Amiri's neck tightly, burying his head into the crook of his shoulder. In a weak plea, he said, "Put me down." Amiri turned his head, biting his earlobe and trailing kisses down his neck, teasing him like prey caught in his jaws, ready to tear through any moment. A chill ran down Ichabod's spine. For the first time, he understood what his brother meant about Amiri being dangerous. This man's gentle demeanor only hid the true beast beneath. "Scared?" Amiri's voice was low and rough, carrying a warning. "Ichabod, I'm not what you think I am. Once you get involved with me, you won't even have bones left. It's still not too late to let go." Ichabod's eyelids fluttered, tightening his grip. "Ha." He laughed softly. "Just joking. It's already too late. Baby." Ichabod quickly closed his eyes, blushing from the unexpected endearment. Amiri nibbled on his heated earlobe tenderly, his voice thick and sinister. "The first time I saw you in the elevator, I thought you were beautiful. The second time in the hot spring, do you know what I was thinking?" Ichabod turned his head away, feeling his cheeks grow hotter. "I was thinking, such a beautiful body, how much prettier it would look marked by me." Amiri followed the curve of his pale neck, seeking warmth. "That night, I dreamed about you. In my dream, I held you naked, your whole body so soft." "Stop." Ichabod couldn't bear it anymore. He felt like exploding. Amiri ignored him and continued, "You cried so pitifully. I called you, baby, to comfort you, not out of pity, but to lure you back, so I could bully you more intensely." Ichabod covered his mouth, his voice trembling, "Stop. You're sick." He held Ichabod's hand, kissed it, and smiled. "I'm sick, but you still like me. Baby, I've tormented you in my dreams. In reality, you've been clinging to me, wanting to chat, hold hands, play innocent love games. Are you scared now that the truth is out?" All because of a crazy fantasy, he developed an urge to possess Ichabod. Unaware of Amiri's hidden desires, Ichabod approached him with naive thoughts easily seen through. He suppressed his urges to avoid scaring him off, but Ichabod misunderstood everything. This kid truly had no idea how irresistible he was. "TSK, it seems pretending isn't enough." Ichabod withdrew his hand and stared straight into his eyes, uncertainty but no retreat in them. "So. Do you like me?" Amiri said solemnly, "Seeing you made me lustful, wanting to take you home and torment you. Does that count as liking you?" Ichabod genuinely didn't expect such strong desire from Amiri. "I plan to wait a little longer, gradually getting closer, but your misunderstanding makes me reconsider. I don't want you to chase me with a heavy heart." "Ichabod, let's give it a try," Amiri said. "I don't know what result you want, but maybe I can give it to you." Ichabod was silent for a moment, gently tugging at his earlobe with half-lowered eyes. Try dating. You give me results, and you get the chance to bully me openly. His Adam's apple moved slightly. Is that all you want from me? I haven't thought much beyond that. I might get greedier over time. So, shall we start dating? Sure. Ichabod's eyes curved up. Am I your boyfriend now? Amiri freed one hand to cup the back of his head, murmuring just before their lips met, if you want it to be, then it is. Ichabod wrapped his arms around his neck. What if he's just interested in me physically or just a little bit fond of me? Anyway, I'll get him first, which already counts as half success. Deeper feelings will come gradually later. This kiss was deep and sticky. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing heavily. Ichabod opened his eyes, still dazed, staring ahead. Seeing a figure standing not far away, he blinked and tapped Amiri's shoulder. Put me down. Amiri set him on the ground, not stepping back. He hugged his waist, kissed his eyes, then his face, and kissed his slightly swollen lips again, exploring with more desire. In the private room, Muhammad saw Jediah return and teased, swinging his wine glass. Ralph, did you see ghosts in the bathroom? Your face is so pale. Jediah forced a weak smile, shook his head, sat down, but his hands on his legs were trembling. How? How could they be entangled? They were supposed to have no connection at all. A few minutes later, the door to the private room opened again, and Ichabod walked in. A scarf covered the lower half of his face, and except for the hint of pink at the corners of his eyes, his expression was as usual. Jediah clenched his fists, staring at him intently. Ichabod gave a brief glance, then sat down. Beside him, Azai tapped the table lightly, lifting his chin slightly. Drink this soup. Ichabod moved over to a small pot that hadn't been there before, lifted the lid, and smelled a faint medicinal scent. What's this? Soup to sober you up. Seems like you need it more than I do. He glared. Drink it when I tell you to. Ichabod pulled down his scarf and started drinking. Azai squinted and leaned closer. Why are your lips swollen? Ichabod slapped his face, pushing him away a bit. Drunk and a little confused, Azai didn't pursue it further. His gaze fell on Brady across the table, who was chatting animatedly with Jethro, frowning and letting out a cold hum. Almost done with dinner, Muhammad suggested moving on to continue the fun. Looking left and right, he didn't see Amiri and scratched his head. Did Danny leave early again? But his coat is still here. Just as he spoke, Amiri entered. Danny, I thought you left. Muhammad laughed. Ready for some fun after eating and drinking? He glanced at Ichabod, who was playing with his phone, walked to his seat to grab his coat. If you want to go, go ahead. Chapter 11, Wanting What You Want, Why Be So Stubborn? The group left the hotel, and Ichabod walked slowly at the back. Barker slowed his pace to wait for him, touching his forehead worriedly and asking, Do you feel unwell? He shook his head. Not too bad. I just want to go home first. I'll have someone take you back. I can't leave here right now. Okay. Jediah stood beside the car but didn't rush to get in. When they approached, he said softly, Elder brother, second brother, I'm not feeling well and will go back first. Also, Father asked when you'll have time to come home for dinner. Barker smiled. Got it, we'll return in a few days. Alright, I'll wait for your return. He looked at Ichabod, suppressing the emotions in his eyes. Second brother, have fun tonight. Ichabod half closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Jediah got into the car, waving with a smile. Once the car drove away, he could no longer hold back his expression, his eyes turning red. Ichabod went home early without telling Haddon and received a message as soon as he entered the house. Haddon, back. Ichabod arrived home. In the dimly lit private room of the club, Haddon, sitting on the corner sofa, idly caressed the edge of his phone, still not getting up to leave. Haddon, take a hot shower and go to bed early. Ichabod, got it. He gritted his teeth inwardly. Was he being so cold to his boyfriend? Maybe he should make this little rascal chase him a bit more. TSK, but he couldn't hold on much longer either. With such a big temper, teasing him once would lead to endless overthinking. If he held on any longer, he might lose him. The next morning, having been sleepless all night due to excitement, Ichabod emerged from his room with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. Seeing the man seated at the dining table, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Azai, wearing pajamas that were obviously one size too large, propped his chin up and greeted him wearily, Good morning. So, you're calmed down so quickly. Humph, adults' affairs, children stay out of it. Barker came out of the kitchen holding 2 bowls of porridge, frowning at Ichabod's appearance. Why do you look so terrible? After drinking a glass of warm water, Ichabod pulled out a chair and sat down. Didn't sleep well. Finish breakfast before going back to sleep. Okay. After quietly eating some porridge, Ichabod thought for a moment and said quietly, I'm dating Haddon. Cough, cough, cough. Azai choked and coughed violently, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Why you? What did you say? Barker handed him 2 tissues, then turned to his shockingly blunt younger brother with a serious face. When did this happen? Last night. When did you hook up with Haddon? Azai's eyes almost popped out, completely losing his cool tycoon image. Wait, are you crazy? Why would he date you? Ichabod gave him a chilly glance. Why can't he date me? How many times have you met him? Do you even know him? Does he like you? We can get to know each other gradually. Maybe he likes me a little. For all these years, countless men and women have tried to get close to him, but I've never seen him show interest in anyone. Azai became irritated, glaring at Barker. Say something. Barker's expression actually eased somewhat. What should I say? What? You agree with this relationship? He's young and naive, and hasn't interacted with Haddon. Don't you know what kind of person Haddon is? Wait until he gets hurt beyond recognition, then you'll cry. Ichabod looked at him calmly. So, sister-in-law doesn't approve of Haddon and me? I don't agree. Azai blurted out, then realized it, blushing furiously, panicking as she stood up, angrily saying, Who's your sister-in-law? Barker stifled a laugh, feigning seriousness, as the elder sister, Ichabod, listen to me and break it off. I'm rebellious, not listening. Now your sister-in-law will be upset. Then pacify her. The two brothers chatted carelessly, ignoring Azai's embarrassment. She glared at them, flustered, but felt oddly happy inside. She huffed and hurried towards Barker's bedroom, slamming the door shut loudly. Barker smiled affectionately, quickly hiding his amusement and asked Ichabod seriously, Is Haddon serious about this? Ichabod stirred the remaining half-bowl of porridge. I think so. I hope you're happy, but I also fear you'll get hurt. I'm not that fragile. I know, so no matter what you do, I won't stop you. Just be careful. Don't worry. Shortly after, Azai came out in a suit, his handsome face stern. I'm going to work. Barker put away the bowls and wiped his hands. Shall I take you? No need. He coldly refused but lingered at the entrance. Ichabod drank milk lazily and commented, If you want it, just say it. Why be so coy? He glared fiercely at him. Barker chuckled lowly, Wait for me while I change. Barker changed into a grey casual outfit, wore a down jacket, and had a black coat draped over his arm. Azai stood at the door, slightly lifting his chin as he glanced at him, You're not going to work. Your company just moved to Jing City, is it stable yet? Barker draped the coat over his shoulders and bent down to change his shoes. There's someone watching over the company. It'll get busy after New Year's Day. He pulled the corners of his mouth, hugging the coat tighter. Oh. After changing his shoes, Barker naturally took his hand. Ichabod, remember to sleep in. Ichabod was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window admiring his artwork and waved casually. Azai let Barker lead him out, blushing and muttering, just like a nagging housewife. Barker pinched his palm. What did you say? Nothing, he said harshly, Hurry up, we'll be late. Ichabod framed his painting and sent a message to his constantly nagging teacher, then yawned and went back to sleep. He slept until 3 in the afternoon, waking up only because he was hungry. He found some bread slices from the kitchen, munching while checking his phone. After replying to his professor and senior, he opened the chat with Haddon. Haddon had messaged him in the morning, noon, and an hour ago, asking if he was awake and what he was doing. He added that Ichabod should reply when he wasn't busy. Ichabod stared at the word boyfriend for several seconds, then randomly sent a voice call request. Haddon might have been busy and didn't answer. He typed a period and sent it, then exited the chat interface. Half an hour later, while painting, Haddon sent a video call request. He accepted with one hand, continuing to paint. Haddon looked at the ceiling on the screen and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Where are you? Ichabod leaned slightly forward, showing half his face. Painting. Haddon snorted. Busy from morning till afternoon, no time to reply to a message. Ichabod put down his brush and held the phone. No, I slept in after breakfast, didn't sleep well last night. I thought once you got what you wanted, you'd neglect your boyfriend. I was sleeping and didn't hear. Haddon stared at his face, his gaze gradually shifting to his pink lips, a hint of ambiguity passing through his eyes. Scared by what happened last night? His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he lowered his eyes to avoid eye contact. No. I was drunk and lost control a bit, it's okay if you weren't scared. Haddon rubbed his fingertips, sighing softly, Will you really not be scared off after knowing me better? Ichabod wasn't sure what he meant by knowing better, but his face still heated up, changing the subject. Were you busy just now? Yes, I was in a meeting, didn't bring my phone. Oh. Baby, would you like to have dinner with me tonight? He wasn't used to such intimate terms and moved back a little from the screen. I have something tonight. Ah. Haddon's tone carried a hint of regret. Okay, then tomorrow, will you be busy tomorrow? Tomorrow is fine. Good, I'll call you tonight. Alright. Chapter 12 I am Ranran's boyfriend. After ending the video call, Ichabod carefully packed the framed painting and went back to his room to change clothes. Just as he came out, he heard the doorbell ring. He walked over to open the door. Standing outside was a gentle and affable man, his senior fellow apprentice Demon. Ichabod did not invite him in, the painting is already packed. Wait a moment while I get it. Demon nodded, put on a thicker coat, it's cold outside. Ichabod put on a down jacket, picked up his phone, and carried the 5-foot-tall painting, let's go. I'll take it. Demon took over with the painting, you lock the door. After locking the door, Ichabod helped carry the painting into the elevator. Just one piece. Busy, no time to paint more. Demon smiled, are you and your brother planning to settle in Jing City? Probably. Have you decided on a job? Join your brother's company or keep taking freelance jobs? Have you considered coming to my studio? Ichabod slightly lowered his head and said quietly, no, I'm busy dating and don't have time. Demon's expression froze, you, are dating? When did you start? Recently. You didn't mention before, how did it happen so suddenly? Ichabod gave a faint smile, it's him. Demon moved his lips, forcing out a dry, congratulations. Thank you. Ding. The elevator doors opened, revealing 2 moving company workers waiting outside, is this the service you called for moving items? Demon managed a polite smile, yes, there's an address on the platform where I placed the order. Please be careful delivering it, someone will sign for it. Sure. Watching them carefully load the painting onto the truck, Demon said, let's go, the restaurant is booked. Ichabod got into the car. During the drive, he listened to Demon talk sporadically about their mentor's art exhibition arrangements, gradually zoning out. Noticing his distracted state, Demon pursed his lips and fell silent too. During this dinner, Ichabod ate silently as usual, but Demon found it hard to eat. After much hesitation, he finally asked, does he like you? Ichabod wiped his mouth, yes, he does. Oh, he asked again, but didn't you say earlier that the person you liked might not even know you? How? Oh, he fell in love with me at first sight, Ichabod said matter-of-factly. His brows furrowed, Chiron, aren't you acting too impulsively? No, I like him, and I want to be with him. You, don't treat relationships lightly. Ichabod looked at him seriously, I wouldn't joke around with my feelings, so brother Yuchuan, please stop harboring feelings for me. Demon's complexion turned paler as he forced a smile, I know you don't feel anything for me, but I'm afraid that person might not treat you well. Won't happen. Well then, I wish you happiness. If you're unhappy with him, can you reconsider me? He shook his head, I only want him. Demon exhaled, seems like I have no chance at all. Sorry. He shrugged, trying to act nonchalant, nothing to apologize for. We can still be good friends, right? Ichabod smiled and nodded, of course. Silence filled the air again. Demon said, I'll pay the bill and then send you home after we finish eating. Walking to the cashier, they were told by a staff member that a Eustace had already paid for their table. Ichabod's eyes brightened, when did he leave? The cashier smiled, 10 minutes ago. He glanced at the visibly downcast Demon, let's go. Demon chuckled bitterly, your boyfriend paid the bill. Probably. Thanks. I was supposed to treat you. Guess I got a free meal, I'll return the favor next time. Sure. As soon as Ichabod stepped out of the restaurant, he saw a man leaning against a car nearby, his steps faltering for a moment. Demon followed his gaze, his expression darkening, is it him? He clearly perked up, yes, brother Yuchuan, you don't need to drive me anymore. Haddon also spotted him and waved. Ichabod quickly approached, his eyes shining brightly, were you waiting for me? Haddon chuckled softly, putting his arm around Ichabod's shoulders in a possessive manner. Looking at Demon who followed them, he gave a smug nod. Ichabod tilted his head slightly to introduce, this is my senior fellow apprentice Demon. Brother Yuchuan, this is Haddon. Liang Yuchuan had recognized this man who frequently appeared on the finance channel and felt a bit astonished, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and extended his right hand, Eustace, I have heard much about you. I'm Chiron's senior fellow apprentice. Haddon gave a cursory handshake, Mr. Liang, hello. I am Ranran's boyfriend. The two men exchanged brief glances, sparks flying, with tension gradually thickening in the air. Stone tugged lightly at Haddon's sleeve, saying, brother Yuchuan, let's go. Liang Yuchuan's soft gaze fell on his face, alright, when teacher's art exhibition comes around, I'll pick you up. No need. Before Stone finished speaking, he was stuffed into the back seat of the car. As Haddon got into the car, he glanced disdainfully at Liang Yuchuan and sneered slightly. Liang Yuchuan stood where he was, watching the car leave. His shoulders slumped as he turned away dejectedly. In the car, Stone was held by the chin, unable to catch his breath from the kisses, emitting soft cries. The driver, very tactically, had already raised the partition. After the kiss ended, Haddon pressed his lips close to his large hand gripping the back of his neck, gently caressing him. His deep black eyes locked onto Ichabod's moist eyes, baby. Stone got goosebumps and pushed him away. Haddon bit his lower lip hard and then soothed it with licks, how rude, refusing my dinner invitation and coming here to eat with another man. Ichabod's eyes welled up with tears from the pain, he came for the painting, having dinner was just incidental. He has designs on you. I clearly refused him, Haddon slipped his tongue in again, less wildly than before, only gently teasing him. Feeling comfortable, Stone moved closer voluntarily. A heated ambience spread through the car. After some time, Stone leaned against Haddon's shoulder, his eyes dazed, gulping down fresh air. Haddon's hot breath blew onto his earlobe, whispering huskily, "Baby, don't get too close to that Mr. Liang anymore, okay?" Stone responded vaguely, He laughed pleasantly, so obedient. Stone looked up, meeting his fierce, wild eyes, and his heart quivered, quickly lowering his gaze. Haddon gently patted his back, "Baby, you sought me out yourself, even if you're scared, there's no running away now." His long lashes flickered as he spoke softly, "I won't run, but can you not be so fierce?" "I'm afraid." Haddon touched his eyelashes, "What are you afraid of?" His fingers curled slightly, "I'm afraid. I can't take it." Haddon was stunned for a few seconds, his breathing growing heavier. Sensing the danger, Stone swiftly pushed him away, retreating toward the door. In the next moment, Haddon forcefully pulled him back, one hand tightly hugging his waist, the other pressing on the back of his head, kissing him urgently. Chapter 13 My baby is still young. The car stopped steadily below the apartment building. Ichabod sobbed silently on Jacob's shoulder, his eyes red, nose red, and lips even redder. Jacob, who had kissed him passionately, coaxed him to put on his coat and gently kissed away the tears at the corners of his eyes. "Be good, stop crying. I'll take you upstairs." Ichabod pushed his hand away and got out of the car. Jacob leisurely followed him into the elevator. Ichabod huddled in the corner, sniffled, and muttered under his breath, "Beast." Jacob stretched out his long arm, pulling him into his embrace, and lightly pecked his swollen lips. Just a bit too rough with the kisses, far from being a beast. Just kisses. And those naughty words, shameless and bold. Jacob caressed his face and nibbled at his earlobe, enticing him. "Baby, come to work with me tomorrow, okay?" He turned his head away. "I won't go. Don't you want to stay with your boyfriend?" Ichabod did want to, but you are just too. Originally, he planned to woo him carefully, but he never expected that Jacob would be so intense right off the bat, turning him from the dominant one to the passive receiver. Now he was somewhat overwhelmed. Jacob leaned in, not easing up on his pressure. "To what?" Ichabod tilted his head back, his eyes red-rimmed, looking pitiful. "Jacob, can you hold back a little? It's all too fast." He smiled faintly at the corners of his eyes. "Too fast? Who let me see him showering the second time we met at the villa?" Ichabod tried to justify weakly, "I didn't." He wouldn't let it go. "You said you wanted to live at my place as soon as we returned to Jing City." "I was kidding. It was just talk at that time." "Humph, you're quite the flirt with words, but when it comes to action, you retreat like a turtle." Ichabod grasped Jacob's fingers and shook them slightly. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Jacob carried him out, standing at the door but not letting him open it. He pressed his forehead against Ichabod's. "Kiss me once, and I'll hold back from now on." He hesitated for 2 seconds, then puckered his lips slightly, touching Jacob's mouth corner briefly like a light brush. Jacob's eyes darkened slightly, but he restrained himself from deeper desires, rubbing his head. "Such a good boy, go in, come find me tomorrow." Ichabod didn't respond immediately, hurriedly opening the door and dashing inside. "Bye." Jacob smiled and turned to leave. While descending in the elevator, he couldn't resist pulling out a cigarette box from his coat pocket. Ding! Jacob took out a cigarette and stepped out of the elevator, lowering his eyes to light it. "Danny?" Azai exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Adrian next to him looked less than pleased. Jacob raised his eyes, openly answering, "Oh, I was just dropping Shiran off." Azai's face showed conflicting emotions. You and Fedor." He glanced at Adrian and admitted boldly, "We're dating." Adrian took a deep breath and asked sternly, "Are you serious about him?" "Of course." Azai still found it absurd, these two people seemed totally unrelated. "Danny, this is too sudden. Weren't you homophobic and uninterested in romance before? How did you end up dating Fedor? He's still young and doesn't know any better. Don't play games with him." Jacob exhaled a smoke ring, looking relaxed but speaking seriously, "Rest assured, I'm not playing games." Adrian sighed, "He liked you before he went to Jing City, don't hurt him." He flicked some ash away. "How did he fall for me?" "I don't know, but maybe he was only attracted to your surface. He doesn't really understand the real you." Jacob smiled. "I know, I'll let him get to know me gradually." Adrian had nothing else to say and took Azai by the hand. "Goodbye." "Wait." He eyed the two men, his gaze landing on Azai with an undertone of danger. "You staying over?" Azai felt uncomfortable. I didn't drive." Jacob squinted. "No. He spoke in a low voice. "My baby is still young and shouldn't see inappropriate things. Go home." Adrian's forehead twitched. "Since when did it become your?" Azai blushed. "Danny, what are you saying? There's nothing between us. That's also not allowed. I can give you a ride, go." He glanced at Adrian and, feeling the pressure from Jacob, reluctantly followed along. Adrian watched them leave, pressing his temples, and walked into the elevator. As he entered the door, Ichabod was pouring himself a glass of water. Feeling guilty, he avoided Jacob's glare and prepared to retreat back into his room. Need to tell you something, Adrian said, we're having dinner at the Lin family residence tomorrow night. Weren't we going to go over there on New Year's Day? A couple of days earlier doesn't make much difference. Okay, noted. Adrian reminded him, Bram has been living with the Guan family ever since Una sent her back when she was young to get more chances to interact with Jacob. Even studying abroad, she followed Jacob. If she finds out about your relationship with Jacob, she will definitely try every means to drive you away from Jing City. The Guan family and the He family have long been friends, but after the patriarch of the Guan family passed away, the Guan family gradually declined, and their ties with the He family loosened. Their so-called stepmother, as an adopted daughter of the Guan family, had been thinking about this last remaining connection ever since Bram was born, sending her to be raised in the Guan ancestral home next to the He family, hoping she would form a good relationship with the outstanding Jacob for future protection from the He family and smooth takeover of the Lin family. However, now that Jacob is with Ichabod, who has been unnoticed since childhood, Una must be driven mad. Ichabod shrugged, it doesn't matter to me. In a few days, I'll start getting busy with company affairs and might not be able to keep an eye on you. You take care of your business, no need to worry about me. Adrian shook his head with a smile, handle it yourself then, come find me if you can't manage. Sure, time to wash up and sleep. Go ahead. Ichabod went back to his room, showered, and came out only to find his phone ringing incessantly, Jacob calling. He sat by the bed and answered, his expression softening, I was just in the shower. Jacob's voice carried laughter, I guessed. Did you get home? Just arrived, reporting to you. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Do you want to come accompany me to work tomorrow? No, it's boring. Jacob laughed, you think it's boring to accompany your boyfriend? Ichabod, you were the one who said you wanted to pursue me. If I keep teasing you like this, how are you supposed to win me over? Ichabod grumbled, can't we meet after you finish work? Sure, I'll pick you up after work, and we can have dinner together. Tomorrow night, my brother and I are going to have dinner at the Lin family residence. Jacob gritted his teeth, so I won't see you tomorrow at all. Ichabod felt a bit guilty, can I see you the day after tomorrow? He lazily made a request, call me something nice. What should I call you? You call Muhammad, brother, and that Liang guy too. Calling your boyfriend by the full name, does that sound right? Ichabod tugged at the quilt, hesitating for a while before softly calling, brother. Jacob paused, his voice hoarse, say it again. He touched his heated cheeks, compliantly calling again, brother. Good baby, Jacob sighed softly, come accompany me to work the day after tomorrow. Okay. Not too late, go to sleep. Good night. Good night. Chapter 14, Haddon, I want to see you. The next evening, Brady drove Ichabod back to the Lin family villa, where Bram was smiling and waiting at the door. After the car stopped steadily, he came forward to open the door for Ichabod who was in the passenger seat, elder brother, second brother, welcome home. Dad has been waiting for you for a long time. Ichabod glanced at him, wrapped his scarf tighter around him without a word. Let's go in. Bram led the two into the house, happily saying, Dad, Mom, the brothers are back. A woman dressed in luxurious attire came out of the kitchen with a gentle smile on her face, Muyun, Shiran, welcome back. Dinner is still being prepared. Sit down and chat with your father first. I'll make some hot tea to warm you up. Brady maintained a polite smile, thanks, Aunt Guan. Una smiled while covering her mouth, glancing at the silent Ichabod, we're all family. What do you mean by trouble? Please sit down. Elder brother, second brother, please sit. Bram greeted them and then looked at Justin sitting on the sofa in the middle watching TV with a stern face, Dad, my brother is back. Justin glanced at the two brothers out of the corner of his eye, moved his lips but couldn't bring himself to speak first. There was no close relationship among the three, not seeing each other for 5 or 6 years with many things happening in between. It was somewhat awkward meeting again. Brady patted Ichabod's back, indicating him to sit down, then sat beside him and called out, Dad, how have you been? Justin's stiff expression eased slightly as he nodded, The living room fell silent again except for the news report from the TV. Bram looked around left and right, then chuckled, Dad, didn't you say you've been urging me to let my brothers come back soon? You were eagerly waiting before they entered, why are you pretending now? Justin couldn't hold his face, glared at him, cleared his throat, and shifted his gaze to Ichabod, awkwardly saying, how is the second one's health? Brady answered with a smile, much better. He frowned, why hasn't his reticent nature changed at all? Still can't greet people. It was rather amusing, Ichabod had never called him Dad even once from birth until now. In the past, it was understandable that this child was introverted and autistic, unwilling to speak, but now that he was so grown up, it seemed like he understood nothing. Ichabod lowered his eyes, tapping his phone screen, indifferent to the dissatisfaction and rebuke in his tone, fully embodying impoliteness. Just at the right moment, Una came out with some tea, come, have a cup of hot tea. Dinner will be ready soon. After serving the tea, she sat beside Justin, patted his back in a consoling manner, took on a motherly role, and began inquiring about the lives, studies, and work of the two brothers in Jing City over these years. Brady also patiently accepted her hypocritical concern, replying only the good things as if he were a filial junior. By the end of their conversation, Una's smile seemed barely hanging on. "Sir, madam, young master," said a servant who had finished setting the table, "dinner is ready." Justin got up, "Let's eat first." 5 people with different thoughts sat around the dining table, creating a sense of harmony mixed with a strange undercurrent. After dinner, Una said smilingly, "Muyun and Shiran, stay overnight. Chat with your dad. Haven't seen you for several years. Although he doesn't say it aloud, he misses you. The rooms have been cleaned, and I've ordered clothes designed for you." Ichabod was reluctant, but Brady made the decision. "Thanks, Aunt Guan. We're family. No need for such formalities." Family reunion. Justin looked quite pleased. "Muyun, follow me to the study. We need to talk about something." Brady nodded and looked at Ichabod. "Shiran, go back to your room early to rest." "Okay." After they went upstairs, Ichabod also prepared to get up. "Shiran," Una called out to him, her smile not reaching her eyes, "come here, Aunt wants to talk to you." Ichabod lifted his eyelids. "What is it?" She picked up her cup and sipped some tea, sounding somewhat sharp. "You majored in fine arts at university, right?" "Yeah. Do you have any plans for the future?" Ichabod squinted slightly. "No particular plans." "Does Aunt Guan want to guide me?" "I have a friend who is a professor at a top art school in America. I can recommend you to him for further studies. What do you think?" Beside her, Bram agreed. "Second brother, consider it seriously. Professor Smith is one of the world's top painters. Following him might make you a great artist too." Ichabod lounged back on the sofa, watching the mother and son. He said lazily, "I don't have such high artistic aspirations, and besides, I just started dating. There's no way I would leave my lover for a career." His face froze instantly. Una, smiling insincerely, continued to persuade him, "Shiran, love is fleeting, your future is more important. If you go out and meet more people, you'll not only become excellent yourself but also encounter more outstanding people. Once your mentality matures, you'll know who is most suitable for you. But I don't think I can find anyone more excellent than Haddon." Ichabod blinked innocently. He made no effort to hide it, and to Bram, it sounded like deliberate bragging and provocation. His breathing became rapid. Una almost crushed her teacup, finally unable to contain herself. She turned cold. "I hope you understand that some people are simply not suitable for you." He curled his lips, rose leisurely, and said, "Thank you for your concern about my relationship, Aunt Guan. Whether or not he suits me will be judged in due time. It's cold, I'm going back to my room. You should rest early too." Staring at his retreating figure climbing upstairs, Una slammed her teacup onto the table, seething, "Smooth talker. I really underestimated him. Mom." Bram's eyes reddened. "What do we do now? Brother Kitchen is really with him." She frowned and comforted him. "Don't worry. Kitchen is merely tempted by his looks, it won't last long. The Hua family won't look up to him either. But I'll handle him. Just focus on the company project." Una glanced worriedly upstairs. "Don't let Brady seize any opportunity to badmouth you to your father and take what's yours." Bram gritted his teeth and nodded. "I understand." Back in his room, Ichabod sat on the bed and, following his heart, called Haddon. As soon as the call connected, he demanded without hesitation, his voice slightly coy, "Haddon, I don't want to stay overnight at the Lin family. Come pick me up, I want to see you." Haddon had just finished overtime work and was leaving the company. He smiled. "All right, I'll come get you." He grinned widely. "I'll wait for you." Half an hour later, Ichabod received a message, grabbed his coat, and hurried downstairs. Outside the Lin family villa, Haddon stood beside the car, wearing a long black overcoat, watching his young lover hurry towards him, arms slightly open. Ichabod reached him, threw himself into his embrace, and kissed the corner of his lips, his eyes sparkling like stars. "You came so quickly." Haddon hugged him tightly, nuzzling his forehead affectionately. "My little darling missed me, didn't he?" He tilted his face slightly, gently rubbing Haddon's nose with his own. "Do you want to kiss me?" A smile bloomed in Haddon's eyes as he caught the offered lips. Ichabod clung to him tightly, his heart warming and softening in the cold winter night. Chapter 15, Where Are You? After a while, Jacob restrained himself and drew back, but Ichabod tried to kiss him again. Jacob raised his hand to gently push against Ichabod's forehead. "You'll freeze into a popsicle. Get in the car first." With a slight frown between his brows, Ichabod was guided into the passenger seat. "Fasten your seatbelt." He sat there without moving. Jacob leaned over, and just as he touched the seatbelt, Ichabod grabbed the back of his head. Jacob let him nibble for a while, then pinched his cheek softly and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you want me to send you home, or go home with me?" Ichabod's eyelashes fluttered, his moist eyes reflecting the handsome face of the man opposite him. Jacob's Adam's apple moved as he withdrew his gaze. "I'll take you home." He pressed his lips together and whispered his choice, "I want to go home with you." Jacob's expression darkened even more. Are you sure? He tightened his grip on the seatbelt silently, his wavering tone tinged with a hint of shyness. Jacob gritted his teeth and closed his eyes briefly before starting the car and speeding towards home. In the study of the Lin family home, father and son sat across from each other at the desk, the atmosphere tense. Justin's old face reddened with anger. So, you're saying you won't come back to Lin Corporation no matter what? Brady still had a smile on his face. I want to make Yunshin Pharmaceuticals bigger and stronger. Lin Corporation has Jingyue, isn't that enough? Bigger and stronger? Can you surpass Lin Corporation? Merging Yunshin Pharmaceuticals into Lin Corporation is a win-win situation. Why are you being so stubborn? Yunshin has always been independent and won't be acquired by any company. Bang! He slammed the table heavily. Are you still sulking with me? Still resenting me for sending you to Jing City back then? That was for your own good. If I hadn't done that, would you have had the chance to found Yunshin? Brady's eyes turned cold, speaking sarcastically, thank you so much for your well-meaning efforts. You. It's impossible for Yunshin to be acquired, and I don't want to talk about this anymore. I've already contacted a lawyer to proceed. The shares left by Mom, along with the funds and some immovable properties, will all be transferred to our names according to her will. Justin stared at him intently. So you came back to fight for the family estate? Brady found it amusing. How can it be called fighting when it's what Mom left us? Muyun. He looked weary, softening his tone, Lin Corporation is meant for all of you brothers. As the eldest, you have the ability and responsibility to lead Lin Corporation to greater glory. Infighting will only make outsiders laugh. Brady smiled and shook his head. Lin Corporation has Jingyue. With your support and Aunt Ming's help, along with the Guan family, he will surely become an excellent leader. I just want to do well at Yunshin and save up a dowry for Ranran. Justin opened his mouth but didn't know what else to say. It's late. Dad, get some rest. Brady calmly left the study and headed towards Ichabod's room, knocking lightly on the door. The door to the next room opened, and Jediah appeared with a pale face. Second brother has left. He frowned. When did he leave? Half an hour ago. Jediah clenched his fists. Danny came to pick him up. Brady nodded and turned to go downstairs. Jediah called out to him. Elder brother. Are you leaving? Stay overnight, I want to talk to you. His expression remained indifferent. I have an early meeting tomorrow and might not make it in time, so I won't stay. Elder brother. Do you hate me? I'm leaving. Jediah stood on the second floor, watching as Brady walked away without looking back, grinding his teeth, feeling a surge of grievance and resentment. Why did you come back? As soon as he stepped out, Brady dialed Ichabod with a dark face. Ding dong ding. In Jacob's private villa, in a dimly lit room, the phone lying on the carpet beside the bed was glowing and ringing. Inside the bedroom, Ichabod was gently kissing Jacob's face. The persistent ringing made him roll over and pick up the phone from the ground, answering it. Brother. Brady growled, where are you? I'm at Jacob's place. Ichabod. You. Brother, I'm already 23 years old. How long have you been with him? Good night. Brady listened to the dial tone, jumping with rage. By the time he called back, the phone was already off. After hanging up, Ichabod tossed the phone aside and turned to seek out Jacob's lips. Jacob held his hand, chuckling softly. You were telling me to be restrained earlier. Is it true that only officials are allowed to start fires, not the common folk? Ichabod hummed, his eyes half closed, just kissing. Jacob continued to kiss, Okay then. Chapter 16, My boyfriend has a fever. After staying up late into the night, Haddon carried Ichabod into the bathroom, took a quick shower with him, and then carried him back to bed. Ichabod snuggled into his arms. Good night kiss. Haddon gently pecked his lips and hugged him tighter. Go to sleep. Ichabod buried himself into Haddon's chest, closed his eyes, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Around 3 in the morning, Haddon heard faint whimpers and opened his eyes, only to find that his arms were empty. He extended his arm and felt intense heat, instantly waking up fully. He turned on the bedside lamp and scooped the curled-up Ichabod from the edge of the bed into his arms. Baby. Ichabod was delirious from fever, eyes closed, furrowing his brows as he wrapped his arms around Haddon's neck and sobbed softly. It hurts. Haddon touched his scorching forehead and grabbed his phone from the bedside table, calling their private doctor. The warmth of Haddon's body felt like soothing medicine to the burning Ichabod. Unhappy about any distance between them, Ichabod clung to him. Hold me. Okay, I'll hold you. Haddon held his waist tightly. On the other end of the call, the private doctor was silent for a few seconds before cautiously speaking. Eustace. Come over to my place. My boyfriend has a fever. What? Boyfriend? Hurry up. I'll triple your pay. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Haddon set aside his phone and gently patted Ichabod's back, comforting him. The doctor will be here soon. You'll feel better soon. Ichabod nuzzled his neck. Hadden, it hurts. Hadden kissed the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and nose, feeling heartache and guilt. It must have been because they had worked up a sweat earlier and then took a shower. Despite the room having sufficient heating, Ichabod still caught a chill. His body had always been weak. Ichabod blinked dazedly and nuzzled his lips. I want some water. Hadden wrapped him snugly in the blanket. Stay here. I'll go get you some water. Hadden quickly brought warm water, picked up Ichabod, and carefully fed him. Ichabod drank half a cup of water and then rolled into the covers, softly moaning, obedient yet pitiable. Sitting by the bed, Hadden stroked his hair and checked his phone frequently. 20 minutes later, the doctor messaged that he was at the door. Hadden hurried down to let him in and guided him to the bedroom. Shane put down his large medical bag and took out a stethoscope. Hadden slightly pulled down the blanket and gently soothed. Baby, let the doctor check you. Shane was secretly amazed and thought to himself after seeing the handsome face revealed, no wonder Eustace was so worried. The cold stethoscope touched Ichabod's skin, causing him to frown and try to pull away. Hadden held him down. Be good, don't move. It'll be done soon. Shane kept his eyes focused while finishing the examination, then measured Ichabod's temperature, set aside the stethoscope, and took out a syringe from the medical bag. 39.6 degrees Celsius, a high fever. I'll give him an antipyretic injection. Check on him when he wakes up tomorrow. If there's no improvement, we'll need to take him to the hospital for N4. Hold his hand for me. Okay. The needle pricked into Ichabod's arm, causing a slight pain. He half opened his eyes. Hadden. I'm here. After administering the shot, Hadden laid him back down and raised the blanket. Sleep now. While soothing him to close his eyes, Hadden said to Shane, you stay in the next room. If his fever doesn't break in half an hour, come help us take him to the hospital. Sure thing. Shane packed up his medical bag and, just before leaving, reminded, take better care of him. Your little boyfriend seems frail, probably a congenital condition. Supplement and nourish him more often. Ichabod, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, silently pulled the blanket over his face. Hadden gave the overly imaginative doctor an annoyed glance. Leave now. He, remember my triple pay. I'm right next door, call me anytime. After Shane left, Hadden lay beside Ichabod and checked his forehead. Ichabod moved closer into his arms and mumbled, the doctor misunderstood. He sighed. Good boy, sleep first. Humph, it's cold, hold me. I'm holding you. Sleep well. The sedative in the medication soon made Ichabod fall asleep. Hadden stayed awake, checking his forehead every few minutes. 10 minutes later, feeling the temperature drop, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, tightened his embrace, and closed his eyes. In the morning, Ichabod woke up, pulled away the arm around his waist, sat up, and glanced at the ill-fitting pajamas he was wearing before getting out of bed and heading to the bathroom. After washing up, apart from a slightly pale complexion, he seemed in fairly good spirits. He checked the time, then climbed back into bed, sitting cross-legged beside the sleeping Hadden. He lightly touched the faint dark circles under Hadden's eyes, leaned down, and kissed his thin lips. He adored this refined and gentle affection, but he loved even more when it turned passionate and tender. How much he really loved Hadden. Unable to contain the surging emotions in his heart, Ichabod kept touching and kissing the sleeping Hadden, unable to get enough of him. Chapter 17. How could he not be attracted? Stop it. Suddenly, Hadden grabbed the hand that was poking and touching his face, kissed it by his lips, and slowly opened his eyes. Better now. Ichabod lay on top of him, their foreheads touching. Better now. Fever and cold were quite common, coming quickly and going just as fast. Hadden hugged his waist, pushed him off gently, tucked him into the blanket, reached over for the electronic thermometer by the bedside. Take your temperature. With a glint in his eye, he said, Hadden, I like you so much. Seeing the normal temperature reading, Hadden was relieved, pinched his cheeks. You know you're hard to take care of, right? He blinked, not really. Hadden snorted and gave another pinch, then got up and went to the bathroom. After washing up, Ichabod was sitting at the edge of the bed rolling up overly long sleeves. Hadden came forward, crouched down, and helped roll up his trouser legs. Ichabod looked down, warmth filling his heart. Hadden. I want to kiss you. After adjusting the trouser legs, Hadden stood up, held his chin, smiling mockingly, trying to get me under control yet who's rushing things. Ichabod, you sure have double standards. Ichabod tugged at his collar, admitted honestly, because you scared me. I thought you didn't feel anything for me. His fingers caressed the soft lips, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. How could I not be attracted? Ichabod caught his finger, still need to be discreet outside. Leaning down, he grazed Ichabod's lower lip. At home, don't expect me to hold back, do you? Ichabod softly replied, I love hugging and kissing you, but I'd feel shy outside, Hadden immediately captured his lips. He fluttered his lashes shut. When the kiss ended, Hadden tightly held him in his arms. Knock knock knock. The knocking disrupted the tender moment. Hadden released him, turned to find a black knitted sweater from the wardrobe for Ichabod to wear. I'll have clothes sent over later. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Oh. Ichabod hooked his fingers with his, letting him lead the way. A gentle smile curled his lips, holding tightly. Shane yawned after knocking. The couple emerged hand in hand. Eustace's boyfriend, good morning. He greeted and asked, still feverish. Feel any discomfort? Ichabod shook his head. No, all better. Ah, recovering fast. Eustace, can I rest now? Remember triple pay. Hadden nodded. Sure, thanks for the hard work. Hee, no problem. Hadden led Ichabod downstairs. The kindly housekeeper came out of the kitchen and saw the person he was holding, her eyes brightening. Oh, this young master looks so fresh. Hadden settled Ichabod in a dining chair. Nona, serve him some porridge. Yes, I made a mixed grain porridge for his illness, light and nutritious, let me get it. Hadden sat beside. She is Nona who raised me from childhood. Okay, noted. The two sipped their porridge when Shane carrying the medical kit came down without hurrying to leave. Eustace, may I join breakfast before I return? Sit. Dr. Xie, good morning. Pamela laughed. Let me serve you porridge. Shane put down the box, making a heart sign. Thank you, Nona, love you, love you. She waved her hands. Oh my, you young people nowadays. Sitting down, Shane supported his cheek and stared at Ichabod. Ichabod met his gaze. Good morning, doctor, thank you for the trouble. No trouble, he sized him up, Eustace's boyfriend. He's called Ichabod. Hadden spoke calmly. Shane nodded vigorously. I'm Shane, Fedor. Just eat, finish and go back. He forced a laugh, lowering his head to eat porridge. Can't be curious. Finishing breakfast hastily, Shane picked up the medical kit, dutifully reminding, Fedor, remember to keep warm, drink more tonics. Ichabod finished eating, putting down the spoon. Got it, thank you, doctor. Alright, I'm leaving. Eustace, call me if anything comes up. Salary will ensure my immediate presence. Hadden rolled his eyes. Go. Bye-bye. After he left, Pamela tidied up the bowls and spoons and said, Young master, I'll go back to the old house to prepare some medicinal food for grandfather. If you and young master Fedor stay at home, I will come back at noon to cook for you too. No need to run back and forth. I'll take him to the company in a while and won't be back for lunch. Okay. Pamela carried her small bag and gave Ichabod a few extra looks before leaving with a smiling face. Hadden brought Ichabod back to the bedroom and took out clothes from the wardrobe. Ichabod sat on the edge of the bed watching him. What should I wear? Your clothes will be delivered shortly. You're taking me to your company. I have a meeting at 10:30, and I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone at home. Ichabod's lips curled slightly as he grabbed his phone from the bedside table. As soon as it turned on, a series of alert sounds rang continuously. There were several missed calls from his brother and a bunch of WeChat messages. Hadden leaned over and glanced at the screen, gently ruffling his hair. Call your brother back. Oh. He sent a voice call request. Teddy answered immediately, growling, Ichabod. Have you grown up or what? Ichabod moved the phone a bit away. Brother, nothing happened, don't get so worked up. Then why did you hang up last night? And then turned off your phone? He sidestepped the question. I had a fever. Teddy took a deep breath. How are you now? I'm fine. Send me your address, I'll come pick you up. He was somewhat unwilling. No need, I'll come back in the evening. Send me the address. Teddy insisted firmly. We have to sign some papers at the law firm this afternoon. All right. Ichabod couldn't argue with this. After hanging up, he sent his location and looked up at Hadden. My brother is coming to pick me up, he has something to do. Hadden was dressed in a suit, tie neatly fastened. All right. He wasn't happy and lightly kicked Hadden's calf. Hadden pulled him up, holding him close, affectionately rubbing noses. You want to stay with me so much? Ichabod wrapped his arms around the man's neck, pouting slightly for a kiss. Hadden held his waist, their lips and tongues entwining as he whispered soothingly, I'll find you after work. Chapter 18. Am I really that difficult to take care of? After the two of them spent some time together, the clothing store staff delivered the clothes. Craig dressed Stone, shirt, pants, sweater, coat, scarf, hat, shoes. After looking him over from head to toe with satisfaction at the plump white ball he created, Craig took his own coat and led him downstairs by hand. Stone tugged at his scarf. Too hot. It will be cold when we go out. Wearing so much, I can hardly move properly. Isn't it good that I'm holding your hand? Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as they went downstairs, the doorbell rang urgently. It's probably your brother who has arrived. Craig opened the door, and indeed it was. Zack had a stern look on his face, giving Stone a sharp glance, and reaching out to feel his forehead. Craig stopped his action. Your hands are cold, don't chill him. Rest assured, he has already recovered from the fever. Though upset, he still withdrew his hand and said in a rough voice, let's go. Lean. Long legs cabbage. Chiron silently followed suit. Craig also went out, first helping him open the car door. He lingered, unwilling to get in the car, his eyes hinting something. Craig glanced into the car, bent down, and planted a light kiss on his brow. Stone showed a faint smile. I want to see you tonight. All right, I'll find you. Craig said affectionately, hurry up and get in the car, your brother is about to explode. See you tonight. He got into the car, and just fastened his seatbelt. Zack sped off. Craig chuckled and walked towards the garage. In the car, Stone looked at his frowning elder brother. Why are you so angry? Zack glared at him coldly. Less than 3 days after you started dating, you spent the night at his place. Can't you be more reserved? He lifted his chin. I can't, I like him. No matter how much you like him, not this soon. There isn't anything happening yet. I believe you as much as I should believe a ghost. 2 single men, late at night, with someone as proactive as Little Cabbage, would Craig really resist? What a joke. He couldn't be bothered to explain, believe what you want, even if something did happen, it wouldn't help for you to be mad now. Zack choked up, speechless. After a while, Stone asked, brother, am I really that difficult to take care of? He snapped impatiently, yes. Tisk, won't Craig find me troublesome? He deliberately said, Craig hates trouble most. Stone pulled out his phone. I'll ask my herbalist to move from Jing City to Jing City, then have them prepare a new diet plan for me to properly nourish myself. Zack was infuriated again. You always find excuses to avoid working with the herbalist, now you're only taking care of yourself for a man. What do you want me to say about you? Isn't this a healthy relationship? You should be comforted. Ha, quit drinking and smoking too. I haven't drunk alcohol for a long time. Okay, that night I drank half a bottle to soothe your wife. Ah, thank you. Humph, I've been your love guard. From now on, you leave Craig and me alone, and let me handle things as I see fit. He sighed, I don't know how serious Craig is with you. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Stone lowered his eyelids. I can judge whether he is serious or not. If it's not suitable, I won't persist blindly. Zack fell silent for a moment, saying, sorry, I just worry too much about you. He smiled, you live your life, I'll live mine. We won't interfere with each other. Humph, Kirsten and I didn't rush like you two. Oh, Kirsten. Zack glared at him, don't act dead. Humph. The 2 brothers went to the law firm, confirmed the contents of Kaylee's will with the lawyer she had found before her death, and signed various asset acceptance agreements. By the time they came out, it was lunchtime. Zack glanced at the time, let's go eat first, then I'll take you to see the office building. Stone wasn't particularly interested, what's there to see? Wanting to go find Craig. Zack saw right through his thoughts, grabbing his collar, I don't mind you falling in love, but can you please stop undervaluing yourself? Stone slapped his hand away unhappily, I'm worth a lot now, TSK, stop pulling my clothes. Let's go. After lunch, Lin Xiran still couldn't escape and was dragged to the company by Lin Muyan. The new office building in the new industrial area displayed a bold sign with the 4 characters, Yunshan Pharmaceutical, which had once been low-key in Yun City, now standing grandly and proudly. Boss, little boss. During the midday break, the building was bustling with activity as people moved documents and boxes around with great enthusiasm. Seeing them come in, someone called out warmly before returning to their tasks. Taking the elevator upstairs, Lin Xiran cast a questioning look at his elder brother, are you planning to become an unscrupulous capitalist? What do you mean? Making people work even during lunchtime, that's pure exploitation, isn't it? Lin Muyun rolled his eyes, don't slander me, will you? They're enthusiastic about writing epic comeback stories and developing plotlines to turn the tables on everyone else. Most of those who followed them to Jing City had been with them for years, ever since they started from Yin City. They were passionate young people back then and had a vivid imagination about the brothers' circumstances, treating work like a mission to bring the 2 pitiful bosses back to Jing City to reclaim their glory. Of course, the company offered top-tier benefits, which deserved such loyalty from the employees. Boss. As the 2 walked out of the elevator towards the office, a stunning woman appeared, wearing stockings and a short skirt despite the winter cold. She held a stack of documents. You arrived just in time for the meeting. Little boss, you're coming too. N. Lin Xiran declined expressionlessly, I'll just wander around. Alright, do as you please. Joan grabbed Lin Muyan, her high heels clicking steadily on the floor as she spoke rapidly, boss, we've thoroughly studied Lin Pharmaceutical, our next research direction. In the middle of the day, Lin Muyan, as the boss, was forced to sit in the meeting room, listening to a group of passionate old hands strategizing to win back everything that belonged to him. Lin Xiran wandered around a bit and then returned to his reserved office to take a nap. He woke up at 4 in the afternoon, lying on the bed sending a message to Craig. Lin Xiran, what time are you off work? Waiting idly for over half an hour, Craig finally replied. Craig, finished early, can go now. Craig, where are you? I'll pick you up. He smiled softly and sent a location. Craig, waiting, will be there soon. Lin Xiran, okay. Lin Xiran lingered in bed for a while, then got up to wash his face, put on his coat, and went out. Before leaving, he peeked into the meeting room and saw that the meeting hadn't ended yet. He shivered, quietly slipping away, afraid of being caught up in more work. Truly terrifying, never had he seen employees pushing the boss so hard to pursue business endeavors, especially all at once. Thankfully, he had used his convalescence as an excuse to leave. Lin Xiran left the Yinshan building, bought a hot latte from the nearby coffee shop, and sat by the window, resting his chin on his hand while waiting. Ding dong. Lost in thought, his phone rang. He picked it up. Hello. Baby, I'm here. He stood up with his coffee. I'm at the neighboring coffee shop, coming out now. Leaving the cafe, he spotted a black Hummer not far away, flashing its lights. Lin Xiran hurried over, and as soon as he sat in the passenger seat, he leaned over to kiss Craig's chin, then attempted a deeper kiss. Craig laughed and gently pushed him back. Little one, we're outside, keep it toned down. Chapter 19. You have already been my best gift. Ichabod pressed his lips, retreated, and sat back expressionlessly. Kobe leaned over to fasten his seatbelt for him, touching his clothes lightly. Something missing? I took off my sweater, otherwise, I couldn't lift my arms. After saying that, he wouldn't give up, pulling on Kobe's collar and gave a smacking kiss. I can control myself, you can't. So you need to restrain yourself, but I don't have to. Kobe pinched his cheek gently, true double standards. He raised an eyebrow, smiling. Where are we going? For dinner. After dinner. Kobe started the car. Go home and sleep. Ichabod turned his head. Sleep with me. Kobe speechless and helpless. Baby, you really say anything. He sipped the coffee in his hand, settling comfortably into his seat. Don't you want to? Kobe remained silent. Indeed he did. Ichabod watched out the window, passing by a hot pot restaurant, then said, I want to eat hot pot. You just got over a fever, eat something lighter. There is a clear broth base. Not allowed, I'll take you later. He turned back, scratching Kobe's thigh. Big brother. I want to eat now. This call of Big Brother reached deep into Kobe's heart, not showing it on his face, yet unconsciously searching for a hot pot restaurant on the navigation while emphasizing, no spicy food. Ichabod smiled contentedly. Okay. Finding a nearby mall's hot pot place, they parked, and Kobe led Ichabod into the elevator. No more. Ichabod stuffed the coffee cup into his hands. Drink too much and can't sleep at night. He didn't mind the liquid residue on the rim, taking 2 sips, slightly frowning. Really sweet. Ichabod swung his hand. I asked the waiter to add more sugar. Sugary overload. Despite what he said, he still finished the remaining half cup. Exiting the elevator, he threw the empty cup into the trash casually. They could only order the clear broth. Ichabod reluctantly accepted it, and after eating, felt so warm he wanted to take off his coat. Kobe held his scarf on his arm, pressing him down. Can't take off your coat. He lifted his face, some fine sweat on his forehead. I'm hot. If you get chilled afterward, you might fall ill again. Kobe. Kobe pinched his chin, leaning down to kiss his rosy lips. Be good, baby. With passers-by glancing at them ambiguously, Ichabod blushed, getting closer to Kobe's chest and no longer insisting on taking off his coat. Kobe hugged him, teasingly. Weren't you quite bold just now? He murmured hoarsely, let's go. It's still early, let's wander around. Kobe circled his shoulder, leading him down the escalator. Want to watch a movie? He looked up, poking Kobe's waist. It seems like we're on a date. Kobe grasped his hand. Isn't that what it is? Ripples spread through Ichabod's heart, his tone becoming cheerful. Then I'll buy you a New Year's gift. What do you want? Not drawing anymore. I want to give you something else. Ichabod glanced around, pulling him into a high-end watch store. How about gifting you a watch? Last year my brother gifted one to Azai, who boasted happily for more than half a month. Would you like one? Kobe smiled warmly. Whatever you give me, I like. Ichabod immediately fell in love with the most luxurious and expensive silver diamond watch and told the salesgirl, excuse me, please bring this one over. The salesgirl, noting their exceptional attire and demeanor, greeted them enthusiastically. Sure, please wait here, I'll get it for you. Ichabod and Kobe sat in the VIP area. Soon, the salesgirl brought over the watch. Kobe rolled up his sleeve, taking off his unique global limited edition Patek Philippe, placing it on the table casually. The salesgirl cast a glance, inwardly astonished. OMG, that alone would buy all the watches in the store. Ichabod picked up the new watch and put it on him, casually asking, who gave this to you? He chuckled, bought it myself. Oh. Ichabod grew happy again. There, it suits you well, do you like it? Kobe lifted his arm slightly, admiring it, nodding in satisfaction. I like it very much. Then keep it. Thank you, Edmund. You are so generous. Ichabod held back laughter, telling the salesgirl, Bill, please. Did the store's $5 million treasure sell in just a few minutes? The salesgirl was still in a daze. Oh, okay. He pointed at the Patek Philippe on the table again. Please pack this one for me, thank you. Okay. The salesgirl carefully picked up the watch, cherishing it even more than the store's prized possession. After finishing the payment and coming out, Kobe leaned down to kiss Ichabod's forehead. Should I get you a New Year's gift too? Ichabod looked at him with a smile. You have already been my best gift. He sighed inwardly, hugging him tightly. You're really good, I can't resist. Ichabod rested against his chest. Do you still want to watch a movie? He couldn't help saying, I want to kiss you. Ah. Ichabod glanced around at the people passing by. Not here, there are too many people. Kobe pinched his palm gently, deciding to let it go for now. Alright, let's go watch the movie. The dimly lit cinema corridor was somewhat noisy. In a secluded corner, two figures were entwined. Ichabod was pressed against the wall by Kobe, and muffled moans escaped his lips as they were sealed. Kobe pulled back slightly, his dark eyes filled with desire staring at him. After Ichabod caught his breath a little, he leaned in again, beginning another round of claiming. Ichabod's eyes misted over with moisture, pushing him away lightly but not too hard. Enough. One more, be good. Ichabod's body felt weak, all he could do was cling to the man, Kobe. The watch gift bag in Ichabod's hand dropped to the ground, freeing up a hand that circled Kobe's neck, deepening their entanglement. What's going on? A curious female voice approached from afar, peeking around the corner. Although the dim light obscured their faces, the intimate actions were clear. She hurriedly whispered an apology. Sorry. While apologizing, she ran away, her friend beside her saying, Don't be so nosy. You disturbed their moment. That was a sin. Phew. Buried in Kobe's neck, Ichabod panted, his neck and face entirely flushed red. Kobe gently patted his back, whispering comfortingly, It's okay, they didn't see anything. His tone carried a hint of embarrassment and frustration. I don't want to watch the movie anymore. Alright, we won't watch it. Chapter 20 So I want to learn from you. Several deep breaths later, Haddon helped Ichabod tidy up his clothes and wrapped the scarf around him again. He kissed away the moisture at the corner of Ichabod's eyes, picked up the gift bag on the ground, and led him out of the cinema. In the car, Ichabod still felt embarrassed and buried his head, not speaking. Haddon fastened his seatbelt for him and touched his face. Shall I send you home? His eyelashes trembled slightly, his voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I want to go home with you. Haddon tapped his nose. Baby, I'm not as saintly as Drew. His moist eyes were filled with determination. I'm willing. Not tonight. I have an early meeting tomorrow, so I can't miss it or leave you alone. It's okay for me. Haddon shook his head. No, you can't. Ichabod pouted slightly. Isn't it New Year's Day tomorrow? Doesn't your company give holidays? The busier it gets during holidays. He laughed softly. Baby, are you so impatient? Ichabod hid half his face back into the scarf, looking down and muttering, Let me see. His voice was too low for him to hear clearly. What? Nothing, just send me home. It was almost 9 in the evening. When other young couples were just starting their night lives, Ichabod had already been dropped off at his doorstep. He tugged at Haddon's sleeve. Really won't take me back to your place? Haddon pressed his palm against the top of his head, eyeing him inquisitively. Why do you want to go back with me so much? I like you, he said. The gaze in Haddon's eyes darkened as he gazed into his bright eyes. He patted his head. Go inside and get some sleep early. Ichabod lowered his head and opened the door. All right, goodbye. After he entered and closed the door, Haddon turned and left. At the kitchen entrance, Azai, wearing loose pajamas, stood holding a cup of water and stared deeply at Ichabod who was taking off his shoes. Did Danny drop you back? Ichabod's mood wasn't too good, he responded quietly, yeah. Did you fight? No. Azai approached him, circling around him closely examining. Then why are you so listless? What did he do? Ichabod pushed him away. Nothing. Where is my brother? I don't know, probably still working overtime. Then why are you here? Azai sat on the large, soft sofa, crossing his legs lazily as if he were at home. Our underfloor heating broke down, came over to borrow some warmth. Ichabod sneered. Oh, such a cunning man, you're here to share my brother's bed. He lifted his chin, admitting boldly, is there a problem with that? Ichabod hesitated for a few seconds, then sat next to him, poking his arm. Sister-in-law, I have a question for you. He took a sip of water, masking his shyness. Ask. Have you done that with my brother? Puff, cough cough cough. Azai choked red-faced, glaring indignantly. What kind of vulgar language is this? Ichabod handed him a few tissues, curiously asking again, have you? He snatched the tissues fiercely. None of your business. How did you get to that point? Ichabod, don't you have any boundaries? Why are you prying into so many private matters between brother and sister-in-law? Ichabod drooped his shoulders, feeling dejected. Sorry. After the anger subsided, Azai frowned, pulling Ichabod's face toward him sharply. You and Haddon reached that stage. How long have you been together? Ichabod denied. Not yet. Just as Azai began to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the next sentence. But I want to be with him. He almost spit blood out, roaring, what madness are you talking about? Ichabod swatted his hand away, grabbed a pillow and hugged it to his chest, saying gloomily, I can't tell if Haddon really wants to be with me or just to sleep with me. Azai leaped up suddenly, placing hands on hips and pointing at him. So you are eager to offer yourself to test whether he will cherish you after getting what he wants. Ichabod, you'd better abandon this absurd idea soon. Otherwise, I'll tell your brother to keep you at home, let you do online dating then. Holding the pillow, he was torn inside. It's not all because of that. I've liked him for so long, finally got him, I should make use of it. Azai nearly went mad from frustration, pacing back and forth. You're crazy, utterly crazy. So I want to learn from you, how did you naturally get to that point with my brother? Azai stopped in his tracks, a look of embarrassment flickering across his face as he avoided eye contact. Well, when love reaches a deep level, things just naturally happen. He quickly regained his composure, fixing Ichabod with a stern gaze and reprimanding him coldly. I warn you, don't use yourself as a bet to do such foolish tests. If you don't get the answer you want, it will cause irreversible damage to you. Do you understand? Ichabod kept his head down. I know. Azai ruffled his hair, softening his tone. Given Haddon's status, he wouldn't waste a lot of time dating just to coax a little kid into bed with him. If he wants to date you, it means he definitely has some interest in you. He looked up, eyes brightening. Really? Whether it's true or not, you should judge it with your heart, not with your body. Azai pinched his cheek. You're so blunt. If you have concerns, grab him by the collar and ask if he likes you or just craves your body. I kind of crave his body too. Azai rolled his eyes. For someone so young, what kind of rubbish is on your mind? Do you want your brother to beat you up? Ichabod smiled. Good sister-in-law, don't tell my brother. Humph, go take a shower and sleep, you smell like hot pot, stinky. He got up. Then you stay here guarding an empty room, waiting for him to come back. Azai raised his hand and put on a stern face to scare him. Brat, I'll hit you. It was almost midnight when Brady finally returned home. Entering the room and seeing the person leaning against the bedhead, his expression softened. Azai remained expressionless, nodding toward the bathroom with his chin. Go take a shower. He put down his coat. Okay. About 10 minutes later, he came out wearing a loose bathrobe, revealing his muscular chest. Azai glanced at him and swallowed. Brady walked over, knelt down beside the bed, lifted his chin, and kissed him gently on the lips. Sorry, I came back late. He hugged Brady's neck and flipped over, pressing him down. G. Azai glared at him. Don't call me G. Brady kissed him softly. G, my G. He huffed unhappily. I told you not to call me G. Brady chuckled lowly. Wife. His face flushed red. Chapter 21, Experience the Nightlife of Jing City. The next morning, Ichabod got up and saw Azai sitting at the dining table munching on a sandwich. Azai lazily lifted his eyes. Come over for breakfast, only sandwiches. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Aren't you going to work? Taking leave. Oh, where's my brother? Left early, had a meeting. Azai yawned, put down half of the sandwich, stood up, and said, You eat. I'll go back to sleep a bit more. Wake me up at noon. Ichabod watched him walk awkwardly into the room, then turned away, frowning in thought. Finishing the sandwich, he returned to his room, took out a tablet, snuggled into the beanbag by the floor-to-ceiling window, and started working on his manuscript. He had taken on a commercial illustration job for a book due mid-January. Recently, busy with love affairs, he hadn't had time to draw. At noon, Azai woke up without needing Ichabod to call him, sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone, and asked, I'm ordering takeaway, what do you want? Ichabod didn't even look up, focusing on his creation. Anything. How about another hot pot? Sure, I want a spicy pot, no mutton. Yesterday's clear broth hadn't satisfied his craving. Azai, unaware that he had a fever yesterday, met his request. All right, I'll get extra beef. An hour later, the two were seated at the dining table, surrounded by a spread of meat in a bubbling red oil pot, eating until they were drenched in sweat. Ding dong. Ichabod picked up the ringing phone. Hello. Hadn't heard his voice. What are you doing? He inexplicably felt guilty. Eating. What are you eating? Beef. SSS. Azai, sitting opposite, reached out. Quick, give me some tissues. What kind of pepper is this? It's deadly. Haddon paused for a moment, his tone dangerous. Ichabod, did you go out for hot pot again? Spicy? Ichabod passed the tissues over and softly said, No, we're home. Really disobedient. Sorry. Haddon was both angry and helpless. Eat less. Got it. Have you eaten? Not yet. I was wondering if you wanted to come over and eat with me. Ichabod suddenly found the hot pot before him unappetizing. Can we eat together tonight? I have to go back to the old house tonight to see Grandpa. Oh. And I can't have New Year's Eve dinner with you the day after tomorrow either. His tone became even more dejected. All right. Haddon fiddled with his wristwatch intermittently. Stay warm, I'll visit you when I have time. Eat well. Goodbye. After hanging up, Ichabod put down his chopsticks. Azai was still sipping water. Not eating anymore. I'm full. Eat a little more. There's still so much meat left. He wasn't interested. Are you going home for New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow night? Azai's gaze cooled slightly. No. Then he showed an expectant expression. Me and your brother are going out to celebrate the new year. Can I join? Azai glanced at him askance. You're 23, not 3 years old. Don't be a third wheel. He grimaced. Just kidding, why would I go watch dog food? Oh, right, don't you have a boyfriend? Isn't Danny staying for New Year's Eve? He probably has to go home. Azai teased as he sliced the beef. How pitiful, having a boyfriend but celebrating alone, bed cold, remember to turn on the heater properly. Speechless. Ahahaha, young love, green fields, boyfriend doesn't care. Ichabod couldn't bear it any longer, smiling sarcastically, I date every day and see my boyfriend. Unlike you, you've been in a long-distance relationship for years, never seeing my brother during holidays. Oh, I made a mistake. Those 4 or 5 years weren't really a long-distance relationship, you didn't even start dating. Ahahaha. Piercing and lethal words, Azai angrily roared, Hollis, shut up. He scoffed and stood up. I'm going back to work on my manuscript. Remember to put the leftovers in the fridge and reheat them tonight. My brother won't be back tonight, how would I know how to cook? I'll call a helper over. Do as you like, take your time. Ichabod took his tablet into the study to charge, continuing to work. He kept drawing until dusk, then got up to stretch his stiff limbs and neck. Knock knock. Azai knocked lightly on the door twice and pushed it open. Ichabod, have you finished drawing? Yes, I finished today's work. Azai raised an eyebrow. Get dressed, I'm taking you out for dinner and to experience Jing City's nightlife. I don't want to go. Hurry up, stop being a shut-in, and dress warmly. Unable to resist, Ichabod slowly went back to his room to change clothes. As the lights in the city began to twinkle and snowflakes started to drift down from the sky, after dinner, Azai brought Ichabod to an extremely luxurious high-end club. The waiter recognized Azai and warmly welcomed them inside. Azai put his arm around Ichabod's shoulder. Muhammad and others are here too, we're just joining their fun. Don't drink if they offer you alcohol, no need to be polite. Okay. The waiter led them to a large private room on the second floor. As soon as they entered, Muhammad came over excitedly. Old Chi, Brother Shiran, you've finally come. Hurry, let's get this party started. Azai took off his coat and instructed him, watch Ichabod closely, don't let anyone force him to drink. Sure, sure. He pulled Ichabod to sit at the center of the sofa and said to the waiter, bring some fruit juice and drinks. The waiter bowed slightly. Yes. Brother Shiran, don't be shy, these are all brothers. Let's celebrate the new year early tonight. Ichabod was quite composed. Sure. At the bar, Jethro lifted his glass toward Azai and glanced at Ichabod, who was playing dice with several young men. Bringing him to such a wild place, aren't you afraid his brother will say something? Azai sipped his cocktail and shrugged. His brother is working overtime, leaving him alone at home, which is quite pitiful. It's good for him to come out and socialize more. Jethro smiled wryly. You're expanding his social circle now? He snorted. He's already dating Danny, he doesn't need any help with that. Ah. Jethro was surprised. Danny? Dating Ichabod? When did this happen? Who knows when Danny started to fancy Ichabod? After abstaining for 28 years, he suddenly woke up. A hot spring trip, and he dug away someone's little white cabbage. Danny really? Jethro shook his head gently and asked again, what about you and Brady? Still planning to fight your family over him? What else? Azai looked listless, finishing his cocktail in one gulp. I don't want to talk about it. Alright, let's drink. Come on, everyone, look at the camera. At the large table, Muhammad circled around with his phone. Happy New Year in advance. Welcome our new friend, Brother Shiran returning to Jing City. Ichabod held the dice cup and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, offered by an enthusiastic young man. He glanced at the camera and smiled slightly. Okay, everyone continue having fun. At the Hua family old residence. After chatting with George, Haddon returned to his room and called Ichabod, but there was no answer. He sent a few messages asking questions, then exited the chat window and absent-mindedly scrolled through WeChat moments. He happened to see Muhammad's recent post and noticed a familiar handsome face. Haddon zoomed in on the video, confirmed it was his boyfriend who wasn't answering the call, gritted his teeth, grabbed his coat, and headed out. Chapter 22 Are You Angry? In the private room of the club, loud music shook the air, creating an intensely heated atmosphere. Ichabod, who had inexplicably become the center of attention, lifted the shaken dice cup under everyone's watchful eyes. He took the half-burnt cigarette from his mouth and said with a smile, 223, low. Who drinks? F*******. A red-haired young man wailed, holding his head, it's me again. I'll drink. Come on, drink up, refill. Don't leave me hanging. After the round of punishment, everyone clamored to continue. Ichabod flicked off the ash, put the cigarette back in his mouth, picked up the dice cup, and skillfully shook it before placing it on the table. Reclining back against his chair, he let them guess whether it was big or small. Hallam entered as he was respectfully guided by a waiter. The first thing he saw was his young boyfriend, sitting calmly amidst the luxurious and noisy crowd, exhaling smoke, looking quite content. Hallam admitted that he had judged Ichabod by appearance. Given how delicate and fragile Ichabod looked, he should not be someone who enjoyed this kind of environment. Yet, Ichabod indulged in both smoking and drinking. Moreover, the ease and grace with which he handled himself rivaled even the most seasoned players, those playboys. The revelers at the large table didn't notice the arrival of a powerful figure, but Azai and Jethro, who were drinking by the bar, did. Azai, feeling tipsy, almost lost his balance. Danny? What is he doing here? Jethro glanced at Ichabod among the crowd. Maybe he's here to fetch someone. Hallam walked straight to the large table without acknowledging them. Place your bets. Hurry, open it. Big, big, big. Ichabod sat up straight, ready to unveil the dice when his eyelids flickered, pupils contracting. Blinking, he thought he must have misseen. F******. Danny? Muhammad shouted in surprise, didn't you go back to the old house? When did you come here? The uproar in the room gradually faded as the young revelers became more restrained. They greeted him politely, making room for him. Those seated stood up quickly, standing stiffly. Only Ichabod remained seated, eyes locked on the approaching man. Hallam's face was expressionless as he approached. Bending slightly, he removed the stub of the cigarette from Ichabod's mouth and extinguished it in the ashtray. Everyone held their breath, but their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. What's going on? Hallam then pulled Ichabod up, frowning, where's your jacket? Ichabod looked down, I don't know. He felt hot soon after entering and handed his jacket to someone, now he only wore a base layer and a hoodie. It's, here. A young man trembled as he offered the grey wool coat. Hallam took it, saying, thank you. The young man was flustered, murmuring, you're welcome, before retreating into the crowd. Hold out your arms. Ichabod obediently complied, lifting his arms as Hallam helped him put on the coat. After fastening the buttons, Hallam led him away, telling the others, continue playing. I'll cover tonight's expenses. Muhammad nodded dazedly, okay. As they watched Hallam lead Ichabod out, the room erupted in screams and cheers. Leaving the club, Ichabod looked up at Hallam, who remained silent. Puckering his lips, he asked, are you angry? Hallam looked down, what could I be angry about? He moved his lips but couldn't find the right words. It seemed there wasn't much worth being angry over. Seeing him fall silent, Hallam sighed inwardly. He buckled Ichabod into the passenger seat and drove away from the club. They returned home in silence. Ichabod unfastened his seatbelt but didn't immediately get out. He reached out, hooking his pinky finger with Hallam's, speaking softly, brother. Hallam noted the hint of coquettishness in his eyes, and his stern features softened. Stretching out his long arm, he carefully pulled Ichabod into his embrace, protecting his head from hitting the ceiling. Both adults, tall with long limbs, found themselves cramped in the small driver's seat, unable to make any extra movements. Ichabod sat on Hallam's lap, resting his head on his shoulder, forehead touching forehead, noses brushing. Their breaths intertwined in a tender moment. Slightly turning his face, Jacob sniffed near Ichabod's neck, you smell like smoke, how many did you have? Did you drink? He nibbled on the earlobe that was brought close to his lips and mumbled, just two, didn't drink. Jacob's breathing became somewhat erratic as he warned by pinching the back of Ichabod's neck, when did you learn to smoke and drink? Unabashed, Ichabod replied, when I was in Jing City. Does your brother know? Yep. He knows and still doesn't stop you. Jacob was a bit dissatisfied with Brady, your health is so poor, yet he indulges you like this. Ichabod's lips moved to his throat, he's too busy, but he does manage it. I haven't drunk alcohol for a long time now, only occasionally smoking, usually when I lose inspiration from my painting. Jacob's voice turned hoarse, baby, don't tease. Ichabod looked up, his alluring eyes filled with temptation, brother, don't you want to kiss me? Jacob's Adam's apple bobbed as he couldn't resist anymore, gripping the back of Ichabod's head. The car was filled with fiery heat, temperature rising inch by inch. Ichabod was the first to give in, tapping Jacob's shoulder, begging for a breath. Still not fully satisfied, Jacob finally pulled away. Phew. Ichabod leaned on Jacob's shoulder, tears sparkling on his eyelashes, gasping for air. Regaining some composure, he tilted his head back, sobbing and accusing, you kissed me so fiercely. It made him feel like he was drowning, suffocating. His whiny tone sounded more like he was seeking comfort. Jacob gently kissed his cheek, coaxing, brother was wrong. Humph. Chapter 23 If you want to buy, you have to sell yourself. Beep, beep. The abrupt ringing of the phone broke the hazy atmosphere in the car. Ichabod, being lazy, softly ordered, answer the call. Craig reached for his coat pocket, took out the phone, and put it to Ichabod's ear after answering. Hello. Has Craig sent you home? There was some noisy music sound on Adrian's side. Ichabod lifted his eyes, meeting the man's dark gaze, and replied, yeah, I'm home. Just not upstairs yet. Adrian, distracted by holding a drunk person in his arms, had no suspicion. That's fine, I'm taking Catherine home, might not come back tonight, go to bed early. Got it. Craig hung up the call. Ichabod caught his wrist, with bright eyes, plainly invited, want to come upstairs for a glass of water? He paused for 2 seconds, withdrew his hand, tidied Ichabod's disheveled collar, then opened the car door. Ichabod got out of the car, cold wind came, making him shiver. In the next moment, he was hugged into Craig's embrace and taken into the apartment building. Taking the elevator upstairs, once inside, Ichabod took out a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet. These belong to my brother, never worn, you should be about his size, they should fit. Craig changed his shoes, followed inside, looked around. The simple but cozy and homely decoration gave off a comfortable feeling. Take a seat. Ichabod took off his coat, walked toward the mini-bar, I'll get you some water. He walked to the living room window, looking at a half-finished portrait sketch on an easel, slightly raising his brows, didn't you say you're not good at portraits? Ichabod, who was carrying a cup of warm water over, paused for a moment and said frankly, I lied to you, what I'm best at is drawing portraits. He let out a humping laugh, so you didn't want to draw for me? Ichabod pushed the cup into his hands, my paintings are very expensive. How expensive? Depends on the person. Ichabod sized him up and down, if you want to buy, you have to sell yourself. Craig pinched his face, can you stop thinking about my body all the time? He tilted his head and laughed, aren't you thinking about mine? Craig gently tapped his forehead, sat on the sofa, and asked, Colby moved in. Seeing another size of shoes near the entrance besides his, there was nobody else except Colby. Kind of. Tisk. He wasn't really happy about Colby. Ichabod sat on his lap again, cupped his face and kissed him. Kissing is one of the most wonderful things in this world, especially when it's with someone you like. Craig let him kiss, the hand around his waist tightening more and more. After a while, Ichabod, panting for breath, looked at Craig with wet eyes, to my bedroom. Craig stared at him for a moment, closed his eyes, hiding his overwhelming desire, stood up, I'll go back first. Huh. He propped himself up, the lust between his eyebrows fading away somewhat as he watched Craig pick up his own coat, almost drowning in waves of bitterness surging in his heart. Why? Craig, who was about to leave, suddenly turned back and let go of the coat he just picked up. Ichabod pressed his lips together and lowered his eyes, trying to hide his helplessness, only to end up in a broad and warm embrace. Craig held him on his lap, kissing his reddened eyelids tenderly, sounding slightly regretful, sorry, baby, don't be sad. Ichabod's little temper flared up, pushing his shoulders to pull away. He held tightly, baby, not yet. Ichabod stopped struggling, holding back tears, why? Craig lifted his chin, staring intently, then why are you so eager? He stubbornly said, because I like you. Do you think I like you? Ichabod fell silent, wanting to turn his head away. Craig held his chin, preventing him from dodging, asking again, do you think I'm only with you because I want to bully you? His pupils trembled slightly, I guess I made a mistake, Craig sighed. I shouldn't have revealed my deep longing for you from the beginning, I should have gone slower. Ichabod hesitantly asked, so do you like me? He kissed the red lips lightly with a smile, of course I do, such a pretty and proactive kid, who wouldn't be attracted? Ichabod, stunned, had a sparkle of light in his eyes. Emile kissed his forehead, the way you looked at me was so obvious. If I only cared about those things, I would have taken advantage of you that early morning in the villa when I delivered the cake, and you probably wouldn't have refused me either, right? He pursed his lips, a faint blush spreading over his ears, and softly said, I wasn't that immodest. Not really. All right, in front of someone he had liked for years, he couldn't maintain any reserve at all. Emile rubbed his hair, I should have told you earlier, Ichabod, I like you, I'm serious about dating you, not just wanting to bully you. Ichabod couldn't hear the rest, his mind echoed with one phrase, I like you. After being dazed for a long time, Ichabod grabbed Emile's collar, mist rising in his eyes, I like you, I've liked you for so long. Emile gently pressed his lips to his, sorry, made my treasure wait too long. And he leaned back a little. And what? Ichabod's expression turned serious, before, I didn't know whether you liked me or just wanted me physically, but yesterday I thought it all through. Emile tenderly nudged his nose, what did you figure out? My sister-in-law told me I shouldn't use my body to test you. As I? Yes. Then why were you still teasing me today? Ichabod circled his neck, slightly shy but still expressing his feelings directly, I like you so much, I want to kiss and hug you. Babe. Ichabod buried his head in his neck and whispered again, Emile, I like you. Chapter 24 A Sweet Endearment. Suddenly, Haddon picked up Ichabod. Which one is your room? Ichabod nervously gripped his shoulders. The innermost one. He strode forward, kicked the door shut with a swift kick upon entering the room without giving Ichabod a chance to turn on the light. Using the faint light from outside, he located the big bed and gently laid Ichabod down before leaning over him. Ichabod struggled to speak, Haddon, wait a moment. What's wrong? I want to take a shower first. They had eaten hot pot at noon and visited a club in the evening, so Ichabod was worried about the smell of smoke and alcohol clinging to him. Then let's take a shower together. Haddon carried him towards the bathroom. Stand still, baby. Afraid that Ichabod might catch a cold and develop a fever again, Haddon made him stand under the showerhead for a quick rinse, then found a towel to dry him off. He carried him back to the bed and tucked him into the covers. Ichabod looked at Haddon with eyes full of bashfulness as he switched on the light. The sudden brightness revealed Haddon's physique clearly. A well-built chest, perfectly proportioned abs, long and straight legs exuding strength. Ichabod retreated under the covers. Haddon knelt by the bed, pulled back the quilt, and pulled him out with a curled lip. Scared? Ichabod wrapped his arms around Haddon's neck, his voice trembling. Scared? Haddon spoke arrogantly, baby, the best is yet to come. This double entendre made Ichabod blush profusely. Haddon coaxed him with gentle kisses. Sweetheart, call me something nice. Brother. Call me husband, baby. Ichabod hesitated, shaking his head in refusal. No. Be good, just say it once. No, Haddon, you're bullying me again. Haddon chuckled, kissed him softly, and continued. His eyes suddenly widened. Deep within, that shadowy corner that had been clouded since adolescence was finally illuminated. Haddon held Ichabod, who was silently weeping, in his arms. Good, don't cry anymore. Ichabod, tears streaming down his face, tried to kiss him. But Haddon turned his head aside. Wait a moment. Ichabod insisted, pulling Haddon's head down for a kiss. He flipped over, pressing Haddon to the bed, nibbling and biting like a playful little beast. Haddon smiled indulgently. His baby was so cute. After playing around for a while, Ichabod got tired and lay still on Haddon's chest. Haddon, I like you. Haddon pinched the nape of his neck, asking a question that had been nagging him for a long time. When did you start liking me? Ichabod refused to answer, changing the subject instead. Are you staying overnight? Do you want me to leave? No. Then I'll stay with my baby, but baby has to give me a little reward. He fluttered his eyelashes and closed his eyes. So obedient. The next morning, a loud ringtone shattered the silence in the quiet bedroom. Ichabod turned over, frowning groggily. Without opening his eyes, Haddon tightened his embrace and grabbed the phone from the bedside table. His sleepy voice was deep and hoarse. Hello. There was a long silence on the other end. Haddon grew impatient. Speak. You damn. Brady couldn't help cursing through gritted teeth. Early in the morning, whose bed are you in? Haddon became more alert and glanced at the phone screen before hanging up abruptly. Waking him up early in the morning and disturbing his sleep, why not wait until he was awake to scold him? Brady stared at the disconnected call, knowing that although he didn't interfere with Ichabod's love life, having him share a bed with Haddon so soon still stung a little. What's wrong? Azai wrapped his arms around him from behind. What are you angry about? He maintained a stern expression. Little Ran kept Haddon overnight. Azai laughed. The cabbage at home has been eaten. Humph. Oh, what's there to be unhappy about? Little Ran has had a crush on Danny for so long, isn't fulfilling his wish a good thing? Brady frowned deeply. Azai knew his concern and comforted him by pinching his earlobe. Danny is not the type to toy with people's feelings, especially not with the younger brother of his close friend. If he didn't like Little Ran, he wouldn't have touched him. You know that. He relaxed his brows and sighed. I know, but it still feels uncomfortable. It's normal to feel uncomfortable when the cabbage at home gets taken, but didn't you also take someone else's cabbage? Azai's hand slipped inside Brady's shirt from the collar. Honey, don't be mad. Brady's Adam's apple bobbed as he turned and wrapped his arms around Azai's waist, kissing him. Chapter 25. Hard to raise, but I raised him. Bzzz. The phone started vibrating again, this time it was Haddon's. He sat up and leaned against the headboard of the bed while still absent-mindedly stroking Ichabod's hair with his fingers, feeling both lazy and irritable. What's the matter? Danny! Muhammad screamed. The incident where Haddon led Ichabod out of the private room last night spread quickly among their social circle, everyone scurrying around like headless flies, looking for gossip. Muhammad had been holding in his curiosity all night and finally couldn't contain it anymore, timing his call right when he got up in the morning to confirm the juicy details. Haddon's temper upon waking softened a bit at the touch of the soft hair. What are you rambling on about? What's going on between you and Brother Shiran? We're dating, what's wrong with that? Muhammad gasped in shock, grabbing his head. Dating? When did this develop? Wait, when did you turn gay? Weren't you homophobic? Haddon didn't quite understand. When did I say I was homophobic? Ichabod opened his eyes at these words and stared straight at him. Haddon pulled him into a hug and kissed his forehead. Muhammad said, didn't you say yourself years ago? You rejected some young master's confession saying you were homophobic. That spread like wildfire back then. Now, are you not homophobic? Or is it because Brother Shiran is so beautiful, you just think he's a girl? F***ck off, Haddon swore and hung up the phone. Ichabod clung to his neck and softly questioned, "You thought of me as a girl?" He pinched the rosy cheeks. "What are you talking about?" Ichabod was indeed very beautiful, but not girlish. He had been raised well over these few years, slender yet somewhat plump, looking like a cold and handsome youth. However, he could be fiercely alluring only in front of him. Ichabod lowered his eyes and poked his pectorals. "I heard you say you were homophobic with my own ears." Haddon placed Ichabod on his lap, sitting him there. "When and where did you hear it?" 5 years ago, at a dinner party held at your house, I attended too." At that time, Ichabod had just finished his college entrance exams and attended the dinner as an unknown guest after requesting it from Brady. Throughout the party, his gaze followed the dazzling Haddon until the moment came when Huo was alone. Finally mustering the courage, he prepared to approach him. But a young boy appeared, shyly but ardently confessing to Haddon. In that instant, he felt even more nervous than the boy. Then he heard Haddon coldly utter, "Homophobic, do not disturb." Ichabod's blood froze, turning away and fleeing, secretly relieved that he hadn't confessed yet. Being a stranger was better than being despised by someone he liked. Later, he quietly buried his feelings and enrolled in Jing City University, following Brady to Jing City. Who would have thought that 5 years later, the seed of secret love would blossom into a magnificent flower? Haddon searched his memory but found little impression of it. Did I say I was homophobic? It was probably just something I said to refuse him. Ichabod's lips curled downward, glaring at him reproachfully. "You refused me too." "Huh?" For the first time, Haddon looked blank. "That boy who confessed to me, was it you?" Ichabod buried himself in his neck, his voice muffled. "No, that night I planned to confess to you too, but after hearing you were homophobic, I lost my courage." Haddon didn't know what to say, his lips moved slightly. "Sorry." Ichabod lifted his head and kissed him. "You don't need to say sorry." Back then, Haddon hadn't met him. Even if he had confessed, he might have been rejected too. Moreover, he had been so thin and unattractive back then. Leaving a bad impression then might have resulted in no happy ending now. Now, all that mattered was that Haddon loved him. Looking into Ichabod's bright, moist eyes, filled only with himself, Haddon felt overwhelmed with affection, leaning down to kiss him. Ichabod covered his mouth. "No kissing, haven't brushed teeth yet." He gave him a small aggrieved look, upset that his beloved refused him. "Come on." After freshening up, Haddon pressed Ichabod back onto the bed, kissing him thoroughly. Ichabod had red, tearful eyes, looking pitifully helpless. Satisfied, Haddon smiled as he dressed him. "Raise your arms. Beast." He muttered under his breath but still complied, lifting his arms. Haddon said nothing, pulling up his pants and planting a deep kiss on his swollen lips. Seeing that he was still wearing a bathrobe, Ichabod asked, "What about your clothes? Shall I get my brothers for you?" "No need, I had someone deliver them. They're placed by the door, I'll go get them." "Oh." Ichabod sat at the edge of the bed. Soon, Haddon came in with a few shopping bags and took off the bathrobe. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the man's impressive physique, especially the six-pack abs. He touched his own stomach, feeling somewhat envious. Haddon couldn't ignore the intensely hot gaze. After putting on his pants, he walked up to him bare-chested and teased, "Want to touch?" Without hesitation, Ichabod reached out and gave it a good feel, squinting his eyes, "I want one too." "You should eat more then, gain some weight." "Gaining weight requires exercise as well, forget it, I don't want to move." "Then you still have to eat more." It would be better to hold him if he gained some weight. Ichabod withdrew his hand, "I've already called over a herbalist chef from Jing City. Keeping his body healthy can reduce the chances of getting sick." Then he said with a smile, "He'll be easier to take care of in the future." Haddon was slightly taken aback, feeling secretly regretful. He pulled him up, hugged him tightly, and said in a deep voice, "Even though he's hard to raise, I will raise him well." He rubbed against the warm and broad embrace, "Yeah, let you raise me." Haddon sighed, "Why are you so obedient?" The young couple embraced warmly for quite a while before putting on their coats and going out for breakfast together. After breakfast, Brady called again. Ichabod felt a bit guilty, "Brother." Brady didn't bother scolding him anymore, "Are you up? Have you eaten?" "I've been up for a while and finished breakfast outside." "All right then, figure out lunch on your own, we'll head back in the afternoon." "Oh, aren't you and sister-in-law going out to celebrate New Year's Eve?" Brady glanced at Azai curled up on his lap, his throat feeling a bit dry. He looked away, "We'll celebrate New Year's Eve at home tonight." Ichabod was happy, "Okay. Remember to eat well. Bye." After Brady put down the phone, Azai lifted his eyelids, his eyes filled with desire. Brady's expression darkened. He patted his head and leaned down to kiss him. Chapter 26, Aunt Guan truly does care about me. Strolling slowly home, Ichabod swung his hand connected with Haddon's, "Aren't you going to work?" Haddon squeezed his palm, "I'll go to the company later. Have dinner at the old house tonight. Do you want to come with me?" "No, I have to finish my manuscript." "So, you'll be eating lunch alone then?" He looked up with a smile. I'm capable of feeding myself, you know. Haddon put an arm around his shoulder. Poor thing. Where am I poor? After seeing him upstairs, Haddon did not enter again. I'll have someone deliver your lunch, and I'll call you tonight. Okay. Ichabod tugged at Haddon's shirt corner, eyes shining. Brother, do you want a kiss before you leave? Haddon rested his forehead against his, really know how to fish for affection. He tilted his head slightly upward, lightly brushing the cool lips. Give me a kiss before leaving, brother. Haddon swallowed, his gaze fiery. Open your mouth. Kissing until Ichabod's eyes brimmed with tears, Haddon reluctantly pulled away. He wiped the corner of Ichabod's mouth, stroking the red lips gently, eyes dark with desire and restraint. So good at luring but can't handle it well. What will we do in the future? Ichabod fluttered his eyelashes. You should go to work. I'll go inside. Said that, he shook off the hand on his waist, darted into the room, and slammed the door shut, seeming like a hasty escape. Haddon smiled, turned, and left. Ichabod calmed his heart, took out a tablet, and continued drawing illustrations. At 11:30 a.m., the ringing of his phone dragged Ichabod out of his creation. Checking the time on the tablet, thinking it was Haddon, he picked up the phone to find an unknown number, answering it with suspicion. Hello? It's me, Aunt Guan, Una's voice sounded. He remained composed. What do you want? Have lunch together. No thanks, I'm very busy. Una's tone held a hint of threat. I'm downstairs at your apartment building. I want to talk about something regarding you and Haddon. Ichabod laughed. All right, I'll come down now. After hanging up, he stood up, put on a coat, and stepped out, sending a message to Haddon on the elevator. Ichabod, I'm going out for lunch, no need to order food. Haddon seemed busy and didn't reply. He shoved the phone back into his pocket. Just outside the apartment building, he saw a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Una, sitting in the back seat, lowered the window halfway, wearing a regal makeup look. Ichabod approached. She smiled. Get in. They rode silently to an upscale Western restaurant. Seated, Una took the menu from the waiter without asking Ichabod, ordered for herself, and waved the waiter away. Ichabod sipped water, eyes cast down, silent. You're so different from when you were little, Una spoke, smiling faintly though her eyes remained cold. I remember you used to be timid, not talking to anyone, always shrinking in the corner. Now, you're quite eloquent. Ichabod lifted his eyes. Is this all Aunt Guan wants to talk about? She sneered. How about considering studying abroad? Ichabod raised an eyebrow. Didn't I clearly refuse already? Relying on Haddon is temporary, while what you learn is forever yours. Leaning back against the chair, he said calmly, Aunt Guan and I aren't that close, you don't need to care so much about me. Una dropped the pretense, getting straight to the point. Even if Haddon is interested in you now, you're still not good enough for public view. With your status, you can't enter the Hua family, and they won't allow their only heir to be with a man. So what? I advise you to accept my advice, study abroad, and don't become a laughingstock in Jing City. You are still the second young master of the Lin family, don't let them get mocked because of you. Ichabod smiled indifferently. I don't care about the future. Right now, I just want to be with Haddon. Let others laugh if they will. You. Una exclaimed angrily. Do you think by clinging to Haddon, you can borrow the power of the Hua family? He turned his head. That's what Aunt Guan wants, isn't it? Una laughed coldly, fishing out an envelope from her bag and tossing it over, her words full of contempt and disgust. Stop pretending to be pure and innocent with that face of yours. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Ichabod picked up the envelope, opened it, and found a stack of photos inside. They were all from 2 to 3 years ago in Yuncheng, showing him with a group of wealthy second-generation smoking, playing cards, drinking, and partying. The photos were taken quite clearly. He flipped through them for a while and smiled. Aunt Ning is truly concerned about me. Ha, no matter how handsome you are, it can't hide the decadence and filth underneath. A dissolute playboy who only knows how to eat, drink, and party. Una spat out vicious words and then threatened coldly, if you don't follow my advice and leave Jing City, I will expose all your antics in Yuncheng to the public. Do you think Haddon will still want you? Will the Hua family still allow you to? Ichabod threw the photos aside, indifferent. Do as you please, Aunt Ning. Ichabod. Una felt like hitting a cotton ball, her face distorted with anger. If your father knew you've been doing nothing but idling around, eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling in Yuncheng, he would break your legs and kick you out of the Lin family. Everything you and your brother have planned would go down the drain. Ichabod's eyes turned slightly cold, but he smiled mildly. There was no whoring or gambling. Just normal fooling around with friends. If Aunt Ning wants to take things out of context and smear me with false rumors, there's nothing I can do. Ha, 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 am I smearing you? I'm going to tear off your mask and let everyone see your unsightly private life under that polished exterior. Ichabod, you wouldn't want to affect your brother because of you, right? Yuncheng Pharmaceutical hasn't even established itself firmly in Jing City yet. He shrugged. Suit yourself. Una clenched her fists, angrily stood up. I've given you an opportunity. Ichabod nodded, looking at her meaningfully. Instead of wasting so much effort on us two stepsons, why not care more about your own son? Her chest heaved more violently as she pulled out a grotesque smile. You think you can threaten me with Zaire? We'll see if you have the ability to do so. Ha, 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 I'm not threatening anything. I just want to remind you that what you've said today, be careful not to let those words sting your own son. Una pointed at him. What do you mean? Zaire is nothing like you. Sure. He smiled, stopping there. The food hasn't arrived yet, and Aunt Ning is already leaving. Humph. The future head of the Lin family will definitely be Zaire. Una fiercely left, clutching her purse. Ichabod blinked, picked up the photos again, and waited for the food while looking at them. Chapter 27, New Year's Gifts from Friends. After Ichabod finished his 2 steaks, Haddon finally replied. Haddon, went out to eat. With who? He casually took a photo and sent it over. Ichabod, alone. Haddon, you can be so romantic even when you're alone. Ichabod, cat shrugs.gjf. Haddon, go home after eating, it's cold outside. Don't wander around, I'll call you tonight/pat on the head. Ichabod, got it. Ichabod stood up, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. The last day of 2023 was blessed with good weather, no snow, just some sunflowers in bloom. Ichabod strolled leisurely along the street, stopping in front of an art shop that specialized in oil paintings. He hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. Welcome. The young female owner was petting a large orange cat at the cashier desk. Hearing the tinkling of the wind chime by the door, she looked up and greeted him enthusiastically. Hi, can I start painting now? She saw a handsome youth standing there, her eyes lighting up. Sure, let me show you around, Janae said warmly. Ichabod cast a brief glance at the orange cat and followed her. The paints, canvases, and frames here are all available for your selection. We also offer delivery services, but they are charged by the hour, which is a bit expensive, 500 yuan per hour. Janae continued introducing, we're usually open 24 hours, but since it's New Year's Eve today, I'll be closing at 4:30. If you feel rushed and think it might affect the quality of your work, maybe we can schedule another session after New Year's Day. Ichabod removed his coat. It's fine. Alright, you're probably our last customer of the year. Let me give you a 50% discount. Thank you. Janae chuckled shyly. Take your time with the painting. If you need a drink or anything else, just let me know. Okay. Ichabod sat on a small stool, laid out his canvas, rolled up his sleeves, and began mixing paints. Although he had materials at home, he hadn't set up a studio yet and didn't want to stain the living room carpet, so he never painted oils there. Compared to sketching and digital painting, Ichabod preferred oil painting. He loved the vivid colors blending boldly, allowing him to express his thoughts and emotions fully. Immersed in his work, Ichabod painted intently, while Janae, sitting at the counter, played intermittently with the orange cat as time passed. Just as she was nodding off, Janae heard a call and woke up abruptly. She ran over quickly. What's up? Ichabod lifted his head from his stool. Boss, I'm done with the painting, but the paint isn't dry yet. Can I leave it here until tomorrow? The store will be closed on New Year's Day, so I'll come back the day after. Sure. Janae marveled at the painting. Wow. You finished it in just 4 hours, and the pose and expression are so vivid. By the way, may I ask if this is your friend? Ichabod looked at the man depicted in the painting, holding his chin with an elegant demeanor and piercing eyes, and his gaze softened. My boyfriend. He wanted a portrait as a gift. Janae became even more excited but tried to keep her mouth shut. Your boyfriend is so handsome, and you're very attractive too. You guys match perfectly. Thanks. He smiled warmly, taking out a palm-sized palette and handing it over. On it was a charming depiction of a big orange cat, the paint still wet. Janae received it in a daze, recognizing it as her fat orange cat, Depang, who was currently dozing on the counter. This is a New Year's gift for the little kitty. Ichabod had always wanted to keep a cat but lacked the time and energy, fearing he wouldn't be able to take care of it well, so he gave up on the idea. When he came in, he saw the chubby orange cat and thought it was adorable. With some spare time, he sketched a small one for fun. Thank you. It's so cute. You've captured it perfectly. Janae exclaimed delightedly, then ran to the counter to hug Depang, showing him the small painting. Look, the handsome brother drew this for you, a New Year's gift. Quick, thank the brother. Depang raised its chubby paw slightly. Meow. Ichabod couldn't resist stroking its head. You're welcome. Meow. Checking the time, Ichabod stood up. You should close soon. I need to wash my hands and leave. Sure. At checkout, despite Janae's refusal, Ichabod insisted on paying 2,000 yuan based on the time spent. I already gave you a 50% discount. It's fine. Janae was somewhat annoyed. Why don't you leave me your contact information? Once the painting dries, I can deliver it to your door. Don't worry, I'm quite good at framing. Usually, all the paintings in the store are framed by me. Ichabod nodded. Okay, thanks. Oh, you gave our Depang such a nice New Year's gift, this is really nothing. After adding each other on WeChat, Ichabod put on his coat. Then I'll leave. Boss, little kitty, Happy New Year. Janae held the Pang's paw and waved with a smile. Handsome brother, Happy New Year. Meow. Ichabod left the studio, called a car, and just as he got in, he received a call from Brady. The one speaking was Azai. Hollis, where are you still fooling around? Hurry up and come home. I'm on my way. He muttered under his breath. Who sent you so many international packages? Not only did you not receive them yourself, but you also made me move them for you. Ichabod thought about the various mentions in the group chat earlier that afternoon and smiled. Thanks, sister-in-law. Wishing you and my brother everlasting love. Humph, hang up. I'll continue working hard for you. When Ichabod got home, Azai was standing in the middle of the living room, checking the mountain of packages with her hands on her hips, while Brady was preparing dinner in the kitchen. I'm back. Azai glared at him sourly. Come and check if anything is missing. He touched his nose and walked over. Shouldn't be. I hope not. Who sent you so many things? He sat cross-legged on the carpet and picked up a package. These are New Year's gifts from my rowdy friends. Huh, it seems you have quite a few rowdy friends. Ichabod nodded and tapped into a muted WeChat group, Rowdy Friends, 21. There were endless thank you messages, kneeling emojis, firecrackers, and floral expressions flooding the screen, making it almost unbearable to look at. He casually sent a few thanks and blessings back before exiting the group. Azai sat next to him. Don't you want to open them? He pulled out a box cutter. Let's see. Brady had been busy in the kitchen for 2 hours. Finally, she turned off the exhaust fan and served the dishes. Hollis, Catherine, stop playing and come eat. Ichabod put down the box cutter and stood up. Coming. Azai remained seated, frowning deeply in suspicion. Go help bring some dishes over carefully. Brady instructed her brother, dried her hands, and walked over to pull him up. What's wrong? He spread out his hands, revealing a large pink diamond in his left hand and an imperial green jadeite brooch in his right. Which friend sends a few million yuan worth of New Year's gifts? Chapter 28, even the elder brother is no exception. Brady glanced at the small pile of valuable jewelry on the table, already accustomed to such sights, and smiled. They just like playing the gift exchange game, treating it like unboxing, time to eat. Azai was pulled towards the dining table, still finding it hard to understand. Isn't everyone in the southern circle so wealthy and powerful? $1 million pink diamonds and jadeite were given out like blind boxes. The family of 3 sat around the dining table in a warm and cozy atmosphere, enjoying 5 dishes and 1 soup that were rich in color, aroma, and taste. Azai still had the pink diamond and jadeite brooch by his side, occasionally glancing at Ichabod, wanting to speak but holding back. The 2 brothers maliciously ignored his unease. After dinner, they tidied up together and sat on the living room sofa to watch the gala. He finally couldn't hold back and lightly kicked Ichabod, who was sitting on the carpet continuing to open packages, adopting a patriarchal demeanor. Have you returned gifts for all these expensive presents you received? Ichabod put down the key to the luxury car he had just unpacked. I have. What did you return? Do you even have enough money? A rough estimate showed that the rarities he had unpacked were worth nearly 10 million, with 1/3 of the packages yet to be opened. I returned drawings, original illustration board pieces. Azai frowned. Those ridiculous comic characters. How shabby. Ichabod shot him an annoyed glance. You're the one being shabby. How can a few drawings offset millions worth of pink diamonds? He nudged Brady, who was trying not to laugh beside him. He doesn't understand social etiquette, and neither do you. What if they're slandering him behind his back? Brady ruffled his hair. They probably won't. He slapped his hand away. How won't they? Fedor, this isn't right, you should resend something. I'll cover the cost. You can't keep embarrassing yourself like this. Ichabod didn't even look up. No, I don't know what to send. TSK. Azai supported his chin in thought. How about sending them apartments? I've got a new high-end apartment complex opening soon. Give me the list of those who sent gifts, and I'll give each of them a penthouse. As the current CEO of Tinghue Group, a real estate giant in Jing City, President Qi was indeed wealthy and powerful. Ichabod refused. No. He glared. Hey, you kid, the returned gifts should be roughly equivalent in value, got it? My drawings are very valuable, okay? With how busy I am, I still took time to draw character illustrations and fulfill their various odd and picky requests. It took a lot of effort. But you can't just send drawings, especially those comic characters. Brady pinched the back of Azai's neck. Stop worrying about him. They get along well in that small circle and aren't overly concerned with such things. Let him handle it. Azai pressed his lips together. In his view, there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Sometimes, taking a small advantage could cost you trust and reputation, which cannot be measured by money. Nobody likes losing out, especially in a world driven by interests. The more you give, the more you expect in return. Ichabod was naive and knew nothing. Why didn't Brady teach him anything? Azai turned to glare at Brady. How did he manage to be an elder brother? Brady leaned over, kissed him on the lips, and laughed softly. Fedor isn't that clueless. His social circle is more solid than you think. Zane, he calls you sister-in-law, don't worry like a mother. Azai quickly glanced at the back of Ichabod's head, blushing slightly, and pushed his face away. Humph, I'm not bothering myself with this. Brady caught up with him again. He felt nervous yet secretly excited. Suddenly it went quiet. Ichabod was puzzled and looked back. Was ignoring his younger brother really a good idea? Speechless, utterly speechless. Sensing the strange gaze, Azai pushed Brady away, looking around nervously and stuttering, unpack your packages, don't peek, understand. His face was completely red. Ichabod watched his elder brother calmly returning to watching TV, feeling speechless. Deliberately doing this, another one who doesn't act like a proper person, truly a dog. As the countdown to the New Year's Day gala reached midnight, a new year had arrived. Happy New Year. Azai said calmly, narrowing his eyes. Fedor, stay healthy and happy. Ichabod looked up from his phone with a smile. Brother, sister-in-law, Happy New Year, I've sent your gifts. Happy New Year, Brady said gently. Azai opened his phone and saw two O-sized pictures. One was of himself, holding a wine glass, chin up, looking quite proud. The other showed him and Brady affectionately cheek to cheek, with little hearts beside it, very cute and to his liking. He held back a smile, the drawings are pretty good. I've noted this as your New Year's gift, a standalone villa at Bishwabay Resort Center, fully furnished. I'll give you the keys in a couple of days. The scenery there is nice, and you can stay a few days when you have nothing to do. Ichabod didn't hold back, thank you, sister-in-law. Sure. Brady turned off the TV, alright, time to rest. Hollis, please clean up the table. Got it. Azai and Brady returned to their room, took showers, and lay on the bed, looking at the O-size drawing, feeling delighted that Hollis could draw. Zane. Brady laid over his back, Happy New Year. He put down his phone and turned his head, Happy New Year. Brother Yun, let's celebrate together every year from now on. Brady looked lovingly at his reddened eyes, agreed. He hesitated, husband. Brady soothed him softly, it's fine, we're well insulated. He no longer suppressed his emotions, his flushed face losing its daytime aloofness. Brady gently turned his face to kiss him, wife, my Zane, I love you. Brady. Tears streamed down his face, and his voice was firm, you're mine. You have to be with me for the rest of your life. Brady smiled, I'll be with Zane for the rest of my life. Husband, I love you. In the first dawn of the new year, warmth filled the bedroom. Chapter 29, Do you like the New Year's gift? Ichabod put the small gift he received in the drawer of his room, took a shower, and then lay on the bed to look at his phone. More than half an hour passed, and the Happy New Year message he sent to Haddon at midnight had yet to receive a reply. After tossing and turning on the bed for a while, he couldn't help but send a voice call request. Haddon answered quickly, his voice slightly hoarse, baby. Are you still busy? Ding, floor 28 has arrived. Just as Ichabod asked, he heard the elevator arrival notification sound. His heart skipped a beat, this was his floor. Then Haddon said, baby, I'm at your door. He hurriedly got up and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind mixed with a hint of alcohol smell rushed in, making Ichabod, who was only wearing thin pajamas, shiver. In the next moment, the man standing outside wrapped his arms around his waist, half carrying and half pushing him into the house, casually shutting the door. Leaning against Haddon's chest, Ichabod smelled a more intense mix of tobacco and alcohol, and he leaned back a bit, did you drive after drinking? Haddon nuzzled his neck, no, my driver drove. Don't your drivers get holidays? Triple pay, Haddon said deeply, baby, Happy New Year. Ichabod circled his waist, brother, Happy New Year. They embraced for a while by the entrance, then Haddon said, baby, I'm a little drunk and want to sleep. Ichabod led him along, whispering softly as they passed by his brother's closed door, do you want to take a shower? Though he said he was drunk, his eyes were quite clear, yes, or I might be disliked when holding baby. Ichabod led him back to the bedroom, locked the door, and smiled, then go wash. Can you manage on your own? He began taking off his clothes while walking towards the bathroom, I can. After about 10 minutes, Haddon came out, steamy from the shower, only wrapped in a towel around his waist. He climbed into bed and slipped under the covers, dropping the towel on the floor. Ichabod was pulled into his warm, wet embrace and lightly pushed him, I'll get you a robe, Haddon directly kissed the red lips that opened and closed gently, kissing softly, no need. Ichabod, still in his pajamas, felt somewhat flustered, Haddon. After kissing for a while, Haddon restrained himself, hugging Ichabod tightly and closing his eyes, baby, let's sleep. Good night. Ichabod panted lightly, touching the slight weariness showing on Haddon's forehead, sleep well, good night, brother. In the morning, Ichabod woke up with a sense of suffocation. The cause of it lay loosely on top of him, looking fresh as if all last night's fatigue had vanished. There was laughter lurking in his eyes. Good morning, baby. Ichabod's face turned a bit red, raising his right hand to press against his face. You're awake. Suddenly, he noticed a silver ring encircling his middle finger and froze. Haddon held his hand, lightly touching the ring with his lips, smiling brightly. Happy New Year's gift, do you like it? His eyes felt slightly dry, mumbling, why did you suddenly think of giving me this? Haddon lay down beside him, wrapping him in his arms, reaching out his left hand to interlock their fingers. A matching silver ring was prominently on his finger, learned a little from them. Time was tight, so I hastily picked this pair. I'll customize a better one for you later. His heart missed a beat. Later. Haddon kissed his forehead gently. A better one later. Ichabod blinked, suppressing the heat in his eyes, leaning up to lightly kiss Haddon's lips. Thank you, I love this New Year's gift very much. Haddon pinched his chin, gazing at him intently. I also like this year's New Year's gift. As the words fell, their lips drew closer inch by inch. Ichabod planted a series of wet kisses on Haddon's face. Were you unhappy coming home last night? He laughed lightly, just a bit annoyed. That bunch of people at home, with all sorts of trivial issues, finding a chance for a dinner together and acting all strange. The Hua family is vast and prosperous, with numerous collateral relatives, few of whom have real capabilities. Now, 80% of the family business rests in Haddon's hands. Normally, those people fear his ruthless methods and don't dare to act rashly, but during festivals, especially when the old man calls them back for reunions, troublemakers start appearing. Last night was no exception. Word of Haddon being in a relationship spread quickly and became fodder for those people to gossip about. In the end, what was supposed to be a peaceful New Year's Eve dinner ended up in chaos, and George was angry enough to send them away. Was thoroughly annoyed with this group of people, contemplating finding a good time to properly warn them. Who did they think they were, daring to meddle in his love life? Ichabod nuzzled against his nose. Are you still upset now? He raised an eyebrow. Kiss me once and comfort me. Chirp. Ichabod pecked him. Better now. One more kiss. Chirp. My baby is such a good girl. Haddon let out a soft sigh and gently held the fuzzy back of his head. Knock knock knock. As the two were enjoying their intimate moment on the bed, there came a knock at the door. Ichabod's eyes sparkled like spring water. My brother is calling me for breakfast. His health wasn't great, so whenever Teddy was home, he strictly supervised that he ate 3 meals on time. Haddon closed his eyes and said hoarsely, Baby, go wash up first, I'll take it easy for a while. His brows slightly twitched, mischief arose in his heart. When getting out of bed, he intentionally brushed past, hearing the muffled groan from the man's throat before smirking and heading into the bathroom. Haddon hugged the quilt tightly, flipping over and muttered, You love teasing, huh? Just wait till you cry. After finishing washing up, Ichabod left the room, seeing Teddy sitting alone at the dining table, staring at him intently. He kept his expression unchanged. Where's my sister-in-law? Whose shoes are those by the door? Teddy pointed directly. Is Haddon in your room? When did he come over? 12:30. Teddy gave a cold snort, stood up. I bought soy milk, fried dough, and small steamed buns. Have breakfast. If he wants to eat, call him. Ichabod drank a glass of warm water and asked, Aren't you and sister-in-law eating? He walked toward his own room. You start first. Oh. Ichabod put down the cup and went to call Haddon. My brother bought breakfast. Do you want to eat? Haddon had dressed himself, putting on the clothes left here last time which Ichabod had washed. Eat. Chapter 30. Whose wife are you? After breakfast, the two of them nestled on the living room sofa. Haddon was doodling on Ichabod's tablet, while Ichabod rested his head on Haddon's lap, leisurely examining the ring on his finger, in a cozy atmosphere. Buzz. A faint vibration. A private message popped up on the WeChat logged into the tablet. AAA African miner, mining JNG wife. Emergency. Please reply immediately. Seeing the address, Haddon's eyes darkened slightly, and he glanced down at the drowsy Ichabod. Baby, someone is looking for you. Ichabod yawned and rubbed against his leg. Who? What for? A miner. Ichabod perked up a bit, got up, took the tablet, and replied. Haddon held him around the waist and inadvertently glanced at the screen. Ichabod, what's the matter? The next moment, AAA African miner made a voice call. Ichabod accepted the call. Heart-wrenching screams came through, a piercing female voice shouting, Wife. Save me, save me. Haddon's expression turned grim. Ichabod always automatically blocked this person's terms of endearment. What happened? Juliet's words came quickly. Recently, there's this non-African chasing me, and my father even seems satisfied with him. Help. Who would like such a black-skinned coal lump? I only like fair-skinned, beautiful wives with long legs. Wah wah wah, wife, you must come over and marry me right away to cut off that little coal and my dad's idea. Haddon's face turned darker. Ichabod met his gaze, blinking innocently. Wah. Wife, you're hesitating. Juliet howled. Is it because the pigeon egg pink diamond I gave isn't big enough? Wah, then I'll dig more. I'll get up from bed right now, take a flashlight down the mine, wife, how much I love you. Seeing the man's increasingly dangerous gaze, Ichabod hurriedly said, I have a boyfriend. On the other side, there was silence for 2 seconds before an ear-piercing cry, your boyfriend? You have another dog? Who dug my wall? Ah. I'm going to bite someone. Chew his bottom, chew his bottom. Ichabod hung up directly, shrinking back, she's my friend, her mental state hasn't been very stable recently. Haddon closed in, trapping him on the sofa, whose wife are you? The tablet was still vibrating, apparently, Juliet was sending messages relentlessly. Ichabod had no time to bother, Cough cough cough. Suddenly, intense coughs came from behind as Azai spoke clearly, Danny. Haddon straightened up, sitting properly and turned to give him a faint glance. Azai, who had indulged all night, felt somewhat uncomfortable, cleared his throat, but his voice was still hoarse, Danny, when did you come over? Haddon looked down listlessly, in the early morning. Oh. He didn't want to speak with this voice either, closed his mouth, walked to the dining table, and sat down to eat breakfast. Ichabod leaned towards Haddon, poking his arm, explaining, she's my friend from Jing City. 2 years ago, her father took her to Africa for studies. She's been lonely and loves to go crazy with friends, calling every guy, wife and every girl, husband. It's not just me. Haddon held his hand, stroking the ring, so you received her big pink diamond? Yeah, just temporarily keeping it, a way to maintain friendship. When Brady first arrived in Jing City, he took over a dying small company where everyone, from top to bottom, were just scheming for profit. He faced countless obstacles. In merely 6 years, Yunshan Pharmaceuticals grew from nothing to its current significant position, largely due to the help from some family businesses in Jing City. Moreover, those people around Ichabod's age in Jing City were quite caring towards him. Being there, he wasn't ignored like in Jing City. Whether out of interest or kindness, they showed him goodwill and affection. Ichabod also willingly maintained friendships with these scattered post-graduation buddies through gift exchanges. As for gifts like pink diamonds, jadeite, and luxury cars, though expensive, they were actually sent by these wealthy people casually in bulk. Just like Juliet, whose family owned several mining veins, where pink and blue diamonds could be picked up easily. Sending them by weight was like cleaning out their storage. It wasn't just Ichabod who received special treatment, the gifts he unwrapped last night were identical to those sent to 21 people in his friend group, including him. The gifts were valuable but perfunctory. The most heartfelt gift was the character sketches he drew individually for each of them. Brady understood their unique way of friendship and would not interfere with the gifts he received or gave. Instead, he remembered the underlying interests and leveraged them in relevant collaborations with their family businesses for mutual benefit. But Azai didn't know about this layer, which explained his reaction last night. Haddon had never seen such a way of maintaining friendships either. Given his background, wealth, and capabilities, he didn't need to consider such matters. Haddon only knew that his precious one had received a large pink diamond, making the plain band ring he gave look inadequate. Moreover, the sender kept calling Ichabod wife, though it was a woman, it still irritated him greatly. Clearly, Ichabod was his wife. Ichabod didn't know what he was thinking, seeing his darkening expression. He scratched Haddon's palm, softening his voice, brother, I love your gift the most. Haddon huffed slightly, almost childishly, I'll find you the most beautiful and expensive diamond in the world. Ichabod nudged Haddon's arm with a smile, sure, go ahead and find one. Haddon pulled him into his arms, pinching his face, don't let anyone else call you wife again. With his mouth squeezed into a goldfish-like shape, Ichabod mumbled, got it. Haddon beamed, leaning down to kiss him. Azai, sitting at the dining table nearby, watched the two affectionately interact with interest. He glanced at Brady, who had silently emerged from the room and stood there for a while, then laughed. Ichabod, hearing the laughter, noticed his brother and sat up properly, brother. Haddon turned around, meeting Brady's stifled gaze. He smiled and called out, brother. Brady's face turned green with exasperation, who's your brother? Azai found it even more amusing, trying hard not to laugh loudly, holding back until his stomach hurt. Amazing, the only big brother in Jing City is calling someone else brother. Ha ha ha, must be sweating it out, Brady. Brady managed a stiff smile, isn't Spencer busy? Haddon was indifferent, playing with his little boyfriend's fingers, subtly showing off their matching rings, on New Year's holiday, here to give Ranran his New Year's gift. Chapter 31, Stay Still. Brady's eyebrows furrowed slightly when she saw the ring, but then she completely relaxed, perhaps Haddon was genuinely affectionate towards her little Bai-Kai, vegetable. At noon, Haddon treated them to a meal, the four of them went out to eat. After the meal, the two young couples parted ways. Haddon held Ichabod's hand and strolled leisurely to the cinema, continuing the date that was interrupted for certain reasons previously. Ichabod and he entered the venue early, sitting in the lovers' seats, holding a large bucket of popcorn he had bought. The movie hadn't started yet. Seeing the faint flashes from cameras in front, Haddon had an idea and leaned close to Ichabod, baby, don't you want to commemorate this? Ichabod was puzzled, commemorate what? He still remembered the morning when he called him wife, extending his hand, give me your phone. Ichabod took out his phone from his pocket and handed it over. Then, he saw Haddon open the camera and take a picture of the 2 movie tickets. He then captured their hands showing 2 noticeable rings. Haddon looked at the photo satisfactorily, smiling. He leaned over to give Ichabod a gentle kiss on the cheek. Can I post this on my social media for you? Ichabod remembered they were still in the cinema, moving a bit away to be farther from him, the blush fading into the dimness, whatever. Lowering his head, he first sent the picture to himself, then opened the Moments, social feature, and began editing. After 2 minutes, he turned off the screen and put the phone back in Ichabod's pocket. With curious eyes, Ichabod watched him, handing him the popcorn while taking out his phone to see the latest post on his Moments. Ichabod, Big Brother, Happy New Year /heart, image. Within just a few minutes, there were already more than 10 likes and comments under it, not only from his friends but also from Muhammad and the circle of people from Jing City whom he later befriended. His ears turned slightly red as he refreshed the page and saw Haddon's post just now. Haddon, baby, Happy New Year /heart, image. Ichabod turned around dazedly, seeing Haddon casually eating popcorn. A tingling sensation hit Ichabod's heart, wrapping his arm around him. Picking up a piece of popcorn, he fed it to Ichabod with a delighted tone. Official announcement, no one will dare call you wife anymore. Haddon, I want to kiss you, said Ichabod. Haddon's gaze darkened slightly, throwing the popcorn back into the bucket, bending down. Come on. Ichabod grabbed the collar of his shirt, tilting his head to kiss his slightly cool lips, pouring all his affection. Tap tap tap. The huge sound of the movie starting woke both of them up. Ichabod straightened his posture, sitting properly. Haddon took a deep breath, staring seriously at the big screen, suppressing his excitement. Ichabod tried to move the hand gripping his waist to sit farther, but he was hugged tighter as he moved. He lowered his eyes, whispering, Stay still, it hurts if I don't hug you. Ichabod stopped moving, snuggling obediently in his arms. The movie was a newly released science fiction film, which was quite engaging both in plot and action. Ichabod was engrossed, and Haddon's agitation gradually calmed down. The two clung together, discussing occasionally in low voices. I don't want to eat anymore. Ichabod turned his head away from the popcorn offered to him again. Halfway through the movie, Haddon got into feeding Ichabod. Good baby, have another bite. Ichabod raised his head, begging, too full, can't eat any more. Haddon stared at his rosy lips, naughty thoughts bubbling up, tossing the popcorn into his mouth, murmuring vaguely, okay. What? He didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Haddon couldn't concentrate on the rest of the movie, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. What a beast. Haddon cursed himself several times over, finally waiting until the movie ended, pulling Ichabod to a secluded corner outside when everyone else was still engrossed. Though not in the same cinema, under similar dim conditions, Ichabod was kissed passionately by Haddon like last time, even more intensely than before. Haddon truly didn't want to suppress anymore, caressing his face and seducing him with his magnetic voice. Baby, come home with me tonight. Ichabod panted softly, clutching the man's clothing tightly upon hearing this. So good. Haddon sighed, what a precious treasure. Fearing a repeat of the previous situation, Ichabod quickly pushed and struggled away, lowering his head and saying, let's go. It was only 4:30, still early. After leaving the mall, Haddon didn't drive but sent a message to call the driver over. Ichabod shook his hand. I have a gift prepared for you. The boss is in the store and said he could give it to me now. He showed off the watch on his wrist. Didn't you already receive a gift? You previously said you wanted me to draw a portrait for you. Yesterday, I passed by an oil painting store and went inside to paint one. Haddon pulled him into an embrace. You've given me so many gifts already. There was the character illustration, the little sketchbook, the watch, and now a portrait. Ichabod hugged his waist with smiling eyes. I like doing it. Actually, Ichabod had a bit of laziness. He would procrastinate on commercial commissions until the deadline was near before rushing to complete them. He also only started drawing those character illustrations for his friends when they annoyed him enough. But when it came to Haddon, he painted very enthusiastically, whether it was digital art, sketches, or oil paintings. He never got tired of painting, which was a sign of his favoritism towards someone he liked. While waiting for the driver, Haddon led Ichabod into a bubble tea shop and ordered a hot bubble tea to warm his hands. Ichabod sucked on the tapioca pearls and mumbled, the oil painting store isn't far from here. I told the boss to wait for us in the store. We can go pick it up later instead of troubling her to deliver it. Haddon found his unconscious little actions adorable and couldn't resist leaning over to lightly bite his slightly puffed cheeks. All right, we'll go get it later. There were still many people in the bubble tea shop, and Ichabod felt embarrassed, glaring at him in embarrassment and annoyance. Behave yourself outside. Haddon tapped his forehead and chuckled, little hypocrite. Chapter 32, What a Kissing Monster. 20 minutes later, the driver arrived outside. Haddon held Ichabod's hand as they left under the ant-like smiles of two store clerks. The studio was only a 10-minute drive away. Ichabod and Haddon walked in hand, finding Janae amusing fat cat. Hearing them, she looked up with her eyes wide and bright. Wow. Pretty young man, your painting has come to life. Ichabod smiled, nodding, yes. Janae lifted Fat Cat. Come on, say, Happy New Year, to pretty young man's handsome boyfriend. Meow. Haddon raised an eyebrow slightly. Happy New Year. Hold on, I'll get the painting, it's already packed. Janae left Fat Cat behind, dashing in. The painting, barely half a meter tall and not heavy, was easily picked up. Ichabod waited at the counter, petting Fat Cat's head a few times, seeing it didn't mind. Haddon glanced at him, then at the cat. You like it? Don't you think a chubby one is cute? Meow. Fat Cat mewed, as if asking, are you polite? Haddon reached out to stroke its head. If you like it, we could get one too. Ah. Ichabod was tempted but shook his head. Let's not. We don't have the time. Here it comes. Janae carried the specially made flat cardboard box for the painting. I've cushioned it carefully with foam boards, no worries about scratches. Haddon took it over. Thank you. Hee, she laughed awkwardly. You look just like in the painting. Such a large piece finished in 4 hours perfectly. Pretty young man must practice a lot. Haddon looked at Ichabod. Is that so? Ichabod avoided his gaze, speaking to Janae. Thank you for your trouble. No problem, she waved her hands. I was passing by anyway, thinking after delivering the painting, I'd meet my friend for dinner. New Year's gifts should be given on New Year's Day. Thanks, we won't hold you up any longer. Alright, you two seem to be going on a date. Bye, wishing you all the best. Thanks, holding the painting in one hand, Haddon held Ichabod's hand with the other. Goodbye. Janae hugged Fat Cat, waving, bye. Meow. The driver helped put the painting in the trunk. After getting in the car, he asked without turning back, Sir, where to now? Back home. Haddon named a Western restaurant and closed the partition. Then Ichabod was kissed again. Stop. His weak resistance fueled Haddon's passion more. Holding him close, he nipped at his lips repeatedly. He couldn't take it anymore. Haddon. Stop kissing. Why can't I kiss my baby? Haddon whispered, nibbling his earlobe. Ah. Ichabod gasped again, losing his breath. What a kissing monster. Arriving at the restaurant, with kisses making him feel lightheaded and his lips numb, Ichabod refused to let Haddon hold his hand, stuffing his hands in his pockets angrily. Haddon wrapped an arm around his shoulder, whispering soothing words, I'm sorry, baby, don't be angry. He pursed his lips, glaring. Those watery eyes almost drove Haddon wild with desire, so cute, he wanted to kiss endlessly. The waiter led them to a window seat, giving them menus after they sat down. Ichabod had no dietary restrictions, leaving the order to Haddon while his phone rang. He answered. Second brother, Jediah called brightly. Dad asked if you'll come back for dinner tonight. Eldest brother's phone has been off, unreachable, so I called you. Ichabod replied coolly, no, we won't be back. Okay, I'll tell Dad. Jediah had seen Haddon's social media post but didn't pry further. Second brother, Happy New Year. He paused, Happy New Year. Back at the Lynn villa, hanging up the call, Jediah told their parents, they won't be coming back. Justin frowned, not even coming home. Una gently rubbed his back, comforting him, maybe they're busy, Mu Yun's company just moved here, surely there are many things to settle. He scoffed coldly, too busy to even come home for dinner. The company is more important. Let's eat, today's New Year, no need to be upset. Let you accompany you for a drink. Jediah smiled and nodded, sure, I'll open a good bottle of wine to enjoy with Dad. Justin's expression improved slightly, but not much. The family dinner was eaten in silence, and in less than half an hour he slammed his chopsticks down and went upstairs. Una couldn't maintain her gentle and virtuous appearance anymore. She stared at Jediah with a blank face. Do you know what's going on between Ichabod and Haddon? Jediah gripped the wine glass tightly, lowering her eyes. They're dating. Danny announced it officially on social media this afternoon. Una's eyes darkened, unable to control her raised voice. What? He made it official? Yes. How could you let this happen? She angrily turned her ire on her own son, furious at his lack of success. I provided you with such great opportunities, allowing you to follow closely behind Haddon for learning and building a good relationship with him, but you don't seize them. Now Ichabod has hooked up with him. A flicker of irritation flashed across Jediah's eyes, yet she spoke calmly. Mom, this isn't something I can control. I've been doing my best to please Danny as you asked, but who he likes and who he ends up with is out of my hands. He and second brother. No, second brother. Una interrupted harshly, you call them brothers, but they have never treated you like one. They are even plotting against you to snatch the Lin family assets. He closed his mouth and said nothing. The Lin family was never solely his. Pointing at him, Una continued, find a way to get closer to kitchen. You are not inferior to Ichabod, and you understand what I mean, right? Jediah looked up at her, finding it absurd. You want me to break them up? She had a grave look. Ralph, you are not worse looking than Ichabod, and you grew up with Kitchen since childhood with a good personality. There's no reason for him to overlook you. Jediah laughed bitterly. Mom, what kind of person do you think I am? You are my biological son, and the future leader of the Lin family can only be you. As long as you form a strong bond with Kitchen and the Hua family, neither Brady or Ichabod can shake your position in the Lin family. I don't have any feelings for Haddon, I only see him as a brother. Jedediah gave a self-deprecating smile, and he sees me as nothing more than a sycophant. Una lost her composure. Why are you so useless? You've missed all those years of opportunities. Jedediah felt exhausted, getting up. I have a party later, I'm leaving now. Jedediah. Exiting the Lin residence, Jedediah called her assistant and stood waiting in the cold wind for half an hour until a black Mercedes stopped before her. Climbing into the back seat, she pressed her temples, saying, "Take me to the underground bar." Chapter 33, How Can He Act Like a Hooligan Bandit? A romantic candlelit dinner wouldn't be complete without red wine, so the faint and rich aroma of alcohol lingered in the car on their way back. Ichabod only had 2 sips, his constitution made him not easily drunk. However, he inexplicably felt a bit tipsy now. Perhaps it was due to the man leaning against his neck. Dempsey wasn't drunk either. Sensing Ichabod's subtle tension, he lightly pinched his palm. "Honey." He fluttered his long eyelashes downward. "Are you drunk?" "Ha ha." Dempsey chuckled, straightened up, and fixed his gaze on him. "No." Meeting Dempsey's eyes, Ichabod shifted a little to the side. Dempsey originally didn't want to behave like a gentleman anymore, and with a little alcohol, the storm of desire in his eyes was blazing intensely. Seeing Ichabod shrinking away from him like a frightened little white rabbit, the smile at his lips deepened. The car stopped in front of Dempsey's house. Eager to escape the dangerous atmosphere inside the car, Ichabod hurriedly pushed open the door and got out. A gust of cold wind blew past him, dispelling some of the heat but making his heart pound even faster. Dempsey embraced him from behind, his tone thick with excitement. "We're home." "Ah. Dempsey." Before he finished calling out his name, Ichabod was suddenly picked up and thrown over Dempsey's shoulder. He struggled. "What are you doing?" "Put me down." Dempsey strode into the house, heading straight for the upstairs bedroom. Being tossed onto the soft big bed, bouncing twice before managing to prop himself up, Ichabod glared at the man standing by the bed. This person was testing the limits of his tolerance. How could he act like a hooligan bandit? Suddenly being carried off like this made him feel as if he were being taken back as a mountain robber's bride. Dempsey was fundamentally a strong beast at heart. Being stared at by those tempting eyes only fueled his animal instincts further. Kneeling on one knee on the bed, he grasped Ichabod's chin and kissed him passionately. Mm. Ichabod gradually succumbed to the intense entanglement, his arms limp and hanging around Dempsey's neck. Dempsey stripped off his coat and sweater, leaving only a thin undershirt. He tried to evade slightly, lifting his watery eyes. "I need to take a shower." Dempsey lifted him up and carried him to the bathroom. "Let's shower together." After taking a shower, Dempsey carried Ichabod back to the bedroom. After being caged for 28 years, the wild beast finally roamed free, indulging in the feast exclusively for him. In the end, Ichabod cried so hard that he fainted with tears in the corners of his eyes. "Beast." Dempsey lovingly held his baby who sobbed even in unconsciousness, gently patting his back. "Sleep well, my dear." "Wah." Ichabod whimpered softly and fell into a deep sleep. Dempsey got up, fetched a warm damp towel from the bathroom, wiped him down, checked his temperature which was normal, then sighed with relief. He wrapped Ichabod in a blanket, carried him to the sofa, changed the bed sheets, brought him back to bed, snuggled into the blankets, held him closely, and closed his eyes to sleep. In the morning, Dempsey woke up first. The person in his arms was still sleeping soundly with a normal body temperature. He kissed Ichabod's forehead lightly and grabbed the phone by the bedside. After posting on social media at the cinema yesterday, he had turned off his phone. Now turning it back on, a bunch of messages and missed calls popped up. He ignored them all and sent a message to his assistant, informing her that he would be taking the day off and asking her to reschedule the work appointments. Having finished, he threw the phone aside, hugged his beloved, and closed his eyes contentedly. Chapter 34 Accompany You. Ichabod didn't wake up until noon. His body ached all over when he moved his limbs. Memories of last night resurfaced, leaving him feeling both ashamed and angry as he couldn't help but kick the man beside him. "Beast." He was completely out of it. "Awake?" Haddon's voice came out hoarse yet tender. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Ichabod buried his face against Haddon's chest, becoming more emotional, very uncomfortable. He gently coaxed, "I'm wrong. Let me rub your waist, baby doesn't need to be upset." Ichabod pulled away his hand and struggled to get up. The lingering affection in his eyes had yet to fully dissipate. His reddened gaze seemed almost flirtatious, arousing sympathy and fondness. "You need to control yourself." Haddon felt his heart soften. He hugged him back, kissed his eyes lightly, and comforted, "Okay, I'll control myself." Ichabod wasn't overly picky. After being coddled for a while, his temper subsided. He wrapped his arms around Haddon's waist. "I'm hungry." Haddon stroked his face, got up to dress him properly, and carried him into the bathroom. After washing up, he held Ichabod's hand as they went downstairs. Downstairs, Nona had just served steaming hot dishes on the table and greeted them with a smile. "Young master, Edmund, come eat." Earlier, Haddon had texted her to prepare lunch in advance. Ichabod felt somewhat uneasy and sat down awkwardly. Nona came out of the kitchen with a soup pot and placed it in front of him. Dr. Xie mentioned that Edmund isn't in good health and needs nourishment. Today, I've made a special broth for you. Have it while it's hot. His eyes curved into a gentle smile. Thank you, Nona. What are you thanking me for? Eat up. After saying this, Nona went back into the kitchen, clearing away to give the young couple some private space. Neither spoke much, quietly eating their meal. Yet, the sweet and warm atmosphere between them was palpable, happiness and contentment that comes from growing closer with someone you love. Having finished the meal, after letting their food settle, Ichabod still felt uncomfortable, so he went back to bed. Haddon returned from taking a call in his study. Seeing Ichabod lying on the pillow, he asked, "Aren't you working today?" Sitting at the edge of the bed, Haddon brushed back the messy hair covering his forehead. "Nope, staying to accompany you." Ichabod's bright eyes blinked once, and he reached out to scratch his thigh. "Brother, my waist still hurts." Haddon lifted the blanket, placing a large palm on his waist. "Let me rub it." The not too light nor too heavy massage greatly alleviated the discomfort in his lower back, making him close his eyes in bliss. Looking lazy and content, he resembled a little kitten, causing the corners of Haddon's lips to curl. He was really adorable. Ichabod drifted off, drowsy from the massage. However, he woke up suddenly when Haddon's hand slipped under his clothes, touching his skin. Wrinkling his brows, he turned around. "What are you doing?" Feeling how soft his waist was even through the fabric, the recently indulged Haddon soon lost self-control. A dangerous atmosphere began to loom. Flipping over, Ichabod glared at him. "No way." Haddon's Adam's apple bobbed, his burning gaze shifting to his rosy lips. "Sweetheart." Beep beep beep. The phone on the bedside table rang. Haddon picked it up, showing the caller display to Ichabod, who was silently weeping. "Be a good boy, stop crying. It's your brother calling." Ichabod stopped crying slightly, raising his hand to answer. "Brother." Brady sounded puzzled. "Why is your voice so hoarse? Got a cold?" Silent tears started streaming down again as he muttered, "Yeah." Heartbroken, Haddon wiped away his tears. Brady, without considering anything else, thought his brother might have caught a chill due to the weather. "Take some cold remedy granules later." "All right. Yesterday my phone was off as the battery ran out. Just saw Zaire's message." "Did he call you last night?" As to why he only called now, well, he had a partner who liked to play. Ichabod replied, "He did, asking if we'd come back for dinner. I said we were busy." "All right, noted. I have a meeting to attend. Remember to take your medicine." Brady paused, suddenly asking sternly, "Are you at home?" Without answering directly, "Go for your meeting. I'll find the medicine. Bye." Brady sighed hearing the dial tone. All right, his little brother was growing up. Once Ichabod put down the phone, Haddon kissed the corner of his eye softly. "Baby, sorry." Ichabod bit his shoulder, leaving a faint mark, then looked up piteously. "Haddon, you really need to restrain yourself." Haddon covered his eyes. "You're so alluring, it's hard to resist." How had he been alluring? "Haddon, you beast." Feeling the wetness in his palm again, Haddon compromised and coaxed him. Okay, I'll try to restrain myself more in the future. Be a good boy and stop crying." Chapter 35. This is my own business. Ichabod pulled down Haddon's hand. After all the commotion, his body was indeed feeling exhausted. "I want to sleep." "Go to sleep then." Haddon embraced him and kissed his forehead. "I'll accompany you." He found a comfortable position in Haddon's arms and closed his eyes. Soon, his breathing became steady. After confirming that he was sound asleep, Haddon quietly got out of bed and went downstairs. Last night, while busy with important matters, he had forgotten about the New Year's gift. Young master. Pamela, holding her basket, was about to go out. "I'm going to buy some ingredients to cook soup for Edmund tonight." Haddon nodded. "Understood. Your driver just brought your box inside. It's placed on the living room carpet." He walked over, looked at the large rectangular box on the ground, and fetched a pair of scissors. Pamela was quite curious and leaned closer. "What is this huge and flat box?" He carefully cut the tape with a hint of pride in his voice. "Chiron's New Year gift to me." "Wow." Pamela watched as he took out a portrait almost half his height, exclaiming, "Did Edmund draw this?" "It's an exact match." The corners of Haddon's mouth couldn't help but lift. He admired it. "He's very good at drawing." "So Edmund is actually a great painter." "Do you have a specific place to hang this?" "I won't hang it, I'll keep it properly." "Ha ha ha, Edmund is really talented." Pamela laughed and praised, then hesitated before saying, "Young master, are you two together now?" "The last time I went back, I mentioned something to the old master." A trace of joy faded from Haddon's brows. "Yes, we are. I've already told him." Can the old master accept it?" "What about lady?" "This is my own business." He interrupted in a low voice. Pamela hastily stopped herself. "My apologies for prying, you're busy, I'll go buy vegetables." Haddon returned the painting to his study, then went back to the bedroom. Seeing the slightly raised blanket, the faint coldness in his eyes dispersed. He lay back down, and Ichabod rolled into his arms, his face flushed red from sleep, still unconscious, subconsciously seeking closeness. Haddon hugged Ichabod tightly and kissed his swollen lips. Ugh. Ichabod frowned and let out a small whimper. He closed his eyes to control himself. Sleep, I won't disturb you anymore. They slept until evening. When Ichabod opened his eyes, he stretched his limbs, feeling both his body and mind were well rested. Pushing away the big hands around his waist, he crawled out of the warm embrace. Just as he reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, he was pulled back into the blanket. Haddon, who had a pleasant nap, lazily rubbed noses with him, his voice hoarse and alluring. Baby, does your waist still hurt? Ichabod grabbed his arm. No, don't be perverted. He feigned innocence. I'm concerned about you. How am I being perverted? Ichabod wrapped himself in the blanket, glaring at him. Beast. Haddon grinned and flipped over, pinning Ichabod under the blanket, pinching his chin and kissing him. Ichabod ensnared himself, looking up with beautiful eyes, which quickly turned misty. Haddon pulled back slightly, stroking his face and pulling him out of the blanket. Hungry? Wash up and come downstairs for dinner. Are you staying overnight? No. Ichabod blurted out, then didn't want to appear too cowardly, adding softly, I have to finish my manuscript. Haddon carried him into the bathroom, wiping his face with a hot towel, making it rosy. Unable to resist, he pinched his cheeks again. Afraid? He buried himself in Haddon's chest, stubbornly retorting, I need to finish the manuscript, or it will be delayed. All right, I'll send you back after dinner. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs. Pamela, who had prepared dinner early, took the dishes out of the warming box. Young Master, Edmund, dinner is ready, the dishes are still hot. As soon as Ichabod sat down, a bowl of herbal soup was placed in front of him. Pamela smiled kindly. This is medicinal soup specifically cooked for you, to replenish chi and blood. It has a strong taste, see if you can get used to it. Thank you, Nona, Ichabod said with smiling eyes. We have a nutritionist at home too, I often drink such soups. Is that so? Then you should be able to drink it. It's good to nourish yourself. Enjoy your meal. Watching Ichabod calmly drink the soup that didn't look too appealing, Haddon leaned over and, holding Ichabod's wrist, took a sip from his spoon, then frowned. It was too heavy with traditional Chinese medicine. Ichabod smiled and turned his head. Should I ask Nona to get you a bowl as well? He pressed his lips together. Next time, I'll have her make it taste better. It tastes good. Ichabod was used to the taste of traditional Chinese medicine and found it quite nice. He might even have another bowl later. Haddon took note, wanting to ensure that his beloved was nurtured properly. Sitting on the living room sofa after dinner to digest their meal, Ichabod suddenly remembered something. The painting I gave you, is it still in the car? Haddon held his palm. I put it away this afternoon. Did you open it? Did you like it? Like it. Haddon kissed the back of his hand. I like the painting, and I like you who gave me the painting. Warmth spread across his bright eyes. He knelt up and cradled Haddon's face, kissing him gently on the lips and rubbing noses with him. I like you so much too. Haddon steadied his waist, then kiss me again. Ichabod kissed him again, firmly, with a loud smack, hugging Haddon's neck and swaying slightly. Haddon, I like you, really like you. Chapter 36, Not Talking to You. Cough, cough. Pamela, who was cleaning the kitchen, saw the lovey-dovey couple and blushed. Young Master, Edmund, I'm going back to the old house. Ichabod felt uncomfortable and loosened his grip, trying to pull back. But Haddon wrapped an arm around his waist, keeping him in front of him while turning to Pamela. It's quite late, let the driver take you home. Okay then. After she left, Ichabod didn't feel shy anymore. He leaned on Haddon's shoulder, pouting subtly, brother. Haddon held his warm and soft boyfriend lovingly. Ichabod bit his earlobe. You're sending me home, when will I see you again? He gave a warning pinch on Ichabod's soft flesh at his waist, missing me even before we separate. Ichabod admitted boldly, a little. His heart softened. After New Year's Day, it will be a bit busy. If you're willing to come along to work with me, we can see each other every day. I'll pass, I'm also quite busy. I still have a pile of manuscripts to finish. Well, that can't be helped. When we can't meet, we'll call each other. If I don't have engagements after work, I'll visit you. Ichabod played with his hair, recalling some curiosities he searched online before. He pulled away slightly from Haddon's embrace, looking into his eyes as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Haddon raised an eyebrow. Speak your mind. You. The fingers on Ichabod's shoulder curled up a little bashfully. He asked softly, don't you feel unsatisfied? Do you never think about it afterward? It said online that men can't stop once they start. Haddon's gaze darkened. What kind of websites did you secretly visit? He dodged his eyes. Just browsing. Haven't you been like this towards me? Like what? His voice became smaller. Addicted. Haddon tightened his hold on his waist, his tone deep and sultry. I wish I could get addicted too, but with your body condition, dare I overstep? He hugged Haddon's neck tightly, regretting his wild imagination just now. Haddon chuckled softly. Your mouth knows no bounds, yet you crumble so easily. Who taught you to tease without responsibility? Ichabod felt guilty, fidgeting in his embrace, trying to change the topic stiffly. I need to change clothes before going home. Chicken-hearted Fedor. Haddon ruffled his hair. Go upstairs and change, bring down my coat. Ichabod scrambled up hurriedly, glanced at Haddon's pants, then scampered upstairs timidly. He has already gotten what he wanted. He shouldn't play around carelessly anymore or he would suffer the consequences. Haddon found it amusing and helpless at the same time, closing his eyes to quell his arousal. This fragile porcelain baby needs careful nurturing. On the way home, Ichabod kept hanging his head in embarrassment. Just as they were about to part ways outside his door, he hugged Haddon's waist, tilting his small face upwards and blinking his eyes for a kiss. Haddon kissed his soft lips lightly, breaking off soon after, go inside and sleep early. He was unsatisfied, having reminded himself not long ago to act demurely, only to throw caution to the wind. He tugged Haddon's collar, kiss me again. Why should he act reserved when he wouldn't be taken advantage of? Haddon laughed, pushing him against the door and kissing him fiercely. After a deep kiss, he looked satisfied and happy, nudging Haddon's shoulder, drive carefully. Haddon pinched his nose, you're truly beyond control now. A hint of sly smile flashed across his eyes, I'm going in, goodbye brother. Go on, you naughty one. Ichabod opened the door and went inside. The house was brightly lit, with Azai watching TV in the living room. Hearing the noise, he glanced over, back already. He put on his shoes and walked over, is my brother not at home? He went back to Yunqing in the afternoon to discuss matters. He'll be back in a few days. Didn't he tell you? Oh, my phone died. Ichabod suddenly remembered his turned-off phone, went back to his room to charge it, then came out for a drink of water. Azai stared intently at him from head to toe, did you go on a date with Danny last night? And spend the night there? He lowered his eyes drinking water, yes. Azai beckoned him over with a finger, come here. Ichabod brought half a glass of water over and sat beside him. Azai hooked his collar with a finger, glancing at him, did you do anything? Embarrassed, he covered his clothes, what are you doing, can you show some boundaries? Humph. Azai crossed his arms, didn't you also have no sense of boundaries when you were prying into the private affairs between me and your brother? He felt guilty. Azai leaned closer with an ambiguous look, how is Danny in that aspect? His face flushed as he pushed Azai away, stop asking. Oh come on, what's the harm in chatting with your sister-in-law? Besides, you look pretty good after all this. Danny isn't just a pretty face, right? Ichabod gulped down half a glass of water, unable to resist defending Haddon, muttering softly, he's not, I even got dizzy. Dizzy? Holy crap. Isn't that too intense? Azai was shocked, pinching his arm, or are you just too weak? Embarrassed and angry, Ichabod stood up, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to take a shower and sleep. Azai rubbed his chin, watching Ichabod's hasty escape with interest. His little cabbage couldn't be this incompetent, wouldn't he be totally dominated by Danny otherwise? After Ichabod finished his shower and came out, he heard a knock on the door. He didn't want to open it, Azai had no shame. Knock, knock. Azai kept knocking, showing no signs of stopping until the door opened. Ichabod patted his steaming face and reluctantly opened the door. Azai had a sly smile, waving his phone, I've got something good to show you. Ichabod instinctively knew it wasn't anything good, firmly blocking the door, I won't look, I need to sleep. Azai blocked the closing door, tisk, it's only a bit past 9. Why are you sleeping so early? Listen, if you miss tonight, you'll lose a big chance to dominate Danny. I don't want to dominate him. Azai lovingly stroked his face, you've been secretly in love with Danny for years, finally getting him. You need to hold on to him tightly. He's tall and strong, and you're so weak. If you aren't harmonious in that way, how can your relationship last? He was starting to waver. Azai added, intimacy with someone you love is beautiful and doesn't need to be shameful. Just like me and your brother, we lose ourselves completely and don't care about anything else. Talking about this made Ichabod feel embarrassed for both him and his brother. 6 months ago in Yunqiang, the hot spring resort wasn't fully built yet, only a few pools were open for experience. Azai suddenly visited Irvin, and after being apart for so long, they acted like kindling meeting fire in the pool. Ichabod was in another medicinal pool, separated only by a wooden wall. He fled in horror at their boldness. For a long time afterward, he couldn't face his seemingly dignified but secretly vulgar brother. Chapter 37 His mind, corrupted. Azai saw Ichabod starting to soften, so he pushed the door open and walked in forcefully, come on, let's study together. Ichabod frowned in confusion for a few seconds, then closed the door, only to open up a whole new world. On that winter night, in the warm bedroom lit by soft yellow lights, 2 people lay sprawled under the covers. The phone propped up against the headboard was playing unspeakable scenes. Azai remained unperturbed as he explained frame by frame to the blushing Ichabod, this one isn't quite right, remember, no matter how much you love someone, always take care of yourself first before considering their feelings. Understand? Ichabod felt dazed, unsure whether to nod or shake his head. Azai paused the video and switched to a comic strip, continuing his earnest tutorial, they might be trying to replicate this pose but lack the flexibility. Ichabod's face was almost burning hot, inching towards the edge of the bed. He asked with surprise, "Big Brother Bridger, aren't you also an extremely busy CEO? Why do you have time to study this stuff?" He choked slightly, punching the pillow angrily. "If I didn't squeeze in some time to learn, could I become your sister-in-law so quickly? Your brother, that silent flirt." Ichabod remained silent for a long while, finally speaking softly, "Didn't you say that when emotions deepen, things naturally fall into place?" The room seemed filled with slapping sounds as Azai turned red with embarrassment for a moment before declaring firmly, "I was bluffing you. In fact, it's all about taking control." Damn. Ichabod could only remain silent. "So, from my bitter experience, no matter how much you love someone, you must prioritize pleasing yourself." He summarized earnestly, pulling Ichabod back again. "Come on, continue studying. Let me show you a top-tier instructional video. Once you learn this, even with your small and weak physique, you can dominate Danny in no time." Ichabod reluctantly continued watching. 2 hours later, Ichabod was thoroughly dazed, his mind cluttered with unspeakable nonsense. His mind was now dirty. After talking for so long, Azai's mouth was dry. Checking the time, he picked up the phone with low battery. "That's enough for today. Go to sleep early. We'll continue when there's more time." He shook his head fearfully. "No, I don't want to." Azai ruffled his messy hair, smiling. "You said you were craving Danny's body, yet you're just a bold little innocent at heart. Danny really scored a bargain with you." He buried himself under the quilt, grumbling as he shooed him away. "Go back to your room. I need to sleep." Okay, I'm going to sleep too. Have to work tomorrow, so annoying." It took a while after Azai left before Ichabod emerged from the quilt, fanning his scorching face with his hand, but it did nothing to cool down. The chaotic images in his mind wouldn't go away. He rolled around in frustration, regretting allowing Azai into the room. The next morning, Azai called Ichabod to come out for breakfast. With dark circles under his eyes, Ichabod came out, glaring at him resentfully. He grinned maliciously. "Didn't sleep well." Ichabod sat down abruptly and started gnawing on a sandwich fiercely. "I'm moving out." "To where?" "To Danny's place. Your brother won't agree to you cohabiting so soon. I own a property anyway, I just don't want to live with either of you anymore, otherwise, you or my brother should move out." Azai rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a bit. "Your brother's villa is almost finished renovating. It has great landscaping and privacy. I've even set up a studio for you there. If you want to live alone, you can move there." "Oh." He added slyly, "That villa is closer to Danny's office than here. You can even meet up for lunch." Ichabod declared sternly, "I just don't want to live with both of you. I know. I also don't want to accidentally be seen by you with your brother." Ichabod's lips twitched, looking at him with mixed feelings. "Mr. Chi, do your employees know that under your proud and aloof exterior, you're actually so open-minded?" Azai rose gracefully, eyebrow raised. "It's better if your brother knows this gradually. Eat slowly, I'm off to work." With listless movements, Ichabod finished his sandwich and milk, then retreated to the study to clear his mind and catch up on sketches. After 3 consecutive hours of drawing, he sighed in relief, pausing his creation to stretch. Picking up the silenced phone, he saw several messages from Haddon sent half an hour ago. "Haddon, baby. Haddon, are you drawing? Haddon, I've booked your lunch, it will be delivered at 12, remember to eat on time." He checked the time, it was 11:50, and figured it should be arriving soon. As he stepped out of the study, he replied. "Ichabod, got it." Just as he sent the message, Haddon's voice call came in. The urge to decline almost overwhelmed him as annoyance surged, but Ichabod still answered. "Baby," Haddon's tone was deep and affectionate, "did you just finish drawing?" Ichabod poured himself a glass of water, moistening his dry throat, then hummed in response. "The meal will arrive soon, eat well." Haddon chuckled lowly, "Not seeing me for one night, how can you be so cold?" He absent-mindedly scratched the cup. "Not miss me? Really not daring to think." His mind was really dirty now. "You don't miss me?" Haddon pretended to be dejected. "Baby, once you get something, you don't cherish it anymore. You're such a scoundrel." Ichabod covered his face, muffled. "I'm not a scoundrel, I'm just a bit shy." Shy? He laughed. "Baby, last night when I sent you home, you seemed very relaxed. Could it be that while sleeping, you secretly recalled it?" "I didn't. Absolutely no secret recalling. It was Azai who made him learn certain things and forced some associations." Haddon's voice lowered. "Baby didn't think about it, but I did. I really want to hold my baby every day." Ichabod's cheeks flushed red, squeezing out after a long pause. "What are you thinking about in broad daylight? Pervert." "Humph, do I need to distinguish between day and night when thinking about you? I'm not talking to you anymore." The doorbell rang. "Your ordered meal should have arrived. Bye." He hung up immediately, put down the water cup, and went to open the door, finding a delivery guy with an insulated box indeed. Placing the lunch box on the table, Ichabod snapped a picture and sent it to Haddon. Hadden, eat, I have no engagements tonight, see you for dinner after work. Ichabod, not tonight, I want to draw at home. Hadden, baby, you really don't want to see me tonight? I'm going on a business trip to Jing City early tomorrow morning, won't be back for 3 days. Ichabod waited, eating dinner wouldn't take much time, he could stay up late to catch up on drawing later. So without hesitating for more than a few seconds, he chose his boyfriend and sent a voice message, brother, I want to see you tonight. Hadden replied via voice, subtly smiling, I'll pick you up after work. Okay, I'll eat now. It turned out that Ichabod had underestimated things. Just opened up Hadden would never let him go to draw. After dinner, Hadden sent him home and carried him straight into the bedroom. In the end, Ichabod blacked out again. Chapter 38, Jediah, are you going to handle it? The next morning, Ichabod was woken up by voices. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Hadden hanging up the phone and picking out clothes from the wardrobe. After Hadden spent his first night here, he left some change of clothes in the wardrobe. Noticing a slight stir, Hadden put on his shirt and turned around, his eyes softening as he sat by the bed and touched Ichabod's face. Did I wake you? Ichabod was still half asleep, unconsciously rubbing against his palm, his voice hoarse and weary, tired. He leaned down to kiss his slightly swollen lips. Go back to sleep. I'm going to Jing City for a few days. Ichabod's eyelids were heavy with sleepiness. He reached out to hook his neck and murmured, do you want to kiss me again before you leave? Hadden truly loved his little mannerisms, caressing his face and tenderly kissing him. When the passionate kiss ended, Ichabod mumbled drowsily, still seemingly unsatisfied. Hadden tucked his hand back under the covers, kissed his forehead and softly instructed, remember to eat on time, baby. Wear more clothes when you go out. Wait for me. Ichabod shifted and snuggled into the comfy pillow, giving a faint affirmative sound. Only when he was sure Ichabod had fallen asleep did Hadden put on his coat and leave. When Ichabod woke up again, it was already noon, and his body felt sore all over. He awkwardly walked into the bathroom to freshen up, then grabbed his phone and walked out of the room to order takeout before starting to reply to various WeChat messages. After eating hastily, he buried himself in his study and continued drawing. Ding, ding. Just before 8 in the evening, his phone rang. Finishing the last illustration, Ichabod let out a sigh of relief, leaning back in the chair, he picked up the phone. Seeing the caller ID, his brow lifted slightly as he answered, hello. The male voice on the other end was deep and raspy, laced with indifference, Jediah, are you going to handle this? Ichabod frowned, what's wrong with him? Ha, the man laughed derisively, if you don't care, I'll bully him. Ichabod was momentarily stunned, thinking he might have misheard, what? If you want to manage it, come over and take him back. If you're not here within an hour, his butt will be in trouble. With that, the man hung up and sent a location. Ichabod's expression turned grave as he changed clothes and headed out. A dimly lit underground bar, no match for certain high-end clubs in luxury, but bustling with mixed elements hinting at something on the fringes. As soon as Ichabod entered, his ears nearly exploded from the deafening rock music. After a moment's adjustment, he scanned the chaotic hall but only saw scantily dressed couples in suggestive poses. Is this second Master Lin? A punk with yellow hair and a cigarette dangling from his mouth appeared beside him, sizing up Ichabod before mumbling, Bro Yen is in a private room upstairs. Follow me. Ichabod followed him through the crowd upstairs. On the second floor, even more noise and smoke filled the air, with plenty of youths reveling inside the private rooms. Following the punk inside, Ichabod immediately saw 2 figures entwined on a large sofa. Tan and pale, muscular and slender, the contrast was stark, charged with undeniable sensuality. They were locked in a fervent kiss, or rather, the slender figure wearing a half-fox mask was being forcibly restrained between the man's thighs, forced to kiss him. A small circle of people surrounded them, urging them on with flushed faces. Ichabod walked past without emotion, shoving aside obstacles and grabbing the back collar of the thin white shirt of the masked teenager, yanking him away from the man. Annoyed at the interruption, the boy turned around dazedly, confusion showing behind his mask before slumping against Ichabod. Almost the same height, he made Ichabod stagger backward a step to regain balance. Still hugging Ichabod's waist, he nuzzled aimlessly against him, drunkenly babbling, brother, let's sleep together tonight. Ichabod's face darkened as he struggled to support him, his cold gaze shifting to the man lounging on the sofa, nonchalantly smoking with crossed legs. Pablo lifted a hand, dispersing the surrounding spectators. With a hard yet handsome face hidden in smoke, he said coldly, why are you glaring at me? He said his mother wanted him to seduce men, but he couldn't do it. Tonight he planned to find someone for help. I intercepted him out of consideration for your distant relationship with him. As he spoke, Pablo's bold gaze fell on the waist and hips of the person in Ichabod's arms, licking his lips, but he is really fucking soft. If you had come 10 minutes later, I wouldn't have been able to control myself. Chapter 39 Don't answer. He's a bad guy. Ichabod pursed his lips and said coldly, I'm taking him away. Pablo lifted his chin. Be my guest. Jediah, who was wearing a mask, was humming unconsciously, snuggling and rubbing against Ichabod's neck, cold. Ichabod grabbed his hair and pulled him away a little. Not knowing what he was doing, he whimpered, "Ugh, bro. I'm cold." Pablo generously threw a long black down jacket over. The blonde next to him kindly came forward to help Ichabod put it on Jediah. With the drunkard clinging tightly to him again, Ichabod let out a weary sigh and said to Pablo, "Thank you, I'll take him back. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Pablo nodded, The blonde saw them out of the private room, and even called them a taxi outside the bar. Ichabod thanked him, then took Jediah into the car and told the driver the name of a hotel. Jediah mumbled all the way, saying he was cold one moment, hot the next, and crying while trying to undress Ichabod, "Ugh, bro yen, you help me." Ichabod covered his mouth with a stern face, pushed his hands away, and growled, "Snap out of it." He shut up but continued sobbing. At the hotel, Ichabod helped him get out of the car and into the room, then struggled to get him into the elevator and finally dumped him onto the bed. Twisting around, Jediah shrugged off his coat and tossed the fox mask on the ground. Ichabod roughly covered him with the quilt. "Ugh." Struggling, he kicked it off and started crying again, "Ugh, I feel awful, I want some water." Ichabod had almost no patience left. Expressionless, he turned around, fetched a bottle of mineral water, opened it, and handed it to Jediah. Completely unaware, Jediah sat up wobbly and gulped down half the bottle using Ichabod's hand. After he stopped drinking, Ichabod withdrew his hand and screwed the cap back on, putting the remaining half bottle on the bedside table. "Go to sleep." But then Jediah wrapped his arms around Ichabod's waist from behind, pulling him down to the bed, his head burying into Ichabod's neck. His forehead throbbed. "Jediah." Jediah looked up, teary-eyed, with a look of incomprehensible confusion. "How do you know I'm Jediah?" Speechless at this drunkard's nonsense. Jediah stopped fretting and stared at him, then suddenly laid on top of him and cried loudly, "Why did you come back? Eldest brother, why are you with Bro Chen?" Ichabod frowned, "You're sober now?" "Wah." He kept crying and began to babble, "I'm an idiot, I'm not smart at all, I can't do anything right, my mom wants me to be a little dog. I'm a bastard child, they all mock me behind my back. I hate them, I wish I could destroy them all, but I dare not, ugh. I'm nothing." Ichabod forced him off, sat up, paused for a moment, and said, "No one calls you a bastard child." Though only a year younger than Ichabod, Jediah wasn't actually a bastard child. When Desiree gave birth to Ichabod, she bled out and passed away. 2 months later, Justin married Una, reportedly after a drunken night together. Many gossiped about it back then, but such affairs weren't particularly shocking in wealthy families. The buzz soon died down. With their father marrying a stepmother so soon after their mother's death, Ichabod and Aiden have harbored resentment toward Justin, and mutual disdain towards Una ever since. However, they never carried that animosity to Jediah, otherwise, Ichabod wouldn't have asked Pablo to keep an eye on him when Pablo informed him that Jediah was working as a male model at an underground bar. "Wah." Jediah drew closer again, sobbing into Ichabod, "I'm so tired, I can't do anything, Mom wanted me to study finance and management, I stayed up until dawn every day, barely passing to graduate, wah. I don't understand anything, I'm good for nothing. My mom forces me to do things I hate, my 2 brothers despise me too, wah. I feel so sad, and I must smile and please everyone daily. Mom even made me seduce eldest brother's boyfriend. Why does she treat me like this? Does she think I'm some despicable person? Am I not her real son? Wah." As Jediah rambled on, his sobs gradually subsided. Ichabod was also worn out by the chaos and nudged him, "Lie down and sleep." He hiccuped, hugging Ichabod and not letting go, "No. Didn't you say you would teach me how to date guys tonight?" Ichabod was speechless. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Ichabod took it out and saw it was a call from Hatton. Jediah, with blurred vision, glanced at the phone and reacted strongly by batting it away, "Don't answer. He's a bad guy." The phone fell on the quilt and accidentally connected the call. Hatton's voice came through, "Baby." Ichabod reached for the phone, but Jediah clung to him tightly, crying and screaming, "Don't mind him. He is a very bad person." Hatton's tone darkened, Ran, it's so late. Who are you with?" Ichabod struggled to control Jediah, picked up the phone, and replied, "It's Jediah, he's drunk." Woo-woo. Jediah buried his face into Ichabod's shoulder again, sobbing, "Second brother, why are you with Hatton? He's no good, he's a bad guy, I hate him so much, I don't want to follow him around like a puppy, I don't want to send him gifts, he's so bad, why do you kiss him and hug him?" Ichabod was silent, and so was Hatton. Jediah continued to cry, "He's so bad, don't be with him, if you're with him, I will be so sad, my mom will scold me as a useless thing again, licked him for so long, got nothing good, woo-woo. I'm useless, he's a bad guy, we two are both sh*t, second brother, stay away from him." Ichabod's hand trembled, almost laughing. The voice from the other side of the line, Hatton gritted his teeth and said, "Is he sick or something?" "Woo, brother." Jediah was exhausted from crying, his eyelids drooped, mumbling, "Sleeping with me." Ichabod pushed the finally weakened Jedediah onto the bed, covered him with a quilt, and managed to say while holding back laughter, "He's blacked out drunk." "Ha!" Haddon sneered, "Since when did he become so close to you? Drunk and clinging to you?" Ichabod sighed lightly, not saying more. "Are you done with your work?" He softened his tone. "Yeah, just finished socializing and came back to the hotel." "Oh, I haven't had dinner yet." "Why haven't you eaten so late?" "Got lost in painting, then went to pick up Jedediah, now ordering takeout." "Finish quickly, rest early." "Yeah." After hanging up the phone, Ichabod looked at the soundly sleeping Jedediah, got up, went to the small living room, sat on the sofa to order food, and didn't leave until dawn after eating. Chapter 40, Haddon, I Miss You. The next noon, Bram woke up with an intense headache. The strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol almost made him gag. As he regained some consciousness, he abruptly sat up and reached for the mask on his face. Not feeling it, he started to panic. Looking around, his pupils widened as he lifted the blanket, ensuring his clothes were untouched and that there was no discomfort anywhere, then he greatly relaxed. Pressing his brow, he tried to recall what had happened last night, but everything was a complete blank. The last scene he remembered was finishing a dance, unusually accepting a bottle of liquor handed to him by a guest on stage, drinking it all down. Then, nothing after that. A total blackout. Bram dared not think further. He saw his phone neatly placed beside the bed and bent down to pick it up. Upon turning it on, various messages flooded in like a ferocious flood. Most were WeChat messages from his mother, along with over a dozen missed calls. He hesitated for a moment before answering the incoming call. "Mom. Why didn't you go to work today?" Una scolded fiercely. "Not answering calls, ignoring messages, and skipping work. What do you plan to do, Bram?" Bram closed his eyes briefly and explained, "I went out with some friends from the industry last night, had too much to drink, my phone died, and I overslept. Socializing is important, but you can't neglect your responsibilities. Don't you know what's at stake right now? Brady and Ichabod are watching closely, and with your father now favoring Brady so much, if they catch even the slightest slip-up from you, what will you do? All the plans I've laid out for you will be ruined. Can you live with yourself?" Bram's face turned pale. Opening his mouth to speak, he finally let his shoulders drop. "I'll get ready and go to work. Make sure to explain why you skipped work to your father." "I understand." He ended the call, sent a message to his assistant to bring clothes over, and stepped on a fox mask lying on the ground while getting out of bed. He gave a self-deprecating smile, having just considered covering up last night's events, but now. Forget it, whatever. Maybe it's better this way. In the afternoon, in a quiet cafe, Ichabod stared indifferently ahead, stirring the aromatic coffee in front of him. Opposite him sat a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking genteel and affable. He smiled and spoke, "I'm Kitchen's cousin, Terry. Originally, the old man wanted to meet you, but with the cold weather, it's hard to travel, so he asked me to come instead." Ichabod raised his eyes. "What does he want to see me for?" Terry smiled again. "Our family heard about Kitchen's relationship and was curious about who his partner is. Just curiosity. I met you when you were little." Terry suddenly changed the subject. "You were very thin back then and hardly talked. I didn't expect you changed so much after growing up. Have you been taking care of your health recently?" Ichabod's brow twitched slightly, keeping a distant tone. "I'm doing well." He took a sip of coffee and continued in a gentle voice, "Actually, the old man wanted me to convey something to you." "What is it?" "Kitchen has strong ideas and likes to make decisions independently. No one in the family dares to interfere in his affairs. The old man has no objections to you being together but wants you to talk to each other more, leaving good memories for both of you." "So, the old man disapproves of us being together?" Terry shook his head. "It's not that he disapproves, but your relationship won't have a future. Putting aside inheritance issues, due to some matters involving Kitchen's parents, it won't be long-lasting between you two." "What matters?" "Sorry, it's his privacy, and I can't reveal too much." Ichabod didn't press further. "Is there anything else, Eustace?" Terry adjusted his glasses, pulled out a photo from his pocket, placed it on the table, slid it over, and stood up. With a deep tone, he said, "Your appearance can easily attract admiration, but perhaps Kitchen is just playing around. If you're brave enough, you can ask him directly." With that, he left. Ichabod picked up the photo. Judging by its torn edges, it was taken many years ago and seemed like a candid shot. Though blurry, it showed two men embracing. Ichabod frowned, gazing at it for a while before taking the photo and leaving the cafe. That night, after showering, Ichabod lay on his bed and initiated a video call request to Haddon. Without waiting long, Haddon answered, his voice slightly hoarse, possibly from drinking. "Baby." He pressed his lips together, "Were you drunk?" "No, not much. I just got back to the hotel." "Did baby miss me?" "Brother." He called softly. How long will you stay with me?" Haddon frowned, "Why do you ask that?" Ichabod suppressed the corners of his mouth, "Your cousin came to see me today." "Terry came to see you?" Yeah, he said your grandfather was very curious about the person you're dating. Hadden's face turned chilly. What else did he say to you? He didn't hide anything, he said you might just be playing around with me. Due to certain reasons, we won't last long. He even showed me an old photo. Hadden spoke in a grave tone. Ignore whatever he said, wait for me to come back. Oh, when will you come back? Maybe it will be delayed by 2 days. So long. Ichabod rested his chin on his hand, his eyes sparkling. Hadden, I miss you. Hadden revealed a smile. I miss my baby too. He added, I want to come find you. There was silence for a moment on the other side. You are not going to paint anymore. I've finished painting, I'm going to find you. Alright, come over. Ichabod smiled broadly. Brother, you can hug me tomorrow. Hadden raised an eyebrow teasingly. Just hug. He leaned closer to the screen, lips slightly upturned. If you want to kiss, I'll give you that too. I don't just want to kiss, I also want. Hadden didn't voice the last word, but Ichabod read his lips, and his fingers tightened the blanket nervously. Hadden chuckled happily. Will you give it? The light flowed through his eyes as he whispered, yes. Hadden's breathing hitched, dark eyes gleaming, throat rolling, and he said in a hoarse voice, come here, send me your flight number. If I can't spare time, I'll send someone to pick you up. Okay. Wear thick clothes. Go to bed early. Ichabod nodded smilingly. Got it, Hadden, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 41, He is afraid of cold. The winter in Shenzhen isn't as cold as in the north, always carrying a damp chill from overcast rainy days. Ichabod dragged his small suitcase out of the airport gate and immediately saw the man standing not far away. In a daze, his memories flashed back to when he first arrived in Jing City. The scene was similar then. Back then, he had harbored the reckless thought of rushing into danger. Now, he seemed too greedy, wishing to walk hand in hand with Hadden for a very long time. As Ichabod paused to gaze intently, Hadden approached and took the suitcase from him, tucking one of Lin's hands into his own coat pocket and draped an arm around his shoulder as they walked out. Are you cold? Almost the same gesture as before, Ichabod smiled, swinging his clothes. Why do I always chase after you from afar? How unladylike. Hadden curled his lips. Thank you for being so unladylike. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a wife even now. His eyes widened, tilting his head up. Who is your wife? Whoever chases after me from afar is my wife. Humph. Getting in the car, Hadden habitually leaned over to fasten Ichabod's seatbelt. Ichabod grabbed his collar, eyes twinkling. Did you specially make time to pick me up? He affectionately pinched his pert nose. Yes, one should pick up their own wife. The light in Ichabod's eyes grew brighter. Then why don't you kiss your wife yet? Hadden's gaze darkened, grabbing Ichabod's chin and pressing his lips against those red ones. Ichabod wrapped his arms around his neck. You are really alluring. Hadden sighed, gently biting the wet lips and pulled back, taking a deep breath before starting the car. Ichabod pressed his lips together, obediently nesting in the seat, eyes brimming with laughter. Hadden took Ichabod out for lunch before returning to the hotel. Putting the suitcase in his bedroom, Hadden said, I have a meeting this afternoon and dinner with business partners tonight. Do you want to come? Ichabod shed his coat and climbed onto the bed by himself. No. Alright, I'll have someone prepare dinner for you. He burrowed under the covers, yawning. I want to take a nap. Hadden bent down and checked his forehead, ensuring his temperature was normal before saying, sleep well. He caught the hand that caressed his cheek, kissing it, then turned over and snuggled deeper into the cozy blankets, closing his eyes. Go on with your work. Hadden smiled softly, picked up the jacket thrown about, placed it beside the bed, and silently left. Night fell, and executives dressed in suits and leather shoes, talking eloquently, started coming out of private rooms in a high-end restaurant. Spencer, I invested in a club recently. Would you like to drop by? A slightly stout middle-aged CEO invited with a smile. Hadden looked up from his phone screen, a faint gentleness in his expression. Not today. The kid came over, and I need to go back to keep him company. Enjoy yourselves. News of Hadden announcing his same-sex partner in his social circle had already spread through the business world. Hearing him speak openly, people nearby lowered their voices in conversation, curiosity flickering in their eyes as they glanced at the ring on his finger. Liam, a prominent executive, dared to ask out of interest, Spencer went to pick up your kid this morning? Hadden nodded, yes. Ha ha ha, why not invite him out to play? To experience the exciting nightlife here in Shenzhen. No, he's afraid of the cold and just wants to stay at the hotel. Liam stopped persuading. Okay, next time perhaps. Descending the elevator to the ground floor, Hadden returned to the hotel with 2 vice presidents and an assistant. Before entering his room, he instructed the assistant, I won't attend tomorrow morning's meeting. You follow Su Hua and do you, take good notes. The assistant nodded, understood. Ichabod was lying on the bed playing with his phone when he heard the door open, turning back with a slight smile. You're back so soon. Hadden removed his coat and approached, stroking his head, came back early to be with you. He wrinkled his nose, smell of cigarettes and alcohol all over you. In that case, let me take a shower first, wait for me. The intimate tone made Ichabod quietly retreat into the covers. More than 20 minutes later, Haddon emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested. Baby. He knelt on one knee beside the bed, pulling back the quilt, embracing the shy person, shy again. Ichabod's cheeks were slightly flushed, burying his face in Haddon's neck. Haddon gently pushed him onto the bed and covered him. The fiery passion ignited. Chapter 42, Where is my coat? In Jing City, a chaotic and noisy underground bar. The hall, where the music reverberated deafeningly, was filled with roaring voices and whistles. The one causing excitement among the crowd was a young boy on stage wearing a half-fox mask, dressed in black western trousers and a white shirt. His slender waist swayed to the beat of the music, his slightly hooked red lips, and his enchanting eyes scanning across the crowd but not lingering on any single person for more than a second. But wherever his gaze fell, rapid breaths followed one after another. At the balcony on the second floor, Pablo held a wine glass, watching the person on stage with a half-smile. On the last beat, the youth ended his performance by using his mouth to pull up the shirt revealing the fiery red rose tattoo on his lower back, driving the atmosphere to its peak. Pablo's expression turned darker, he gulped down half a glass of whiskey but felt his throat even drier. After a heated dance, Jediah panted lightly on the stage, scanning through the crowd screaming for him, only then did his restrained heart get a moment to breathe. Having enjoyed this decadent pleasure, he turned around, like a proud prince ignoring his fanatical subjects below, and returned to the backstage lounge. Pablo tightened his grip on the empty wine glass, hesitating silently for 2 seconds before a grin spread across his lips and he leisurely made his way downstairs. Inside the lounge, Jediah, contrary to his enthusiasm on stage, calmly put on a sweater and coat, preparing to leave. Just as he stepped out of the lounge door, a tall figure blocked his path. He looked up puzzled, seeing who it was, he froze for a moment, took a step back, lowered his head, and called in a reserved manner, "Brother Yen." Jediah knew that the owner of this underground bar was Pablo, but he didn't have much understanding of him. Pablo mostly stayed in the VIP room on the second floor, he occasionally came here to dance off his stress and rarely met him face to face. Moreover, he did not want his identity exposed, since Pablo managed the bar so successfully, he definitely had some influence and connections, making him a dangerous character. Therefore, Jediah did not want much contact with him. After greeting him, Jediah tried to go around Pablo. However, Pablo moved to the side too. When he moved forward again, he was blocked once more. After a few rounds, Jediah lifted his head, the look from behind the fox mask very confused. "Brother Yen, is there something?" Standing a head taller than him, Pablo created a strong sense of pressure when blocking his path, making Jediah take a few uneasy steps backward. Pablo placed one hand in his pocket, slightly bending his head to gaze at his clear and bewildered eyes, then suddenly chuckled lazily asking, "Where is my coat?" "Huh?" Jediah had no memory of what happened 2 nights ago, becoming even more confused as he turned back to look into the lounge. Maybe it's inside. How would he know where Pablo's coat was? Inside. Pablo stepped closer, increasing the intimidating presence. "You didn't bring it back for me?" Questions flooded his mind. "I didn't take it." Suddenly, Pablo pinched his cheeks, leaned down, and inadvertently glanced over his plump pink lips that were pouted from being pinched, his Adam's apple moving. "You forget?" Hot breath fanned over his face, Jediah's pupils trembled, his eyelashes quivering in fear as mist slowly filled his eyes. There were several people peeking from the lounge. Pablo cast a cold glance at them, forcefully hooking Jediah's waist, leading him into the adjacent storage room. With the door closed, it was pitch dark. Jediah froze, holding his breath, barely holding back tears about to fall. Pablo pushed him against the door and said quietly, "Do you really remember nothing at all?" Clutching his fists tightly, he tried to keep his voice steady but couldn't hide a hint of a sob. "Remember, what?" "My coat. I really didn't take it, nor have I seen it." "Ha." Pablo pinched his chin. 2 nights ago, you wore a sign, saying you wanted someone to teach you how to seduce men." Jediah's eyes widened like saucers, tears instantly falling. How could this be? 2 nights ago. After finishing his dance, he still felt uncomfortable inside, taking a drink from an audience member for the first time. After gulping it down in one go, he lost consciousness and woke up in a hotel bed. He didn't know what had happened during this period, and he actually wore a sign. And said those words. "Do you remember now?" His back stiffened with a chill. I drank too much." "No." Pablo tightened his grip around his waist and tore off the mask on his face, throwing it to the ground. He nervously raised his arm to cover his face. Pablo pulled down his hand and smiled. "Young master of the Lin family, vice president of Lin Pharmaceutical Company, Jediah, what are you hiding?" As his carefully concealed identity was revealed one by one, Jediah's face turned pale, gritting his teeth and the tears flowed even more uncontrollably. "Haven't you remembered anything yet?" Pablo wiped away his tears with the back of his hand. "The night before last, if it wasn't for me bringing you back to the VIP room, you would have been stripped alive by the hungry guests below the stage. You took advantage of my kindness while drunk, kissing me forcefully, and even wore off with my coat. How can you dare to forget all this?" Jediah, filled with fear and confusion, stammered, "Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll compensate you, with money." Pablo almost laughed. As the vice president of a major group, he was easily deceived and prone to crying at everything said. Jediah tried hard to hold back his tears and asked shakily, how much is the coat? I'll pay you back. 32,000. I'll transfer it to you. The coat isn't worth much, Pablo said casually, but taking advantage of me while drunk, that's serious. How do you intend to make it up to me? The tears he barely managed to suppress started to well up again, panic-stricken and helpless. I'll give you money. Do you think I'm some male model who sells himself? No. Ugh. He couldn't control his sobs any longer. Sorry. I didn't mean to. How can I make it up to you? Pablo smiled triumphantly. You took advantage of me, so I must take it back, right? He shrank back. Pablo leaned in close to his lips. I'll take it back now. Ugh. Jediah felt dizzy and disoriented as his lips were captured. When he could finally breathe normally again, he gradually came to his senses. His mind was still foggy as he vaguely asked, is it okay now? Can I go now? Pablo stepped back 2 steps, removing his hand from Jediah's waist. Sure. Jediah flinched, opened the door, and fled with his head down. Oh, it was terrifying. Even if his mother forced him to death later, he would never come here again. Watching Jediah's fleeing figure, Pablo chuckled softly, picked up the fox mask from the ground, left the storage room, and sent a message to Ichabod. Lu Yen, I've been taking care of your brother for so long. 2 kisses should be reasonable, right? Smile with clenched teeth / raise hands in salute. Chapter 43, Jumping Off the Cliff for Love. After a night of indulgence, Ichabod couldn't get out of bed the next day, curled up in the blanket and grumbling about the culprit. Honey. Haddon sat by the bed, gently pulling at the blanket, softly coaxing, come on, don't be mad. Come out and have some food. He huddled tightly, an indignant voice emerged, beast. Who would let their beloved faint twice in one night? It's not human at all. Haddon felt delighted both mentally and physically, even more doting, come out and eat something first, then you'll have the energy to scold. Baby, listen to me. Go away. Haddon forcefully pulled open the blanket, carried him out into the bathroom, asking, can you stand? Ichabod glared at him with red eyes. His smile widened. Ichabod could only rely on his embrace, pouting slightly, cursing again, beast. Haddon had squeezed toothpaste on the brush, smiling, is that all you can say? Humph. Ichabod coldly humphed, finished brushing his teeth and ordered, wash face. Haddon used a warm towel to wipe his face, cleaned up, and carried him out of the bedroom. They sat down at the small dining table, where he placed him on his lap. The table was already set with warm dishes. The aroma tempted Ichabod's empty stomach, which growled immediately. After a restless night, he was already ravenous. Haddon fed him mouthfuls, and Ichabod felt quite comfortable being served. Once he was full, his belly content, little grievances began to subside, and he started hugging Haddon's neck affectionately. Haddon enjoyed his clinginess, carrying him back to bed after they finished eating leisurely. Ichabod lay in Haddon's arms, rubbing his chin upward, saying, don't you need to go out today? Haddon kissed his forehead, I'll stay with you today. If we sign the contract tomorrow as planned, this business trip will end. But didn't you say you'd come back a few days later? The day after tomorrow, there's a private dinner party I need to attend to send a gift on behalf of my grandfather. Oh. Haddon kissed his nose, I'll bring you along when the time comes. He blinked, okay. Now let's talk about what Terry showed you. Haddon stroked Ichabod's face calmly, what photos did he show you? Ichabod pointed to the coat beside the bed, in the pocket. Haddon grabbed the coat, took a photo from the pocket, and examined it without much emotional fluctuation. Ichabod actively burrowed into his chest, asking, who is this? He hugged him tighter, speaking mildly, my father. Ichabod froze. And the man he cheated with, he continued calmly, they jumped off a cliff together for love. Ichabod stared wide-eyed, lips parted, unsure of what to say. Haddon tapped his forehead lightly with the photo, amused, so surprised. But he couldn't laugh, a chill spread from his heart to his limbs, taking a long while before he asked hoarsely, why? Haddon tightened his hold on the trembling body, patting his back comfortingly, my father was gay. At that time, homosexuality wasn't widely accepted. He couldn't escape societal pressures, broke up with his lover, who was sent abroad by his family. My father married the daughter of a fallen comrade as arranged by my grandfather, my mother. Ichabod felt his extremities growing colder, hugging Haddon tightly, your mother. Haddon laughed, but it lacked any real meaning, she knew everything. She chose willingly. She grew up in the Hua family, she and my father were childhood sweethearts. She loved him very much. On the eve of their wedding, my father confessed his sexual orientation, yet she still married him resolutely. She thought she could change him. Believed having a family would straighten him out. In the early years of their marriage, they were indeed happy, just like a normal couple. Loving and warm. Even having me made her, my grandfather, and possibly my father think everything was back on the right track. Ichabod felt tears welling up in his eyes, why couldn't it remain like that? If she chose to build a normal family and deceived herself along the way, why did she allow it to break? Why didn't she consider her husband, her child? When I was 5, my father's lover came back. Haddon's tone dropped a little lower but still sounded like he was telling someone else's story. He returned injured and suffering from severe mental illness. Turns out, he didn't choose to go abroad on his own. He fought with his family but failed and was forcibly sent to a foreign correctional facility for homosexuals, where he endured inhumane torture for 6 or 7 years before escaping back with great difficulty. The contrast between his tragic plight and my father's happy family life easily dragged my father into the abyss of guilt and regret. In the end, my father chose his former lover, who was covered in injuries, over his family. Ichabod couldn't hold back his tears, clinging to Haddon's neck, trying to draw warmth from him as he asked through choked sobs, "What about you and your mother?" Haddon gently stroked his soft hair. "I was too young to understand much, so it didn't affect me." "You're lying, how could it not have affected you? You're so smart, you must have understood early on." Haddon paused, lowering his eyelids. "All right, it did affect me. My mother couldn't accept her supposedly reformed husband being with his ex again, and she gradually broke down mentally, taking it out on me. She blamed me for not being able to keep my father's heart and began to abuse me. My childhood was very hard." Ichabod sat up from his embrace, cupping his face tenderly and giving him a kiss filled with compassion. He smiled softly, deepening the kiss. After the kiss, Ichabod nestled back into his arms, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist, sobbing softly, "So pitiful." "Yes, I was very pitiful." Haddon leaned back against the headboard. "My mother didn't feed me breakfast or lunch, then in the evening, my grandfather took me away. I suffered half a day of abuse." Ichabod pinched his waist lightly and massaged it gently. No matter how casually he spoke, the wounds were still glaringly evident. "Later, my mother went to see that man, begging him to give up on my father. But when she saw him and my father rolling on the bed together, she couldn't bear the shock, and her mental state completely collapsed. She came home and attempted suicide. Luckily, Nona found her in time and saved her. After learning this, that man was tormented by guilt. He knelt in front of my mother's hospital room all night confessing, and the next day he left a suicide note and disappeared." Haddon chuckled as he spoke. He said he was letting go, yet he didn't quietly take his own life but left a letter instead, forcing my father to make a choice. My mother was mad, and he had long been mad too. After ensuring my mother was out of danger, my father transferred all his assets to her and went to find that man. Eventually, they were discovered embracing each other as they jumped off a cliff, leaving no trace behind. "This is their absurd love-hate story," he concluded calmly. "For so-called love, they even gave up their lives." Chapter 44. I Want to Be Your Wife. Ichabod felt a deep ache in his heart, unsure who was the most pitiful. Archibald wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes. "I haven't even cried, why are you sobbing so badly?" His eyes were red-rimmed. "Aren't you upset? In this situation, you're the biggest victim. I might have been sad as a child because I didn't have a complete family, but after growing up, it doesn't really bother me anymore." Archibald was speaking honestly. "After age 5, I grew up in the old house. My relationship with my parents was very distant, and their fates were their own choices. They should bear the consequences themselves. My father dying with his ex could be considered him finding peace. Then what about your mother? My mom lives in a rehabilitation center abroad. My dad has been dead for years, who knows when she will come out of her sorrow. But this is also her choice, knowing that my dad was gay yet still marrying him." Ichabod clung to his arm tightly, tears shimmering anxiously in his eyes. "Your mom hates homosexuals so much. If she knew you and I are together, and your grandfather. Don't overthink it." Archibald comforted him. "I'll take care of everything, just be with me." "But." "There's no but. They can't control my life. Gay is gay. They cannot try to straighten a gay man by finding him a straight wife. Even if everyone opposes us, I have the power to protect my loved one and make them happy forever. I won't follow in my father's footsteps." Ichabod silently moved closer to him. "Big brother, hug me." He tightened his arms, resting his chin on the fluffy head. "Is my little darling feeling sorry for me?" "Yes, sorry." "Then take better care of yourself so big brother can spoil you more," Archibald teased. "Who faints twice in one night?" Ichabod held back his sympathetic tears. Hearing this made him swallow those tears, angrily pulling his ear. "How can you say that shamelessly? You don't pity me at all." "I fainted." Laughing, he pressed Ichabod down. "Sorry, got carried away." "Humph, get off, I want to sleep." "Not done yet." Archibald kissed Ichabod's fair cheeks. "What else did Ephraim tell you?" "Ouch, it tickles." Ichabod turned his head away. "Nothing else, just put the photos down and left." "Really nothing else?" "He said we wouldn't last long, and that my current appearance easily wins hearts. You're just playing around with me." Archibald narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Easily wins hearts." Ichabod looked at him, blinking innocently. "He meant you fell for my face. Isn't it true? You said it yourself, lust at first sight." Choked for a few seconds, Archibald lowered his head and bit his lips hard. "Lust at first sight can mean love at first sight too. I want to be with you for a long time." Listening to his increasingly rapid heartbeat, Ichabod wondered, love at first sight. Archibald continued, Ephraim isn't a good person, whatever he says isn't nice. If he comes to you again, avoid him or call me immediately, I'll be there. Ichabod smiled and flipped to press him down, kissing his thin lips warmly. Archibald, I want to be your wife, I want to be with you forever. Archibald held Ichabod's waist, eyes filled with tender smiles. Say, husband, then. Ichabod gave another soft kiss, rubbing against his chin lovingly. Husband. He curled his lips, black eyes full of joy. My wife is really well behaved, kiss your husband again. Peck. Ichabod kissed him again with a wide smile, burying into his neck. I'm so sleepy, want to sleep. Archibald pulled the blanket over them. Sleep, I'll sleep with you. Yeah. In the vice president's office of Lynn Pharmaceutical Company. With puffy eyes, Jediah gnawed on her nails, pacing back and forth nervously. To find out if what Pablo said was true, she asked her assistant to bring the surveillance footage from the bar and hotel that night. She was terrified when she saw it. Drunk, he was indeed that outrageous. Going crazy on stage, it was Pablo who carried him upstairs. There was no camera in the private room, so she didn't know what happened next. But what was even more terrifying was that it was his second brother who came to take him away. Jediah watched the surveillance footage several times. That night, Ichabod rushed over and entered the private room. Not long after, he half supported and half carried him out. He was wearing a large coat that was clearly not his size, it must have been Pablo's. Then there was the hotel surveillance footage. Like a limp noodle, he clung tightly to Ichabod's neck, hanging on his body, being laboriously brought into the hotel by Ichabod, then upstairs, and into a room. It wasn't until 2 o'clock in the morning that Ichabod left, during which time a delivery guy also brought a meal up. Ah! Jediah clutched her head in despair. What do I do? What do I do? My second brother knows I was playing at an underground bar. I'm going to die. In panic and fear, tears started to fall. Why did he come to pick me up? I'm caught red-handed. I'm doomed. If he tells Mom, I'll be totally finished. Wiping away her tears, she tremulously picked up her phone to call Ichabod, but hesitated, unsure of what to say. She procrastinated until evening when her assistant Fabian knocked and entered. Seeing her swollen, red eyes and the pile of tissues before her, he was unfazed. President Lynn, I'm about to leave. She sniffled, still staring at her phone, saying in a muffled voice, all right, you can go first, I'll work overtime. Just as Fabian turned to leave, he looked back. Are you going to the underground bar tonight? Do you need me to send you? The tears that had stopped threatened to return. No, I won't go. Never again. Okay then, I'll go now. After Fabian left, he sighed. How did Madame think this tearful vice president could single-handedly carry forward Lynn Pharmaceutical? Was she planning to flood her competitors with tears and dominate the pharmaceutical industry? Jediah spent another half-hour preparing herself mentally. Finally, gathering all her courage, she tremblingly dialed Ichabod's number. Ring ring ring. Ichabod was cuddling in Haddon's arms, watching a movie on a tablet together, enjoying their sweet moment. The ringing from the bedside crevice pulled him from his enjoyment. He fished out his forgotten phone. Hello, second brother. Hearing the slight trembling in Jediah's voice, Ichabod glanced at Haddon, pausing the movie. Is something wrong? You. Jediah stuttered, almost unable to contain her sobbing. Did you know? The underground bar, that night, was it you who picked me up? Ichabod knew what he was worried about, but didn't expect such a strong reaction. Was he crying again? That night, Ichabod realized this third brother was not as steady and proud as previously thought. He was a crybaby, with enough tears to drown someone. Ichabod's silence made Jediah even more panicked. Second brother, please, can you keep this a secret from me? I don't usually go there. Ichabod paused for a few seconds, then said, I'm busy, I don't have time for trivial matters. Relieved, Jediah hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, I won't disturb you anymore, goodbye. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply, smiling through his tears. His second brother was a good person. He didn't want to oppose his second brother or become a lapdog for Haddon. Chapter 45. Next time if there's a chance, I'll kiss again. Haddon listened to the whole conversation. Recalling that night when Bram cursed him as a pile of shit, he sneered, when did Bram become so close to you? Ichabod just saw Pablo's message and frowned, typing a question mark back, replying, not close. Humph, he is really two-faced with great acting skills, Haddon said sarcastically. He calls Danny in front of everyone, sending gifts for all kinds of holidays more frequently than anyone else. Behind the scenes, however, he curses bad people and feces, suffering from dissociative identity disorder. Ichabod also recalled that night and couldn't help but laugh. From Bram's previous reaction, he thought he liked Haddon, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Beep beep beep. The bell rang again, showing Pablo on caller ID. Hello. Pablo's voice was lazy. Ichabod furrowed his brows slightly. What did you mean by that message? Hee hee. He laughed casually, just the literal meaning, he is very soft and good to kiss. I couldn't resist taking a few more licks. And next time if there's a chance, I will kiss him again, I'm letting you know beforehand since he is considered your brother after all. If you don't let me, I can only say sorry. Ichabod and Haddon exchanged a glance as if watching a play, holding his forehead. Pablo, don't mess with him. Pablo was deeply interested, he is very fun. When I licked him, he didn't resist. But he does cry easily, very timid. He would shed tears at the slightest scare, putting on a brave face like I'm very strong, adorable to death. Ichabod was speechless, what kind of thing is this? Don't worry. He continued leisurely, our relationship is good, I'll keep you in mind and be gentler. Haddon secretly pinched Ichabod's waist, good relationship. Ichabod grabbed his wrist, rubbing it slightly, his tone becoming slightly deeper. Pablo, stop provoking him. Hello. Hello. What's going on? The signal is not very good. Beep. Ichabod stared blankly at the disconnected call. Pablo, you naughty boy, just wait for Bram's mom to cut you down. Haddon took away Ichabod's phone and pinched his face. How good is the relationship between you two? He was forced into a goldfish mouth, muttering an explanation, a friend met in Jing City. Later he came to Jing City for entrepreneurship, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Is that so? Watch movie. Haddon kissed his lips, turning off the tablet and tossing it onto the bedside table, encircling his waist. Before long, he was kissed breathless, flailing and patting his broad shoulders. Haddon laughed and pulled back, kissed so many times, still can't learn to breathe properly. Fainting twice in one night, huh? Ichabod glared at him with moist eyes, hooking his neck and flipping over, imitating pinching both cheeks, taunting, my sister-in-law says that truly capable men make their wives unable to stop craving more in bed. You just make me faint, is this worth repeating? Haddon was stunned, then his gaze gradually darkened, the aura of invasion overflowing from his black eyes. Baby, are you saying I can't do it? Ichabod sensed the danger acutely, covering Haddon's eyes immediately, no longer defiant, rubbing against his chin affectionately. Husband, it's me who can't. My legs are sore and my waist hurts. I want to sleep, hug me. Haddon pulled the blanket over them, deeply kneading the back of his neck, whispering in his ear, baby, once you recover in a couple of days, I'll make you unable to stop craving more. Ichabod buried his red ears deeply into Haddon's chest. Oh, this mouth of mine, what have I done? Chapter 46, Who took it away, that person brings it back. On the other side, Bram felt relieved. After returning home, he took a shower and as usual, called his mother via video to report his day's work before burrowing into his cozy quilt to play some games and relieve stress. Just as he was about to tap on the game icon, the notification sound of WeChat rang, popping up a friend request. He clicked in and saw the note on the application request brightly displaying Pablo's name. He gasped and immediately pressed reject. After rejecting, he realized he hadn't returned the money for Pablo's coat yet and hurriedly retreated deeper under the blanket, sending a message to his assistant to have him deliver the money to the underground bar tomorrow. He would never step into that place again, which caused his social death. 5 minutes later, another friend request popped up. This time, Pablo wrote, I'll go to your parents' house to collect the money for the coat. The word parents easily grasped Bram's weakness. His eyes brimmed with tears as he reluctantly accepted the friend request. Once the chat box opened, he directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Pablo. Pablo refunded it and sent a message. Pablo, the coat costs 32,000. Bram retransferred 32,000, but it was refused again. Bram. Pablo, although it cost 32,000 when I bought it, the factory has closed down. No amount of money can buy it now. Bram, then can you buy from another brand? I will pay extra. Pablo, this is the warmest one, and I have an attachment to it. Bram put on his pain mask and typed miserably. Bram, I will contact the hotel, they should keep the belongings left by guests. Once found, I will have them washed and delivered back to you. I will also provide financial compensation. Is this okay? Pablo, who was still holding the ground at the private room of the bar, curled the corners of his mouth in a deep smile. Bram probably thought this solution was perfect and transferred the money again. Pablo received it and slowly typed. Pablo, are you coming over to play again next time? Bram, wishing the bar booming business. After sending the polite blessing, Bram screamed internally, swearing he would never go there again. Pablo, I'll be at the bar at 9 tomorrow night. Remember to return the clothes. Bram had just typed OK when he saw the following message. Pablo, whoever took it away must bring it back, otherwise, I refuse to accept it and will ask your parents directly. Ah. Bram writhed in agony, what should he do, what should he do, he only said nonsense while drunk that day and didn't mean to look for someone for that sort of thing. Pablo looked like a gay man, would he be interested in him? Oh God, help me, he was straight. If his mom knew his older brother and second brother both chose male partners, she would definitely think of getting him a wife and having a big baby boy to inherit the family property. Unaware of his current internal drama, Pablo sent another veiled threat. Pablo, crybaby, if I don't see you tomorrow night, I will protest outside your company. Bram gritted his teeth at the screen. Who is the crybaby? He doesn't love crying. His tears uncontrollably flow out due to his tear gland dysfunction. Seeing no reply, Pablo stopped messaging. Bram tossed and turned all night. The next day he went to work dazed with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. In the evening, carrying the washed coat, he was driven to the door of the underground bar by his assistant. Mr. Little Lin. Fabian looked puzzled at the person lingering in the back seat and not willing to get out, not getting off. Bram, dressed in formal office attire looking very dominant, had a panicked and scared gaze, clutching the bag containing the coat, pleaded, "Assistant Wu, I will give you overtime pay, can you come in with me?" Fabian glanced at his watch coldly, treating money like dirt. "Sorry, Mr. Little Lin, it's already very late, I need to return home to tell my daughter stories." "Okay." Bram drooped his lips, took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and got out. Fabian watched his figure, confused. Previously, he was always enthusiastic coming here, why does he seem to have a sense of facing death today? Merry Aldentma's Eve, wishing my treasures safety, health, and success. Ha ha ha, going out to celebrate birthday with my beloved. Lately haven't been in the best condition, so short, we'll make it up. Love you all. Chapter 47 I will get married and have a big, chubby son in the future. Bram walked into the bar. His impeccable expensive suit contrasted sharply with the flamboyantly dressed crowd inside, drawing many inquisitive gazes. His expression was very calm as he walked straight to the bar, tapped on the surface, and asked Tommy, who was mixing drinks, "Is Pablo here?" Tommy paused his actions and sized him up several times before leaning closer. "What did you say?" He raised his voice. "Where is Pablo?" "Oh, looking for Brother Yen. He's in the private room on the second floor, room 201. Bram nodded slightly and turned to go upstairs. Outside room 201, Bram lifted his hand to knock but hesitated multiple times before finally pushing the door open. Inside the private room, there was no raucous music, instead, it played a soothing and elegant violin concerto at regular lighting. Shutting the door isolated him completely from the neon lights and revelry outside. Pablo was alone, playing pool. Hearing the sound, he looked up and smiled. "You're here." Bram placed the bag containing the jacket on the table and said calmly, "I brought back the jacket. Do you need any more compensation?" Pablo pocketed the last ball, stood up straight, tossed aside the cue stick, and sauntered over to him. Bram's heart was pounding fast, but he kept a composed expression. Stopping 50 centimeters away, Pablo leaned forward slightly to look him in the eye. "Not necessary." Bram nodded haughtily. "Then we're even. I'll be going now." "Wait." Pablo grabbed Bram's arm, closing the distance by 2 centimeters, noticing his breathing had lightened and a smile in his eyes becoming more obvious. "Little crybaby, are you coming to dance again in the future?" Bram frowned deeply, putting on a serious face. "That's my business and has nothing to do with Mr. Liu." "Mr. Liu." Pablo moved closer again, "Not calling me Brother Yen anymore." Feeling the warm breath on his face, Bram leaned back slightly, pushed him away, and said in a low voice, "I must clarify that night I was upset, drank too much, and said some nonsense. The improper things I did were not because I really wanted anything with men, so don't misunderstand me." Pablo raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "What if I misunderstood?" Bram's gaze turned sharp and authoritative, quite intimidating. "I'm straight. In the future, I will marry a wife and have a big, chubby son." Pablo paused for a moment, then his eyes grew strange. "You're straight? Want to get married? Have a big, chubby son?" Bram puffed out his chest slightly, his expression firm and resolute. "Yes." Currently, his father didn't know that his eldest brother was together with Azai. If he found out that both the elder brothers were gay and couldn't produce offspring for the Lin family, he would stop pressuring him to seduce Hatten and start looking for a wife for him instead, urging him to have kids soon. He carried the mission of continuing the Lin family lineage. His father might not control his elder brothers, but if he found out Bram was also into men, he wouldn't hesitate to break his legs. Pablo stared at him for a long time, speechless. Twisting a straight man was indeed a sin. But this little crybaby was so delicate and soft, perfectly configured inside and out like an exquisite little zero. Turned out he was actually a straight man who dreamed of getting married and having children. Pablo started questioning himself. After all, he thought he could read people well. Did he make a mistake this time? Bram had been observing his expression stealthily, silently praying that he would give up on him sooner. "You," Pablo began with a furrowed brow. Bram perked up his ears. "What?" His question held a lingering hope. "That night, when you kissed me, didn't you feel anything?" Bram's pupils contracted slightly as he stiffened his neck and coldly replied, "I was blackout drunk." "What feeling can a drunk man have?" "I mean when I kissed you in the storage room, weren't you sober then? Didn't you feel anything? You clearly didn't push me away." "No." He declared firmly, "No feeling. I wasn't sober either. Your sudden kiss just scared me." Pablo was speechless, thinking he found a perfect little zero only to realize he was a straight man. Depressing. Seeing that he didn't seem persistent, Bram sighed in relief and sincerely said, "Thank you for your bar letting me release a lot of pressure recently. I wish you find your true favorite little zero. So frustrating. It's getting late. I'll head back. Goodbye." "Wait." Pablo pulled him back. This time, he sharply pulled away, eyeing Pablo warily. It's a sin to twist a straight man. You might be struck by lightning. Pablo stared at his delicate little face and sighed in defeat. He released him, took out the clean jacket from the bag, put it on, and said seriously, I'm sorry, I didn't know you're a straight man determined to marry and have children. I apologize for what happened in the storage room. Would it be okay if I buy you some late-night snacks as an apology? He waved his hand, no need. I would feel guilty forever if not. Let me treat you to some late-night snacks, just as a gesture of friendship. You can find me anytime if you need help. Bram pondered for a moment, then nodded. It was good to have more friends, and Pablo seemed to be quite resourceful. Pablo casually slung an arm around his shoulder as they walked out. Before Bram could pull away, he said, it's normal for good friends to share a casual dinner while being close, right? He thought for a few seconds, then stopped resisting. Yes, it's normal for good friends. He stayed snugly against Pablo's side all the way out of the bar, unaware of the glint of amusement that flashed in Pablo's eyes. Where are we going for late-night snacks? Unable to hold back after walking along the street for a bit, Bram tilted his head back to ask. Pablo withdrew his hand from Bram's shoulder, pulled out his car keys from his pocket, pressed a button, and a cool motorcycle parked by the roadside beeped twice. His eyes lit up, is this your bike? Yeah. Pablo plopped a helmet onto his head, hop on. I'll take you somewhere different. Okay. Dressed in a suit, Bram eagerly climbed onto the motorcycle's rear seat, feeling incredibly novel. Pablo revved the engine loudly, hold on tight. The wind is strong, don't fall off or I won't be able to afford the compensation. Oh. Bram wrapped his arms around Pablo's waist and pressed his head firmly against Pablo's back, got it. The corner of Pablo's mouth curled up under his helmet visor. Yes, good friends, holding waists is also normal, isn't it? Darlings, marry al dentes. Chapter 48, What's wrong with a good friend helping to warm your hands? Pablo brought Bram to a snack street and stopped in front of a barbecue stall at the intersection. He took off Bram's helmet and casually smoothed down his spiky hair. Bram looked around uncertainly, are we having late-night snacks here? Yeah. Pablo draped his arm around his neck, looking like two buddies, and led him to sit at an empty table of the barbecue stall. The food here is really good. I don't usually bring people here, I only brought you because you're my new best buddy. Then, Pablo inspected his attire again, but your high-end suit might get dirty. It's fine. Bram didn't mind at all, and he even smiled kindly at Pablo, thank you. This is actually my first time coming to places like this for food. Although sitting on the street blowing in the cold wind and surrounded by a bunch of guests drinking and playing games was not comfortable, it truly felt very free and relaxing. After all, since childhood, he always followed behind Hatton, associating only with scions of noble families and rich second-generation kids, visiting high-class restaurants and clubs, and studying hard to graduate smoothly, never having the chance or time to experience such a lively life. Making friends with Pablo was indeed a very good decision. Seeing that he wasn't as wary of him anymore, Pablo smiled faintly, turning to the boss, Gerard, give me 10 skewers of everything you can roast now, just a bit spicy, let my new friend taste your skills. The boss shouted loudly, sure thing. The skewers came quickly, and the boss also sent over a case of beer. Bram stared at the sizzling grilled meat, involuntarily swallowing his saliva. What are you looking at? Eat, Pablo said, or do you want your good friend to feed you? With his eyes squinted, he picked up a beef skewer, and once it entered his mouth, his 22-year-old palate which had been deprived of flavor felt instantly satisfied. Pablo watched him smiling, tasty, right? He puffed out his cheeks, giving a thumbs up, very tasty. If you like it, we'll come back next time. Aha. He unilaterally declared that from now on, Pablo was his best friend. Open your mouth. Pablo handed the pancake wrapped with roasted meat to him, it's less greasy this way. He ate contentedly, not caring about anything, taking a big bite while nodding, delicious, delicious. Pablo put the remaining half into his mouth. Bram was stunned for a moment, glancing at another table where an uncle poured half a bottle of beer into another man's mouth. Ah, good friends are all informal. His rising vigilance dissipated, accepting Pablo's feeding easily. Pablo, harboring ill intentions, felt disgusted with himself looking at his candid manner. What did this kid eat growing up to be so naive? This late-night snack made Bram feel full and touched. Brother Yen, thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Pablo raised his eyebrows slightly, okay. He checked the time, it's almost 11 o'clock. I need to go home. He still had to report work to his mother before 12. Pablo nodded, paid the bill, and said, I'll call a car to send you back. He waved his hand, no need, I can go back myself. You should go home early too. That won't do. It's too far, and I wouldn't feel safe letting you go alone. Bram was moved again. His other friends were either those he had to please or those who tried to please him. No one ever expressed concern for him after a party or fun outing. Being shoved into a taxi by Pablo, Bram suddenly asked, what about your motorcycle? It's okay to leave it here, I'll come back tomorrow to pick it up. Oh. On the road, Bram lowered his head to text his mom when he suddenly felt warmth in his right hand resting on his lap. He turned his head puzzled. Pablo covered his hand, appearing perfectly calm. We had no one blocking the wind while riding earlier, so it's a bit cold. Can you warm me up a bit? After confusion, it was followed by endless speechlessness. Bram watched him interlock his fingers effortlessly, intertwined hands making him sigh inwardly. Your hands seem warmer than mine. Moreover, they had already finished eating the skewers, and he only started feeling cold after the ride. Was there some kind of delay? Pablo tightly held onto the soft little hand, with a perfectly serious expression. Then let me warm you. What's wrong with a good friend helping to warm your hands? Have you never warmed your friend's hands? Never have. He leaned against Monroe's shoulder again, closing his eyes contentedly. We were exposed to the wind while riding, and now my head feels a bit achy. Let me lean on you for a moment. Monroe glanced at him, then looked at their intertwined hands, hesitating but ultimately saying nothing. The car stopped steadily under the apartment building. Monroe nudged Pablo, who seemed to be asleep. I've arrived. You don't need to get out, just ask the driver to take you home directly. Pablo opened his eyes, his lips inadvertently brushing past Monroe's earlobe as he sat up straight. Have we arrived? Monroe moved drastically toward the car door, covering his ears and staring at him as if confronting a formidable enemy. You. I'm straight. We can only be ordinary friends, don't have those kinds of feelings for me. Almost forgotten, Pablo was gay. Pablo leaned closer to him, pinched his face, and laughed. It wasn't intentional. Are you discriminating against gay people? Can't gays have pure friendships with the same gender? Oh, your reaction makes my heart colder than this winter. Monroe instantly felt guilty and quickly apologized. I didn't mean to discriminate against you. I'm sorry. The smooth texture of his cheeks made Pablo touch them again. I forgive you. Just don't misunderstand me next time. I really want to be friends with you. If you're not comfortable, I can introduce you to a girlfriend. Monroe shook his head vigorously. No need, no need. I think I'll wait 2 more years. He retracted his hand, appearing somewhat regretful. All right, when you decide to find a girlfriend, I'll introduce one to you. It's very late, go home quickly. I won't walk you up so you won't overthink it. Monroe pushed open the car door and waved goodbye. See you, let's meet again sometime for dinner. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Watching Monroe enter the apartment building, Pablo rolled up the car window, a determined smile curling at the corner of his lips as he lazily leaned back in the seat, giving the driver an address. As the driver started the car and glanced at him through the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but ask, do you have feelings for that young man? Pablo chuckled lightly, jokingly. Driver, what do you think about me becoming someone's wife? Have you any folk methods to ensure I give birth to a big healthy boy? The driver shut up, thinking maybe he should look up the contact for a mental hospital instead. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Pablo closed his eyes. Indeed, good friends, our days are long ahead. Chapter 49, Came with my boyfriend. Jing City Hotel. Ichabod had rested for 2 days, and his body had recovered well, yet he started to flirt recklessly again. Honey, stop messing around. Barney pulled out the hand that was poking under his shirt and touching his abs, saying helplessly, we're going out soon. Ichabod challenged him with a teasing look in his eyes. What's wrong with me touching you? I didn't say no when you kissed me. He had been quite troubled by Barney that night when he arrived in Jing City. Even during his rest, Barney hadn't been still. After signing the contract smoothly, he would kiss Ichabod, who was not in good shape at the hotel. He nearly kissed Ichabod until his lips went numb. They were about to leave for a dinner party. Stirred up by Ichabod, Barney had no time for anything else. How could Ichabod let this opportunity for a little revenge pass? Barney caught the hand trying to slide down to his lower abdomen and kissed Ichabod's forehead as if begging for mercy. Can we wait till we get back tonight? You might get aroused, and it will be uncomfortable. Honey, have some sympathy for your husband. Ichabod reluctantly drew back his hand and hummed softly, if I show my sympathy, all you'll do is bully me to death. Barney chuckled but did not argue, kissing him on the lips again before picking up a long coat from the bed. Raise your hands. He obediently put on his clothes. After Barney got ready, Ichabod grabbed Barney's coat sleeve, looking up with moist, sparkling eyes. Understanding, Barney held his chin and kissed him on the lips. Ichabod wrapped his arms around Barney's waist, entwining with him in a sweet and tender kiss. When the gentle and passionate kiss ended, Barney tightly held his hand and said with restraint, let's go. His wife, who actively sought a kiss, was being too obedient. If they stayed any longer, they really wouldn't be able to leave. The sky had just begun to darken as they were on the way to the banquet. The assistant drove, while Barney sat in the back seat holding a tablet to reply to emails. Ichabod leaned against him lazily, looking outside the window aimlessly. Suddenly, he sat up straight, looking odd. Barney didn't notice anything wrong until the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa and saw him sitting still, showing a hint of wanting to return home. Barney leaned slightly into the car. What's wrong? Ichabod stared at the familiar villa gate, hesitating. Other guests who had arrived also noticed the car wasn't moving and glanced over curiously. Barney reached out. Honey, let's get out. Ichabod breathed out quietly and took Barney's hand. Barney led him inside, whispering in his ear, you don't like attending these banquets, do you? He shook his head slightly. It's not that I dislike them, I didn't expect that you were attending Grandpa Xia's birthday party. Huh? Do you know the Xia family? He paused, speaking vaguely. Grandpa Xia's grandson and I were college roommates, and we got along quite well. He even brought us here for dinner. Barney pinched his palm. Then why were you so unwilling to get out of the car earlier? Ichabod fell silent, with a trace of confusion between his eyebrows. President Hua has arrived. As soon as Barney entered, he caught most people's attention. Liam, who had just completed a cooperation agreement, came over with several CEOs, greeting warmly. Barney nodded slightly. President Wang. Liam looked curiously at Ichabod beside him. This must be President Hua's young one. So delicate, you're prettier than girls. Hearing the term young one, Ichabod tightened his grip on Barney's hand awkwardly. Why call him that randomly? Barney softened a bit, acknowledging openly, yes, this is my love, Ichabod. I brought him here for fun. Chiron, this is President Wang. Ichabod smiled calmly. Hello, President Wang. Liam grinned widely. Hello, hope you have fun. The other executives made some casual remarks and began discussing business projects. Ichabod wasn't interested in these topics. He spotted someone waving frantically in a corner and whispered to Barney. Barney turned to look and released his hand. He walked over slowly. Just as he approached, he was pulled down behind the sofa by a youthful friend wildly gesturing. What are you doing? Ichabod asked, puzzled, feeling like he was doing something sneaky in his grandfather's house. Howell, his former university roommate, scratched his arm and blurted out questions. Why didn't you answer my calls? Are you dating someone? Why are you here? He replied coolly, didn't want to, yes, and I came here with my boyfriend. Howell peeked at the man who was the center of attention in the crowd, his face contorted with excitement. You're dating Barney. Holy crap. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Ichabod didn't understand the fuss. Is the reaction really this big? Howell grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him violently. That's Barney. A tycoon in the business circle, with money and power. The mere mention of his name sends shivers through everyone. You are actually dating him. And you kept it so secret that you wouldn't even answer my calls when I wanted to gossip. Are we still good friends? Shaken until dizzy, Ichabod pushed Howell's hands away. Now you know, right? TSK, if you want to talk, just talk, why hide here, acting strangely? It's all because of you. Howell glared at him. Grandpa Xia's birthday, my sister called me back from abroad. I thought I was finally getting some recognition, but she called me back just to make me bring you back. It was a bit tongue-twisting, but Ichabod understood. He quietly lowered his head a little. Why won't Sister One you give up? Howell huffed and smacked his arm. You never answered my calls either. Because I couldn't bring you over, she's been giving me cold, icy stares since morning. I feel like she'll cut me up into pieces after tonight. I don't dare to appear in front of her for a second. Ichabod was speechless, his eyes wandering around. So where is she now? She's... Just as Howell started to speak, a pair of black high heels appeared beside them. They exchanged looks and slowly raised their heads. Meeting a pair of beautiful eyes that were calm yet sharp. Charlotte looked down at the two quails crouching there, curling her lips slightly. What are you hiding here for? Howell swallowed, promptly pulling Ichabod to his feet, then hid behind him. Sister, Hollis is here. Ichabod forced out a dry laugh and steeled himself to greet her. Sister Wan Yu. Charlotte's gaze softened. When did you come? He cleared his throat and spoke seriously. I just came with my boyfriend. Charlotte's beautiful eyes narrowed. Boyfriend? Ichabod nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm dating Barney. Barney? She turned her head and locked eyes with the man at the center of the crowd for 2 seconds, her delicate brows furrowing. Where do I fall short compared to him? Ichabod was at a loss for words. Howell timidly interjected, you fall short because you're not a man. Hollis has always said he likes men. Sister, you should find a good man to marry you instead of hanging on to Hollis. Chapter 50, she just thinks I'm perfect for her marriage. Ida gave him a cold glance. The old master is looking for you, go and entertain the guests with him. He nodded eagerly and ran off. Hollis, see you later. Ichabod, who was left behind, said awkwardly, Sister Wan Yu, so I'll. Ida took Ichabod's hand gently, her tone soft, Sister just wants to chat with you. He tried to pull his hand back but it was held tightly, and he helplessly let his shoulders slump. What do you want to talk about? Ida asked earnestly, do you really not want to marry me? Even though Sister isn't as wealthy as Haddon, supporting you would still be easy for me. If you like living in Jing City, once I get promoted in a few years, we can settle down there and have a beautiful baby in the future. Don't you want to reconsider? Ichabod felt like crying but had no tears. Sister Wan Yu, I don't like girls, I already have a boyfriend. What's so good about him? She frowned deeply, lowering her voice. Even if his family has a large business, they might still bully you subtly. He would be too busy managing such a big company to protect you. If you marry me, no one will dare to make you suffer. Chiron. Haddon had been paying attention to this side all along. Seeing Ida holding onto his beloved's hand for a long time, he ended his conversation and walked over, putting an arm around Ichabod's shoulder, his tone severe. Secretary General. Ida let go of Ichabod's hand and met his gaze head-on, matching his intensity. Spencer. He sensed the growing tension and glanced at Ichabod, who remained silent with lowered eyes. Are you very close with my Chiron, Secretary General? The possessiveness in his words made Ida sneer slightly, offering an emotionless official smile. I heard Spencer and President Wang have reached a cooperation agreement. Congratulations. Hee. Hope Secretary General will take care of us more in the future. Hee. Does Spencer even need anyone's care? Heh. Ichabod tugged quietly at Haddon's sleeve, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Ida looked at him, her expression softening a little. Fedor, Grandpa has been thinking of you. Go greet him. He nodded. Okay. Haddon held his hand, following Ida to Grandfather Xia. People wishing him a happy birthday tactfully dispersed. Howell, who was with Old Master Xia, glanced at Ichabod and winked. Allaire, whose memory wasn't great, saw Ichabod and his cloudy eyes lit up. He reached out. Isn't this my grandson-in-law? Oh, Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time, come here. Haddon's eyes darkened. Grandson-in-law. Ichabod awkwardly placed his hand on Allaire's wrinkled palm. Grandpa Xia, it's Chiron, not. Ida interjected. Grandpa, not your grandson-in-law anymore. Allaire realized, patting Ichabod's hand affectionately. Not married yet? When's the wedding? Ichabod was extremely embarrassed. There was no such thing at all. Ida helplessly patted the old man. Grandpa, you're confused again. Ha. Allaire laughed heartily. Not today, teasing Fedor. Then he looked at Haddon, whose expression wasn't too pleasant. This is Old was eldest grandson, right? Haddon softened his expression. Yes, grandfather sent me to wish you a happy birthday. Allaire smiled widely. Good. After chatting for a few minutes, Howell and Ida accompanied Allaire to catch up with old comrades. Ichabod held Haddon's hand, getting closer to him. Brother. Haddon locked eyes with him, his tone low and stern. Baby, when did you become the Xia family's grandson-in-law? He blinked innocently. Grandpa Xia was joking. Haddon pinched his cheek. Explain to me tonight when we get home. He rubbed his nose sullenly. Oh. The two didn't stay until the end of the party, bidding farewell to Allaire and leaving early. Back at the hotel, the first thing Haddon did was undress and clean Ichabod, then press him onto the bed. Pinching Ichabod's chin, he asked dangerously, tell me, what's this grandson-in-law business? Ichabod wrapped his arms around Haddon's neck, rubbing noses affectionately. Don't you want to kiss me first? He pressed his lips firmly on the red ones, caressing Ichabod's waist. Tell me. Ichabod's clear, moist eyes looked innocent beyond measure. It's just that Sister Wanyu wanted to marry me and have a baby. Haddon's eyes turned cold. What nonsense. Ichabod pecked his lips, drew back his neck, and continued. During college, I once went back to the Xia family to play for a few days with my roommate and cousin Alicia's younger cousin. Then cousin Alicia asked me to consider marrying her. Haddon scowled and sealed those moving lips, kissing him until he was breathless and dazed. Then he said ominously, she likes you? Breathless, Ichabod's eyes glistened as he soothed him by pinching his earlobe. Probably not that kind of like. She just thinks I'm perfect for marrying her. Haddon stared intently at him. What makes you suitable? Recalling Xia Alicia's words, he said, a clean family background, quiet and untroublesome, high education, good looks, and excellent genes make it very suitable to have a smart and beautiful baby. When he first met the frequently appearing political newcomer Xia Alicia on TV news who asked him about marriage, he was scared out of his wits. He clearly refused, yet she still occasionally messaged to ask if he had reconsidered. Now years had passed, she still remembered this. Haddon's face turned dark. Doesn't she know you don't like women? I told her clearly, but she still asks me to consider carefully. He paused, feeling depressed. Baby, why do you attract girls so much? Everyone wants to marry you. That pink diamond sender from before, now there's Xia Alicia again, they all seem to be eyeing his wife. Ichabod clung closely to Haddon, shy but straightforward, but I only want to be your wife. Honey, don't be angry, I'm already naked. Are you going to be virtuous? Desire gradually clouded Haddon's eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned down to kiss those rosy lips. The spring color filled the room. Tonight Ichabod didn't pass out. Afterward, he nestled in Haddon's arms, his flushed cheeks showing signs of weariness. The well-satisfied Haddon's heart felt lighter. He gently caressed his smooth shoulder, his deep and raspy voice seductive. Baby, shall we get married after the new year? His eyelashes fluttered as he looked up dazedly. Get married? Yeah, we'll register abroad. What do you say? But. Ichabod's heart trembled. He stammered, your family. Haddon lovingly kissed the corner of his eyes. I'll handle it. As long as you're willing to marry me, everything will be fine. He hugged Haddon's waist tightly and nodded slightly. I'm willing. Haddon smiled contentedly. After registering, let's see how those women can keep thinking about other people's wives. Ichabod squinted his eyes, rubbing against his chest before closing them. Honey, I'm sleepy. Okay, go to sleep. Don't you want to give me a goodnight kiss? Haddon smiled, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on Ichabod's forehead. Good night, wife. Good night. Chapter 51, Still Not Giving Up. The next morning, Ichabod heard his phone ringing and groggily got up to answer it. Emil. Ida's gentle voice came through. He glanced at the sleeping Haddon, then got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Sister Wanyu, is there something wrong? I'm in the cafe downstairs from your hotel. Can you come down for a bit? Ichabod hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. Sure, wait for me a moment, I'll be right down. All right. After washing up and getting dressed, Ichabod kissed Haddon's forehead and left the room. In the cafe, Ida saw Ichabod walk in and raised her hand to signal him. Ichabod walked over and sat opposite her. Sister Wanyu. She smiled faintly and pointed at the insulated bag on the table. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I bought some for you. Ichabod pursed his lips. Thank you. Ida chuckled. There's no need to guard against me anymore. I came today to apologize. Huh? Apologize? I've been ignoring your wishes and insisting that you consider marrying me, causing you trouble. I'm really sorry about that, Ida said sincerely. Ichabod's worry faded completely. It's okay. You'll find someone more suitable, Sister Wanyu. Let's see. It's not like this marriage is absolutely necessary. At 30, Ida had reached the position of Secretary General of the Municipal Committee with her own capabilities. Marriage wasn't that important to her, but the old conservatives within the system always judged her by their biased standards, constantly bringing up her marital status. Tired of their comments, she thought about finding someone suitable to marry just to silence them. However, since Ichabod was unwilling, and he was now with Haddon, it would be too much if she persisted. As for those conservatives, once she climbed to a sufficient height, they wouldn't dare say such things. Looking at the quiet and beautiful youth, Ida sighed inwardly. Emil, last night I didn't mean to scare you. Because of some private matters concerning the Hua family, being with Haddon might not gain his family's approval. Eustace and Amos were close friends who had gone through life and death situations together. Even though what happened to Haddon's father was well concealed, Ida knew a little about it. Ichabod lowered his eyes slightly. I know. She was somewhat surprised. Haddon told you? Yes. Sigh, I hope he truly cares about you and doesn't make you suffer. Ichabod shook his head with a smile. He does care about me. As long as you're clear about it. Ida checked her watch. I have a meeting in the city later, so I must go. All right. She took a small booklet out of her bag and placed it on the table. I met an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner by chance and got a recipe for nourishing herbs, supposedly passed down from ancient palaces. Take it home and have your herbalist check if any of them suit your constitution to help improve your health. Touched, Ichabod said, Thank you, Sister Wanyu. She stood up with a smile, teasing him. Actually, I wanted to get you in shape to have beautiful babies. Ichabod blushed in embarrassment. Oh, right. Didn't Haddon just sign a cooperation agreement with President Wang for the core chips of medical devices in the government's national bidding after the new year? If your brother's company wants to establish itself firmly in Jing City in a short time, they can try bidding for it. However, my connections aren't based in Jing City, so I can't help much with this sensitive matter. Then she pointed at the insulated bag on the table. Take it back to your room to eat. There's enough for two. Ichabod stood up. Sister, thank you. Ida waved her hand. I should go, or I'll be late. Contact me if you need anything. Yeah, bye. Goodbye. After watching her leave, Ichabod picked up the insulated bag and the cookbook from the table and returned to the hotel suite. He placed the items on the table in the small living area and headed towards the bedroom. Haddon was awake, leaning against the headboard playing with his phone. Seeing Ichabod return, he gazed at him. No soreness in your waist or legs? Where did you go so early? Ichabod walked over, climbed onto the bed, and laid on top of him, smiling sweetly. Sister Wanyu bought me breakfast. Want to eat? Haddon held Ichabod's waist, grinding his teeth inwardly. She still hasn't given up. No, she came to apologize and has temporarily given up on the idea of marriage. Humph. Ichabod hugged his neck and kissed his lips. Get up and have breakfast. Aren't we returning to Jing City at noon? He held the back of Ichabod's head, exchanging a sweet and deep kiss. After pulling away, he ambiguously rubbed Ichabod's soft waist. Did I hold back last night? My dear could move freely early in the morning, any reward? Ichabod blushed and glared at him. No. Eustace, please continue to be restrained. Haddon flipped over and pressed Ichabod down, starting to undress him. I'll take it myself. Due to someone's indulgence in morning exercise, the afternoon flight tickets were cancelled, and they returned to Jing City in the evening. After dinner, Ichabod, whose legs were still slightly weak, firmly refused to go home with Haddon. Hadn't coaxed him for a long time but failed to change his mind. Reluctantly, he sent him back to Brady's place. At the doorstep, attempting to steal a farewell kiss failed. Instead, he forcefully pulled Ichabod into a long kiss before letting him inside. The house was brightly lit. Ichabod changed his shoes and walked in, facing two pairs of intense eyes in the living room. He nervously licked his slightly numb lips and admitted guiltily, "I'm back." Azai lay on the sofa, resting his head on Brady's thigh. He glanced at Ichabod sharply and narrowed his eyes. "Where were you these past 2 days?" "Jing City. I heard Danny went to Jing City on business, and you followed him." "Yeah." "Oh wow, lovers can't bear to be apart for a moment. You want to chain yourself to your boyfriend's belt." Ichabod felt embarrassed and quickly dragged his small suitcase to his room. "I'm going to take a shower first." Azai smiled teasingly as he watched Ichabod flee, then suddenly turned serious. He climbed up and grabbed Brady's ear, angrily questioning, "We have the same mother. Why can't you be as proactive as little Ran? Made me wait for so many years. We could have had a bunch of kids by now." Brady raised an eyebrow, looking at Azai's flat abdomen. "Can you do that?" Azai knelt on Brady's thighs, pulling Brady's hand inside his clothes and whispered seductively near his ear, "Unless we try more times, how would I know if I can?" Brady's eyes darkened. He picked him up and headed to the bedroom. "Then let's try more times." Azai locked the door behind them and playfully asked, "Husband, will 2 babies be enough for you?" Brady huffed, pressing him onto the bed. "You better really be able to give me one." Azai wrapped his arms around Brady's neck, fearlessly teasing, then put in some effort. Hadn't covered his mouth. Actions speak louder than words. Chapter 52 Hypocrisy Exposed. The consequence of speaking without restraint was that Eric woke up at noon the next day, groaning and mumbling as he emerged from his room with an odd posture, only to meet Drake's inquiring gaze. His old face blushed red as he avoided eye contact and asked, "Is there any food?" Drake pointed towards the kitchen. "There's some takeaway in the warming box, it hasn't been touched." "Aha." He ambled into the kitchen, devoured what was in the warming box, then came out satisfied. Drake was still staring at him. Eric glared, stiffening his neck in a show of bravado. "What are you looking at? Don't you know about indulging too much?" Drake scrutinized him oddly. "Isn't your body quite robust?" Eric flopped onto the sofa, complaining openly, "I told you my brother-in-law is a closet pervert, turning into a drilling machine after a few provocations. Damn it, I'm almost done for." Drake was awkwardly silent. This sister-in-law really treated him like family. Eric lazily commanded, "Come over and give me a massage on my waist." "No. Tisk, hurry up. Hasn't your sister-in-law endured so much? Can't you be considerate?" Drake, speechless, hesitantly sat on the carpet and became a free masseur, grumbling, "You should try plying my brother with hardship stories, make him feel sorry for you." Humph. After massaging Eric for about 10 minutes, Drake's hands ached, and he stopped responding, picking up his phone while asking casually, "Aren't you going to work today?" Eric drowsily replied, "Nope, suspended." He was surprised. "Why suspended?" "My father found out I'm with your brother, and he wants to use this to force me to marry, have kids, carry on the lineage." Eric spoke lightly. "Our Chi family has been passing down through one male descendant, he fears it'll end with me, disgracing our ancestors." Drake was taken aback. "So, what are you going to do?" "Unless he can have another child with my mom, there's no way around it. I can't bear children, neither can your brother." "What can we do? Does my brother know?" "Yes." Eric pounded the pillow angrily. "That's why he torments me now that I don't have to go to work, pervert." Completely ignoring the fact that it was his own fault for always trying to provoke things. Drake wasn't concerned about their issues, remained silent and continued replying to Archibald's messages. Archibald didn't finish his meeting until nearly 1 o'clock. As he walked back to his office, he sent messages urging his beloved to eat. "Danny." As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard Devon, who had seemingly waited for ages, calling out with a bright smile. Archibald paused, his eyes darkening slightly. "What is it?" Drake hadn't mentioned what he said during his blackout that night, so Devon had no clue that everything he said had been heard by the person himself. Still, he put on a pure, innocent look to please. "I heard you returned from Jing City. Let's have dinner, would you grace me with your presence?" Archibald sneered inwardly but kept his expression blank, refusing flatly, "No." "Have dinner? To be insulted while eating?" Devon's face paled a little, unsure of what to do. "Danny, are you not in a good mood? Didn't he hear that the cooperation in Jing City went smoothly? Why such bad temper?" Archibald sat down in his chair, sternly dismissing him. "If you have nothing else, leave. Don't come every few days proposing dinner. I won't eat." In Devon's mind, it was just 2 pieces of excrement coming together. How disgusting. Who could eat under such circumstances? Devon had never been rejected so bluntly before. His pale lips trembled slightly, tears welling up as he stuttered, "Then, perhaps another time, I'll leave first, goodbye." Stammering, he turned and left quickly. Archibald harumphed lightly. This hypocritical kid probably starts cursing once out of sight. Devon couldn't help wiping away tears as soon as he entered the elevator, who'd want to always put on a friendly face to receive cold shoulders if not for dear mom's sake. Buzz buzz. Reaching the ground floor, his phone rang. Dispirited, he answered without checking. Hello, who's this? It's me, your good friend, Pablo said with a chuckle. Devon sniffled and perked up a bit. Brother Yen, what's up? Can't I just check on a new friend? Did I interrupt your nap? Suddenly feeling a bit aggrieved. No nap, I haven't even had lunch yet. Ah. So busy, not eating by 1 o'clock. Arriving at 11:30, he encountered another cold expression and suffered a mental blow while being hungry, leaving him thoroughly depressed. Pablo seemed to be dressing up, making slight rustling noises accompanied by his concerned words, "Are you preparing to go for lunch now?" Devon got into his car and replied, "I'll order some takeaway back at the company, I'm not really in the mood." Back to Lynn's pharmaceutical. Yep. Wait a minute. I'll bring you some good food there. He paused, startled. No need. Pablo was insistent, "I'll call you when I arrive." Hearing the dial tone, Devon felt a cool heart gradually warming up, moved to tears. In his 22 years of life, this was the first time he felt the warmth and care from a good friend. The ride back to the company took 20 minutes, and he waited in the car for more than 10 minutes before seeing the cool motorcycle parked at the entrance. Elated, he got off the car and walked forward. "Brother Yen." Pablo removed his helmet, taking off the thermal bag hanging on the handlebar, passing it over with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Here, have your lunch." Gratefully, he accepted it. "Thank you, Brother Yen." Pablo wanted to ruffle his hair but refrained from messing up his neatly combed hair. Instead, he pinched his cheek. "Eat it while it's hot." His bright eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you." Pablo smiled. "What's with the formality between good friends? Are you free tonight? Let's go eat some barbecue." Devon nodded. "I'm free. I'll come pick you up after work." "Okay." Pablo patted his face again, smiling. "Go eat quickly before it gets cold. See you tonight." "See you tonight." All bad moods vanished as Devon returned to the office to finish his heartfelt meal from his friend. He didn't even take a nap but hurriedly completed his work so that he could go eat barbecue in the evening. Throughout the afternoon, Assistant Fabian brought several documents to the office. Seeing the young vice president unusually energetic and dedicated to work, he couldn't help but marvel and feel delighted. Today, the crybaby VP showed a little maturity. Until the end of the day, watching the young VP rush out like a happy bird towards a cool, handsome man, who then proceeded to touch his face, hold hands, and drape an arm around his shoulders. Fabian stared wide-eyed, his first thought being, "It's all over." The young VP really listened and started dating a guy, but not the famous CEO Hua. Mrs. Hua might just lose her mind. Chapter 53, he even thought his brother despised him. Bram, immersed in the warm care of his good friend, did not resist Pablo's overly intimate physical contact at all. After being stuffed into the car's passenger seat, he asked with bright eyes, "Why aren't you riding your motorcycle?" Pablo leaned over to fasten his seatbelt, and then pinched his cheek as he finished. "In such cold weather, how could I let my good friend always be chilled by cold wind with me?" He no longer put on his usual serious act from work, smiling rather innocently. "Are we going back to that barbecue stall from last time?" "It's still early, the barbecue stall isn't set up yet. How about I take you for a proper meal first?" "Sure." Pablo smiled, driving Bram back to his own residential complex. Still dazed, Bram was led into the elevator. "Aren't we supposed to go eat?" Holding his warm hand, Pablo looked honest and sincere. "I'm sure you're tired of delicacies. I can't keep taking you to roadside stalls either. My cooking skills are pretty good, let me treat you." Bram still had some wariness. He slightly frowned, pulling his hand away strugglingly. When the elevator arrived at the floor, he didn't get out, huddling in the corner like a spiky little porcupine. Pablo stood outside the elevator, blocking the door with amusement. "Scared I'll eat you?" With drooping lips, Bram muttered, "I really am not gay." "I know you're not. Sorry, I should have told you in advance. I enjoy inviting friends home." To clear his defense, Pablo added, "I've also invited your second brother." Bram blinked wide-eyed. "You know my second brother?" "Yes, he and I are very good friends, met in Jing City." "Otherwise, do you think who called him that night to pick you up?" He was stunned. You knew about me and him long ago?" Pablo nodded. "When you came to the bar for the first time, I already knew your identity. Then I told your brother. He asked me to look after you more to prevent you from being bullied. Of course, he strictly warned me not to have any ulterior motives towards you." Bram felt like his mind went blank for a moment before tears uncontrollably welled up. Turns out his second brother always knew about his nightlife at underground bars but didn't use it against him. Instead, he even entrusted his friends to watch over him. No wonder those guests adored him so much and dared not lay a hand on him. Sob. He even thought his brother despised him. Not knowing why he cried again, Pablo sighed, stepping back into the elevator. "All right, let's go out to eat." But Bram stopped him from pressing the ground floor button, wiping away tears with sniffling. "Thank you for the invitation then." He laughed, leading Bram out of the elevator teasingly. "Why do you cry so easily? Always shedding tears for nothing." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bram, only speaking softly after they got inside and changed shoes, said, "It's not intentional. I can't control it." Tears leak out involuntarily. Possibly because Una had been very strict with him from childhood to adulthood, determined to raise him into a powerful heir like Haddon, Bram used to shoulder heavy academic burdens in childhood, often crying and whining about not wanting to study. However, Una would first lock him in a dark room as punishment, then cry about her difficulties while holding him. Under both mental and physical coercion, he could only follow the path planned for him by Una aimlessly. Later, he didn't dare complain about pressure or exhaustion in front of Una anymore and barely maintained the image Una desired. Perhaps due to suppression for too long, he fell ill, easily tearing up. The doctor couldn't help much, just suggesting finding things that make him happy to relax. However, he pretended well, only his longtime assistant knew this issue. Oh, now Pablo, who always startled him, joined the circle. But since Pablo is his good friend, it doesn't matter that he knows. Upon hearing tears leaking out, Pablo was taken aback for a few seconds, gently messing Bram's hair, "Play around for a bit. I'm making dinner. Do you need help?" "No, just wait for your meal." "Oh." Pablo went into the kitchen, and Bram obediently sat on the living room sofa, curiously looking around. He found Pablo's home decoration style matched his personality, various models were cool and edgy, along with a wall full of photos and trophies. Leaning closer, Bram saw skydiving, freestyle skiing, motorcycle racing, and numerous extreme sports. Not only was Pablo skilled in these activities, but he also won many trophies. He couldn't help but show an envious expression. A free and passionate life, living as he wished, was something he could only dream of. Pablo, cooking in the kitchen, stuck his head out to check on Jediah. "Ralph, dinner will take a bit longer. The TV can connect to the internet for games, go ahead and play." "Okay." Jediah agreed and sat cross-legged on the carpet, turned on the TV, and picked up the game controller next to him. He quickly became engrossed in various exciting game battles. An hour later, Pablo brought the dishes to the table and went over to see Jediah with an intense look on his face. He couldn't help but smirk. "Take a break, let's eat first, then you can continue playing." Reluctantly, Jediah put down the controller. "All right." Sitting at the dining table, facing a warm-hearted friend, eating the warm meal prepared by this friend, Jediah found himself moved to tears once again. Pablo was helpless. He moved the tissue box closer to him and teased with a smile, "If you say the food is too salty while eating, I'm not taking the blame." Jediah laughed through his tears, dried his eyes, and picked up his chopsticks. "Thank you for the meal, Chef Lou. Eat up." Jediah completely relaxed in front of Pablo, praising every bite he took. Pablo was almost flattered by the compliments. Taking advantage of this, he proposed that he would cook for him again next time, which Jediah innocently agreed to. After dinner, Jediah pulled Pablo into a two-player game, and even barbecues lost their appeal. Buzz, buzz. The vibration of the phone lying nearby pulled Jediah away from the game. Glancing at the caller ID, he panicked and dropped the controller. Pablo, who was sitting beside him, glanced over, paused the game, and patted his head. "Answer the call, it's fine." Jediah hesitated, picked up the phone, and answered. "Mom. Where are you?" Una's tone carried deep displeasure. At a gathering with friends, Jediah licked his dry lips. "Is Seamus there?" "No." Una seemed to be suppressing her anger. "He has returned from a business trip. Did you invite him for dinner today?" "I went to Wari to find him, but he was busy." "How useless are you?" Perhaps due to Brady's return or Ichabod confirming his relationship with Haddon, Una had been under high tension and anxiety recently, unable to control her temper even with her own son. Jediah's eyes reddened, but he didn't dare cry. "I'm sorry." Una took several deep breaths and barked, "From now on, stay away from those low-level gatherings. Soon, the government will have a major project bidding. You should know who to associate with to gain more advantages." The light in Jediah's eyes dimmed. "I understand. End your gathering quickly and come home to report today's work content." Una hung up coldly. Tears welled up in his eyes but did not fall. Jediah stood up, forced a grim smile at Pablo, and said, "Brother Yen, I need to go home." Pablo felt a heavy heart, stood up, grabbed his coat, and said in a deep voice, "I'll take you." Chapter 54, I Will Always Be There. On the way back, Monroe was no longer as elated as when he came. He was silent like a sad piece of wood. Arriving at the foot of the residential building, he forced himself to say goodbye to Pablo with some spirit. "Brother Yen, thanks for dinner today. Next time, I'll treat you. I'm going up first. Drive carefully, bye." Monroe pushed open the car door and got out, his back looking pitiful and desolate. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard the loud sound of a car door slamming shut behind him. He turned around only to fall into a warm embrace that made his tears well up. Pablo hugged him tightly, gently stroking his head with a sympathetic sigh. "Little one, cry if you want to, don't hold it in." He had been silently weeping until he heard this and began to cry aloud, crying even harder. "Wah. Wah wah. I'm just useless. I can't do anything right. I'm trash, wah wah. Monroe cried his heart out in Pablo's arms, wiping his nose and tears on Pablo's sweater. Then he looked up apologetically, sorry, I've dirtied your clothes. Pablo touched the red corner of his wet eye, it's fine. Wah. Brother Yen, you're really my best friend. In the past, whenever he was sad, he could only hide and cry by himself. Now, with Pablo, he finally had someone who could comfort him. Pablo wasn't sure whether he should be happy or not. Did he really have to end up holding on to a good friend card forever and watch little sobbing packages get married and have big chubby babies? And what if he was invited to be the best man? Oh no. What kind of twisted story is this? No way, no way. Just thinking about it gave Pablo palpitations. Looking at Monroe with red eyes and a runny nose, he thought he might need to cross the line a bit more. With that thought, he lowered his head and kissed Monroe's tear-streaked eyelid, then added hastily, comfort from a good friend. Stop crying, okay? Monroe stopped crying in surprise, staring blankly. Do good friends use kisses to comfort each other? Pablo tapped his forehead, feeling better. Pablo smiled, brushing away the messy strands of hair from his forehead, no matter if you're happy or unhappy in the future, I will always be there. Monroe's lips quivered, and tears were threatening to fall again. Let's not cry today anymore, okay? Otherwise, your eyes will be swollen. Pablo held him gently, go take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to have barbecue. He held back his tears and nodded vigorously, okay. Pablo let him go back inside. He waved, see you, Brother Yen. See you tomorrow. Pablo watched Monroe enter the residential building, didn't leave immediately, leaned against the car door smoking 2 cigarettes, and sent a message on his phone before getting into the car and leaving. Early in the morning, Ichabod was dragged out of bed by his teacher's relentless calls, drowsily ate breakfast, and told the unemployed as I'm going out. I won't be back for lunch. The unemployed person was quite laid back, where are you going? My teacher has an art exhibition next week and asked me to help set it up. Oh, go ahead. Leaving. At the convention center, Ichabod worked as a day laborer for his stingy teacher along with a few senior and junior students all day long. Only when it was dark did he have time to reply to his boyfriend's message. The owner of the art exhibition, renowned painting master Brock, appeared beside him, hands crossed over his chest, glaring angrily, rebellious disciple. He put on an innocent smile. Brock glared at him indignantly, how about considering studying abroad? Ichabod spread his hands helplessly, I refused it long ago. Are you starting to forget things, teacher? Is your memory so poor? Rebellious disciple. Brock scolded again, frustrated, tell me, with such artistic talent, why aren't you serious about your studies? Such a good opportunity for advanced studies, your seniors would kill for it, but you don't care at all. Ichabod blinked innocently, I really don't want to study abroad. I don't like foreign food. You'll be the death of me. Do you feel angry again? Emmett laughed and patted Brock on the back, teacher, your free laborers are starving. Shouldn't we eat now? Brock harumphed loudly, alright, let's go eat. I can't be too angry to skip meals, can I? Emmett smiled and asked Ichabod, want to join us for dinner? Or do you have a date? Ichabod smiled faintly, shaking his head and putting his phone in his pocket, sure, let's go for dinner. Eustace is busy entertaining clients. Painting master Brock was frugal where he could be, but when it came to his apprentices eating and drinking, he did not stint at all. He found a 5-star hotel and ordered a large table of fine dishes and wine. After a satisfying meal with drinks flowing freely, Brock once again earnestly tried to persuade Ichabod over dinner. My dear disciple, with such outstanding painting talent, you cannot waste it, otherwise, your teacher will die without peace. At the very least, you could open a painting studio like your senior brother. Every time I see your comic characters, I can't help but feel distressed. If you love drawing comics, why don't you seriously consider becoming a manga artist? It's no use doing half-hearted things, my talented beloved disciple. Ichabod supported him, don't worry about me, I have my own plans. Do you really have them or are you just fooling me? Really, the elevator is here. Emmett helped Brock up, I'll take the teacher back. Your seniors want to go singing, you can join them if you like. Ichabod waved, no, thank you. As you wish, just let us know when you're home. Sure. The elevator went down and paused on the 3rd floor. Ichabod pulled his drowsily murmuring teacher back to make some space. Second brother. A clear male voice rang out with a tinge of surprise. Ichabod looked up to see Monroe dressed in a suit standing outside the elevator along with 3 other men similarly attired. Monroe pried off the hand on his shoulder and walked into the elevator. The 3 young men followed inside. The man who had his arm around Monroe sized up Ichabod for a moment before reaching out to pat Monroe's back. Young Master Lin, long heard of your name, I'm Nick, Jing's cousin. Monroe frowned, squeezing next to Ichabod to avoid his touch. Nick chuckled darkly, his gaze lingering on Monroe with an air of regret. Ichabod slightly turned his body to shield Monroe, sending a cold glance at Nick. Nick quickly withdrew his gaze, turning to whisper with the other 2 men. Monroe noticed Ichabod's protective gesture and thought about how Ichabod always made Pablo look after him. His nose tingled with emotion as he edged closer to Ichabod, inexplicably feeling safe and secure. Chapter 55, My eldest brother can't drink alcohol, so I'll drink for him. The elevator arrived at the ground floor, and the group of people gradually walked out. Demon was supporting Brock, and as soon as they exited the hotel's main door, they saw Nick and his two companions leaning against a car hood, clearly with ill intentions. Bobby noticed their concerned looks directed at him. Why don't you take the teacher home first? Then I'll send you home. Bobby glanced sideways at Bram, who was trailing slowly beside him, then shook his head. It's not on your way anyway. You take him back, don't worry. Alright, let me know when you get home safely. Sure. After Demon left with Brock, Bobby took out his phone to call a taxi. Bram stood next to him, head down, saying nothing. Zaire, said Nick, leaning against the car door with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, appearing rather frivolous. Eldest cousin found an interesting underground bar, want to check it out? Bram's pupils constricted slightly, cold sweat appeared on his palms. What did Nick find out? Second young Master Lin can join too. Nick added meaningfully. I heard there's a very spicy and alluring top performer there, not sure if she will be on stage today. Let's go and see together. Zaire, we haven't finished discussing about the job your aunt wanted us to talk about, we can continue that there. Bram's face turned a bit pale, clenching his fists tightly. He said in a low voice, I'm tired. I want to rest early tonight. The project isn't urgent, let's talk another day. Nick snickered, another day I won't have time. If we don't get the project, don't blame me when your aunt scolds you. His lips were tightly pressed, finally he seemed to lose strength all over his body, lightly touching Bobby's clothing. Elder brother, thank you for coming to pick me up that night. It's cold outside, go home early. Bobby frowned slightly, put away his phone, grabbed Bram's arm who was about to walk toward Nick, and looked at Nick with a calm expression. Then I'll join the fun too. Bram turned his head and stared blankly at him, feeling a little warm around his eyes. Elder brother, are you worried about me? Nick dropped the cigarette butt on the ground, sneered with a sarcastic smile. Eustace's boyfriend is willing to grace us with his presence, truly an honor. On the way to the underground bar, Bram couldn't drive since he had been drinking, so he sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Bobby beside him, torn between wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Bobby didn't really have much to talk about either, so the journey was mostly silent. Elder brother. He hesitantly spoke up just before they arrived. You should go home after you drop me off. Danny has never liked Nick and has long harbored resentment. He definitely knows about your relationship with Danny and wants to vent some of his anger on you. Just ignore them, I'll be fine. Actually, he also disliked Nick, but because they were distant relatives, despite the Guan family not being as glorious as before, they still had connections. His mother always told him to maintain a good relationship with Nick, hoping it would help in the family property disputes in the future. Nick had a chaotic personal life and had always given him a disgusting look, recently becoming even more bold after finding out about his activities in the underground bar. His biological brother, whom his own mother regarded as an enemy, had actually been quietly looking out for him. And his good friend, who wasn't blood-related, harbored sinister intentions towards him. A wave of sorrow rose in Bram's heart as he huddled deeper into his seat like a sad puppy enveloped by dark clouds. The car stopped in front of the bar. Seeing that Bram was lost in thought and had no intention of moving, Bobby spoke calmly, get out. Oh, okay. Bram unbuckled his seatbelt. Elder brother, you take my car back. Before he finished speaking, Bobby had already pushed open the car door and got out, tossing the keys to a lackadaisical valet who approached them. Unlike those high-end clubs, this underground bar didn't treat people deferentially based on the type of car they drove. Instead, they especially disdained certain second-generation rich kids who acted superior. They were even more dismissive of Nick, who could only show his nostrils upon getting out of the car. Pay the parking fee first. Nick, used to flattery, frowned blackly, parking fee for a rundown bar. The valet grinned, showing a big tooth. Precisely because it's a rundown bar that we charge fees. Business isn't easy these days. No parking fee, no service. You. Hey, young Master Guan, I'll pay. Michelle, following behind Nick, quickly scanned the code, trying to please him. Don't ruin your mood. Nick glared and coldly scoffed, pushing past the valet to enter. The valet smirked and rolled his eyes dramatically. Seeing Nick being embarrassed, Monroe's face showed relief as he quickly followed Ichabod, still trying to persuade, second brother, you really don't have to pay attention to them. But Ichabod didn't hear him. After entering, the music was too loud, so he closed his mouth. Nick had a few friends who greeted them and invited them to join their booth. After sitting down, Nick introduced Ichabod sarcastically, this is second young Master Lin, Eustace's boyfriend, deigning to grace our humble gathering. Everyone, welcome him. The group exchanged glances, with varied expressions, clapping half-heartedly. Zaire, don't just stand there. Pour some drinks for your second brother and toast with us. Don't be rude, we might not play with you again in the future. Monroe ignored this, calling a waiter over, could you please bring me some fruit juice? Nick's face darkened completely. He stared at Monroe with a sinister gaze, then laughed chillingly after a while, glancing at the sexy models dancing on stage, seemingly nonchalant. Why isn't that head fox male model out tonight? Monroe's fingers trembled slightly but maintained a calm facade. Nick's subordinates chimed in, isn't the fox supposed to come out every night? If young Master Guan wants to see him, I can ask the boss to have him dance for you. He doesn't entertain guests though, right? Haha, what male model wouldn't give face to young Master Guan? I'll go ask the boss. Nick's eyes swept over Monroe, it would be such a pity not to see the fox tonight. Monroe met his gaze fearlessly, lifting the corners of his lips, yes, what a pity. Humph. He scoffed, shifting his gaze to Ichabod, who hadn't spoken, and lifted a glass of wine. Second young Master Lin, since you're here, have a drink, won't you? Sitting around like this is no fun at all. Michelle filled up Ichabod's cup with strong liquor at his signal, second young Master Lin, do give us some face. We'll be friends from now on. Monroe snatched the cup coldly, my second brother doesn't drink alcohol. I'll drink for him. He then drank it all down in one gulp. Michelle looked toward Nick. Nick smirked mockingly, I didn't know you and your second brother were so close. Alright, if you're drinking for someone else, 3 cups minimum. Fill up another cup, Michelle. Sure thing. As Monroe was about to drink again, Ichabod grabbed his wrist, looking calmly at Nick, weren't we going to discuss business? How can we talk if he's drunk? The group was taken aback for a moment before laughing out loud, second young master, don't you know what a bar is for? It's a place for drinking and having fun. Who discusses business in a place like this? Nick also laughed at his naivety, abandoning his act, and said casually, if Zaire can keep me entertained tonight, discussing business will be much easier. Monroe's face showed slight anger, ready to rebuke, but Ichabod picked up the dice cup first, a faint smile appearing on his lips, then let's play something fun. Chapter 56, Always Had Good Luck. Nick stroked his chin, what game does young Master Second want to play? Ichabod slightly tilted his head, you seem very good at games, suggest something interesting. Hee, since young Master Second has picked up the dice, how about a game of high and low? But drinking as punishment is no fun. Let's play something more exciting, like truth or dare. Bram glared at him warily, what kind of dare? His lewd gaze fell upon Bram, with Spencer backing young Master Second, I wouldn't dare make it too big. Zaire, you're so protective of your second brother, how about you take on the punishment if he loses? What kind of punishment? I've seen a male model dance video before. His physique is similar to yours. We won't be able to see it tonight, why don't you go up and dance instead? I heard Auntie complaining that you've been learning street dancing as a hobby. Liven things up for cousin tonight. The remarks were loaded with disdain and insult. Bram clenched his fists angrily, who do you think I am? Nick, don't go too far. Young Master Second, Zaire can't handle it, will you go yourself? Ichabod raised an eyebrow, sure, if you enjoy watching people dance so much, if I lose, I'll go. If you lose, will you? Nick, having spent years indulging in entertainment venues, was extremely confident in his gambling skills, readily agreeing, sure thing, but if young Master Second loses, don't run to Spencer to complain. Definitely not. Alright. He picked up another set of dice, everyone here will be the judges. Let me give some face to young Master Second. We'll play high and low, best out of 5 rounds. The loser drinks during the losing rounds, and at the end, the loser goes on stage to dance. Ichabod smiled faintly and nodded, if I lose, I'll go. If you lose, you go. No substitutes. Nick lifted his chin arrogantly, let's go. Bram had played with Nick quite a bit and knew he had some skill. Worried, he tugged on Ichabod's sleeve, second brother, maybe we should pass. Ichabod glanced at the canned orange juice on the table, open it for me. He obediently complied, okay. Nick shook the dice, urging impatiently, young Master Second, can we start? Let's start. Many guests gathered around to watch, clamoring loudly. Excited, Nick skillfully shook the dice, performing a series of flashy moves before casually opening the dice cup. 1 4, 2 5s, 3 a success, 32 points. Michelle announced loudly. He was somewhat satisfied with this number, smirking provocatively, young Master Second, your turn. Don't be nervous, the first round doesn't really matter. Ichabod showed no signs of tension, shaking the dice cup casually as if he were a beginner. After over 20 seconds, he placed it down. Bram held his breath, staring intently at Ichabod's hand, silently praying for a higher number. Oh wow, 3 5s, 3 a success, 33 points. Just a little bit higher. Amazing. A guest who had warmed up quickly acted as the impartial judge, declaring loudly, first round, the handsome young man wins. Bram's eyes widened in surprise, we won. Ichabod smiled lightly, thank you for letting me win. Nick's complacency froze on his face, gritting his teeth, let's go again. Drink first. Drink. Drink it. Encouragement rang out continuously. Nick drank a full glass of whiskey sour-faced, go again. Continue, continue. This is interesting. DJ, turn up the music. The DJ complied with the guest's request, increasing the volume, making the atmosphere even livelier. In the second round, Ichabod started by shaking the dice just as casually as before. Opening the cup revealed 1 5 and 5 success. The crowd erupted, amazing, almost a straight flush. Under pressure, Nick tightened his face and shook the dice for nearly 2 minutes. Urged by the surrounding crowd, he finally opened the cup, for a success, 2 5s, losing another round. His and his minions' faces darkened. Ichabod sipped the orange juice Bram offered with delight, calmly stating, "This round is my match point." Nick downed another glass of alcohol, picking up the dice, forcing out through gritted teeth, "I haven't lost yet, one more round." This time, he shook for nearly 5 minutes, waiting until even the onlookers grew impatient. Finally, he matched Ichabod's previous score, breathing a sigh of relief. He couldn't believe that Ichabod could win against him 3 times in a row. Others began to sigh on behalf of Ichabod, while some stirred the pot, urging Ichabod to shake a straight flush. Ichabod casually shook the dice, and after 10 seconds, he put them down, leaning back against the chair in a relaxed posture. Bram held his breath and helped to unveil the highly anticipated dice cup. Holy crap. Amazing. 6 a success, a perfect run. It's a clean sweep. He's a gambling god. The entire venue was electrified. Nick abruptly stood up, his face ashen. "This can't be possible. You're cheating." Everyone looked at him with disdain, he couldn't take a loss. Ichabod smiled, straightened up, picked up the dice in front of him, and looked at Michelle. "What number do you want?" Michelle was stunned for a while before stammering, 1 through 6. "That'll be a bit challenging." Ichabod said with a smile, then started shaking the dice. Soon, the numbers 1 through 6 were neatly arranged. Michelle's mouth dropped open in shock. "My God. I'm getting goosebumps. Gambling god, indeed." The previous judge moved closer to Ichabod, excitedly asking, "Can you shake out 6 ones for me?" Ichabod nodded, "I'll give it a try." Rattle rattle. No one knew when the music had been turned down and the noise ceased. Everyone strained their ears to listen to the sound of the dice clattering inside the cup. Thud. The dice cup landed on the table, and Ichabod released his hand. The man eagerly opened it and then gasped, "Holy crap. It really was 6 ones." All eyes looked at Ichabod with feverish admiration. He was so incredible. He could make any number come out just by wishing for it. With this skill, he could make a fortune in Las Vegas. Nick's whole body stiffened as he stared at the dice on the table. "How is this possible? How did you do it?" Ichabod smiled leisurely. "When I had nothing to do in the past, I loved playing with friends. I've always had good luck. Please forgive me. So, are you going to dance now or need some more time to prepare?" The crowd around started heckling, "Dance. Dance. Dance." Nick's anger boiled over, his chest heaving, his face black as a pot bottom. He grabbed his phone and pushed past people, fleeing the scene. Behind him, everyone jeered and scoffed, "Can't handle losing." His few henchmen couldn't stand the embarrassment and followed him away dejectedly. Tommy, who was mixing drinks at the bar, put down his glass, took a cigarette in his mouth, and followed him out. Michelle and the others came out a few minutes later but found no sign of Nick. They looked at each other, perplexed and awkward. In a dark alley not far from the bar, 5 or 6 people surrounded Nick, who was tied up in a sack on the ground, landing punches. "Ah. Who dares to hit me? UF ****ing bastard. Don't let me find out. Ah. Vroom vroom." The sound of motorcycles approached. Tommy, leaning against the wall, stubbed out his cigarette and reported to the tall man appearing at the alley entrance, "Boss, he's being taught a lesson." Pablo nodded, tossing the car keys to him and said coldly, "If he can't control his mouth, give him a thorough beating." "Yes." Pablo's indifferent gaze glanced at the miserable figure wailing pitifully on the ground, then turned and walked back toward the bar, carrying a blue thermal box. He pulled out his phone and sent a voice message, his tone gentle and laced with amusement. "Ralph, are you playing at the bar? Wait for me a moment, I bought some barbecue for you." Chapter 57. Are you just pretending to be smart? Monroe followed Ichabod out of the bar, chattering excitedly. Feeling his phone vibrate, he pulled it out and stopped Ichabod. "Second brother, can you wait for a moment?" "Ralph." Pablo walked over from across the road with a smile, calling affectionately, "Brother Yen." Monroe trotted forward. Tonight was his most spirited night ever, and he looked radiant as he particularly wanted to share this with Pablo. Pablo patted his head and pinched his cheeks. "Had fun?" "Yeah," he nodded vigorously. "Second brother is so cool." Nick's face turned black, ran away without accepting punishment, couldn't handle losing. "Good that you had fun." Pablo pushed the thermal box into his arms. "Here are some skewers, should still be warm." He looked up, eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yen." Pablo smiled warmly and patted his cheek again. "You're welcome. How did you know I'd come here and even got me some skewers?" "Yesterday we agreed to have some skewers, but you had a sudden engagement." I originally intended to deliver them to your house, but they said you were at the bar, so I came over. Holding the thermal box, Monroe felt warmly inside. Brother Yen, you're so nice to me. Pablo draped an arm around his shoulder and tapped his forehead lovingly. Of course, I must be good to my good friend. Not far away, Ichabod saw these two act like an intimate couple and frowned. Pablo led Monroe over and raised his chin familiarly. Won't you join us? You. He eyed them curiously, talking. Monroe was momentarily puzzled, hurriedly shaking his head. No, Brother Yen and I are just very good friends now. Pablo echoed meaningfully. Yeah, we're purely good friends. Ichabod's expression became odd. Were people nowadays being friends in such an ambiguous manner? Having never had close friends, Monroe didn't find anything wrong, and looked up at Pablo. It's very late, second brother and I should go back. Pablo nodded. Did you drink? Do you want me to send you both? I drank, but second brother didn't. Second brother, use my car, I'll take a cab. After saying that, he thought for a moment. You drive, I'll send you home first, then I'll return from there. It's too late, and since you came here for me, I'm not comfortable letting you go alone. I'll send you both back, Pablo interjected. I haven't treated you well today, let me make up for it. The waiter threw Monroe's car keys skillfully over. Pablo caught them easily. Lynn too, I'll send you back first, then Ralph. Monroe found this acceptable. All right, let's go, second brother. Very late already, Ichabod didn't argue, sat in the back seat, and bowed his head replying messages. In the passenger seat, Monroe held the thermal box filled with skewers, glancing down from time to time, craving to eat. Dinner was with those hateful people with Nick, not having much appetite, hardly ate. But after second brother helped him get back at them, he felt hungry. Glancing at him, Pablo smiled. If you want to eat, go ahead, the sticks have been removed by the boss. He blinked. Then I will. Go ahead. Monroe eagerly opened the thermal box. The savory smell of barbecue filled the car immediately. He swallowed, turning to ask, second brother, do you want to try? This place has really delicious barbecue. Ichabod, busy explaining why he returned late without responding to messages or picking up calls, shook his head. No thanks. Oh, then I'll eat. Pablo took out a pack of disposable gloves from his coat pocket and handed it over. Don't dirty your hands. Thanks, Brother Yen. Receiving it happily, he put them on and began eating heartily, praising ambiguously through stuffed cheeks. Brother Yen, you're really thoughtful, can't imagine how happy your future partner will be. Upon hearing this, Ichabod raised his head, meeting slightly helpless Pablo's gaze in the rearview mirror. Looking at Monroe's puffing cheeks, he had a speechless expression, unable to help but speak. Monroe. Monroe turned around confused. You look smart, is it all pretense? He blinked innocently. So you noticed. He wasn't really smart, needing to study until the early hours every day just to barely pass exams and graduate smoothly. He wasn't some genius CEO who could become the vice president of Lynn's pharmaceutical right after graduation, all thanks to his mother and father's influence. Having put so much effort into socializing for years, he hadn't made a single close friend, which proved how useless he really was. However, being smart could be faked. Never did he expect that his second brother would be the one to see through him the most. Monroe looked at Ichabod with eyes sparkling with admiration and a hidden yearning to get closer. Ichabod felt goosebumps all over, leaning back against the seat. His dearly hoped-for son was as clueless as ever, and he was about to be lured away by the old fox. Wouldn't Una throw a fit? Back at the apartment building, Ichabod glanced at Pablo before getting out of the car, noticing even the fox ears couldn't hide the excitement, then looked at Monroe waving innocently, and sighed inwardly. How stupid it all was. After entering the elevator, he still sent a message to Pablo. Ichabod, he doesn't have those thoughts for you, don't play games with him. Ding dong. In the car, Pablo glanced at the message and then looked at Monroe. Feeling content after eating, Monroe was utterly unaware, lazily squinting and blinking in confusion. What's wrong? His heart softened inexplicably, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Nothing, your second brother just asked me to make sure you got home safely. Monroe smiled. My second brother actually treats me like a younger brother. Of course. He. So happy. The moment Ichabod entered the door, 3 heavy gazes landed on him, as if a stern interrogation was about to begin. He lowered his eyes guiltily, dragging his feet to change shoes, mumbling, why are you here? Anton, Zenon, and Eric were sitting on the living room sofa in their comfortable loungewear, faces stern. Why didn't you pick up the phone? He went to the mini-bar to pour a glass of water, sipping slowly. I didn't hear. Zenon frowned. I texted you at 8:30, saying you'd be back soon, and now it's already 11:30. Ichabod apologized. Sorry, something came up. You didn't pick up the call or reply to messages, Eric said with crossed arms. Hollis, you're really getting wilder, aren't you? Flowers outside are more fragrant than those at home, right? Danny, we need to give him a good lesson. No such thing. Anton's expression softened slightly. Come here. Ichabod put down the water cup and moved over like a snail. As soon as he got close, the smell of tobacco and alcohol on him couldn't be hidden anymore. Zenon's face darkened. You smoked and drank again? Chapter 58, Are you this easy to get close to? Ichabod waved his hand. No, not at all. He was pulled by the wrist by Haddon, who felt his forehead to confirm his temperature was normal before lightly flicking his forehead. Go take a shower first. He discreetly glanced at Brady and then slipped away. TSK TSK TSK. Azai clicked his tongue. Danny, you really spoil him too much. If he dares to come home late without answering the phone today, he'll be more daring in the future. Haddon gave him a cool look, bored mouth with nothing better to do after becoming unemployed. He dramatically shrank back to Brady's side. Your brother-in-law is bullying me, honey, say something. A few black lines fell across Haddon's forehead. The corner of Brady's mouth twitched. He awkwardly touched his nose, returning to normal. Haven't you seen that popular joke? True LW. Haddon showed obvious disdain, standing up and walking towards Ichabod's bedroom. Take a look in the mirror at yourself. Who can LW like you, crazy monk? Ichabod gaped. You're so busy yet your internet speed is so fast. Brady pressed his temples, feeling that everyone's mental state was worrying. They used to be pretty proper. What kind of expression is this? Azai grabbed Brady's earlobe. The room of Little White Cabbage has been overtaken openly. Are you, as an elder brother with an old father's mentality, not worried about heart attacks? Brady pulled his hand down, carried him back to the bedroom. Heart attack, so let's do something beneficial for the mind and body. He knowingly asked, what thing? Having children. Azai got a bit panicked. Wait, can't, oh. Brady threw him onto the big bed, slowly unbuttoned his pajamas, and leaned over him. How will we know if we can't have one without trying more? Ouch, After Ichabod finished his shower, he saw Haddon lounging on the bed, shaking the hair dryer in his hand. Help me dry my hair. Haddon stood up, pulled him back into the bathroom, and casually dried his hair to make it stand up messily. What are you doing? Can you be a little gentler? Not beating you up already counts as being gentle. Haddon pinched his face irritably, then tidied his messy hair slightly. Next time if you go out to play like this and don't answer the phone, your bottom won't be spared. Ichabod wrapped his arms around Haddon's neck, still teasing. Is it the kind of bad that can't be spared? Haddon supported his waist, carried him out of the bathroom, pinched his perfectly shaped buttocks. Yes, until you can't get out of bed, you'll behave. Humph. Just as Haddon tucked him into bed, he wriggled out, climbed into Haddon's lap, cupped his face, and kissed him. Did you come over after your engagement? How did my brother agree to you staying overnight? Why wouldn't he? He and his partner are living together, and I'm spending the night with my boyfriend. Haddon nibbled on his lip. Where did you go? Bringing such heavy cigarette and alcohol smell back. Ichabod rubbed his nose against his. I was going to come back, but I met Bram and someone named Nick. They invited me to go to an underground bar to hang out, so I went and sat there for a while. Haddon frowned. They invite you, and you just go. Are you this easy to get close to? He blinked innocently. Because at the time, Bram looked like he was about to fall apart, and since the underground bar was owned by Pablo, even if Nick had any bad intentions, it wouldn't be an issue, so he went. Haddon sighed softly, stroking his face. Did they force you to drink? No. Saying this, Ichabod kissed Haddon's thin lips passionately, whispering, want to check? Haddon held his head, deepening the kiss. After a long moment, he pulled away, eyes clouded with desire. Ichabod's eyes were hazy. Didn't drink, right? He stared at the red lips, kissing them again, savoring, didn't drink. Ichabod smiled, slipping his fingers under Haddon's shirt. Touch abs. He indulged him. You're getting bolder and bolder. What's wrong with touching? If I had them, you'd beg me to touch, but I wouldn't. Ichabod confidently said, as his hands inside the shirt moved up Haddon's back, closely hugging him, eyes flickering. Big brother, sleep now. Haddon's eyes darkened, flipped him over, pinned his jaw. Last night you said I was too bold, threw a tantrum refusing to go home with me, and now you want it? He licked his lips. I haven't seen you for a whole day. I missed you. Where did you miss me? Ichabod hugged Haddon's waist, in my heart and in my body. Haddon was completely aroused and leaned down to kiss him. The young couple soon got entangled in a passionate embrace. Bro Yen. Save me, save me, save me. In the only bedroom of a high-end apartment building, on the bed, Bram sat cross-legged on the blanket, urgently calling for help on his phone. Leaning against the headboard, Pablo wore pajamas 2 sizes too small and said calmly, coming, don't be afraid, you won't die. On the game screen, Pablo's assassin swooped down from above, taking out the 2 enemies chasing the marksman without losing any health. Bram's almost dead marksman hid in the bush and respawned, sighing with relief but also laughing. Bro Yen is so awesome. Pablo curled his lip. Not bad. Bram was unusually excited tonight. After Pablo dropped him off at home, he enthusiastically invited Pablo upstairs for a cup of hot tea and started talking about his second brother's godlike operation at the bar. Pablo then smoothly brought up the topic of how he met Ichabod in Jing City. As they chatted, Bram completely let down his guard and invited Pablo to play games together since he didn't get enough last time at Pablo's place. Somehow, Bram pulled Pablo into the room and stuffed the ill-fitting pajamas into his arms, surprising Pablo with this sudden invitation. Looking into Bram's clear eyes, Pablo scolded himself for getting carried away again. He was not behaving like a decent person. After 5 consecutive wins, Bram looked at Pablo with admiration. Bro Yen, one more round? Pablo glanced at the time, it's almost 1 o'clock. Finish this round and then stop. You have work tomorrow, don't you? Then this will be the last one. This round went as expected, with Pablo leading the team to an easy win. Bram exited the game interface still feeling unsatisfied, tugging at Pablo's arm. Bro Yen, take me along next time too. Pablo patted his head. Sure, I'll take you along. Now go to sleep. Okay. He excitedly crawled under the covers, moved over a bit, making room for half the bed. Pablo paused, then lay down too. After turning off the light, Bram was still wide awake, remarking, how amazing. Pablo lay on his side facing him. What's so amazing? This is my first time gaming all night in bed with a good buddy, it's really thrilling. Pablo poked his face. Didn't you experience that when you were in college? He was silent for a moment before saying, no, I studied abroad in college, where the courses were too many and too hard. I had to work extremely hard just to pass. Besides, I didn't have any friends to stay up late playing games with. Pablo felt a bit uncomfortable. You can call me whenever you want to play from now on. Bram laughed. Bro Yen, you're such a nice person. No wonder you're friends with my second brother. Doesn't that sound kind of strange? Because my second brother is a very nice person. Pablo chuckled lightly. You are a very nice person too. Bram lowered his eyes. He wasn't really that nice. Go to sleep now, little boss Lin still has to work tomorrow. Yeah, going to sleep, going to sleep. Chapter 59, you actually encountered such a thing. Ding ding ding. At 7:30 in the morning, Pablo was woken up by his phone ringing. He struggled to extend an arm from Bram's tight embrace, reached over for the phone on the nightstand, and answered it. Ralph, are you awake? Una asked urgently with concern, are you okay? Pablo instantly held his breath and placed the phone next to Bram's ear. Bram was still softly snoring. Ralph? Why aren't you speaking? Bram opened his eyes drowsily. Mom. Una was nearly frantic. Are you okay? I'm fine. He sat up, took the phone, glanced at Pablo who was still lying beside him, and thought about gaming until dawn. His voice lowered guiltily. I just woke up, I'll go to work after I wash up. Really nothing happened? Weren't you talking things through with your cousin yesterday? Yeah, not much. I'll talk to him again today. What's there to talk about now? Where did you two go yesterday? Whose trouble did you invite? Your cousin is now in the hospital, barely able to speak. Bram was bewildered. How did he end up in the hospital? Last night, he took me to some underground bar, left me there, and went off early. I didn't go back with them, so I have no idea what happened later. He took you to that kind of place and left you alone. Una sounded displeased but relieved. Thank goodness you didn't leave with them. He scratched his head. Mom, what really happened? Seeing her son was unharmed, Una calmed down. Your uncle called me saying Nick got beaten up, his face is swollen like a pig's head and can't even speak a sentence. Ah. It might be because they provoked some ruffians. Go visit him in the hospital before work, buy some fruit as a gesture. Bram felt delighted, trying to suppress his laughter. Got it. As long as you're safe, my heart's at ease. Don't go to such chaotic places with them in the future. Okay, then I'll go get washed. Bye, Mom. Alright, go ahead. After hanging up, Bram rolled around on the bed. What a relief. Pablo propped himself up, laughing, so excited early in the... Ouch. Kneeling carelessly, he accidentally hit him. Sensing something unusual, Bram reluctantly pulled back his legs, giving a nervous laugh. Ha ha ha, yeah, mornings can be exciting like this. Pablo covered himself with the quilt, afraid Bram would misunderstand and tried to explain, Bram patted his shoulder, completely unfazed, and glanced at his own pants. Brother Yen, no need for embarrassment or awkwardness. It's normal among men. It shows we're both healthy. Pablo felt his heart breaking. It seemed his crush had no trace of interest towards him. Bram got out of bed. Brother Yen, I need to get ready for work. If you want to sleep more, do so. Just make sure to close the door if you leave. Pablo lay prone on the bed, looking dejected. Okay. After freshening up and putting on his standard bespoke suit with a well-combed side part, Bram left home with light steps. He drove first to the hospital Una had informed him about and bought a basket of fruit upstairs. Unexpectedly, the ward was quite bustling. 2 policemen stood beside the sickbed, questioning Michel, who sat in a wheelchair with bruises all over his face. Nick's parents were angrily cursing away nearby. Entering, Bram almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw Nick lying in bed. His condition was worse than a pig's head, his right arm and left leg were in plaster casts, indicating he wouldn't be walking for months. Nick, seeing him, strained to open his already narrow eyes as much as he could. Zaire. Michel, visibly agitated, winced in pain from the wound at the corner of his mouth. Uncle and aunt, Mr. Policeman, Ralph was there last night. Bram put down the fruit basket, showing concern and confusion. What? Michel, how did you and cousin get beaten up? Michelle lightly touched the corner of his mouth, expressing resentment. After young Master Guan left the bar last night, we followed him but lost sight of him. We thought he had gone without us, but his car was still there. We searched nearby. Hearing his phone ring inside an alleyway, we approached only to be hooded and brutally beaten by unknown assailants. We woke up in the hospital. Young Master Guan got it worst, with fractured limbs and 3 teeth knocked out. Inside, Bram was rejoicing, but on the surface, he furrowed his brows gravely. You actually encountered such a thing. How can you be unharmed? Aaron, Nick's mother, grabbed his wrist. Weren't you with Xiao Lu? How come you're completely fine? A policeman looked at Bram and asked, were you there last night? Could you tell us what happened? Bram appeared regretful. Sorry, officer, Aunt, I didn't leave with them last night. I lagged a bit behind and couldn't find them when I came out of the bar, so I went home alone. You can check the surveillance. Michelle, didn't you know I didn't leave with you guys? Michelle slapped his forehead. Right, I was stunned by the beating. Bram didn't leave with us from the bar. The policeman looked troubled. This is complicated. All the nearby surveillance cameras were broken for some reason last night. Ah. Bram exclaimed in surprise, what a coincidence. Aaron released his hand, staring at Nick in pain. So my son got beaten for nothing? Niall, who had been frowning all along, finally spoke. Comrade police, please investigate thoroughly. I want to see who dares to harm my son. When we dig out the mastermind, I'll make sure they and their family pay. The police frowned at this. We will investigate carefully, but rights protection must go through legal channels. Bram nodded with a smile. Uncle is upset. Please help with my cousin's case. The police glanced at Nick on the bed who tried to speak but couldn't, sighed, and gave up questioning. We'll see if we can repair the surveillance footage. Once the victims can communicate normally, please come to the station to provide more details. Sure, thank you. Bram escorted the 2 policemen out, then comforted them. Uncle, Aunt, don't worry too much. We will get to the bottom of this. Nick stared with slit eyes and struggled to make a whimpering sound. Bram leaned over slightly. Cousin, what do you want to say? You, hashtag you and at. Bram looked confused, leaning in closer. Say it again, I couldn't hear clearly. Wine, hashtag you and. What? I don't understand. Nick's face flushed red with anger, then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Ah. Aaron screamed, Doctor. Quick, call the doctor. Bram pressed the call button beside the bed and said to Niall, Uncle, I have a meeting at work, I need to go now. Call me if anything happens to cousin. With this incident, Niall couldn't look pleasant. He waved his hand gloomily. Go ahead. Then I'm off. Bram glanced at Michelle and left leisurely. Back in the car, he hummed a tune and turned on the music. What a beautiful day. Chapter 60. Please, stop acting crazy. On the other side, Ichabod was sitting at the dining table eating the soup dumplings her boyfriend had bought before going to work. Seeing Azai coming out in a neatly dressed suit, she lazily asked, Are you going back to work? Not really. Azai sat down and pulled over another bag of breakfast. Hurry up and eat. After that, change your clothes and go out with me. Where are we going? On a blind date. Cough, cough. He choked and took a big sip of soy milk to recover. What for? Blind date. My mom cried dramatically and insisted I meet this girl, who is the daughter of her distant friend. It said that she specifically flew back from abroad. Ichabod felt inexplicably heavy-hearted. Don't worry. I've already informed your brother. We'll politely meet and have a conversation with the girl, then come right back. Oh. He wasn't actually worried, he just suddenly thought about Haddon's father. Would every same-sex couple go through this kind of family test? All along the way, Ichabod remained silent until they followed Azai into a tea house. Guided by a waiter, they walked toward a window-side seat where there was a lone girl. He began to doubt life again. Was the world too small? The girl had her head down, looking at her phone. Her long straight hair made her look gentle and serene. Noticing their arrival, she lifted her head. Her curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and tears suddenly started flowing. Then, she abruptly stood up and ignored her ladylike white dress as she pounced forward, crying out affectionately, Wife. Both the waiter and Azai were startled. She didn't know whether to reach out or step back, stiffening in shock. Please don't. Before she could finish saying, Come over, the girl dashed past her, diving directly into Ichabod's arms like a koala, hanging there ungracefully with tears streaming down her face. Some strands of hair even stuck to her cheeks. Wah. Wife. In my lifetime, I finally get to see you again. Wife needs kisses to comfort this shattered heart, moi moi. Ichabod pushed her forehead away with black lines on his forehead. Alberta, can you act normal? I can't. Alberta wiped her tears on his arm. Do you know what kind of life I've had these past few years? Whenever I go out, it's surrounded by mountains and groups of little black kids with huge white teeth. If it weren't for my beautiful wife waiting for me at home, I would have hung myself in Africa long ago. The corners of Ichabod's mouth twitched. I'm not your wife, and I have a boyfriend. She froze for a second and let out a skyward howl, a whoa. Both the nearby waiters and Azai were shaken. Did she just mutate? Ichabod was incredibly embarrassed and pulled her off. Please, stop acting crazy. Alberta calmed down, standing properly and adjusting her appearance before turning around. She shot a cold glance at Azai. You're my wife's boyfriend? For 5 million, no, that's too stingy, doesn't fit my style. Here's a small goal, disappear from him immediately. Azai looked at her as if she were insane. This was the girl his father introduced him to. Wasn't she supposed to be an escapee from some mental hospital? Ichabod rubbed his temples and pushed her into a seat. Really, stop being insane. This is my brother's partner. Oh. Her eyes rolled cunningly as she sat obediently. Sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Azai sat opposite them, scrutinizing Ichabod and Alberta, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. You two know each other. You guys seem pretty intimate. Danny, does your head seem a bit green? Alberta responded seriously. How are we intimate? Me and my wives have been interacting like this for years. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. I wouldn't mind, but my wife now has a husband. A damaged reputation won't do any good. To put it very impolitely, old hag, you're quick-witted too. Ichabod sighed deeply and patted Alberta's arm. Why did you suddenly come back? And ended up on a blind date with Brother Bridger. Alberta held up her phone, mimicking an old person on the subway. Is my sister-in-law my blind date today? Is my mom crazy? Now I understand why she suddenly recalled me. So she wants to turn me straight? Does she want me to be struck by lightning? In the future, I dare not leave home without carrying a lightning rod. Azai relaxed completely. Sorry, maybe your mom didn't tell you clearly. I like men and have a lifelong partner. If it weren't for hearing that you came all the way back, I wouldn't have come out to meet you today. I'm really sorry for troubling you. Alberta flicked her hair, exuding sophistication and grace. It's okay. I should thank you, otherwise, I couldn't escape from Africa. In the next moment, she smoothly turned her head and leaned on Ichabod's arm, and I wouldn't have seen my beautiful ex-wife. So now they were calling her an ex-wife. Ichabod pushed her face away, unable to look. How long do you plan to stay in Jing City? She sat up straight, coming out from that place where not even birds poop. I definitely want to party hard. But there's nothing much fun in Jing City. Ex-wife brother, wait for me to organize something, we'll go wild in Las Vegas. I left in a hurry and didn't bring much cash. As she spoke, she pulled out a handful of top-quality blue diamonds, blood diamonds, and black diamonds from her pocket. I don't know how prices are now. Will these be enough for us to play for 2 days? Azai nearly choked on his saliva. You're the friend who sent Little Ran a big pink diamond at New Year? Alberta laughed loudly and picked out the largest blood diamond, placing it in front of him. Sister-in-law, this is my gift for meeting you. I left in a hurry, next time I'll get you a better one. Or if you ever travel to Africa, just mention my name and dig your own. Shoo. Don't refuse or I'll bite your butt. He was speechless, only able to say, thank you. I'll prepare a return gift when we meet again. Sure. Alberta glanced at the time and hurriedly packed away the diamonds on the table. No can do, I've got an appointment with an appraiser to exchange money. Our matchmaking stops here. Ran treasure, I'll neglect you today, I'll find you after I'm done. Bye. With that, she grabbed a large snakeskin bag from the floor and rushed off. Azai was once again stunned, dryly saying, under her beautiful and ladylike appearance lies an incomparably interesting soul. Ichabod covered his face, speechless and numb. Let's go back then. Let's go. Da-da-da. Accompanied by the sound of high heels, a woman draped in a sable coat, exuding regal elegance, stood by their table. Azai looked up, his expression darkening. Mom, what are you doing here? Are you here to supervise the matchmaking? Geraldine ignored him and stared at Ichabod, second brother of Brady, right? I'd like to talk to you alone. Chapter 61, Dowry. Mom. Azai protested, what is there for you two to talk about? Geraldine still stared at Ichabod, let's chat. Mom. Big brother Bridger, Ichabod interjected, let me have a chat with Auntie. Azai sat there with a cold face. Geraldine glanced at him and said, I've booked a private room upstairs. Let's go up and talk. Ichabod stood up, all right. Azai watched them go upstairs with a frown, feeling very agitated. He patted his pocket and found no cigarette box, which made him even more irritable. In the private room, Ichabod sat upright. Auntie, what would you like to talk about? Geraldine sipped her tea, took out a bank card from her small handbag, and slid it across the table. There's 5 million on this card. A series of cliché drama lines flashed in his mind. He pursed his lips. Shouldn't you talk to my brother about this directly? It's for you. Huh. Geraldine adjusted her mink coat and said leisurely, I know about the conflicts between you and your family, so I didn't contact your father directly. You are the closest person to Brady. The dowry should be given to you. Ichabod was shocked. Dowry. You and Finn are together, right? He didn't hide anything and openly showed his relationship, proving how serious he is. He must have told you something about our family affairs. A hint of sadness passed through her eyes. Your mother and I were very close friends before those things happened. We used to go out with Finn and Bridger often. Later, well, that's all history. Ichabod lowered his head. No matter how much time had passed, it was still an unforgettable tragedy. Geraldine sighed again, regarding Bridger and your brother, although your uncle and I find it hard to accept, we fear that similar things might happen. Stopping Bridger's work was just a way for him to vent. This matchmaking thing today is actually Xiao Jie's mother being worried about her being alone in Africa and using it as an excuse to get her father to release her. So, are you and uncle slowly accepting the fact that big brother Bridger is with my brother? What else can we do? Geraldine shrugged, should we let them commit suicide and become lovers in the afterlife? Ichabod pointed at the bank card on the table, so this dowry. She smiled, this is your Uncle Chi's idea. The old Chi family has only one heir, and it seems like Azai will end their lineage. He's angry but can't forcibly break up Bridger and your brother. This dowry is a gesture, showing that Azai may be infatuated enough to leave the family, while your brother should consider all aspects. Ichabod frowned and cautiously asked, are you and uncle suggesting my brother join the Chi family? Geraldine paused and then laughed, no, your brother is capable. It wouldn't be respectful if he joined our family as a son-in-law. Our meaning is, Bridger and your brother will live together. The Chi family won't lose a son, and the family business won't lack someone to manage it. As for future heirs, it doesn't really matter. Wealth comes and goes. He was moved by her words and smiled faintly. That sounded great. Geraldine looked pleased and became gentler, take the card. We're not short of money. He picked up the bank card and blinked, then let my brother bring more dowry when he marries. Geraldine shook her head with a smile, you've become so much cuter than when you were little. Then she stood up, I have lunch with some old friends. It's almost time. Azai downstairs must be fretting. See you. Okay. Ichabod followed and opened the door, only to bump into someone. Geraldine looked disgusted, eavesdropping. How shameful. Azai stood straight, with a stern expression, what did you tell Ichabod? The soundproofing in this room is terrible, hearing nothing. Geraldine rolled her eyes, gave him 5 million, told him to persuade Brady to return to Yunqing to marry. Mom. Brady can only marry me. He sternly shouted and reached into Ichabod's pocket, where's the card? Where's the check? Give it back. Ichabod clutched his pocket tightly, no. Ichabod. Am I only worth 5 million? Hand it over. No. Geraldine pinched Azai's arm hard, walking away as she scolded, how useless you are. TSK, make your father angry. Ichabod followed. Hey. Azai grabbed the back of his collar, give me the money, give it. No, the dowry is mine to keep, I won't give it. Hand it over, huh? What? Dowry? Azai stood still for a moment, then chased after Geraldine, Mom. Does this mean you and Dad have accepted Brady and me? Geraldine scoffed coldly, if we don't accept, will you not come home? Will you stop managing the company? He looped his arm around Geraldine's shoulder, overwhelmed with joy. Mom, you're so great. You even prepared the dowry. I'll go back to work tomorrow. Humph. Geraldine slapped his hand away. After leaving the restaurant, she said to Ichabod, Chiron, come over for dinner sometime, with your brother. Ichabod smiled and nodded, sure. Azai eagerly opened the car door, Mom, be careful. I'm coming home for dinner tonight. Geraldine shot him a glance, got into the car, and urged the driver to leave. Azai exhaled deeply, draped his arm around Ichabod's neck, and whispered, how much did my mom give as dowry? 5 million. Just 5 million. But it doesn't matter, I have my own money. I'll add more later. Ichabod pushed him away, I'm going to have lunch with Jacob. I really want to hug Jacob right now. Okay. I'll take you there, then find your brother. He was cheerful, all gloom lifted from his heart. After dropping Ichabod off at Huawei building, Azai sped straight to Yunqian Pharmaceutical, locked the door of Brady's office the moment he stepped inside. Brady, sitting behind the desk, looked up with soft eyes, what brings you here? Azai approached, bent down, grabbed his tie, and kissed him. Ichabod accepted our family's dowry. You're my wife now. Call me husband. Dowry? Yes, Mom just gave it to Ichabod. Now call me husband. Brady held Azai's hand, have your parents completely let go of their prejudices? Azai kissed him again, definitely. My mom invited you and Ichabod to dinner too. We've passed the toughest part, wife. He suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with intense affection, such a good day deserves a celebration. Azai solemnly nodded, we should do it 800 times. Then he spread his arms wide, come on, let's go to the lounge. Brady chuckled, loosened his tie, and pressed him against the desk, I thought locking the door meant you wanted to do it here. He licked his lips, office play, I've been wanting to try this for a while. Brady leaned in and pressed down on him, then let's do it. Wait. Azai called out again, call me husband first. As Brady kissed him gently, he murmured, husband. Azai, excited and delighted, hugged Brady's neck tightly, wife, come on. Today, you can do anything you want. You said it, no running. Chapter 62, Can you shelter me for one night? Ichabod didn't tell Haddon about his visit to Wari before he came. He thought he would be stopped downstairs, but unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the building, the front desk attendant got up hurriedly with a big smile, welcoming him into the elevator and even helped press the floor button. He dazedly said thanks. The attendant suppressed her excitement for some gossip and gracefully bent down. You're welcome. Boss, the boss had given instructions long ago. Ah. He watched in confusion as the elevator door closed. Given instructions long ago. The elevator went directly to the 28th floor, where Haddon was already standing outside with a gentle smile when the door opened. Ichabod slightly turned his head. How did you know I came? Haddon held his hand and led him towards the office. The receptionist told me. He asked again, how did the front desk know I'm your boyfriend? Afraid that you'd come on a whim and get stopped downstairs, I sent your picture to the company group chat long ago. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. Ichabod nudged Haddon's waist. Don't I need any face? Haddon laughed. My wife is beautiful, what's there to be afraid of? Humph. After entering the office, Haddon first pressed Ichabod onto the small sofa for some kisses, then said, I've booked a meal, it will arrive shortly. Ichabod panted softly, oh. Telling you something, Nick was beaten up and admitted to the hospital. Huh. Who did it? Haddon pinched his palm and shrugged, don't know. Isn't it because you were playing with them last night and not answering calls or texts? You remember this? Ichabod grunted, I only played dice with him for a while. He ran away after losing, then got beaten up. That's karma. Nick and his gang are no good. Don't play with them anymore. Also, Bram enjoys hanging out with them, ignore him too. The young troublemaker who loved to scold people, hadn't remembered this grudge. Thinking of Bram's foolish appearance, Ichabod sighed inwardly. So stupid, he would probably help Pablo count money with a big grin even if he sold him out. Lunch was delivered quickly. After eating, Ichabod slept for 2 hours in the lounge and then accompanied Haddon to work. After 6 o'clock, the couple was about to have a romantic dinner together when Ichabod received a call from Azai. Emil, come home tonight for dinner, bring your husband. It's my brother's joyous occasion, let's celebrate. They were originally going back to the Chi family home, but things got carried away. Ichabod wasn't very enthusiastic, it's not that big of a deal, the uncles and aunts just agreed, it's not the wedding day yet. Don't ruin the mood, hurry back. Your brother has bought the groceries and even put on an apron. Oh. The sweet date night plan was ruined. Haddon silently cursed the old couple many times, then drove Ichabod back to the apartment. Azai, sprawled on the sofa, commanded as soon as he heard the door open, Emil, come here and massage my waist. As a result of his flirting at the office, his butt and waist were now sore. Haddon took an apple from the fruit basket and threw it. Who are you ordering around? Ouch. It hit his waist, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air, glaring back angrily, brother-in-law, how dare you? Who dared? He instantly cowered, sorry, I was bold, haha, I'll massage myself. Out of politeness, Haddon, who had never cooked, couldn't let his brother-in-law do all the work alone. He took off his coat and went to the kitchen to help. Just as Ichabod was about to return to his room to change into more comfortable clothes, he heard his phone ring. The caller ID showed his third brother who hadn't shown any sincerity. Pressing the answer button, he heard Bram sniffling, second brother. I'm downstairs at your place. Can you shelter me for one night? I'm so sad. Seeing through his second brother completely, he didn't want to pretend anymore. Ichabod frowned and put on his coat again. Wait, I'll come down now. Aha. Okay. Hurrying out the door and down the stairs, the elevator door opened to reveal a pitiful little dog squatting outside. Second brother. Bram's lashes were still wet. Seeing someone he wanted to be close to, tears welled up again as he staggered into the elevator and hugged Ichabod's waist. Wah. Second brother, I'm so sad. Wah. Ichabod patted his head, let's talk upstairs. Okay. Bringing him inside, Ichabod said, sit on the sofa, I'll get you some hot water. He walked towards the sofa in a daze and met Azai's eyes. He suddenly stopped, calling out softly, Brother Bridger. Azai glanced him up and down, why did you come here? He was somewhat flustered, I. Perfect timing, Azai pointed at the carpet, sit here and give me a massage on my waist. Oh. Bram slowly moved over, kneeling on the carpet. His hands rested on Azai's waist, pressing lightly but firmly, his voice still thick from crying, is this pressure okay? Azai closed his eyes contentedly, it's good, much better than Hollis's skills. Ichabod came with a cup of hot water, speechless at Azai, have some hot water. Thank you, second brother. Bram took the cup, sipped twice, then put it down to continue his massage. Ichabod sat on the adjacent sofa, asking, why did you come here? Bram pouted, his hands working non-stop, sobbing, Nick was beaten up and admitted to the hospital. Mom wasn't reassured about me, so she came to check on me at home. She saw Ban's coat and note left behind, and misunderstood our relationship. She scolded me and asked me to cut ties with Yen completely. I refused and had an argument with her, so I ran away. This was the first time Bram defied Una's wishes because he really didn't want to lose such a good friend like Pablo. Ichabod was silent for a while, hesitantly asking, "Did Pablo stay overnight when he sent you home last night?" He nodded, wiping away tears, continuing to massage Azai's waist. "Yen is very good at games, I asked him to carry me." "How foolish." "Hold on." Azai interrupted with confusion, "Who is Yen?" Bram sniffled, explaining, "A very good friend of mine, also a very good friend of second brother." "Is he GAV?" Ichabod said with a deadpan face, "Yes, Bram is really stupid." Bram's face fell, sniffling, he knew he wasn't smart. Azai turned over, scrutinizing him sharply, "Are you GAV too?" He shook his head, "No, I'm straight." "So you let a GAV spend the night at your place?" "He's my best friend, we just played games under the quilt." Azai was stunned, "You slept in the same bed with him?" "Pablo made advances on him more than once," Ichabod added quietly. Bram's eyes widened, hastily defending, No, it was all accidental before. I've made things clear with Yen. My mom knows that both elder brother and second brother have found male partners, she'll definitely ask me to get married and have kids. We are purely friends." Azai and Ichabod exchanged glances, both speechless at his innocence. At that moment, Brady emerged from the kitchen holding a dish, slightly puzzled by the extra person in the living room. "Why did you come here?" Bram fidgeted with his fingers, stammering, I had an argument with Mom and ran away. Can I stay with second brother for one night?" Brady raised an eyebrow. "An argument? Ran away? You've grown up, alright then, you can stay one night." His eyes lit up. "Thank you, elder brother." Oh. His elder brother was so nice too. Chapter 63, I really want to live with eldest brother and second brother forever. Half an hour later, the five of them gathered around the dining table. Bram greeted Jacob awkwardly, "Good evening, Danny." Jacob gave a cold snort. This mischief maker even told his wife not to be with him. Alright, he's back to being cold again. Azai, while picking up food, asked curiously, "Little Lou, how did your mom misunderstand you and what's his name, Dixon's, relationship as inappropriate?" Starving Bram mumbled with a mouth full of vegetables, sounding gloomy, "Dixon left our house after preparing dinner for me and leaving a note. He left in a hurry and forgot his coat. My mom suddenly came over and misunderstood. Doesn't your mom think too much? Just because of a meal and a coat, she thinks you hooked up with some random man. Can't it be a nanny you hired?" Ichabod, who knew something about Pablo's flirtatious nature, asked, "What did Pablo write on the note?" Bram reached into his pocket and handed over a crumpled note, "Nothing much, just to eat well and play games tonight." Azai quickly snatched the note, unfolded it, and read aloud, "Baby, I made you dinner. Have some errands to run out, we'll come back and battle you hardcore later. Eat well and keep your energy up, love ya." Irvin and Jacob both had complicated expressions. Such ambiguous words would naturally make his mom suspicious. Ichabod sighed inwardly, Pablo is not one to stay away from trouble. Seeing they were all silent, Bram hesitated to reach for food. "Wah. What's wrong?" "Dixon and I agreed to game together, very normal between friends." "Ha." Even Azai, who had never met Pablo, knew this guy had ulterior motives, chuckling sarcastically, would little Rant's good friend call her baby? Ichabod lowered his head silently, that was quite true. "Oh, my mistake, asking the wrong person. Let me ask again, little Ran, would your good friend crawl into your bed to battle you?" Bram weakly said, "We're gaming." Azai sneered, "You're gaming with someone who wants to play you. Silly dog." He pouted, defending weakly, "Dixon wouldn't do that. We clarified, staying pure friends." "Humph, me and your eldest brother have been pure since childhood. Now he still leaves me sore." Irvin stuffed a piece of meat into the blabbermouth's mouth, "Stop saying everything." Bram was stunned, frowning, "Did my eldest brother hit you until you got backache? Should we report it?" The entire room fell silent, for pairs of eyes looking at him incredulously. He shrank his neck, glancing at Irvin, "Domestic violence is wrong." Irvin struggled to find words, squeezing out, "Shut up, eat first." "Okay." Bram thought he'd lose his appetite but ended up eating until his belly bulged. Collapsing on the sofa, he felt satisfied, no trace of sadness. He wasn't worried at all that his mom might panic searching for him. For now, he didn't think about his friend inviting him to game either. Feeling so warm and cozy, he really wanted to live with his eldest and second brothers forever. Jacob and Ichabod were cleaning in the kitchen. Irvin went to the study to answer a phone call. Azai, sitting on the other end of the sofa due to mobility issues, stared thoughtfully at Bram for a moment, then patted the seat beside him, "Come sit here." Bram moved over, "Do you need another massage?" Azai pinched his face, "How far has that Pablo gone with you?" He looked blank, "He hasn't done anything." "Don't lie to me, tell me everything, or I'll kick you out now and let you wander the streets." "Woof." Azai lifted his chin slightly, expressionless and intimidating, "Tell me quickly. How did you meet him, and what intimate actions did he take under the guise of being your friend?" To avoid being kicked out, Bram obediently recounted meeting Pablo, wisely omitting his dancing at the bar, followed by their recent interactions, barbecuing, cooking, staying up late gaming, waking up with morning wood. Saying everything, he truly left nothing out. By the end, Azai felt his brain shrinking. A GAV slept hugging you all night, even got morning wood, and you think that's normal physiology? He was puzzled. Don't men all get like that in the morning? I do too. Isn't that how it is with you, brother Ellis? Ellis choked, suddenly turning his head towards the kitchen. Did Pablo feed and kiss you this way? At the kitchen doorway, Jacob had cut a fruit platter and held a piece of apple to Ichabod's mouth. Ichabod took half a bite, leaving the rest for Jacob to eat. Then, Jacob smiled down and kissed the corner of Ichabod's eye. The display was so affectionate that pink bubbles seemed to fill the air around them. Bram's eyes widened slightly as he mumbled, it seems like, yeah. Wait, did this mean others saw Pablo acting just as ambiguously toward him? Ellis turned his face back. Do you know what your eldest brother and I do when we're in high spirits in the morning? What do you do? Ellis said mysteriously, me. He was shocked and bewildered. What? Ellis picked up his phone. Come a bit closer. I'll show you something. How come you don't understand anything? What did you learn at school? Bram moved a little closer, grumbling, I'm just a dog that licks everything Chin does. Whatever he learns, I learn. There are so many difficult courses, and I'm not smart. Where would I have time to learn other things? Ellis was utterly speechless, inwardly criticizing Una for only knowing how to push her son but not teaching him any common sense. It was no wonder he'd been taken in. After watching a short video 10 minutes later, Bram was dazed. Ichabod walked over, very puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? He was on the verge of tears. Brother Ellis, he. Ellis leaned lazily against the sofa, saying casually, showed him a video that can turn straight people gay, just for education. Don't be such a fool, or you'll end up being completely used while still thinking you're having normal interactions with a pure friend. How do you even have videos like that? Humph, to make sure every day of our life together is colorful. Do you want some? I can send you some. Ichabod raised his hand, no. Ellis clicked his tongue, you two really don't follow your eldest brother. Follow him in what? Irvin emerged from a call, casually asking. He grinned, to be as adventurous as you. Irvin ruffled his hair, don't corrupt the kids. Ichabod glanced at Bram who had moved to the sofa corner, curled up like a quail in self-isolation, thinking, he's already corrupted. Chapter 64 I can't get enough of licking you, how could I scold you? Haddon sat down with a plate of fruit, utterly puzzled, what's this guy doing? Ichabod kept a wooden expression, his mind is dirty. Strange indeed. Bram was left dazed by the video clip lasting mere minutes and took quite a while to recover. He sized up the two couples present with an unfocused gaze. In his mind played over and over again every little detail he spent with Pablo. Guilherme consoled him after some thought, you know Eric is not too tactful. Don't take to heart what he said to you. Elder brother. His voice carried a heavy undertone of tears. You don't. It seems our Lin family might have no successor in me. Guilherme's comforting words choked at his throat as he made a turn and asked, what do you mean? Eric squeezed in silently next to Haddon, sneering at the three brothers lined up. He wanted to laugh but decided it might be unkind to do so. Bram sniffled and wiped away tears. I think I like men as well. Just now when recalling back, he found himself in fact had not the slightest aversion towards Pablo's affection. If Louis tried anything on him, he would want to land 2 slaps. Imagine this, should Pablo truly have impure thoughts towards him and demanded they sever ties as friends one day for the future, should Pablo ask him to make a choice between a closer step as lovers or complete strangerhood, he thinks he doesn't want to be strangers with Pablo. Within such short period of time, Bram managed to clear up the chaotic jumble of his mind, and quickly accepted that he might be bisexual. After the collapse of heterosexual beliefs, homophobia immediately filled the vacuum. The only thing set in stone was, Pablo is just too good, whether as best friend or boyfriend, he just wants Pablo. Besides, he shot furtive glances at his elder brothers. Both blood brothers are gay, it does seem like the Lin genes aren't quite right. For him to be gay as well is perfectly normal then. Ichabod's lips twitched slightly, do you like Pablo? A blush crept up Bram's face, and in a low whisper, hugging a cushion tightly, he replied, Brother Yen is very nice to me. I like being around him. When he kissed me, I didn't feel uncomfortable either. His bashfulness got better of him and his voice trailed off. Guilherme felt a headache coming, looking at him, how will you explain yourself to your mother? Being reminded, Bram suddenly remembered his mother still existed. He stowed his embarrassment away and cast a small grudgeful glance at Haddon before falling into gloom, Mom definitely won't agree. She only wants me playing around with Danny. Your mom agreeing, that'll be a miracle, Eric pierced deeply into his heart. Right now she's probably trying everything to dig out that wild man to bury him alive. Eyes rimmed red, he looked to Ichabod for help, second brother, what should I do? Ichabod sighed, either you fight for Pablo against her, or listen to her and cut off Pablo. Who? Brother Yen is so good. Not wanting to break things off. Or talk to Pablo, and let him help you deal with her. Bram twisted his fingers anxiously, asking tentatively, then how do I say it? Should I directly tell him that I've known all along he likes me, and I want to stay with him forever, but Mom doesn't agree? Isn't this going to make me look too forward? All eyes landed on Ichabod, who was already less restrained to advise him. Ichabod's face flustered, pulling Haddon to stand up. It's late, let's get cleaned up and sleep. Bram raised his hand timidly. Where am I sleeping? Eric climbed onto Guillerme's back and used his chin to point toward the bedroom near the study. That room was meant for me during renovation, but I never slept there. You can use it. Oh. Guillerme supported the weight of a person on his back and stood up. If you need to shower, ask your second brother for a change of clothes. Your builds are similar, it should fit. Tell your mother where you're staying so she doesn't report you missing. I know. It's cold. Get some rest early. Everyone dispersed. Bram returned to his room, sent a WeChat message to Una assuring her of his safety, and received a bunch of distressed audio messages. Too tired to care, he muted them, then knocked on Ichabod's door. Opening the door was Haddon. He hung his head uneasily. Elder brother said to borrow a set of clothes from second brother. Haddon, with a cold expression, said, he's in the shower. I'll have him pass you the clothes later. Okay. He turned to leave. Kept in his cool demeanor, Haddon called out to him, stop. Is there anything else, Danny? You owe me an apology. Bram was utterly confused. Can I ask why I need to apologize? You don't care at all about insulting me, right? He was even more bewildered. I can't get enough of licking you, how could I scold you? Haddon almost burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, last time you had Ranran pick you up and not answer my call. You called me a pile of shit, said I was a bad person, and told Ranran not to be with me. Now you're pretending to have amnesia. Bram widened his eyes, disbelief mixed with a bit of guilt, flustered as he tried to dodge eye contact. I was drunk, I really don't remember anything. And it wasn't intentional, I was drunk. These were not my true words, really. He actually insulted Danny that night. No wonder after Danny returned from Shenzhen, his attitude toward him became even worse. It turns out he had exposed himself long ago. Haddon sneered, apologize to me. I'm sorry. Danny, I'm really sorry. He made 3 consecutive bows. I was drunk, not intentional, please forgive my careless words. If you dare to secretly insult me behind my back again, I'll beat you up. He clasped his hands together, bowing, I won't. Haddon humphed, closing the door. Bram turned and fled faster than a rabbit. When Ichabod brought him clothes, he had a pained look on his face, almost crying. Second brother, why didn't you tell me that night I accidentally insulted Danny? Ichabod tried to suppress his laughter. I thought you remembered. I have no recollection at all. I didn't even know I insulted him, completely unaware, and still went to invite him for dinner. It's nothing. He still remembers it, Bram grumbled, and demands such a serious apology. What I said wasn't wrong, he is not a good person. Haddon suddenly pulled open the half-closed door and said menacingly, insult me again. Bram snatched the clothes, pushed Ichabod out of the room, and slammed the door shut, seeking emergency refuge. Ichabod couldn't help but laugh, walking leisurely back to the bedroom. Why are you so fierce, remembering what he said when drunk for so long? Haddon wrapped his arms around Ichabod's waist, closing the door, angrily saying, no one has ever dared to curse me so badly in front of me since childhood. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65, My eldest and second brothers took me in. Pablo came out of the police station, checked his phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock. His best friend hadn't sent a message to check on him. It made his heart feel a bit cold. Brother Yen. Tommy, who had come with him for the investigation, lit a cigarette and felt somewhat relieved, going back to the bar. I have something to do. Go back by yourself and tell them to keep a low profile for now. Alright then, see you later. Pablo had driven himself here. After getting in the car, he first sent a voice message to Bram, baby, are you asleep? Bram, who was nestled in bed after a shower, only relaxed after hearing her mother's bombardment of voice messages and confirming she hadn't run into Pablo. He rolled around on the bed, hesitant about whether to call Pablo or not, feeling oddly embarrassed. As he was hesitating, a voice message popped up in the chat window he had opened. Bram sprang up, played the voice message, and listening to the deep and gentle word, baby, his ears gradually heated up. Pablo, not receiving a reply for a long time, called over. He huddled under the quilt, answered the call, Brother Yen. Have you gone to sleep? Not yet. So cold. Are you mad at me? Sorry, I was delayed. I'm not angry, Bram said glumly. This afternoon, my mom came to my place and saw the note you left for me. We ended up arguing, and now I've run away from home. Pablo paused for 2 seconds, his tone becoming deeper. Where are you now? Are you cold? Send me your location so I can find you. He smiled faintly, not cold at all. My eldest and second brothers took me in. I'm really happy tonight. Although he had argued with his mother and felt sad for a while, his relationship with his brothers grew closer, making the argument worth it. Sorry, Pablo apologized regretfully, I shouldn't have left such a note that could be easily misunderstood. Did your mom scold you? If you want, I can explain to her. You and I are really just good friends. Bram puffed out his cheeks, he was still trying to trick him. As if he were that easy to deceive. Ralph? Pablo gently coaxed, send me your location. I'll come see you, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. He pursed his lips, you don't need to worry. I'm very comfortable here. I'm already lying in bed, ready to sleep. It's late, so I won't play games tonight. Then give me an address. Can I come see you tomorrow? Are you going to work tomorrow? Bram thought for a moment and stubbornly replied, nope. His mother judged him based on a note and a table full of dishes, believing he was associating with some dubious men without any trust in him at all. He needed to take a day off to rest. Pablo, hearing his indignant tone, felt slightly reassured, if you don't want to go, then don't. Be good and give me the address, okay? Okay, I'll send you the location, but don't come over now. I don't have the key, and I won't be able to get back in once I leave. Alright, I'll come by tomorrow. Get some sleep early. Bye. After hanging up, Bram felt inexplicably excited. He tossed and turned a few times before finally closing his eyes and falling asleep carefree. Unbeknownst to him, his mother, unable to sleep due to thinking about that note, contacted several private detectives with gritted teeth, determined to dig up that wild man. The next morning, refreshed and revitalized, Bram emerged from his room and greeted his brothers and sisters-in-law sitting at the dining table for breakfast, avoiding eye contact with Jacob guiltily. Azai, tired and leaning on his hand, asked, not going to work? He walked over and sat down, happily opening a portion of breakfast left for him, don't feel like going today. Really, lucky you. I'm returning to work today, starting as a hard-working laborer again. Brady pulled Azai up, let's go after you finish eating. Azai clung to him, yawning, I don't want to drive myself, take me to the office first. Alright, I'll take you first. The two put on their coats and left. The dawdling Jacob also prepared to go. Ichabod saw him off to the foyer, grabbed his tie, and looked at him with bright eyes. He smiled and raised an eyebrow, what's up? Want me to go with you? Ichabod shook his head, eyes wide, don't want to kiss me goodbye. Jacob's heart melted. He kissed the light pink lips softly, saying warmly, remember to eat lunch, see you tonight. Ichabod curled his lips and straightened his tie, drive carefully. He kissed Ichabod's forehead again, got it, honey. Bram. What a loving couple. His mom said Danny and second brother wouldn't last long, but this is clearly deep love, how could it not last? Ichabod turned back, seeing his flushed face, with a hint of shyness crossing his own face, he tried to act normal, I'll be going out later. There's a spare key in the cabinet by the door. His eyes shone as if they would glow, you gave me the key. If you go downstairs and can't get back, no one will be here to open the door for you. Keep the key yourself. Got it. Does this mean he can come over any time now? So happy. Ichabod went back to the bedroom to change clothes and came out, placing a few clean clothes on the living room sofa, here are some clothes for when you go out. Whether or not you go out is up to you. Bram was touched, feeling his nose turn sour, second brother, you're really good to me. So gentle, so considerate. It's like Danny hit the jackpot to win over second brother. Ichabod put on his shoes, I'm leaving. He waved his hand, goodbye second brother, stay safe. Yep. Ichabod walked out of the apartment building and saw Pablo leaning against his car by the roadside. Hi, good morning. Pablo smiled genuinely, I'm looking for Ralph. Is he feeling better? Did he cry again? Did you help me comfort him? Ichabod wanted to roll his eyes, help you comfort him. You really think that silly dog is yours? He took out a cigarette pack from his pocket and handed one over with both hands, smiling flatteringly, which floor? Can I go up and find him? Ichabod pushed his hand away impatiently, not convenient. Alright then, has he woken up yet? I'll ask if he can come down to see me. He argued with his mom last night, he must have been too upset to sleep. Just thinking about it makes me heartbroken. It's all my fault. Keep your fantasies. Your great battles, his mom might be planning to chop you up and feed you to the dogs right now. You know about the note. Pablo chuckled awkwardly, then blamed himself, it's my fault. I didn't expect his mom to suddenly show up. Though the note did have ulterior motives, Ralph is simple-minded and wouldn't overthink it. I just indulged myself in talking, sigh, I deserve death. Ichabod scoffed and didn't plan to tell him that Bram had become more perceptive, just wait for his mom to chase you with a knife. Chapter 66, Lyle and Leon would not do otherwise. Pablo's lips curled, his eyes sincere, no matter what, I won't give up on Ralph easily. Humph, I have things to do, gotta go. Hey, you didn't tell me if Ralph woke up yet. If I wake him up with a call, what if he gets mad at me? Govind. Ichabod walked away quickly, too lazy to reply. Pablo put away his cigarette box, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed Monroe's number. Hello, Brother Yen. Monroe was lying on the sofa, holding the spare key like a happy little dog. Good morning. Did you wake up? Yes, already had breakfast. It was left by his brothers. Pablo laughed with relief. Can you come downstairs to see me now? He sat up abruptly. You're downstairs. Yeah, just said hello to your second brother. Wait for me, I'll be right down. Wear your coat well. After changing into proper clothes, putting on a coat, and grabbing his phone and keys, Monroe rushed out in a hurry. Ding! The elevator door opened, and seeing the man outside, he jogged forward, then abruptly stopped. Brother Yen. Pablo tenderly stroked his face. Did you cry again last night? He was slightly embarrassed, just a little bit. Didn't cry anymore after I went to elder brother and second brother's house. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left that note yesterday. It's okay, it was just mom overthinking. Pablo sighed inwardly and withdrew his hand with restraint. Since you don't have work today, want to go out to relax? Monroe pressed his lips, tugged at the corner of Pablo's shirt, and asked hopefully, don't you want to comfort me first before taking me out? Pablo smiled faintly, patting his head. Don't be sad, let's go out. Humph, last time you didn't comfort me this way. Though feeling secretly dissatisfied, he felt shy about expressing it bluntly, so he took the initiative to hold Pablo's hand. Let's go then. Pablo drove him, and when he was about to start the car, he suddenly remembered the kiss of comfort he used as an excuse last time, causing him to pause. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he leaned over. Monroe was startled by the sudden approach, blinking his clear eyes. What's wrong? Pablo pinched his chin. Want to properly comfort you again? Mua. A light kiss landed on his cheek. Pablo gazed at him intently. This is how one should comfort you, right? Monroe's face flushed scarlet instantly, trembling long lashes lowering to hide the shyness in his eyes. His fingers nervously fiddled with the seatbelt in front of him. Aware of something, Pablo's gaze darkened, his thumb rubbing at the corner of his lips. Monroe shuddered slightly, wanting to pull back, but in the next second, a strong wave of dominance washed over him, and his lips were met with cool tenderness. Monroe's mind went blank, staring wide-eyed without struggling. Finally getting to touch those lips he had been longing for, and with the little boy willingly being kissed, Pablo shed his sheepskin. A large palm held the back of Monroe's head as he delved deeper. They only parted after a long while, Monroe holding his breath, his face red and neck strained. Pablo licked the corner of his mouth, gripping Monroe's nape tightly, his voice hoarse. Breathe. Ha. Only then did he open his lips, gulping in fresh air deeply. Pablo's eyes fell on the tip of Monroe's tongue peeking out, his Adam's apple bobbing as he suddenly pushed the car door open and got out. Monroe was bewildered, not having fully reacted when the passenger door was pulled open. Pablo undid his seatbelt, grabbed his arm, and half-dragged, half-carried him out of the car, guiding him towards the apartment building. His mind was still fuzzy. Where are we going? To kiss you. Pablo muttered 2 words and soon brought him to the quiet, empty stairway entrance on the ground floor, pressing him against the wall as the hot kiss descended again. Monroe couldn't breathe again but didn't struggle, his fingers white-knuckled from clutching onto Pablo's clothes too tightly. Pablo let his hand around his own neck and tightened his grip around Monroe's waist, like a wolf who hadn't eaten for a long time, savoring every bite of softness and warmth. It hurts. Monroe whimpered, tears welling up, trying to protest. Enough, can't kiss anymore. Pablo leaned his forehead against his, breathing heavily and hoarsely. Why can't kiss? Friends kissing each other, what's wrong with that? Monroe glared at him, his watery eyes completely lacking any intimidation. Good friends don't kiss like this. You can't fool me anymore, I'm not that stupid. Oh. Then who can kiss like this? Monroe lightly pressed his swollen lips. Pablo pinched both sides of his cheeks, coaxing gently. Ralph is so smart, tell me, who can kiss you like this? He mumbled, well, Lyle and Leon wouldn't do otherwise. Pablo was amused, lightly nipping the rosy cheek. Baby, why did your heart suddenly open up? Monroe buried his blushing face into his chest, mumbling, you just won't let go of me, always hugging and kissing, wanting to sleep with me too, just like the cunning one in those movies. His breath hitched slightly. Who showed you those movies? Humph, I'm not an ignorant fool anymore. Monroe's tone had a hint of pride. Pablo ruffled his hair lovingly, smiling affectionately. Little smart cookie, now consider what our relationship is. He frowned, but my mom won't agree for us to be together. Pablo looked at him intently, feeling oddly nervous. Tell me first, do you like me? Monroe didn't hesitate. Of course I like you. Otherwise, would I let you kiss me? Before he could finish speaking, he was kissed again. Pablo kissed him until he was breathless, holding him tightly in delight. As long as you like me, no matter how difficult it is, I'll work hard to make your mom accept me. Monroe punched him lightly, tears welling up, accusingly. Can you stop kissing so fiercely? My skin is broken, it hurts. All right. It wasn't the first time he noticed this. The little smart cookie always focused on odd things. Pablo kissed the corner of his eye. So, are we officially a couple now? Yeah. He touched his numb lips. We've kissed so many times, if we don't start dating, aren't we just playing around? I'm not an irresponsible scumbag. Pablo laughed, then don't be one to me either. That goes without saying. How adorable, he wanted to kiss him senseless. At Lin Family Pharmaceuticals, Vice President's office. Una received the private investigator's report, gathered overnight, and felt dizzy with anger. Spicy dance videos, pictures of large rose tattoos. She couldn't believe her compliant son was actually working part-time as a male model in chaotic underground bars. No wonder Ichabod said those things back then. Monroe had been playing around more than he did. Una stood unsteadily, enraged, and threw the photos at Fabian standing stiffly in front of her, glaring furiously. I pay you such a high salary to keep an eye on him, and this is what you see. Fabian bowed his head. I'm sorry, madam. It was my negligence. However, young Master Lin only goes there occasionally to relax and hasn't done anything outrageous. How is this not outrageous? She massaged her aching temples and shouted, what about that wild man? Who is he? The scene flashed through Fabian's mind, uncertain, maybe someone young Master Lin has newly befriended. Ah. What friend? Bullshit. Una lost control, her face twisted in fury. Where does he live? I'll chop him up. Chapter 67, My Future Mother-in-Law. In order to make amends, after dusk fell, Fabian took Una, who was seething with anger, to an underground bar. Sitting in the car, Una watched the man and woman, dressed casually and laughing as they entered the bar, grinding her teeth so hard they might bleed. Fabian dared not speak a word from the driver's seat. Assistant Wu. Present. Go get that wild man for me. Wu felt utterly helpless. I don't know who that man is. I only know he was introduced by General Manager Aisha here. It's uncertain if he is a regular here. Waste of space. Una cursed in fury and dialed the private investigator with trembling hands. Knock, knock, knock. Before she could even hang up, a rapid succession of actions followed as someone knocked on the car window. Tommy, biting on a cigarette, stepped back 2 steps when he saw a pair of flaming angry eyes, gently reminding, Deji, even catching someone cheating shouldn't occupy our bar's parking spot. Could you please move your car or pay the parking fee? The harsh words nearly caused Una a heart attack. Assistant Wu. Pay him the parking fee. With great reluctance, Fabian scanned the QR code held up by Tommy and paid 50 yuan. Tommy nodded, kindly adding a few more words. How long has Deji been waiting here? Haven't you caught the person yet? Did you come to the wrong place? Judging by this car, you should be watching some high-end clubs, right? Initially, Una didn't intend to respond, but glancing at his work badge hanging on his chest, she narrowed her eyes and opened the window wider, asking, Are you a staff member here? He smiled and nodded, Yes, need any help? Do you know Pablo? Tommy was taken aback. Damn, was it really to catch Brother Yen? When did Brother Yen ever tangle with a rich woman like this? You do know him. Una was quite perceptive. She turned to rummage through her bag and, finding no cash, directly slipped off her jade bracelet and handed it over. Is Pablo inside now? If he is, call him out for me. Tommy wouldn't dare accept it. Not there. Is he one of your male models here? Not, exactly. Give me his contact information. Tommy swallowed hard. Can I ask why he upset you? He lured my. The words, my son, were forcibly swallowed back by Una. She closed her eyes, unable to accept that her obedient child had argued with her and ran away from home over a male model, without calling her once. Tommy was dumbfounded. Brother Yen, did you actually change your sexual orientation for the sake of a luxury car and a wealthy madam? Unbelievable. Unable to bear it, he angrily recited a string of numbers. Sis, this is his number. All your troubles can be directed at him. Our bar is innocent. Una's anger slightly subsided. After noting down the number, she said fiercely, if I can't find him, your bar won't last long in Jing City. Tommy bent slightly, offering a shallow bow. Sure, sure. Watching the luxury car drive away, he immediately called Pablo. Pablo had just enjoyed a day out with his newly minted boyfriend, receiving sweet kisses upon dropping him off at home. His heart was floating on air. Upon answering the call, his first sentence was a proud boast, speak quickly, I need to go home and play games with my little boyfriend. Tommy paused for a moment, then spat out, Brother Yen, are you too heartless? The rich woman came to our bar, and you're still going on dates with your boyfriend? Our bar is in jeopardy. What the hell? Which rich woman? Which one? Didn't you lure her yourself? Pablo pondered, the only rich woman he could think of being Bram's mother. He frowned, she came to the bar looking for me. Tommy bitterly replied, yes, I gave her your number. Solve it properly. You're such a scoundrel. He felt he needed to defend himself, scoundrel my ass, that's my future mother-in-law. Ah. Pablo's mood grew heavy. A message arrived at this moment, and he hung up to read it. I am Bram's mother. Meet me at 9 a.m. tomorrow. An address of a cafe was attached. Pablo caressed the edge of his phone and sent a reply, okay. Una first went to Bram's apartment but didn't find anyone, further inflaming her temper. Swearing under her breath, she returned to the Lin family villa, careful to adjust her emotions before entering to avoid arousing suspicion from Justin. As a result, she saw her runaway son sitting on the sofa crying, while Justin had an unreadable expression as he passed tissues. She nearly had another heart attack, trembling lips gritted as she asked through clenched teeth, "What happened?" "It's all you're doing." Justin glared at her angrily. "I've heard about Nick's bad reputation. You kept letting Jing Lu hang out with him, and now he's been corrupted." Her body swayed, struggling to stand firm. What do you mean?" Justin also felt indignant. He threw the tissue box onto the sofa with a heavy thud and got up, pacing back and forth in frustration. Who would have thought that guy harbored such filthy thoughts? Jing Lu is his cousin. Una's head was spinning. She looked at Devon, who was sniffling. What exactly happened? Devon had cried until his eyes were red, timidly saying, "My liking boys was all because of my cousin. He always touched me, put his arm around my waist, and leaned on my shoulder. The night he was beaten, he took me to an underground bar, wanting me to dance for him." "What? Nick did this to you?" Una's eyes widened in anger. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He pouted and wept. "I said I didn't want to play with Nick anymore, but you kept. Now look, I like boys, I've let Dad down, I've let the ancestors of the Lin family down, I'm a sinner," wailing. You. It took a moment for Una to realize that he had just come out to Justin. Seeing Justin's complexion turn green and purple, her blood ran cold. Old Lin. Justin was in a state of confusion and anger. When the youngest son came in, he knelt down in front of him and tearfully confessed that he liked men and that he had been bullied by Nick. He hadn't even recovered from the shock of his second son being with Seamus when the youngest announced he liked men too, and it was his mother who had helped bend him. Oh heavens, was this karma for his past sins? Devon wiped his tears, secretly observing his parents, thinking life was already at its worst, sooner dead, sooner reborn. Una couldn't focus on her son anymore. She grabbed Justin's hand and hurriedly explained, "Old Lin, Lulu is still young, he doesn't understand anything yet. He definitely doesn't like men. I'll educate him properly, don't lose hope." Justin shakily took out his phone and called Xenon, asking nervously, "Big brother, do you like girls?" Xenon paused for a moment, then replied, "No, I only like Zane." His teeth chattered. "Gee. Zane isn't a girl, right?" "Uncle Lin," Eric's voice suddenly sounded, "It's me, Zane. I'm Ellis. Yungo and Fedor are watching TV with my parents at my house right now." Justin felt like the sky was falling, hunching over as he walked upstairs, muttering, "This is karma, it's all karma." Hearing this on the phone, Una regained some composure. She glanced at Devon, who sat curled up on the sofa, guilt-ridden and weeping. Some ideas began to form in her mind as she rushed after Justin upstairs. Chapter 68, Old Deng, what do you have to compare with me? Bran cried for a while and then returned to his room. He lay on the bed and called Ichabod, touching his thumping chest and said, "Second brother, Dad and I came out of the closet." Just realizing and then coming right home to come out, the initiative, apart from giving thumbs up, there was nothing much Ichabod could say. He was extremely excited. I also told him about Nick bullying me, which diverted some attention. Dad didn't scold or hit me, he even comforted me. Wow, I feel like I am a little smart, don't you think? Oh, you're really smart. But I still feel a bit guilty. Our family line will end now, and Dad will be so sad, as well as Mom being almost mad at this. Ichabod had no fondness for these two people. Whether the Lin family line ended meant nothing to him. Then have you clarified everything with Pablo? Bram said shyly, "Everything is clear, we've started dating." "Oh, congratulations." "Hee, but I'll have to wait for a while before bringing him home. I'll wait until Dad and Mom calm down. It's unfair that Dixon doesn't get any name or status and has to be with me for a while." Ichabod was sometimes genuinely speechless by how he thought. This picked-up little fool dog silently made big decisions. Once enlightened, came out, took on most of the pressure at home. How could Pablo feel wronged? He would probably laugh in his dreams. The next day, Pablo waited all day long from morning till night but did not see the future mother-in-law coming to question him. When he messaged her, it was like sending a stone into the sea, causing him utter confusion. In the evening, he began worrying and messaged his little boyfriend but received no reply, further increasing his anxiety. In the following days, it was as if the just-started relationship disappeared. Despite visiting Lin's house and squatting outside his company, Pablo couldn't catch sight of him once, making his warm heart grow cold. Finally, he turned to Ichabod for help. At a bustling art exhibition, Lu Ban stuck around Ichabod, speaking in an exaggerated manner, "Govind, my boyfriend went missing. Could you help me look for him? I'll buy all the paintings for sale here." Ichabod pushed him away impatiently. "Where can I find him? Haven't you been contacted by Ralph? Last week when he left your place, I drove him back, but I haven't seen him since. Yesterday, I bribed the guards at Lin's corporation, who said he hasn't been working for a long time. Has something happened to him? Maybe he's confined by his parents. He came out the night he went home, didn't he tell you?" Pablo was stunned, "Came out. And he said he'd wait a few days before bringing you home, granting you status. Speechless, a sour and stuffy feeling filled his heart. Why didn't he tell me? Ichabod patted his shoulder, implicitly warning, he's a pure and passionate little dog, don't take advantage after deceiving him. I won't. Pablo took a deep breath, suppressing his restless and tender heart. I'm going to find him. Ichabod waved his hand. Go ahead, finding someone isn't it easiest for you? He pursed his lips and tightened his phone while walking fast towards the exit. Ichabod returned to his job introducing artworks to the guests for free. Second Master Lin. He finally got some time to take a drink when someone called out to him. Jace, dressed in a white suit, smiled warmly. Can you tell me the inspiration source of this painting, roses and fireworks? Is this your work? Ichabod's eyebrows subtly moved. Yes, the inspiration comes from the person I loved for a long time loving me back. It was as if the desolate land had bloomed magnificent roses, and the fireworks across the sky reflected his innermost feelings. Jace's lifted mouth corners stiffened for a moment but quickly recovered. I love this painting very much. Can I buy it? 5 million. Suddenly, a high and wealthy-sounding female voice broke in. I want this painting. Both turned their heads and were shocked by the woman draped in luxurious jewelry. Ichabod's lips twitched slightly, truly wishing to call security. Jace frowned. I offer 10 million. Alberta scoffed, shaking her wine glass, taking a sip, chin held high. 100 million. 101 million. 200 million. The guests looking at the exhibition were attracted by this exchange, casting strange and disdainful looks toward this bickering man and woman. Who are these nouveau riche people showing off wealth here? This is not an auction. Still rational, Jace stopped bidding. Oh. Alberta scoffed, her hand adorned with jade jewelry theatrically supporting her forehead. She smiled confidently. Look at my attire, old dang, what do you have to compare with me? Then she dramatically called out, ex-wife, wrap up my painting. Ichabod really wished he could escape, covering his face in exasperation. This is a non-sale item, can't you see the big label? Alberta chuckled loudly, running over to hug his arm, rubbing it. I saw it all right, just playing around. It's this flashy peacock who is blind, there's a non-sale tag on it, yet he keeps asking and asking. Humph, trying to find an excuse to chat with my ex-wife, shameless. Enrico's expression darkened. Miss, please watch your words, Sue Ran and I are acquainted. Ah, just acquaintances, huh? Alberta tugged Ichabod's arm, pointing accusingly. Ex-wife, I scanned him as soon as I came in. He looks decent but his eyes are full of schemes. You're a married man, stay away from such people. You. Enrico's face turned completely black. Ichabod pulled her away, patting her hand. Keep it classy, enjoy the exhibition, okay? Also, find a bin to pour out your red wine. She chugged it all down. Ha ha ha, this is cola, silly. Sometimes he really wanted to report this crazy friend for forced labor. Enrico also felt that this woman wasn't right in the head. Adjusting his expression, he said to Ichabod, Sue Ran, can I treat you to dinner after the exhibition? I have something to talk about. No way. Alberta interjected, my ex-husband will have dinner with me, go away. He pretended not to hear, fixing his gaze on Ichabod. It's about Seamus. Ichabod shoved Alberta away. Go explore on your own, I'll chat with him for a bit, then have dinner with you after the exhibition. Alberta raised her head proudly like a victorious swan and clacked away in her heels. Enrico suppressed his discomfort. There are too many people here, let's find a quieter place. Ichabod led him behind a large pillar. Say what you need to say. I'm busy and can't leave. He pursed his lips, pulling out a few photos from his pocket. These were mailed to the old house a few days ago. I intercepted them, grandfather hasn't seen them. Ichabod glanced at the photos. They were the scenes Una had shown him of their escapades in Jing City. Seeing no reaction from him, Enrico's eyes dimmed slightly, then continued, last time grandfather asked me to meet you and told you some things. Seamus got angry and messed up several of my major projects. Ichabod looked up, his eyes distant and cold. Are you coming here to boast or complain to me? Are we close enough for that? Chapter 69, she was the one who sent me pink diamonds before. Terry laughed bitterly. Chiron, I have no ill intentions towards you. If these photos are seen by the old master, you can imagine how your impression in his eyes will be affected. Ichabod sized him up. Do you have a good relationship with Haddon? He looked down dejectedly. Kitchen has always had some issues with me. So, are you doing this for us to improve your relationship with him? He pulled the corners of his lips in frustration. Kitchen has always been someone who does as he pleases. No matter what or who it is, if something doesn't go his way, he disregards everything. We've been at an impasse for so many years that I've grown accustomed to it. Alberta appeared from somewhere with a cup of hot tea, sipping it lightly. Ah, good tea. Ichabod couldn't help but laugh. Eustace, I don't know exactly what you're trying to express. If my boyfriend does anything wrong, should I just let him off and reflect on myself? Is it entirely my fault for making him unhappy? Why does he only meddle in your projects and not others? Terry's face fell. He's someone who never forgets a slight. All these years, his hostility towards me has been without reason. He doesn't even care about his own family. Do you think he would care about you much? What does that have to do with you? Why are you so concerned? Ichabod tilted her head slightly. Are you, out of spite for losing power struggles, trying to drive a wedge between us? You seem too LW. A trace of embarrassment crossed his face, but he stubbornly retorted, he's not a good match for you. Just getting past his mother alone is impossible. Unless he cares nothing about his mother's life. I'll say it again, this has nothing to do with you. You. Terry sneered, no longer putting on an act, his expression turning dark. If his mother stands between you two, could you still be together without any reservations? Ichabod's lips curled indifferently. Old dang, you can leave now. Humph. With a gloomy demeanor, he left dramatically. Ex-husband bro. Alberta approached Ichabod again. Who was that? He's Haddon's cousin. She looked puzzled. And who is Haddon? My man. Oh wow. Her eyes lit up. I've already started imagining a drama full of sibling rivalry, love, and betrayal among the rich and powerful. Don't you want to explain it to stop me? Ichabod pouted. Go ahead and imagine. It's not far off. Alberta took a deep breath excitedly and rambled on. Is it that old dang likes your man but can't admit it due to ethics? So he constantly opposes your man to get his attention. Until you came along, he became jealous and went crazy, sacrificing himself to flirt with you, hoping you'd fall deeply in love with him, then discard you cruelly and comfort your heartbroken man, thus mending their ties, ending as brothers becoming lovers while you become my wife again. Shut up, Ichabod glared at her, slapping her forehead. I knew your imagination was bizarre, but not this ridiculous. She chuckled, just kidding. It's almost noon. Let's go get lunch. I woke up late and skipped breakfast. My stomach's growling. Let me tell the teacher first. Go, go. Ichabod told Brock she needed to leave early, then left with Alberta. Ran. Haddon, who had just finished a meeting and clocked out early, saw them right after parking his car. His gaze softened on the woman clinging to Ichabod's arm, then turned cold instantly. Ichabod pushed Alberta's hand away and walked over quickly. Why are you here? Haddon wrapped his arm around her waist, casting a glance at Alberta, his smile not reaching his eyes, came straight here after the meeting. Who's this? Alberta puffed out her chest. I'm my ex-wife's ex-husband. What kind of relationship is that? Ichabod shielded her eyes, whispering, she's the one who sent me pink diamonds before, Alberta. Haddon's eyes cooled further, a good friend of Ranran's, huh? How about we all have dinner together? Sure. Half an hour later, at a Chinese restaurant, Alberta sat stiffly, outwardly calm but secretly kicking Ichabod's feet beneath the table, sending intense telepathic messages. Help. Why is your man so scary? He's glared at me 700 times in 3 minutes. I feel like he didn't come to eat, but to chop me up and drink my blood. Ichabod held the menu, unfazed. Ex-wife. Ex-wife. Alberta screamed inwardly, almost kicking off her heels. Miss O. Haddon's face was slightly green, gritting his teeth and said with a cold tone, if you're cold, ask the waiter for a blanket. Shaking your legs won't make you warm. Ah. Alberta let out an awkward scream, her face flushed red as she picked up a glass of plain water next to her and started shaking it. Sorry, I have a bit of Parkinson's disease. Ichabod closed the menu and returned it to the waiter who was trying hard not to laugh, then sighed deeply. She's just like that, don't mind her. Alberta nodded vigorously, yes. Haddon held Ichabod's hand, showing the couple's rings on their hands. After being together with Ranran, I've been thinking about inviting all his close friends for a meal to thank you for taking care of him over the years. Alberta waved her hand. Hey, just invite me, no need to worry about the others. They're not proper people anyway. As long as you treat baby Ran well, I genuinely wish you two the best. Don't mind my previous remarks. Haddon retracted his aggression. I love Ranran very much. I will take care of him for life without anyone telling me to. Ichabod turned to look at him. This was the first time he had ever said love aloud. Alberta laughed. From the way you look, I know you're reliable. Baby Ran is in your hands. If you make him unhappy in any way, I'll throw stones at your window every day. Haddon looked at Ichabod, his eyes filled with affection. I will do everything in my power to make him happy for the rest of his life. Ichabod's eyelashes trembled slightly as he tightened his grip on Haddon's hand. Alberta propped her chin in her hands, smiling warmly like an ant. Baby Ran's secret crush coming true is such a beautiful love story. It's making me swoon. After having dinner with relatives and friends, Alberta hurriedly left to sell jewelry again, while Haddon took Ichabod back to the company. The moment they entered the lounge, Ichabod pounced onto Haddon and pushed him onto the bed. Haddon held him up, laughing, so enthusiastic. He cupped the handsome face and gave him a long, deep kiss, his bright eyes sparkling with love. Haddon, I love you so much. Haddon gently caressed his eyes. Thank you for loving me, I love you too, darling. Let's get married after the new year, okay? Okay, let's get married. Ichabod replied, husband. Haddon rolled over and pressed him down, placing hot kisses. Chapter 70, Oh no. Cousin threatens me. Evening, at the Lynn family villa. Crosby, who had been locked up at home for a week without his phone, was lying on his bed listlessly. Click. The door opened, and he turned around briefly before his face fell dejectedly. Seeing Crosby with sunken cheeks from a week of gloom, Una felt an ache in her heart. She coldly said, "Get up and change clothes." Crosby slowly got up. "Can I go out now? Charles is being discharged from the hospital today. Your grandfather invited us for dinner." He paused for a moment, then lay back down, burying himself in the blanket. Muffled, he said, "I'm not going. I hate Charles. I never want to see him again." Una didn't want to see him either, she even wanted to kill Charles, but since Guan's father called, they had no choice. "Hurry up." "No." After coming out of the closet carelessly, Crosby's true nature gradually emerged. In the past, he would never defy his mother. Una laughed bitterly. "So you're disobeying me now? Tomorrow, I'll report that crappy bar and let that guy named Pablo starve." "Mom." He angrily got up to open the wardrobe. "Why do you never care about what I want? You don't care about your parents' feelings. You made your father age 10 years because of this drama." Crosby felt guilty and wronged. "I didn't mean to. Both my elder brothers are gay, and we share the same genes. Liking men is very normal unless I'm not your biological son." Una flared up. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really want your father dead? Are you trying to drive him mad?" "Humph." He stopped speaking and put on a suit casually. While walking downstairs, Una suddenly pinched his arm. Frustrated, she muttered, "Crosby, you actually gained weight this week." Crosby sucked in his belly, blushing and muttering, "Besides eating and drinking, you didn't let me out of the room. How can I exercise? You, liking men makes you so talkative now, huh? You dare to backtalk now. Do you want to kill me?" He pouted and asked, "When will you give me my phone back?" Una almost gnashed her teeth. "Want to find that male model named Pablo? Forget it. Cut ties with him from now on." Crosby glared. "He's not a male model. I don't care what he is. Stay away from that disreputable man." "I won't, I like him, and I want to be with him." Una gripped the stairs, her chest heaving. "Crosby. What's all this shouting?" Justin barked from downstairs, his eyes darkened by stress. "Do you still want to leave?" Both mother and son immediately fell silent. The three of them sat in the same car for the first time in a long while. Crosby watched his father rub his temples in the front seat, then whispered to Una, "Is Dad going to Grandpa's house too?" Una gave a cold "Isn't he usually reluctant to go to the Guans?" "Shut up. Talking to you makes me want to vomit." "Oh." Unnoticed by anyone else, including the driver, a black Volkswagen slowly followed their car after it left the Lin residence. At the Gu family home, Charles, still in a cast, greeted everyone with a smile. His gaze lingered on Crosby in an odd way. Una felt angrier seeing him but suppressed her fury, smiling falsely as she asked, "Is Xiao Lu feeling better?" Erin, unable to catch the assailant who beat her son, directed some of her resentment toward Crosby. Snidely, she remarked, "Jing Yu was quite irresponsible that night, going out with your cousin. Why didn't you look after everyone properly? You were the only one unharmed. Maybe you have something to do with the attacker." Niall frowned at her. "What are you saying?" She shut up reluctantly. Justin walked in looking sullen, addressing his father-in-law who remained silent. "Dad." Leaning on his cane, Daryl nodded slightly. "Take your seats." Because of Gu Jiangwo's rule of silence during meals, everyone ate quietly at the dining table, only the sound of utensils breaking the eerie silence. After the meal, Niall wanted to call Justin to discuss investment matters, but Justin pretended not to hear and sat stiffly on the sofa watching TV. Even when called by Daryl, he refused to move. Father and son exchanged looks, quickly realizing he was expressing dissatisfaction. Charles wheeled himself over to Crosby and patted his leg. "Stay and chat with your cousin tonight." Disgust flickered in Crosby's eyes as he scooted away a bit. "No." He curled his lips with dark amusement, lowering his voice. "Cousin was a little disappointed not seeing the Fox male model that night, right? But I have a video of the Fox male model dancing on my phone. We can watch it together tonight, you might like it." Crosby clenched his fists. "I won't watch it." "Watch what?" Una asked from across the room, her voice carrying an ominous tone. Charles shook his phone with a smile. "A very interesting video, Auntie. Do you want to see it?" He expected Crosby to try to stop him but instead, Crosby pressed his lips together and stayed silent. Una sensed it wasn't a good video. She said through gritted teeth, "Sure, show it to me. What's so interesting about it?" Charles was momentarily stunned. Erin was curious. "Xiao Lu, what's in the video? Let Mom see too." All eyes turned toward Charles. Caught off guard, Charles looked at Crosby with a dark expression. "Jing Yu." "Wah." Crosby suddenly burst into tears streaming down his face. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Jiangwo frowned deeply and pounded the floor with his cane. "What's going on? Why are you crying like a baby?" "Wah. Mom." Crosby wailed loudly, cousin threatened me. He's using a video of me dancing to force me to stay overnight with him. Charles's mouth dropped open in shock. You're making it up. I just wanted you to stay and chat with me, not sleep with me. Una stood up furiously. Charles. How could you be such a monster? He's your cousin. Una, who are you calling names? Erin defended her son, what's wrong with cousins chatting? Is this worth all the fuss? Una pointed at Charles, venting her anger. Ask him what filthy thoughts he has about his own cousin. Crosby chimed in tearfully, cousin always touches me, puts his arm around me, and uses the street dance video I recorded in the bar to threaten me to dance improperly for him. Otherwise, he'll tell mom. And he just tried to make me stay again. Charles panicked, his eyes nearly bulging out. I didn't. Thud. Ah. Xiao Lu. A fruit plate suddenly flew towards Charles's face. Erin screamed and rushed forward, glaring fiercely at the culprit. What are you doing, Justin? Una stared at her husband in disbelief, while Crosby stopped crying momentarily, tears still clinging to his eyelashes. Justin's face was twisted with fury. Damn bastard. With one hand, he picked up an ashtray and threw it. Ah. Erin shielded Charles, and the ashtray hit her cheekbone, which quickly began to swell. Justin. Seeing his wife and son being attacked right before his eyes, Niall couldn't contain his anger. His eyes blazing, he lunged at Justin and started fighting. Ah. Niall, you dare hit my husband. Una screeched wildly, joining the fray. What are you doing? Stop it. Gu Jiangwo roared, his face red with rage. Stop this immediately. Crosby was completely stunned, watching the chaotic scene unfold in horror. His father had lost it, his mother had lost it, everyone was crazy. Chapter 71, there are two people who are also his future in-laws. Guaning. Erin rushed over to help Niall, you two lunatics. Cleo grabbed her hair forcefully, pulling her away and fixing her bloodshot eyes on Nick, roaring, you bitch. Ah. Before Nick could react, everything before her eyes turned black as she was pushed down along with her wheelchair, pulling at her not yet healed fractured limbs. Her face turned pale as she howled, ah. My leg, Mom, Grandpa, save me. Cleo went completely mad, choking her neck, how dare you corrupt my son. I'll strangle you, you bitch. Cough, cough, cough. Nick had no strength to fight back, Mom, save me. Ah. Xiao Lu. Cleo, you crazy woman, let go of my son. Erin disregarded her husband who was being beaten underneath her, charging forward with disheveled hair, sure enough, someone from the orphanage has no upbringing. The Guan family raised you for nothing. The resentment and anger that Cleo had pent up for a week erupted, losing all rationality, she turned to wrestle with Erin, I've been married into the Lin family for so many years, and I have long paid off what the Guan family provided, I don't owe you anything. The Guan family is now in ruins, without the support of the Lin family, you would have starved long ago. You never appreciated us, looked down on me, even dared to bully my son, I will beat you to death. The angrier Cleo got, the harder she fought, Erin's face became bloody under her claws, swinging her arms frantically in retaliation. Camillo's neck flushed red as he struck the cane heavily, stop. All of you stop it. What a spectacle. Zaire, why are you just standing there? Bram stood aside, confused and bewildered by the situation, on one side were his father and uncle fighting, on the other were his mother and aunt tearing each other's hair and swearing. His cousin lay crying next to him. He felt totally useless in this situation. Hurry up and separate them. Camillo, struggling for breath, desperately called the nanny, someone. Call the police quickly. The nanny ran out from the kitchen, shocked by the chaotic and bloody scene, then fled screaming, help. Murder. So much blood. Camillo fell onto the sofa, pounding his chest, glaring at Bram, call the police. Separate them. Seeing his mother picking up an ashtray from the ground to smash onto Erin's head, Bram snapped out of it, hastily stopping her, Mom. Calm down. With tears and blood covering her face, Erin found an opportunity and tried to scratch Bram's face. Cleo grabbed her arm, without the ashtray she slapped her hard, you want to hit my son? I've put up with you for years, today I will slap you to death. Ah. Bram didn't know what to do, if they kill someone they will be sent to jail, right? If both his parents end up in prison, what will happen to him? Ralph. Hearing the familiar voice calling, he turned around with tears streaming down, Yana. Pablo, who had been waiting outside the villa, came running inside when the nanny screamed, ignoring the chaos, he ran straight over to hug Bram tightly, good boy, don't be scared anymore. Bram clung to his clothes, trembling and crying, Yana, quick, my parents, they are going to kill uncle and aunt, I don't want them to go to jail, sniff. Pablo pushed Bram to a safe spot before trying to break up the fights. Amidst the chaos, he accidentally stepped on Nick's plastered leg. Ah. Nick screamed, fainting from pain immediately. Pablo paused, sorry, I didn't mean to. By the time he managed to separate all the fighters, the struggle finally ceased. Camillo couldn't hold on any longer and fainted too. Wah. Erin crawled over to Nick, seeing Niall lying almost lifeless on the ground. She cried miserably, "I'm going to call the police." "Call the police." Bram helped his mother up, sobbing, "Mom, are you okay?" Cleo glared maliciously at Erin. "I finally vented all these years of grievances, even my breasts feel better." Bram swallowed. "Ugh, Mom, don't be like this, I'm scared." "How about Dad? How is he?" Justin sat exhausted on the ground, bruised but still in advantage. Pablo scanned around, somewhat alarmed, although he had seen fights, but never family brawls between 4 elderly people. 2 of whom were his future in-laws. Looking at Bram, who was untouched and unharmed, Pablo couldn't help but wonder how such fierce parents produced such an innocent child. Soon, the sound of sirens could be heard outside. The police and ambulance arrived together, first sending the crowd to the hospital. After treating the wounds, Camillo and Nick, who were still unconscious, remained in the hospital, while the rest were taken back to the police station for questioning. At 11:30 p.m., Zenon was being tempted by Eric for some intimate activity when he received a call from the police station. After hearing the brief summary from the officer, they both got dressed and rushed to the police station. At the police station, Niall and Erin, who had suffered greatly, were angrily shouting, "We will never agree to mediation." Una sneered. Despite the bandages on her face, she still looked defiant. "Then go ahead and sue." Indeed, it was our old Lynn who made the first move, but it was Nick's fault. "We have plenty of money, but after receiving compensation, your Guan family's luck will run out." "Ah!" Erin screamed, "You ungrateful wolf, Una. Guan family raised you for nothing. Ha ha ha. You bunch of heartless wolves, sucking our Lin family's blood while bullying my son. How dare you bark here?" The nearby officer had a headache. Silence. The mediation room quieted down again, only to soon fill with more yelling. Zenon and Eric arrived just as the lawyer from Lin Pharmaceutical went inside to handle the matter. The two waited outside with Devon and Pablo to get updates. Devon tearfully recounted the night's events, leaving all 3 silent. Eric leaned on Zenon's shoulder, trying not to laugh. Uncle Lin must have been driven crazy by the shock. All 3 sons were gay, wouldn't any father go mad? Older brother, Devon looked at Zenon sadly. "Dad and Mom should be fine, right?" Zenon frowned slightly. "It depends on whether the Guan family agrees to mediation. If not, we'll file a lawsuit and pay some compensation." He sighed in relief. "As long as they don't go to jail." Less than half an hour later, Justin and Una emerged from the mediation room. Seeing Zenon and Eric, Justin's eyes filled with sorrow, and he shuffled off, preparing to leave. Having caused such a huge scandal seen by his eldest son, Una looked very uneasy. Supporting Justin, she led Devon away. "Let's go home." Devon gazed at Pablo with tearful eyes. "Brother Yen." Pablo gave him a comforting smile and nodded gently. Una turned and glared fiercely at Pablo. "Stay away from my son." Chapter 72, I'm afraid my mom will beat you up. Brady only left the police station after consulting with a lawyer. Azai, stroking his chin, stared at Pablo. "You're the man who lured Devon away. Have we met somewhere before?" Pablo smiled. "We met once in Yincheng. Govind and I are friends." "Aha." He squinted slightly. "Are you serious about Devon? You don't see him as easy prey because he's naive, right?" "I've never been this serious." "Humph, better be." Brady looked at Pablo complicatedly and worriedly. "You. Jingyue doesn't understand anything. Don't bully him." Pablo nodded. "I won't." Azai took Brady's hand. "Let's go home." "Okay." Pablo watched them leave, smoked a cigarette, got into a black Volkswagen, and sped towards the Lin family residence. Jediah helped the exhausted Justin and Una back to their room. He wanted to retrieve his phone but was intimidated by Una's piercing gaze. He then said, "Dad, Mom, rest early. We'll do a full body check tomorrow." He feared his parents would get hurt from the sudden stress. Una felt a bit relieved but still distorted her face as a warning. "Don't hang out with that good-for-nothing Nick anymore, and no more models." He pursed his lips, helped Justin, who had changed into clean clothes and was now silently lying down, saying, "Sleep well." "Did you hear me?" Una raised her voice. "In a few days, I'll arrange a blind date for you. Marry and have kids obediently. Don't follow your brother's example and look for men." "Mom. If you want to argue, take it outside." Justin roared fiercely but low. Una gritted her teeth. "Go back to your room and sleep." Jediah sighed, turned around, and returned to his bedroom. After a quick shower, he lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling with fatigue. Thud. A faint sound came from the floor-to-ceiling window. Jediah didn't intend to pay attention at first, but the sound continued. Knock knock. The glass was being tapped. He abruptly rolled over, walked over nervously yet expectantly, pulled the thick curtains open, eyes narrowing, calling out softly with surprise, "Elder Brother Yen." Pablo pointed at the lock of the floor-to-ceiling window. "Oh oh." Jediah happily opened the window. In the next moment, he was pulled into Pablo's broad embrace. His nose tingled as he hugged Pablo's waist. Elder brother Yen, how did you come here? And you even knew this is my room. I guessed. Pablo pinched his arm, turning his face to examine both sides. Are you hurt anywhere? He shook his head, no. Considering the amazing fighting power of his parents, he didn't dare to intervene and wasn't harmed either. Relieved, Pablo hugged him tighter, burying his face in his neck. I haven't seen you for a week. Do you miss me? He hummed pitifully. Mom locked me up at home and confiscated my phone. My poor little one, need some comfort. He looked up, yes. Pablo kissed his eye corner, his nose tip, then gently kissed his lips, demanding yet tenderly comforting. Kissed into a daze, breathing heavily, Pablo picked up Jediah, sat down on the bed, placed him on his lap, and patted his back. Was my little sweetie scared tonight? Jediah wrapped his arms around Pablo's neck, not scared, just surprised. My parents are really good at fighting. Pablo pecked his cheek again, chuckling lightly, really tough, but how could they raise such an adorable white ball like you? He buried his face sorrowfully. Everyone else in the family was formidable while he was the only one getting bullied. If not caught early, he might have been threatened by Nick. Ugh, he was a failure. Pablo stroked his head continuously, but I love my heartless little rice dumpling the most. It's so fun to play with. Jediah pinched his waist hard. I may not be smart, but you're not allowed to say it. Alright, alright. Pablo held Jediah's chin. Just started dating and couldn't see you for so long. I missed you, my dear. Can I kiss you again? Jediah blinked shyly, slightly pouting his lips, then kiss me. Good boy. Pablo sighed contentedly and covered those red lips again. After being cuddled and kissed for a while, Jediah gradually relaxed and yawned. Elder brother Yen, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Pablo tucked him into bed, caressing his small face. Sleep well. He asked anxiously, are you leaving? Not leaving, staying with you. Jediah moved a bit to the side, then sleep with me and leave in the morning. Pablo locked the door from the inside, took off his coat and shoes, and lay down on the bed. Jediah rolled into his arms, feeling completely secure. Elder brother Yen, thank you for staying with me. He sighed inwardly, holding him tighter. You really can be easily taken away. Fortunately, I made my move first. Jediah nuzzled against his chest, closing his eyes. Elder brother Yen, good night. Remember to get up early tomorrow and leave before being caught in bed together. I'm afraid my mom will beat you up. Darling, could you please pay attention to your wording? Being caught in bed doesn't sound quite right. Having not slept well for a week, Pablo felt drowsiness coming over as he held the sweet, soft little one. He set an alarm for 6 o'clock and closed his eyes. Click. At dawn, the locked bedroom door was quietly opened by a key. Una walked in silently, her face turning pale as she stared at the pair of conspicuous men's shoes next to the bed. She had guessed. This shameless male model. The murderous look in her eyes roused Pablo's alertness. As he opened his eyes and sat up, his sharp black eyes froze when they fell on the ghost-like woman standing nearby. Guilt and embarrassment peaked in that moment. Una, furious enough to see stars, tilted her head back, pinching the renjong point between her nose and upper lip, gritting her teeth. Get out of there now. Pablo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Jediah, inwardly sighing. He quietly got up, put on his shoes and jacket, and followed Una out of the room downstairs. It was barely 6, and the nanny hadn't arrived yet to prepare breakfast. In the dim living room, Una and Pablo faced each other in silence, intensifying the atmosphere of a dramatic confrontation. After a long while, Pablo cleared his throat lightly and apologized. Sorry, Auntie. I was worried about Ralph, so I just came to check on him. We didn't do anything inappropriate. Ha 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 ha. Una laughed sinisterly. How much will it take for you to leave my son alone? Pablo said seriously, I don't need money, and I won't leave Ralph. I like Ralph and want to be with him. 5 million. Auntie, I don't need money. 20 million. Auntie, I really. Bang. A vase shattered where Pablo had just been sitting, its pieces scattered everywhere. Agilely avoiding it, Pablo looked at the shards on the ground, feeling fortunate he reacted quickly. Una's expression twisted as she picked up whatever was within reach to throw. Damn male model, daring to seduce my son. Pablo dodged each object. Auntie, calm down. And also, I'm not a male model, I'm from a respectable family. You damn respectable family climbing into my son's bed in the middle of the night. Not. I was worried about Ralph. Worry about yourself now. Enraged, Una rushed into the kitchen and back out, waving a kitchen knife. You scumbag man, daring to have designs on my well-raised son for 20 years. I'll chop you up. Chapter 73. We will get married after the new year. Pablo's lips twitched as he took several steps back. Aunt, please calm down. Don't hurt yourself. Govind really was a jinx. Una glared with her gloomy eyes, her hand holding the knife trembling in fury. Stay away from my son. Mom. Una, what are you doing? Monroe and Justin's voices echoed simultaneously from the second floor. Monroe looked at the chaotic living room and quickly ran downstairs, cautiously approaching Una. Mom, calm down. Put the knife down first, we can talk this out. Una pointed at Pablo. Make him get out. Justin held onto the railing, pounding his chest. Are you crazy? Put the knife down now. Monroe approached Una, grabbed her wrist, and wrested the kitchen knife away, throwing it far. Mom, don't be so upset. Una burst into tears, pointing furiously at Pablo. I'd rather die than let you stay with this immoral male model. Pablo felt utterly helpless. Who had started the rumor about him being a male model? Make him leave, make him leave. Monroe sighed. Brother Yen, you should go home for now. Pablo felt it was indeed inappropriate to stay. Even if he wanted to explain, an emotionally overwhelmed future mother-in-law wouldn't listen. So he nodded, pressed his lips together, and walked out. Before he could reach the door, he heard another sharp scream behind him. Ah! Old Lin. Dad! Monroe saw Justin collapse suddenly on the second floor and was about to rush upstairs when his mom also fainted into his arms. Mom! Brother Yen, help! Pablo hurriedly turned back. Early in the morning, chaos ensued as the ambulance arrived swiftly to take the elderly couple away. Pablo accompanied Monroe, waiting outside the emergency room, draping his coat over his shoulders to comfort him. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Monroe was extremely anxious, his eyes red but not crying. It's all my fault. It's not your fault, I triggered Auntie. I'm sorry. He shook his head. I didn't explain things clearly to my mom. His method had been too extreme, causing excessive stimulation to the elderly couple at the Guans. His mom was already agitated, and then she saw Pablo in his bed, no wonder she went ballistic. Pablo embraced him tenderly, feeling both self-reproachful and regretful. After half an hour, Justin and Una were admitted to a double ward, one suffering from acute hypertension due to anger, the other sedated after an emotional breakdown. They would wake up 2 hours later. Seeing that they were fine, Monroe's heart calmed down. He asked Pablo to stay and help look after them while he rushed home to fetch his phone and change clothes before returning to the hospital. When Ichabod woke up, Brady told him about the falling out between Lynn's father and the Guan family, and how they even ended up at the police station overnight. He called Monroe. Second brother. Monroe and Pablo were sitting outside the ward when hearing Ichabod's voice made Monroe tear up uncontrollably. Ichabod comforted him. Don't worry, the lawyer will handle it. Choking back sobs, he said, Dad and Mom are in the hospital again. Huh? Didn't eldest brother say they were going home? Sniff. Brother Yen was worried about me, so he came through the window last night. This morning, Mom caught him and tried to cut him with a kitchen knife. She got too excited and fainted, and Dad's hypertension flared up. Ichabod fell silent. Seriously, did Una really try to stab someone? Pablo took Monroe's phone and spoke gently, almost pleadingly. Govind, if you're not busy, could you come to the hospital to keep Ralph company? Sure, I'll be there shortly. Thank you. After hanging up, Pablo wiped away Monroe's tears, coaxing him. Don't cry, your second brother will be here soon. Monroe sniffled. Thanks, Brother Yen. You wait here. I'll go buy some breakfast, they'll need something to eat when they wake up. Okay. By the time Ichabod arrived, Justin and Una had just woken up. I'm here, Pablo whispered outside, afraid to cause more distress. Ralph is inside. Do you want to go in? Ichabod nodded, knocked softly on the half-open door, and walked in. Monroe's eyes lit up as he stood up upon seeing him. Second brother, you're here. Una, who despised the two brothers, turned away expressionlessly. Justin lay listlessly. Why did you come? Ichabod glanced at them indifferently. To check on you. Second brother, Monroe offered a chair solicitously. Do you want to sit down? No need, I have things to do soon. Oh. Justin tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, you and Seamus, you're really together? Beside them, Una perked up her ears. Ichabod nodded, yes, we are. We'll get married after the new year. The last flicker of light in Justin's eyes finally dimmed. He turned over in defeat, closed his eyes, and whispered, oh, my sins. Una's already pale face became even more colorless. They had already progressed to the point of marriage. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Monroe knew that the relationship between him and the family was distant, so he didn't try to keep him. All right, second brother, go ahead with your business. I'll call you if anything happens, okay? Sure. After staying only a few minutes, Ichabod left. Pablo pulled him aside and asked anxiously, how did it go? Pretty good. That's good, that's good. Sigh, if anything bad had happened, Ralph and I would be done for. Ichabod glanced at him sideways, you really know how to do things, sneaking into his bed in the middle of the night and getting caught red-handed, directly sending his parents to the hospital. He complained miserably, I was worried about Ralph. You didn't see the scene at the Guans. It was chaotic. I feared Ralph might have been hurt, so I wanted to check on him secretly. I even set the alarm for 6, thinking the old couple would be too tired from fighting and wouldn't wake up so early. Who knew I would get caught like this? Though a bit inappropriate, Ichabod couldn't help but laugh. So what will you do now? Pablo sighed. His mom has some misunderstandings about me, thinking I'm an irresponsible male model from a bar. I'll explain properly once they calm down. No matter what, I won't give up on Ralph. Oh, then good luck. Pablo pulled him to sit down. Stay a bit longer. Ralph will feel more reassured with you here. Plus, give me some advice, I'm feeling stifled. He chuckled sarcastically. What kind of advice do you want? Like how to be accepted by Ralph's parents. Pablo pounded his thigh angrily. Who spread the rumor that I'm a male model, ruining my reputation? It's not hard to gain acceptance from his mom, help suppress my brother's company and fight for the Lin family assets. Ah. That's not right. Should I choose love over friendship? Ichabod looked at him solemnly. If you do, we don't mind. He waved his hand. Ralph likes all of you, and I feel he doesn't have such big ambitions. Neither you nor Isaiah thought about returning to the Lin family, right? Ichabod raised an eyebrow. We might not return, but that doesn't mean we abandon Lin Pharmaceutical. Chapter 74. A family of despicable things. Pablo's expression turned slightly serious. So you all are going to fight as well? He curled his lips lazily. My brother's ambition is not limited to Yunqiang. Yunqiang's current development momentum is strong, but the Lin family has been declining year after year. The old man is getting older, and Davin is tightly controlled by his mother. He holds only the name of vice president with no decision-making power at all. He can't bear the weight of the Lin family. Must you all be so confrontational? The old man has always wanted my brother to return to the Lin family to take on the biggest responsibility these past 2 years. Pablo pressed his lips together. Then why doesn't he come back? Ichabod turned his head. Why should he? To be a general without an army? My brother does not have such deep emotional ties with the Lin family. He is not a good person. My brother doesn't hope for the Lin family's prosperity. On the contrary, he would prepare fully, lying in wait until the last moment, then swallow the fattest piece of meat. The Lin family bears the Lin surname. Only Yunqiang is completely in my brother's control. Your brother is truly terrifying. But he is my brother. Ichabod looked at him, somehow oppressive. He is the closest person to me in this world. No matter what he does, I will support him unconditionally. Besides, Lin Pharmaceutical was built up by my mother alongside the old man. Pablo laughed, lightly placing his hand on Ichabod's shoulder. Govind, are you warning me? Am I someone who would turn against friends and lovers for love? Ichabod squinted his eyes and brushed his hand away. I hope not, but it wouldn't matter even if you were. He leaned back lazily, feeling the cigarette box in his pocket but thinking better of it since this was a hospital. Nonchalant yet determined, rest assured, I want Lalai, and I want my brothers too. Ha, you should first explain the male model thing to her mom. He choked slightly, saying grumpily, I'll explain clearly. You'd better stop gloating. I asked you, isn't that crazy aunt of mine back from Africa? Ichabod calmly browsed through his phone. Ah, she's back. In Jing City now? Yeah, she came yesterday right after you left the exhibition. Damn. Pablo cursed under his breath. Her mom wanted me to bring her back to O City. That crazy woman is deliberately avoiding me, plotting something bad again, isn't she? Yeah, she's selling jewelry and planning a trip to Las Vegas. Damn. Did she invite you? Ichabod flipped through Alberta's chat record in their group chat and showed him a glance, betraying her promptly. Some people have responded. The initial departure date is set for the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Pablo frowned deeply. Tell her for me, don't think I'm too busy to pay attention to her and thus behave recklessly. If she dares to go, I'll break her legs. She must have gone mad in Africa, there's no way to dissuade her. I'll deal with her after I settle the things in hand. Pablo nudged Ichabod's arm. Don't join her craziness. I don't want to bail people out again. Ichabod swore solemnly, I won't go. Humph, this crazy woman, always causing trouble for me. Una and Justin stayed in the hospital for 3 days. After they went home, Justin seemed heartbroken and couldn't accept such a big blow. Every day he went to work with a wooden face and retreated into his study when he returned home. Every time Jediah wanted to talk to him about Pablo, she saw those dark pupils seemingly saying, if you dare speak, I'll die in front of you. She didn't dare to speak, afraid of aggravating his high blood pressure. The Lin family was shrouded in gloom for 2 days when Niall and Aaron wheeled Nick over for a visit. Una didn't bother to rise and receive them, her expression dark. Compensation has been made, so why are you here? Aining. Niall placed a bank card on the table, speaking kindly, we're all family, having a bit of conflict is nothing. Big brother never thought of seeking compensation. Ha, weren't you yelling about suing us at the police station that day? Wanting to send old Lin and me to jail? Niall's expression froze for a moment, those were just words in anger. Xiao Lu was wrong first. Today, we brought him here to apologize to Ralph. Is Ralph not at home? Una sneered, is a simple apology enough? He has ruined my Ralph. Aunt. Nick spoke through tears, it was because I wasn't cautious enough, but I really didn't have any ill intentions toward Jinghua. I treated him like my own brother. You're full of crap. Una raged. I had people check and asked your few friends. It turns out you've been bullying Ralph all along. Your language was inappropriate, your hands were unclean, and you even used videos to threaten him to dance for you like those male models. Are you human? I really didn't. Enough. Stop quibbling. You came here to apologize today because old Lin terminated the cooperation on several major projects with the Guan family, didn't you? Hahaha, when bullying Ralph, you forgot that your Guan family relies on the Lin family for sustenance, and now you come crawling here crying and confessing. What a despicable family. Erin's face turned greenish-purple with humiliation, but she forced a smile through gritted teeth, aiming, we were wrong. We apologize to you and Jingyue, after all, we are one family. Phew, who's in the same family with you? Una spat, from now on, your Guan family has nothing to do with me. Get out, get out. Aiming, Niall said earnestly, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the Guan family may not be as prosperous as before, it still has some connections that can help Jingyue. Now that Brady has returned, if we hurt our relationship, won't we give outsiders a chance? After the new year, there will be another key government project. If this project falls into Brady's hands and Ichabod has close ties with Hatton, old Lin might very well entrust the Lin family to Brady. What will happen to Jingyue then? Una gnashed her teeth, this was what she was most worried about now. Niall's eyes gleamed as he continued to persuade her, with the Guan family around, at least Jingyue won't be isolated. Dad and I have already given Nick a good scolding. He absolutely won't bully Jingyue again. Be magnanimous, forgive him so he can make up for his mistakes by helping Jingyue. She coldly scanned Nick, who was weeping remorsefully, her disgust clearly expressed, if you want the Lin family to continue supporting the Guan family, you must help Jingyue secure the key project after the new year. Then everything will be fine, otherwise, I'll cut ties with your family forever. Niall and Erin exchanged glances, both secretly pleased. Fine, I'll use all of the Guan family's resources to ensure Jingyue gets the project. Then, please talk to old Lin, help soothe his anger. Una raised her chin, as long as you know how to behave, I won't forget our past friendship. Okay, we won't disturb you anymore. We're leaving, just let Ralph know that his cousin knows he's wrong. Humph, no need to see you off. The trio came furtively and left smiling yet furtively. After closing the door, Una sneered, a bunch of ingrates, do they really think I'm a fool? Once my Ralph secures the project, I'll kick away you and your impoverished relatives first. Mom, Jediah peeked from upstairs, have the Guan family left? Una's expression wasn't pleasant, they've left. He ran down the stairs smiling, I didn't even want to look at them. Una sharply observed, why are your cheeks so red? His eyes darted guiltily, it's a bit hot. Give me your phone. Mom. Still in contact with that bar male model, aren't you? Jediah sat down in a huff, sternly declaring, Pablo is not a male model. He's the owner of the bar. Una glared at him, is the owner of that lousy bar any more decent? Chapter 75 He likes me very much. He puffed out his cheeks slightly, humph, he's very proper and kind to me. Don't you dare have such a strong prejudice against him. Are you really determined to drive me crazy? You learn nothing but how to follow the example of your two elder brothers in finding men. The day after tomorrow, I'll arrange a blind date for you. You shall marry a decent girl and have children. I won't. I don't like girls anymore. Wasn't it you who told me to be gay? Una was flabbergasted with anger, when did I ever tell you to be gay? You let me compete with second brother for Chase, saying that if second brother could do it, why couldn't I? She was speechless. Bram lowered his eyes, I've always listened to you. You told me to please Chase. Even though he didn't like me, I still went to him despite everything. When I found out he likes men and is together with second brother, you asked me to break them up and become involved, so I listened to you and learned to be gay. Now, when I tell you that I like men, you can't accept it. He lifted his head, with tears shimmering in his broken gaze, if Chase had chosen me, would you not be overjoyed even if I liked men? But since Chase likes second brother and they are going to get married, you think this path doesn't work, so you want me to marry a girl and have children for the Lin family. Is it to make Dad leave the Lin pharmaceutical company to me? Una turned pale, clenching her palm tightly, Mom did it all for your own good. You never ask what I like or want. All you care about is making me fight for the inheritance with my brothers. The family property is the first priority in your heart. Her eyes reddened as she choked out, Mom wanted you to hold on to the power, so no one would bully you. Mom grew up depending on others, I had no right to touch anything in the Guan family and was treated like a thief by your uncle and aunt. But you're different from Mom. You are also a child of the Lin family. A part of the Lin family belongs to you. Brady and Ichabod share the same mother and stand together. Since you were born at an inconvenient time, you've faced many misunderstandings over the years. Mom has only tried to help you gain more, so those people wouldn't look down on you or dare to bully you. Bram held her hand, the brothers treat me as a younger brother. I don't want to become enemies with them. If Dad gives the Lin company to them, it means they can take Lin further. I am not capable enough to shoulder the responsibility of running Lin. She shook her head with a sigh, you're too naive. Mom. Don't belittle yourself. Abilities can be developed, Una insisted, after the New Year project, try to get it done. I will then talk to your father about promoting you to general manager. Once you're high enough, you can bear any burden. Bram felt exhausted, must she place him so high? Don't overthink. Listen to Mom properly and cut ties with that male model first. I told you he isn't a model. He became stubborn, I like him. I want to be with him. You. Una didn't want to have a conflict with her son over a man. She suppressed her anger and softened her tone, if you want to be with him, fine, get the project done, and I'll say nothing. Really? Bram's eyes lit up and dimmed again, but this project seemed hard to secure. If elder brother wants it too, he might not stand a chance. Una's eyes flickered as she pulled out a smile and touched his face, Mom was wrong before, ignoring your feelings. In the future, I'll consider them more. Tears welled up in his eyes, really? Of course, Mom loves you. He threw himself into Una's arms, thank you, Mom. I love you too. Una stroked his hair, coldly but gently, but Mom wants to meet Pablo. I went to that bar to find him once. An employee said he worked there, leading me to Miss Judge. He's the boss. He supervises the place, not some improper male model. Whenever I went there to relieve stress, he was always very kind to me. Is that so? Then I must chat with him. Thank him for taking care of you and see if he's as good as you say and whether he likes you. Bram buried his blushing face shyly, whispering, he likes me very much. Huh. Una snorted inwardly, I'll go talk to him. Okay, I'll tell him. When? This afternoon. Alright, I'll book a restaurant. Bram immediately sent a message to Pablo and asked anxiously, Mom, can I go with you? Una pinched his cheek with a smile, don't worry. I won't be difficult with him. Alright. Pablo received a message from his future mother-in-law wanting to meet him, so he dug out a proper suit, dressed up formally, and arrived at the restaurant early. He waited for more than half an hour before Una finally showed up. Just as he was about to stand up to greet her, Una gestured for him to stop. She sat down with a poker face and asked directly, do you like our Ralph? Pablo met her gaze, his eyes full of sincerity, yes, I do. He needs to get married and have children. Huh. Pablo was taken aback for a second, Ralph said you agreed. She frowned, Ralph is my only son. I don't want him to resent me, so I hope you will know when to quit. Pablo's eyes darkened, I won't let go. Ralph likes me too. Ha, he doesn't understand love. His feelings for you are just temporary. Once he meets more and better girls, he'll find someone truly suitable for him, get married, and have adorable babies. He pressed his lips together, Auntie, that's the future you want to arrange for Ralph. Una sneered, I guessed you wouldn't let go easily. Here's a deal, if you're willing to make Ralph happy, I can turn a blind eye temporarily. Temporarily? How long is this temporarily? You can stay with Ralph until after the new year. But when I ask you to leave, you must go. Pablo fell silent. Charles was hospitalized by someone you arranged, wasn't he? Una said in a knowing tone. I see that you have some genuine feelings for Ralph, so I'm giving you a chance to be by his side for a while. You should appreciate it. Pablo asked sincerely, during this time, can Ralph and I be like real couples? Una glared at him angrily, no. During this time, I will still arrange for him to meet girls. Auntie, are you asking me to be Ralph's secret lover? How infuriating, he was the official boyfriend. Una lifted her chin slightly, if you're unwilling, you can leave Ralph now. You say you like Ralph, but you don't want to see him clash with his family, right? Love means letting go. You can consider it carefully. Pablo nodded solemnly, I'll think about it. Una smiled in satisfaction, I believe you're a smart person. Thank you for helping with Charles's incident. He replied listlessly, I was just protecting the one I like. Una's heart skipped a beat, something indescribable flickering in her eyes. She softened her tone, take your time considering. Once you've decided, let me know. As long as you genuinely care for Ralph, I can accept you being by his side as a good friend. Damn friends. Una stood up, that's all for today. I don't want Ralph to hear about this conversation. I understand. Yes, you are a smart person. Pablo watched her leave, then propped his chin in his hand, sighing heavily as he sent a voice message to Monroe, baby, my official boyfriend role has been demoted to a secret lover. I'm crying in the bathroom. Chapter 76, Don't Touch Me Anymore. Bram stood by the flower bed outside the restaurant, listening to the voice message with a blank expression as he watched Una's car leave. He then walked towards the restaurant. Good baby. Pablo sat in his original spot, reaching out pitifully, come give me a kiss for comfort. Bram walked over, bending down to kiss his cheek and patting his head, big brother Yen, I'm sorry you felt wronged. He knew his mom wouldn't accept the reality so easily. Pablo buried his head into Bram's stomach, swaying it left and right, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, it's fine. As long as I can be with my good baby, I can swallow any grievance. Bram frowned, whatever mom said to you, don't listen to her. I'll find a way to resolve this. Yeah, I know good baby loves me. Ah, so adorable, want a kiss. Pablo tilted his head up, good baby, I still need some more comforting. Bram lowered his head again, just as his lips touched his, he was held by the back of the head and given a deep, breath-stealing kiss. After pulling away, Pablo licked the corner of his lips, so good. Bram glared at him with watery eyes that had no deterrent power, slapping his shoulder lightly, we're still outside. Pretending to be depressed, he asked, can't I kiss my boyfriend outside? Am I really becoming an underground lover who can't see the light? Oh. Bram cupped his face with both hands, no, you're my official boyfriend. I won't let you stay hidden from everyone. I believe in good baby. Smiling, Pablo stood up, taking Bram's hand, let's go home and I'll cook for you. Una casually met several wealthy socialites on her way home. In the afternoon, she returned home without seeing Bram. Upon asking the nanny, she learned he had already gone out, causing her blood pressure to soar even higher. She clenched her teeth and called him. Ring ring. Being kissed senseless while cradled in Pablo's lap, Bram came back to his senses when he heard the phone ringing, struggling to turn his head, I'll take the call, Pablo grabbed his chin, turning his face back and covering his already swollen lips once more with a heavy kiss before pulling away and fetching his phone to answer it, placing it next to his ear. Bram, where have you run off to? Una growled low. Bram leaned weakly against Pablo's shoulder, trying to steady his breathing, feeling upset about his deceptive mother. His tone wasn't very nice, I'm trying to secure the project. Did you go see Pablo again? Didn't you say you would consider my feelings more? Rest assured, I will do my best to secure the project. Then you must keep your promise not to stop us from being together. But you shouldn't. I still have things to do. Bye. Click. Hanging up for the first time, Una was so angry she wanted to smash her phone. Ding dong. Just as she lifted her phone, she received a message. LV Yen, Auntie, I've thought it over. I agree. For this period, I'll be spending time with Ralph. I hope you can overlook this. Laughing angrily, she furiously tapped on the keyboard. Una, you watch yourself. LV Yen, sure/obedient. The obedient person turned around, threw down his phone, and continued nibbling on the person in his arms. Bram pushed against his shoulders, that's enough, no more kissing. This person, after lunch, said he'd take him gaming, but ended up kissing until his lips went numb. Pablo tightened his grip around his waist, I'm going to keep kissing, to make up for all these days. He tried to dodge, big brother Yen, More than an hour later, Pablo carried the sobbing Bram back to the bedroom, tucking him into bed, while he headed to the bathroom. Bram, red-eyed and red-nosed, curled into the covers like a quail. Pablo quickly showered and got back into bed, wrapping Bram in his arms, lovingly nibbling on his hot earlobe, good baby. Bram pushed his approaching face away, don't touch me anymore. He nuzzled against his soft palm, I love our Ralph so much. So obedient, soft, and easy to tease, just lovable. Bram harumphed, how am I supposed to get out now? He shamelessly whined, stay the night with me, good baby. No, I'm going to crash at elder brother and second brother's place tonight. I need to talk to elder brother. Take me. Not possible. Without their permission, I can't bring you over randomly. All right. Pablo leaned in, then comfort me a bit. Bram kissed his lips, peck. He continued nudging, one more kiss. Oh, that's enough. Bram laughed and dodged his head, you're like a big puppy. Pablo persisted, give me one more kiss, baby, then I'll have someone send your clothes over. He covered his mouth, eyes wide and bright, no kisses. Then I'll just kiss you anyway. Pablo pulled away his hand, capturing the soft lips, claiming what he wanted. Bram sniffled, get my clothes sent over. Sure. Pablo pecked his forehead and got up, going to the living room to pick up his phone and send a message. Ding dong, ding dong. Less than half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Pablo opened the door and took the shopping bag, thanks, I'll send you a bonus later. Tommy hesitated, staring at him. He raised an eyebrow, anything else? Haven't you been solving that rich lady's issue for days? Haven't seen you at the bar. What rich lady, I told you, she's my future mother-in-law. Though it was still a one-sided assumption now. Tommy's expression showed worry as he probed, that night when she came looking for someone fiercely, did you end up seducing her son and then her too? Chapter 77. Pablo raised his hand, are you crazy? It was her who said that. Tisk, did she say anything else when she came to find me? Tommy felt a bit guilty, she didn't say much. She just asked if I knew you. I saw the car she was sitting in and thought she might be someone's wife we couldn't afford to upset. Afraid of making a scene, I gave her your number. Then she left after threatening me. Oh, yeah, I charged her $50 for parking, should I transfer it to you now? Pablo kicked him, what kind of person are you, charging everyone for parking? Tommy dodged, forcing a laugh, I only knew she had such a deep connection with you after collecting the fee. Sorry boss. He narrowed his black eyes, you didn't tell her I'm a male model at the bar, did you? I didn't say that. She asked if you were one, I said not really. You damned. Pablo kicked again, just no is fine. Why the ambiguity? My reputation has been ruined by you. Tommy backed away, no. I feared she would blame us after knowing you're the owner of the bar. Well, I need to go back to clear up the goods. Take care, boss. I'll transfer you the parking fee. Goodbye. Watching Tommy flee fast, Pablo clenched his teeth and turned with shopping bags, slamming the door shut. Crosby put on proper clothes and was sent downstairs to his brother's house. Pablo still pleaded, sweetheart, won't you let me come up? Crosby unbuckled the seatbelt, firmly saying, not allowed. Am I really treated as a secret lover? Stop. He gestured to stop, puffing up indignantly, don't use this excuse to play pity cards on me. You know I am serious about you. Pablo pulled his hand and kissed it, sorry, no more acting. I know my sweetie loves me so much. He snorted and leaned over, touching Pablo's corner of the mouth, be good, brother Yen. In front of Pablo, he could be his true self, living easily. He wanted to be with Pablo for a long, long time. Pablo kissed back, feeling his heart burning, how skilled he was at coaxing people. I'm leaving. Remember to have dinner. Do you want me to pick you up later? Crosby got out of the car, bending down and smiling through the window, nope, I'll stay overnight here tonight. Loving staying with his older brothers. Pablo sighed, alright, then I will guard my empty room alone. Hee hee, goodbye, brother Yen. Bye, I'll call you tonight. Okay. Humming a tune, Crosby walked upstairs and messaged Ichabod. Opening the door with a spare key, he changed into slippers and suddenly stopped upon seeing two people inside. Hanlon and Azai each occupied one side of the sofa, lazily lying with their phones, far from the cool, domineering bosses outside. Crosby timidly moved closer, brother Hio, brother Chi. They both glanced at him briefly before focusing back on their phones. Azai said lazily, sit down, your older brothers will be back late. Oh. He sat uncomfortably on the single sofa, checking the time. 6 o'clock. Did these two come straight after work? What are you doing, brother Hio? Azai suddenly threw his phone onto a cushion, blaming angrily, the enemy pushed the crystal, but you're still clearing minions. Hanlon's gaze shifted from the exploding crystal on the screen to his face, mocking coldly, weren't you confident about taking on 5? It's your fault for sending them overboard. Who else can you blame for the loss? You, he picked up his phone, grumbling, at least defend our base a bit, I was about to respawn. Can you win just by defending without pushing minions out? Humph, one more round. Crosby stole a glance at them and accidentally met Hanlon's chilly gaze, managing a polite dry smile. Hanlon glanced towards the kitchen, asking, do you know how to cook? Pointing to himself, me. Who else? No. It was exhausting enough working hard for graduation and being a yes man, he had no time to learn cooking. Azai adjusted his position, muttering, let's order takeaway when Yun and Hollis come back. Seriously, none of you can cook but always love freeload. Tiring Yun to death. Hanlon didn't think much of it. If his wife agreed to move in with him, he wouldn't squeeze here. I can help with the dishes, Crosby said softly, his face blushing. Even if you can wash dishes, you can't come over often. Your eldest brother and I don't even dare to make much noise when we sleep. He blushed inexplicably, wondering how such a topic could be discussed openly. No way, I need to drag in someone stronger. Azai scrolled through his game friend list, Gavin, your rank is so high. Already 10 stars of king level, quickly join. Crosby glanced at Hanlon, opened the game, and responded, alright. Within an hour, he lost 4 games in a row, tears dripping uncontrollably, not because of losing but because of the incompetence of his 2 teammates. He almost wore out the retreat button while Hanlon's low HP top laner still insisted on sneaking into the enemy jungle to steal pigs, only to be taken down by the enemy jungler's single skill. His marksman and support were pinned under the second tower by 4 enemy players, while Azai's mid-lane mage remained carefree, attacking minions. Ugh, he had never felt so stifled playing a game before, truly infuriating, yet he didn't dare to scold either of them. Ah. Danny. The crystal was destroyed again, and Azai threw his phone, you should have coordinated more with me in the early game, leading to such a huge gold disadvantage. Hanlon sneered, you took my minions and ran, then expected me to coordinate with you. That's your reason for using flash to dodge Zhuge Liang's ultimate on me while fully HP? Are you that petty? Humph, you deserve it. He was fuming, with your skills and awareness, how did you reach king level? Did you get smuffed too? I'm so busy, where do I have time? There was a hint of tenderness in Hanlon's eyes, Ran played it. Both men choked, so you actually don't know how to play. Crosby wiped away his tears and quietly clicked cancel preparation, I don't. Before he finished saying, play, 2 sharp gazes shot at him. Azai grinned wickedly, don't you want to redeem yourselves with us? He pouted, sobbing as he complained, you guys don't even know how to play, I don't want to play with you anymore. Ugh. Yi Bo brought him 10 wins straight up to 10-star king level, all lost due to these two. Azai leaned in and clicked ready for him, rushing to start the game. It's just a few stars lost, what's there to cry about? We'll definitely win this round. If not, I'll ask my smuff later to bring you back up. Crosby's eyes welled up with tears again. So your king rank wasn't achieved by yourself? Stop crying, stop crying. Danny, you support this game, follow Davin, his operations are decent, just keep him healed. Hamlin faintly agreed. By nearly 8 o'clock, Brady and Ichabod finally arrived home, carrying several thermal containers from restaurants. Upon entering, they felt the strange, oppressive atmosphere in the house. The living room echoed with Crosby's intermittent sobs, while Azai guiltily handed him tissues. Stop crying, it's just a game. I've already texted the smuff, we'll bring you back up soon. Hamlin rarely showed a hint of guilt, moved his water cup closer to him, and said, this game, mine. Crosby paused, his cries growing louder, and his courage emboldened. Every game has been yours. 2 noobs. Brady and Ichabod exchanged puzzled glances, put down their things, and walked over. What made him cry? Hamlin awkwardly got up, gently embraced Ichabod, kissed his forehead, and headed to the dining table to prepare for dinner. Ichabod patted Crosby's head. What happened? Crosby hugged his waist tightly and wailed, second brother, I'm being driven crazy by these 2 incompetent dogs. Having been utterly carried but unable to vent, it was incredibly stifling. Chapter 78, Go on, little crybaby. Azai awkwardly rubbed his nose and got up. Let's eat first. We can take him to win after the meal, right, Fulton? I'll help you arrange the dishes. Wah. I don't want to play with you guys anymore. Clement chuckled and patted Jedediah's head. Why do you cry so easily? He pursed his lips, grievously accusing them. They tease me. They didn't protect me or support me. All my stars are gone. Wah. Too cute. Ichabod couldn't help but scratch under his chin. You should have fought back. Stop crying and let's eat. Jedediah sniffled as he sat at the dining table, giving not even a good look to those 2 troublemakers. After the meal, Clement, who had been very busy lately, went into the study to work overtime. Azai and Jacob, who were awesome outside but miserably rejected in-game, tidied up on their own. Jedediah huddled on the sofa, staring at his 10 consecutive losses, wiping tears again and occasionally glaring at the 2 people still lingering around the dining table. Why are you still crying? Ichabod came out of the room after charging his phone, handing him a tissue and asked casually upon noticing the marks on his collarbone, how are things between you and Pablo? Thank you, second brother. He took the tissue to blow his nose and muttered, we're together now. Doesn't your mom object? She tricked me into believing she'd agree if I landed the big project after New Year. Today, she asked Brother Yen to be my secret lover and leave once I marry and have kids. Ichabod was shocked by Una's plan. Your mom is utterly absurd. I also think she might have lost it from frustration. So, what's Pablo's attitude? Jedediah clenched his fists, solemnly saying, I won't let Brother Yen follow me namelessly. Little crybaby, you're quite manly there. His machismo didn't last 2 seconds before his shoulders slumped, sniffling pathetically beside Ichabod, nudging Ichabod's shoulder with his forehead. Second brother, leak a little bit to me secretly. Will Big Brother participate in bidding for that large-scale medical device project nationwide after New Year? Ichabod raised an eyebrow lightly. That's a business secret. Can I tell you? He wriggled cutely and pleaded, just whisper it to me. You're the best, second brother. Ichabod held his shaking head steady. You can ask him directly. I'm not too clear on this. Jedediah gazed at the closed study door, hesitating with a furrowed brow. Will Big Brother reveal it to me? I fear he'll yell at me. Well, then cry and beg him. You are such a crier. Puffing up his cheeks slightly, mumbling, I can hold back most times. Today, Fulton and Bridger brother really got on my nerves. Ichabod curved his lips. To get so teary over gaming, you're something else. He scratched his face embarrassedly and stood up firmly. I'll chat about work with Big Brother. Go on, little crybaby. Humph, not a crybaby. After Jedediah entered the study, Jacob and Azai finished cleaning up just then. Azai sprawled lazily on the sofa, complaining, Davin truly loves to cry, with enough tears to drown anyone. Ichabod leaned in and kissed Jacob sitting beside him. You don't mess up when playing with me. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Jacob loosely hugged him, smugly saying, they don't know how to coordinate with me. Losing isn't my fault. Not your fault, then whose fault? Azai sighed, Fulton, people say you retaliate for everything, and it's true. Someone kills a unit in your game or accidentally triggers monsters interrupting your return, you'll pay it back tenfold. Your support is terrible, yet you find every way to ruin teammates who annoy you. Ichabod stifled laughter, pinching Jacob's earlobe. Do you play like that with others? But with me, you seem eager to feed units to me. Jacob caught his hand. Playing with you is different, they don't deserve it. Whether in reality or games, he wants to pamper his wife till she's chubby. As for unimportant teammates, stay away. Caught off guard by this display of affection, Azai rolled his eyes and hugged a pillow sulking. What a stinky couple. In the study, Jedediah stood upright in front of the desk, eyes slightly lowered, meekly, Big Brother, I want to talk about some work. Clement raised his head, a smile playing on the corner of his lips. Speak your mind. The faintly authoritative aura emanating from his elder brother made him swallow nervously. Twisting the edge of his shirt, he asked in a soft voice, is Yunshin also going to bid for the project after the new year? Are you talking about the new medical device R&D project? Yes. Clement leaned back, interlocking his hands on his legs, smiling wryly, with such a large project, isn't it what every pharmaceutical company wants? He licked his dry lips, sweat beading on his forehead. This project is a must-win for Lin Pharmaceutical. I will do my best to secure it. The old man has entrusted this project to you. Clement chuckled lightly, so you came to me hoping I would give up this project? He waved his hands hastily. No, I just want to say that I don't want to oppose you guys, but this project is crucial for Lin Pharmaceutical and me. I will go all out. I don't want you guys to hate me. Having finally gotten closer to his brothers, he didn't want their relationship to become strained over interests. Clement softened his expression. Business is like warfare, indecision is a big taboo. To discard personal interest and talk around things will put yourself at risk. He pressed his lips tightly, yet he really feared his elder brothers would distance themselves from him. Our rivals are not only Yunshin. Who gets the deer depends on each party's abilities. Jedediah's eyes welled up with tears. Then can I still come here to freeload on food and lodging afterward? Clement chuckled, clearing his throat. You can, but I don't suggest coming too often. Zane and I want more time as a couple. He smiled through his tears. I understand, thank you, big brother. Good, go out and play. I need to work overtime. Alright, finish early and rest. Bye. He turned happily, his entire demeanor radiating joy. Clement smiled faintly and shook his head, then returned to his work. Second brother. After coming out of the study, Jedediah approached Ichabod merrily. I finished chatting with big brother. Seems like it went well. He nodded vigorously, glancing at Ichabod's phone screen and then at his eye, whispering, second brother, are you teaming up with brother Ellis? He's very bad at it. Don't team up with him, play with me instead. Bam. A pillow softly hit his head, Azai glaring at him with a fake smile. Davin, I heard that. Do you believe I'll beat you up? He hugged his head, sulking against Ichabod's body. Second brother, I also want to play with you. Chapter 79. I'm itchy-lipped, let me kiss you. Haddon returned with a platter of fruits, his stern face pulling Bram by the collar. Do you have no bones? Sit over there. Humph. Second brother. Haddon sat between him and Ichabod, sending a deathly stare. He shrank his neck, moving closer to Azai. Truly annoying. Azai hooked his neck, pinching the flesh beside his cheek. Why didn't I notice how cute you are before? Because I used to be a kiss-up dog. Which kiss-up dog would ever be liked? Azai couldn't help but laugh. Now little kiss-up dog turned into a little crybaby. Bram angrily swatted away his hand. I'm not a crybaby. Oh, even getting feisty now. Azai maliciously scratched his chin. Munch, crybaby pup. Hey, big brother Bridger, you're so annoying. Ichabod lazily leaned on Haddon, eating fruit fed to him, murmuring indistinctly, still playing? If not, I'll go draw. Yeah, let's play. Xiaolu, you want to join? Your second brother is amazing, he can lead us to victory. Bram clicked open the game, muttering. With how bad you and Danny are, even professional players can't make up for it. Hey, I'm much better than Danny. At worst, I just don't support in time, I won't ruin for my teammates. Haddon grunted inwardly. If you keep blabbering, you'll die by my hands soon. Azai grabbed a cushion nearby and threw it onto Ichabod's lap. Control your husband. Are you really going to let him treat his sister-in-law and brother-in-law so badly? Ichabod turned and kissed the corner of Haddon's lips. Big brother, don't mess around. Haddon's black eyes softened into a gentle smile. Azai grimaced, swallowing a mouthful of dog food. Who doesn't have lovers kissing? Wait till his lover finishes, then kiss me to pieces. He. Bram covered his mouth and chuckled. Although Danny wasn't great, it was indeed sweet watching the interaction between his second brother and brother-in-law. Laugh. Azai pinched his face again. Prepare quickly, win and sleep. Oh. He responded, suddenly noticing Pablo's account online. He raised his hand weakly. Can I invite Brother Yen to team up with us? He's very good. Invite away. I'd love to see how good he really is. He became cheerful and immediately sent a party invitation to Pablo. Pablo entered the room within seconds, turning on the microphone. His deep, mellow voice was irresistible. Sweetheart, miss me? The other three in the living room fell silent. Bram's cheeks burned as he whispered, Brother Yen, my second brother and both husbands are here. Can you please not flirt like that? Pablo cleared his throat, reverting to seriousness. Hello everyone, I'm Ralph's boyfriend. Got it. Azai urged. Prepare already. Okay. The five-man squad officially began. With Ichabod's influence, Haddon played seriously, retreating when told to retreat, tanking injuries when instructed. His urge for revenge after being betrayed once by Azai subsided instantly when Ichabod gave him a kiss. Azai sneakily glanced at them, secretly relieved that this demon was finally tamed. Ichabod, playing support, protected Bram's marksman perfectly, providing vision and protection. Bram could comfortably attack without fear, feeling extremely comfortable. All the frustrations from previous consecutive losses dissipated, especially after securing 3 kills. He happily exclaimed, "Second brother is so good, playing games with you is so relaxing." Ichabod smiled gently. "Not that good, really. He he he." On the other side of the screen, Pablo felt ignored, jealousy bubbling up. He tried to regain attention. "Sweetie, come take the red buff." Bram didn't care. "I'm already super godlike, leading in economy. Without red buff, I can still wreak havoc." He was silent for a moment, then said, "Ralph, seeing your blue bar empty, come get some blue." Bram clung to Ichabod, knocking down towers. "No, I'll finish destroying this tower and return to base with second brother to recover status." Pablo felt heartache. His boyfriend was like conjoined twins with his own elder brother, not even giving him a glance. What should he do? His gaze fell on Haddon, who was lonely clearing minions. He felt a kindred spirit. "Second brother-in-law, you alone. Want me to give you some blue buff?" Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Haddon moved his hero towards the blue buff, accepting it. He politely replied, "Thank you." "No, are you all crazy?" Azai said resentfully, watching his nearly depleted mana bar before tapping decisively to return to the city. "I'm the one playing a mage who burns through mana quickly. Danny doesn't even need blue buffs. One truly gives, and one truly asks for it. I am really angry now." Pablo felt somewhat guilty. "Brother-in-law, don't be upset, let me take you to grab there." It was an absolutely crushing victory, with Crosby without doubt taking MVP. He cheered joyfully, "Long live second brother. This is how games should be played." Ichabod's eyes held a warm smile as he tugged at the collar of Haddon, who had the lowest score and looked slightly dejected. He rubbed against Haddon's nose affectionately. "Big brother is very awesome." Haddon touched his lips. "Babe is the most amazing." The young couple's oblivious show of affection made Azai exclaim that he couldn't take it anymore. He clutched his phone, stood up huffily, and rushed into the study. "Brady, my lips are itching, kiss me." Brady hadn't reacted yet when a shadow fell over him, and a passionate kiss came down strongly. Through the microphone, the subtle sounds were transmitted to the ears of the 3 people in the living room and the distant Pablo. All sounds abruptly stopped. Pablo clicked his tongue. "Brother-in-law, are you this wild?" 5 minutes later, Azai emerged from the study, sat back on the sofa with reddened lips, tapped "ready," and said cheerfully, "Let's start the game." Haddon reached over and disbanded the room on Ichabod's phone, "Not playing anymore. We have work tomorrow, go take a shower and sleep." Then he pulled Ichabod back to the bedroom. Azai licked his lips, still craving more. "I don't want to play either." After saying this, he quit the game and headed back to the study again. Crosby looked around left and right. How come only he was left? Just as Brady had turned off his computer, no longer in the mood to work overtime, the door opened again. Azai locked the door behind him, walked straight over, and cupped Brady's face for a kiss. Who doesn't have a lover to be intimate with? Here. Brady caught the wandering hands. Why not here? We still have to return to the bedroom afterwards. He excitedly nipped Brady's earlobe. Hubby. Brady's Adam's apple bobbed. Intense passion ignited within a breath, escalating fiercely in the study. Chapter 80. I think I can't stay here overnight tonight. In the other room, Haddon carried Ichabod into the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. After stripping him naked, he straddled in. Amid the rising steam, he sounded a little aggrieved. "What have you been busy with lately?" Ichabod kissed him to soothe, learning from the professors at the museum. There's going to be a long-term collaboration after the spring festival. What are you doing? Restoring ancient sites. Haddon frowned. That's the job of archaeologists. Why do they need you? According to the records in ancient books, we will reconstruct the destroyed sites. I am an invited artist for this. Won't you have to run to desolate places every day like those archaeologists? Ichabod blinked, probably when field investigations are required. I don't approve. Ichabod hugged Haddon's neck, gently swaying. My main work is still painting. I won't be on site that often. I find this project interesting and meaningful. Honey, let me go, let me go. The environments of those ancient sites aren't good. I'm worried your body can't handle it. I'm not that fragile. He kissed Haddon's eyes. I've been well nourished according to the dietitian's recipes recently, and I've gained quite some weight. Haddon pinched his waist. Indeed, it felt more fleshy than before. His eyes flickered mischievously as he teased. My body is much better now. Really? After an indeterminate period, Ichabod was carried back to bed. No dizziness. Haddon chuckled softly, hoarsely saying, now I can be a bit more reassured about you running around in the wilderness. Bram was oblivious to the fervent moments between his brothers. Post-shower, sprawled on the bed, he sent a voice message to Pablo, "Big brother Yen, log in and play games with me. My stars haven't been reclaimed yet." Pablo replied promptly, "Not playing." Huh. Unbelieving, he listened again. Big brother Yen actually rejected him. Ah, heartbroken. Humph, he'd play by himself. Puffing his cheeks, just about to click on the game icon, another message came from Pablo. "Darling, come downstairs." Eh. Bram dumbly responded, "You're here." "Yes, I want to see you. And kiss you." Bram got up, putting on his coat. "Wait, I'm coming down now." Hurriedly leaving the room, he passed by Brady's half-open door and stopped dead in his tracks, alarmed by the noises coming from inside. Indescribable sounds came one after another. Bram's eyes widened in panic, turning red from his neck to his face like a ripe tomato. He stood rooted to the spot for a moment, then struggled to lift his feet and shuffled over. Trembling fingers reached out to the doorknob, intending to close the door for his shameless elder brother and sister-in-law. Another startled scream made him shudder, lifting his eyes reflexively. Through the crack in the door, he suddenly met his eyes' gaze. Startled, he couldn't control his strength, slamming the door shut forcefully, cutting everything off. Bang. Sorry. Bram fled in a disordered rush, mumbling apologies. Azai laughed aloud inside, collapsing onto Brady's chest. Bram took the elevator downstairs, blushing furiously with shame. What to do? How could he face his elder brother and brother Bridger in the future? Why didn't they close the door? Pablo stood outside the elevator. As the doors opened, he saw the person inside, smiling and opening his arms wide. "Good boy." Bram rushed straight into his embrace, unwilling to leave. He lowered his head and kissed the fine, soft hair. "Baby Lu is so affectionate. Do you miss me?" Bram lifted his head, cheeks flushed, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I think I can't stay here overnight tonight." Otherwise, how could he face his elder brother and sister-in-law tomorrow? Pablo probed his forehead. "Why are your cheeks so hot? Are you sick?" He shook his head. "Big brother Yen, please send me home." "Alright, I'll take you home." Pablo escorted Bram back to his apartment and stubbornly refused to leave, taking up half of the bed with complete ease. Still deeply ensnared in his shame, Bram didn't know what to do, hesitating to lie down, glancing left and right. "Darling, come to sleep," Pablo said while lying on his side, propping his head up with his hand and urging him with a smile. "It's almost midnight. Get some rest early. Aren't you working tomorrow?" He swallowed and took 2 steps back. I. Pablo stood up and walked over to him, stroking his face with concern. "Baby, what's wrong?" "I think. Brother Yen, should you go home? Are you asking me to leave?" Pablo wrapped his arms around his waist and leaned close to his ear. "I don't want to go." Bram turned his head to avoid the hot breath, panicking. Then let's sleep. It's not early anymore. Give me a goodnight kiss first." Bram leaned in and lightly touched Pablo's cheek, pushing against his chest. "Is that okay now?" Pablo smiled, picked him up horizontally, laid him on the bed, and held him down so he couldn't crawl under the covers. "Good baby, let me see your rose tattoo." Bram had revealed it once while dancing at the bar, and Pablo remembered it well. He also noticed it when changing Bram's clothes at noon but hadn't dared to look closely. Now, seeing the little darling blushing and fidgeting shyly, he couldn't resist wanting to tease him a bit. Bram covered his clothes. "No. Be a good boy and listen." Pablo was very domineering. "Oh." As Bram struggled, his clothes were lifted up. Blushing furiously, he buried his face in the quilt and muttered, "Just take a look." Chapter 81, I think Ralph and I are a perfect match, heavenly match. Pablo looked at the large expanse of fiery red roses that spread from Bram's back to his tailbone. His expression first showed astonishment, then quickly turned into concern as he gently touched each petal tenderly. "You cry so easily, how did you dare to get such a large tattoo?" The cool touch made Bram shiver involuntarily, and he said softly, "While studying abroad, I was exhausted from reviewing. When I went out for a stroll and passed by a tattoo shop, I impulsively walked in." Pablo bent down to kiss him. "Didn't it hurt?" "It hurt like hell, but I felt happy for a while after it was done." That was the first time he had followed his heart's desire, doing something that his father would never allow, giving him a fleeting moment of respite. "Ralph, you're so brave." Pablo whispered, "You're so beautiful." Pablo held him under himself, planting delicate kisses on his shoulder. Finally. Pablo couldn't bear it anymore. Because Bram was crying so hard that he seemed close to fainting. Bram, with tears hanging on his eyelashes, wrapped in a blanket, watched the man come out after taking a cold shower, sobbing, "I think we're not suitable." "Nonsense, we fit perfectly." Pablo lightly pecked the corner of his eye. "Don't think about backing out." Pablo held him down, covered them with the quilt. "Let's sleep." He nestled into the broad embrace, closed his eyes, and after a long while, still spoke out his worries. "I don't know how to face eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law." "Why? They didn't close the door." Pablo immediately understood. TSK, eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law sure live boldly. Bram's face flushed again, and he pouted. Last time, eldest sister-in-law even showed me some adult videos, where two protagonists were originally good friends, but later. Pablo kissed his forehead. Ah, no wonder my Ralph suddenly grew up. I should send a banner to thank her. He yawned, humming, stop being improper. Pablo caressed his waist with a hint of threat, go to sleep or else. Bram shivered, sleeping, good night Yenji. Good night, Ralph. The next morning, Ichabod, looking tired, was woken up by Haddon to have breakfast. Azai, sitting at the dining table, had already finished half of his sandwich. Beside him, Brady rested her hand on his waist, massaging absent-mindedly, without any reservation. When Ichabod sat down, he frowned slightly, pretending to be indifferent. Where is Davin? Azai propped his chin up, mocking, scared off in the middle of the night. Brother and sister-in-law, when you are having fun, nothing matters, huh? Azai put the remaining half of the sandwich on Brady's plate, shaking his head. Davin must have been pretending to be smart all along, such a simple-minded person, pure, delicate, and always crying. Looking at Pablo, who seemed so mischievous, I mourned for Davin for 3 seconds. Brady handed him a glass of milk, finish drinking, change clothes, and go to work. Oh. After breakfast, Haddon felt Ichabod's forehead, his brows knitted together. Are you going to study today? Ichabod's voice was slightly nasally. Not today. Then come to the company with me, you seem to have a fever. He nodded, his ears slightly reddening. Stayed in the bathroom too long last night. Haddon took out clothes from the wardrobe and helped him dress one by one. Sorry, baby, I lost control. After putting on the coat, Ichabod naturally wrapped his arms around Haddon's muscular waist, tilting his head up, brushing Haddon's chin with his lips. Got a chill. Haddon chuckled. My wife is great. Why won't you kiss me? He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After a moment of entanglement, Ichabod patted his shoulder. All right, we'll be late for work. Haddon took Ichabod's hand, interlocking their fingers. Come, baby, let's go to work. Yes. On the other side, Pablo acted as the dedicated chauffeur, dropping Bram off at the entrance of Lynn Corporation, only letting him go after getting a deep kiss. Just as he was about to leave, the honk of a Bentley parked behind a flower bed caught his attention. After pondering for a while, he got out of the car and walked over, bending down to tap on the rear window. The window rolled down halfway. Una said expressionlessly, get in the car. He opened the door, sat obediently. Auntie, what can I do for you? Una gritted her teeth. Didn't I tell you to keep your boundaries? Pablo blinked innocently. I was very mindful and didn't do anything out of line with Ralph. I just prepared breakfast for him and drove him to work. She closed her eyes briefly, swallowing the curses, then asked sharply, you're the owner of that underground bar? Yep. Nothing else? What does your family do? Pablo tilted his head. Are you checking my background, Auntie? Does this mean you're considering giving me a chance? Una curled her lip. If you can run that bar so successfully in Jing City, it shows you have some talent. Ralph is quite serious about you now. If he insists on being with you, I can't stop him, but whether it's a man or a woman, I hope they are worthy of Ralph. Do you think I'm not good enough for Ralph? She sneered in return. Do you really think you are? Pablo smiled arrogantly. I think Ralph and I are a perfect match, a heavenly match. Perfect match my ass. Auntie, he said earnestly, Ralph and I are truly in love. I can protect him from being bullied by others. Please let me take care of him. Una felt her blood pressure rising, and she growled angrily, with nothing more than your thug tactics of tying people up and beating them. Can you help him gain control of Lynn Pharmaceuticals? She was genuinely upset. Her well-behaved son, whom she had watched grow up right before her eyes, had suddenly taken a wrong turn and even found himself a bartender-turned-thug. Just look at what Brady and Ichabod found, a real estate tycoon and the head of Jing City's top aristocratic family. Damn it, who wouldn't feel heartbroken with such a comparison? Damn it, how is the family business going to be fought over? A glint of mischief flashed across Pablo's eyes as he maintained a serious expression. Auntie, if we solve the root problem, Lynn Pharmaceuticals will belong to no one but Ralph. Una's eyes flickered. How do you plan to solve it? I know Ralph has 2 older brothers. As long as... He made a throat-slitting gesture, his expression dark and frightening. Nobody will compete with Ralph anymore. Chapter 82, Has he ever killed anyone? Una's eyes widened. You're crazy. He grinned. Auntie, leave this to me. I promise it'll be done cleanly without affecting Ralph in the slightest. Una grabbed his arm, trembling in horror. Don't you dare. Murder is illegal. No matter how disagreeable they are still Ralph's brothers. Pablo suppressed his joy and said maniacally, I love Ralph. Anything he wants, I'll do my best to get for him. Don't worry, Auntie. I have connections. Even if I get exposed, I'd only serve a few years. After I get out, I would continue protecting Ralph. Una pushed him away fearfully. I warn you, drop this terrible idea or I'll call the police. For Ralph. Enough. Una was almost driven mad. I won't allow a murderer to stay by Ralph's side. He lowered his head dejectedly, then I'll just watch him from afar. As long as he's happy. What a pervert. Cold sweats trickled down Una's back as she stammered, don't you dare. If you love Ralph, all you need to do is protect him from bullying. Sure. Pablo nodded earnestly. If there's anything you can't handle personally, you can always come to me. For Ralph, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. I don't do illegal things. She could no longer hold back her emotions and trembled, pointing at the car door. Get out. Pablo obediently got off the car and leaned towards the window. Auntie, whenever you need me, I'm just a call away. Una felt a chill down her spine and met eyes with the driver who seemed hesitant to speak. She urged him on, drive now. Oh. The driver started the car and left. After calming herself down a bit, she added, what he said was nonsense. Don't spread it around. Of course, madam. The more Una thought about it, the more scared she became. She pressed the divider and called the private detective, lowering her voice, could you investigate again? Has Pablo ever been in jail? The detective hesitated, not that I know of. Did you check thoroughly? He doesn't seem like someone without a record. Boss, I was just about to send you the data. Pablo isn't an ordinary person. He's the cousin of the Jing family in Auchan, which you should know, used to be big in the underworld but has since gone legit into casino businesses all over the world. Una was taken aback. So much background behind Pablo. The detective continued, the wife of the famous mining king is Pablo's real aunt. This generation of Cheng males isn't very competent. It's rumored that old Master Cheng has already transferred 60% of his wealth to Pablo. Really? My information is accurate. Still feeling uneasy, she asked again, has he killed anyone? Well, not exactly. His status is so high that he wouldn't need to do it himself. Inducing someone else to kill is also illegal. The detective couldn't help but laugh, boss, we're living in a law-based society now with strict anti-crime measures, especially on former mafia families. They're being watched closely. Don't worry, the Cheng family and Pablo are fine. Her worries remained unaddressed. Okay, thank you. I'll transfer the remaining payment soon. You're welcome, boss. Wishing you everything goes smoothly. Call me if you need anything. She showed no sign of joy after hanging up. If Pablo were just a regular bar owner, coaxing Ralph into being happy, then protecting Ralph, maybe he wouldn't be so hard to deal with later on. But who would have thought Pablo had such complicated and unstable origins? What if he didn't let go easily? Would she agree to Ralph being with him? No way. What if he ends up in prison one day? Ralph might end up widowed. Better find a clean slate family. An influential family background would work, but a mafia history in the Ching family is too risky. Unaware of the extra difficulty his family history added in his future mother-in-law's opinion, Pablo found a coffee shop near Lin Corporation building and sent a message to Ichabod. Pablo, Lin too, I plan to win some points with my future mother-in-law while helping Ralph fight for inheritance. Ichabod, oh. Pablo, just kidding. I'll pretend not to know you when I meet her and try to gain her favor. Ichabod, whatever. Pablo, Ralph likes you and Isaiah very much. Don't bully him too much, okay? Although he is easy to console, it pains me to see him cry. Ichabod. Pablo, if Isaiah eventually merges the Lin Corporation, can Ralph stay inside and play? He has worked seriously for Lin Corporation. Ichabod, with all your money, why not just start another Lin Corporation for him? Let him play however he wants. Pablo, that's a point. Pablo, I'm reporting to you in advance. I will go to my future mother-in-law to gain favor, and say a few things against you guys. But we are still brothers, right? Ichabod. Pablo, give up, since we're going to be one family in the future, can you be a little more patient with your brother-in-law? Fine, I won't bother you. I'm waiting for Ralph to get off work at noon for lunch, see you later. In the CEO office of Horue building. Ichabod put aside his phone and turned away from the hand in front of him, drink it when it cools down. It's not hot anymore, Hallam persuaded, darling, drink quickly. Finish it and take a nap in the lounge. I have a meeting soon and am worried you'll forget about it if left alone. He frowned as Hallam helped him finish the sachet drink, so bitter, can we buy the home kind next time? Hallam held his chin, kissing him gently but thoroughly, okay. Ichabod curled his lips, lightly pushing Hallam's shoulder, go to the meeting then. I'll call you for lunch after the meeting. Ichabod went into the lounge to rest. He didn't know how long he slept before he woke up with a fever, struggling up to get water. Stepping out of the office, he saw Hallam's assistant blocking someone. Too thirsty to care, he asked, Mr. Shen, where is the tea room? I want a glass of warm water. Wait a minute, bosses, I'll pour it for you. Darwin spoke politely but then became strict, former vice president, Mr. He hasn't finished his meeting yet. Please wait outside. No outsiders can enter the office. Seeing this, Ephraim's grim expression softened slightly, Chiron, you're here too. Ichabod ignored him, Mr. Shen, please pour me a cup of warm water, thank you. After saying this, he turned back to the office. Ephraim pushed aside Darwin and rushed forward, grabbing his wrist, you look unwell. Shall I send you to the hospital? He pulled away in disgust, are you sick? Sensing trouble, Darwin grabbed Ephraim's arm. Former vice president, show some respect, this is our bosses. What is going on here? A cold voice sounded behind them. A trace of evil laughter flashed across Ephraim's eyes as he retracted his hand, turning around smoothly. Irvin. The former vice president wanted to hold the boss's hand. Darwin blurted, shameless. His face couldn't keep calm. Hallam strode over, enveloping Ichabod in his arms, his fierce gaze locked on Ephraim. Not suffering enough? Chapter 83, You and I have a life together. Enrico curled the corner of his mouth. I just noticed that Chiron's complexion is really bad and wanted to show some concern. Finn, you are too hostile toward me. Brother. Ichabod leaned against Hadding's chest, rubbing it dependently. I have a fever and want some water. Hadding touched his forehead, his expression turning even more somber. Fife, go pour a cup of warm water. I'll be right back. Hadding kissed Ichabod's dry lips tenderly and said softly, let's go to the hospital after drinking water. He started acting up. No, taking medicine will do. Be good and let the doctor prescribe medicine for you at the hospital. Humph. Ignored like air, Enrico's face gradually darkened. Chichen, it's Grandpa's birthday today. I came to ask you to come home for dinner tonight. Hadding ignored him, took over the water from his assistant, and fed Ichabod to drink. He gritted his teeth unwillingly and continued, Grandfather also asked you to bring Chiron back, but from the looks of it, you haven't taken good care of Chiron. Ichabod drank half a glass of water, turned his head, weak yet still able to scold, what are you barking for? Ha, the assistant burst out laughing. The corners of Hadding's mouth slightly rose as he hugged Ichabod's waist, letting him rely mostly on himself while they walked towards the elevator. He didn't forget to command, Fife, postpone this afternoon's work schedule. If the former vice president lingers, call security. Darwin nodded, understood. Enrico stared at them entering the elevator, his surrounding aura so gloomy and terrifying. Under Darwin's urging gaze, he coldly snorted and left with big strides. Hadding drove Ichabod to the private hospital invested by the group and contacted Shane in the car. After arriving there quickly, he had Ichabod checked and arranged for a VIP ward where he received an 4-drip. Reclining against the bedhead, Ichabod complained to Hadding, you promised no injection, remember? Hadding lovingly caressed his pale face, getting an injection makes you recover faster. You tricked me. After complaining, he slightly lifted his chin, kiss me. Hadding kissed him briefly, are you hungry? I'll order a light meal for you. Aha. He scooted over to make space, hubby, sit here. Hadding soon ordered the meal and sat next to him. He naturally leaned into Hadding's embrace, playing with the buttons on Hadding's shirt with the hand that wasn't getting the drip. Is today your grandpa's birthday? Yes. So, you need to go back home for dinner tonight? I originally planned to, but my wife is sick, and I need to take care of her. Ichabod tilted his head and kissed his jawline, the fever should break once the drip is done, don't worry. Why don't you go back? He held his warm hand, if you feel better, why don't you come back with me? What? Why would I? We're going to get married anyway. It's necessary for you to meet the family. We can just have a simple dinner, other matters are not important. Ichabod hesitated, but will your grandfather accept it? Hadding kissed his brow to reassure, yes, we've been public about our relationship for quite some time, and he already knows everything. Whether he accepts or not, you and I have a life together. Aha. Would you like to take a nap until the meal arrives? Not sleepy, Ichabod pouted, kiss me again. Hadding laughed and kissed him again, my sick wife sure likes to act coquettishly. Ichabod grunted and buried his head in his neck, do we need to bring a birthday gift tonight? He stroked his soft hair, not necessary. The old man doesn't lack anything. But we should be polite. Alright, I'll prepare a gift. You are sick now, so don't worry about these things. Okay. About half an hour later, the restaurant delivered 2 bowls of congee. Ichabod looked at it with no appetite. Hadding tried to coax him by feeding him, come on, eat a little. He reluctantly opened his mouth and swallowed a spoonful, mumbling, it tastes like nothing. I want to eat grilled meat. After you get better, I'll take you. He refused to continue eating and deliberately whined, all because you spent too much time fooling around in the bathroom. Hadding then spoon-fed another bite with shredded meat, forcing it into his mouth, my fault, won't happen next time. This illness isn't due to my poor health. After the new year, I still plan to participate in the ancient site restoration work. Not your fault. Hadding fondly flicked his nose, you can do whatever you want. I'll find 2 reliable assistants for you. Ichabod's eyes curved happily, brother, I feel your love. Emil laughed, if I don't let you go, does that mean I don't love you? Maybe I would compromise. I know you are worried about me, I also love you very much and don't want any issue to affect our relationship. Emil paused feeding him, his eyebrows slightly raised, maybe compromise. I can't believe that. Ichabod blinked and leaned over to circle his shoulders, honey, I love you so much, I'm willing to give up the whole world for you. The lines from a bad romance novel. When that happens, the first one to be abandoned will be me. He brought up an old grievance. Back when we weren't together yet, you said you wanted to pursue me, but after I said a couple of things that didn't please you, you turned around and walked away. Ichabod, you have quite the temper. Ichabod glanced at the 4-drip, weakly changing the subject. The infusion is almost done, call the doctor quickly. Emile pressed the call bell. Sit properly and finish your porridge. Okay. Ichabod finished a small half bowl of porridge when Shane came in with a nurse. After removing the needle and taking his temperature, he said, rest here for the afternoon. If there's no fever in the evening, you can go home and recuperate. I'll prescribe some antipyretics and cold medicine for him. Ichabod smiled gratefully, thank you, Dr. Xia. Don't mention it. Shane turned to Emile, advising, in a few days, the temperature will drop again. Keep him warm. It's almost New Year, I don't want to be called back to work during the reunion dinner. Emile nodded, understood. You two lovebirds rest well. I'm going to eat. Press the bell if you need anything. Ichabod nodded, all right. Emile quickly finished his porridge, replied to a few work messages, and climbed into bed, hugging Ichabod down. Take a nap, we'll check your condition when you wake up. Ichabod had slept enough in the morning and wasn't the least bit sleepy, but still curled up obediently in his embrace. Close your eyes. I'm not tired, you sleep. Emile lightly kissed his forehead, then I'll take a short nap. Wake me if you feel unwell. Okay. Having stayed up late last night and attended a morning meeting, Emile soon fell asleep. When he woke up, his arms were empty. He sat up, his voice slightly hoarse, sweetheart. Ichabod came in from outside, carrying a bag of medicine, looking refreshed, you're awake. Emile got up and went over, pressing his forehead against Ichabod's, all better. Yes, I picked up the medicine. You wash your face, then send me home to get a painting. Why do you need a painting? For your grandfather's birthday gift. I can't really go empty-handed. Emile patted his head, fine. Chapter 84, I'm just a 276-month-old baby too. George hadn't held a grand birthday celebration for many years. This year, he only invited family members to gather together, but even with uncles, aunts, cousins, and other relatives present, it was still quite a crowd. Haddon and Ichabod were the last to arrive. As soon as they entered the living room, the lively chatter among everyone ceased immediately. Various odd gazes fell on Ichabod, but they quickly concealed them, seemingly out of some consideration. Enrico, who was supporting George, smiled politely, you're back. Chiron, come say hello to Grandpa. Haddon glanced at him indifferently and led Ichabod over. Grandpa, happy birthday. This is my lover, Ichabod. I've brought him here for dinner. Ichabod handed over the long box he was holding, which contained a scroll. Happy birthday, Grandpa Hua. Wishing you good health. Solomonian was close to 80 years old, and after having experienced the painful loss of his son, his face was full of wrinkles, his back hunched and his eyes clouded, but he seemed in relatively good spirits today. He patted Enrico's hand, thanks for the thought, Jing. Help me put away the gift, and I'll take a proper look after dinner. Enrico replied, sure. Solomon extended his hand, Chiron, right? Come help Grandpa up. Ichabod supported him. Haddon squeezed past Enrico, who had returned from putting away the gift box, and cast a cool gaze around, the aura of a superior fully revealed, let's eat. Everyone, harboring their own thoughts, chuckled and complimented Ichabod a few times but didn't dare engage much in conversation or make eye contact with Haddon. The Hua family didn't have the custom of not talking during meals or being quiet while resting. However, what surprised Ichabod slightly was that despite these relatives seeming to be elites in their respective fields, they didn't discuss work when gathered. Another day debunking stereotypes about the wealthy elite. What are you thinking about? Haddon put a piece of meat in his bowl, eat your meal properly. Okay. Haddon's voice wasn't loud, but somehow the dining table grew quieter, even the 5-year-old nephew who was being picky and fussing choked back his tears. Ichabod surreptitiously glanced at Haddon. Was this man some kind of demon that could stop babies from crying at night in the eyes of the relatives? After the meal, singing happy birthday to Solomon, everyone greeted Haddon hurriedly and left one by one. Only Enrico and his elder sister Rosalie, who had returned from abroad with her 5-year-old child, remained. With fewer people around, the living room felt less crowded. George engaged Ichabod in some light-hearted chat without any sign of rejection. Finally, the elderly man couldn't hold up against the fatigue, so Haddon helped him back to his room to rest. Once the big demon left, the naughty kid couldn't be restrained anymore. Guorui finally wiggled out of his mother's arms and approached Ichabod, with no shortage of pride for his young age. Are you a girl? Ichabod responded kindly, I'm a boy. Then why do you act as Uncle Kitchen's wife? He was innocent, but the next words out of his mouth weren't nice. If you become his wife, his mom will die, and then he won't have a mom anymore. Enrico and Rosalie's expressions changed slightly, the former's lips curled, while the latter kept her head down playing with her phone and showed no intention of disciplining the child. Ichabod leaned closer to him, smiling warmly but with genuine malice in his eyes, whispering, a child who can't speak nicely will be haunted by a demon tonight. It will bite off your hands and feet one by one, then dig out your eyes like marbles, cut off your nose, and finally sever your tongue. Chuckle, chuckle. Dead, you won't have a mom either. Guo froze in fright. Wah. Mommy. Rosalie quickly dropped her phone, pulled him into her arms, and comforted him, glaring resentfully at Ichabod. Don't be so vicious. He's just a child. Ichabod smiled faintly. I'm just a 276-month-old baby too. Don't be so serious about a joke. Cursing a child like this, do you have any manners? My mom's long gone, so lacking manners is normal. But you're still alive, teaching such a hateful son, you might as well be dead. You. Alright, big sister, Enrico interjected to smooth things over, gently reprimanding. Rue apologized to Uncle Chiron. Guo sobbed uncontrollably. Boo-hoo. No. I hate him. Ichabod looked at him with a pleasant smile. You're quite annoying too. The kids in kindergarten probably don't want to play with you either, how pitiful. He faltered, crying even harder. Rosalie, heartbroken, consoled him. Baby doesn't cry. Everyone likes baby, he's the bad guy, we won't mind him. Wah. I hate going to kindergarten. I hate them. Don't cry, don't cry. At this moment, Haddon came downstairs, frowning irritably. Shut up, or I'll sew your mouth shut. Rosalie quickly covered Guo mouth, laughing awkwardly. Rue doesn't know better. Brother. Ichabod stood up and pulled on Haddon's sleeve, lowering his eyes as he reported. They said I have no manners. Haddon wrapped an arm around his waist, his gaze sweeping over the three people coldly. Apologize. Guo cowered further into his mother's arms, full of fear. Enrico stood up. Rue is just a child. Chiron, please don't mind it. Let me apologize on his behalf. Haddon sneered. You're really not afraid now that you think you can live longer to annoy me? Wait until you have to clean up after your failing little company. He clenched his fists. We were brothers once. Spare me where you can. Banishing me from Huarue wasn't enough, you must push me to my death. Ah, didn't you bring this on yourself? Haddon mocked, his gaze landing on Rosalie and her son. Have my lover be apologized to. Rosalie gritted her teeth. Sorry, please forgive our unintentional words. Ichabod leaned into Haddon's embrace, whispering, brother, let's go home. The coldness in Haddon's brows eased. Alright, let's go home. After they left hand in hand, Rosalie looked worriedly at Enrico, who looked grim. Jing City, will he target you again? Enrico's expression was sour. Hasn't he been targeting me all along? She closed her mouth in resignation. Back at Haddon's villa, Ichabod insisted on taking a bath. Haddon was worried about a relapse of fever but couldn't resist his coaxing. He carried him into the bathroom for a quick rinse and then tried to dress him. I won't wear them. Darling, be good. No. Exasperated, he swiftly carried him back to bed and wrapped him in the blanket. Ichabod wriggled out. Husband, come here. Haddon caught his slender wrists. Stop fooling around. Ichabod leaned down close to his neck. Don't you want to? Chapter 85, My husband, you are so naughty. Craig's breath hitched as he pinched his waist, his voice slightly hoarse. What nonsense did you see from his eye again? He bit Craig's earlobe. Ichabod. Ichabod's eyes flickered with amusement but suddenly paused. Huh. Craig flipped over, pressing him down, and a large hand came down with a slap. Ichabod froze for a moment, then turned back angrily, blushing with humiliation. Craig, why are you hitting me? Craig hit him again, holding back the force. You're usually fine, but now that you're sick, you start causing trouble on purpose. Did you calculate that I wouldn't dare to touch you? His cheeks were completely red. Craig paused, leaning closer to his back. Humph. Ichabod reached out, his voice softening. I'm sorry, husband, hug me. Craig scooped him into his arms, bent down, and gave him a small bite on the lips, naughty and timid. He rubbed Craig's chin ingratiatingly. I just saw you seemed a bit unhappy when you came out of the Hua family house, so I wanted to cheer you up. Craig stroked his face. I'm not unhappy. You're lying. I really am not. I'm just thinking about when to take you to America to meet my mom. Even if our relationship is distant, as long as she's still alive, we should meet. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to my precious one. Ichabod hugged his neck tighter. Is there something worrying you? After what happened with my father, her mental state hasn't been good, and she lives in a sanatorium. In a few days, I'll ask the doctor. If she's doing well, after the new year, I'll take you to meet her and get married. Okay. Craig wrapped Ichabod tightly, turned off the light. Let's sleep, I'll make all the arrangements. He nodded and then asked curiously, when we had dinner at Grandpa's place, those people seemed very scared of you. What did you do? Craig wasn't modest at all. Thanks to my super capabilities and their guilt towards me, Grandpa insisted on giving me all the shares of Wari despite everyone's objections. At first, no one was happy and they tried to trip me up in various ways. I dealt with each of them individually and messed with their projects during my free time. Gradually, they became more obedient. Ichabod laughed and looked at him, so that's why they didn't dare to discuss work throughout the night. Afraid you'd hear about their projects and mess them up again. He snickered, a bunch of cowardly rats who dare to show their heads, I'll hammer them down. Ichabod kissed him on the cheek. My husband, you are so naughty. Craig smiled proudly. Do you love it? I love it so much. Ichabod continued teasing him in the darkness. Stop teasing. Brother. Craig considered his health. Baby, go to sleep. Ichabod collapsed in his arms, exhausted, as drowsiness crept over him. Good night, brother. Good night. On Saturday noon, Crosby couldn't resist Una's persuasion and was forced to come out to meet new friends, a matchmaking event, to put it bluntly. When Crosby wasn't crying, dressed in a suit and tie, he exuded a dominant executive vibe. Despite this, his personality leaned towards being gentle, like a refined gentleman. The girl opposite him was pretty with a good family background, quite impressed by Crosby's looks. She chattered incessantly, finding topics from every corner, and Crosby responded politely to all of them. Finally, Louise shyly asked, Mr. Lin, would you like to further understand me in the future? Crosby was taken aback and apologized, I'm sorry, Miss Tang. When I sat down, I already told you that it's an honor to meet you, but I have a boyfriend. We won't be developing anything further. Louise was not willing to give up. Isn't this just an excuse to avoid matchmaking? He frowned. No, last night when we exchanged contact information, you said you didn't want your family to keep pushing, and that coming here would be enough to appease them. That's why I came. Louise was speechless for a moment, then whispered, after chatting for a while, I thought it might be nice to develop something with you. You are very handsome. Crosby's face turned serious. I really have a boyfriend. She lowered her head dejectedly. All right, can we at least be friends? Sure. Hello. At this moment, a shadow fell beside the table, and a strikingly handsome man smiled. Can I share a seat? Louise looked up, her eyes brightening immediately, her obsession with handsome men evident. Hey handsome, you look exactly like my unmet crush. Can we add WeChat? Pablo tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Isn't there already a handsome guy right across from you? This is my innocent friend, she said earnestly, don't misunderstand. Pablo chuckled and sat next to Crosby, draping his arm over the back of the small sofa. I am the boyfriend who is not exactly proper with your so-called innocent friend. Huh. Crosby's demeanor softened a bit, his lips curving into a gentle smile. This is my boyfriend. Louise immediately turned awkward, her face flushing red. She clasped her hands together in apology. Sorry. I couldn't help myself when I saw such a handsome guy. I didn't know he was your man. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Wishing you two a lifetime of happiness, goodbye. With that, she grabbed her little bag and fled, grumbling inwardly, why are all the hot guys gay now? Crosby turned to look at Pablo. Why did you come? Pablo pinched the back of his neck, to check up on my boyfriend, of course. I told you last night. Pablo leaned closer to him. I still feel uneasy. Leibao, comfort me. Crosby leaned back to avoid the closeness, feeling the hot breath, and glanced at the guests at the neighboring table. His cheeks flushed slightly as he whispered, let's go home and then I'll comfort you. All right. Pablo pulled him up, but when we get home, you need to comfort me properly. Chapter 86, So, am I able to comfort you now? Pablo brought Bram back to his place and carried him into the bathroom without a word. Ugh. Bram began to tear up again. Brother Yen. Pablo held him from behind, their eyes meeting in the mirror. Won't Ralph comfort me? He looked pitiful. Don't comfort me like this, it's inappropriate. Inappropriate? How? Wah. After bullying Bram until he cried, Pablo carried him back to the bedroom, patting his head. He tilted his little face up, tears still hanging at the corners of his eyes. Wah. Brother Yen. Seeing how pitiable he looked, Pablo's heart ached, but he found himself wanting to tease him even more. The two spent the whole afternoon bickering. Poor Bram sat on the edge of the bed, sobbing. Pablo scooped him into his arms, kissing and soothing him. Sorry, don't cry, Ralph. You're so mean. Pablo kissed away his tears. I was wrong. Let off some steam and hit me. Slap. A soft hand landed on his face. He caught the hand and kissed it, saying insincerely, not mad anymore. Bram narrowed his eyes with slight satisfaction. I won't let you suffer because of me. I'll tell my mom when I go back that I won't listen to her and try making new friends anymore. Pablo felt as if his heart had been tossed into a honey pot, brimming with sweetness. He couldn't help but take a bite of Bram's rosy cheek. Following Leibao, I feel so happy, darling, I love you so much. He. He chuckled softly, pressing against Pablo's chin. Brother Yen, I really like you too. Ding ding ding. While the young lovers were being affectionate, a phone rang from within the mess of clothes by the bed. Pablo got up, fished out the phone, leaned against the headboard, and pulled Bram into his arms. Bram, seeing the caller ID, reached for the phone, end it. It was Una's call. No need to guess why she would be calling, to ask about the blind date. Pablo blocked his hand. Shoo, let me answer. His cheeks flushed as he bit his lip and softened his breathing. Ralph. As soon as the call connected, Una's stern voice came through. Did you meet Miss Tang? How did it go? I sent you so many WeChats, why haven't you replied? Auntie. Pablo gently rubbed Bram's back and said calmly, Ralph has already had dinner with the lady, they chatted happily, but I think they aren't suitable. Una fell silent for a moment, grinding her teeth in frustration. Is Ralph with you again right now? Yep, he's taking a nap. You. Her breath became heavier. You promised me that you'd stay by Ralph's side and protect him. Yes, I'm silently protecting him, not interfering with his blind dates or making new friends. Auntie, remember what I told you that day, I can do anything for Ralph, as long as he's happy. Before he truly finds his happiness, I hope to spend some time with him properly. Bram grabbed his arm, his misty eyes filled with gratitude and hidden anger. Pablo kissed his lips to calm him down. Una choked on her words, unable to spit them out or swallow them. Pablo might act crazy and had the Ching family behind him, willing to go to great lengths for Bram. Who knows if he wouldn't do anything dangerous out of love in the future. Damn, this wolf isn't going anywhere unless he decides to leave on his own. Auntie. Auntie. Are you still there? Una clenched her jaw tightly and forced out a sentence, then make sure to protect Ralph well for this period of time. Pablo smiled pleasantly, rest assured, Auntie, I'll protect Ralph with my life. Don't do anything inappropriate. He kissed the person in his arms and obediently agreed, okay. Don't break any laws. Una added coldly before hanging up. Pablo chuckled, tossing the phone aside. His mother-in-law was such a law-abiding citizen. Brother Yen. Bram poked his chest indignantly, what do you mean by only staying with me for some time until I find happiness? Just comforting Mom. Pablo placed Bram on his lap, facing each other, then pulled him into a sticky kiss, holding the back of his head. You belong to me for life, can't run away. Bram rested his hands on his shoulders, looking very serious, I won't run, I want to be with you forever, Brother Yen, I really like you. His tone was lingering with a strong sense of possession, we will be together forever. Larry climbed to his neck's side and whispered, my second brother and brother Seamus are getting married after the new year. If you're willing, I'll take you home to meet my parents properly after the new year, then we can get married too, no matter if they agree or not. Pablo's heart quivered, deeply moved, is Ralph proposing to me now? Ah, it doesn't count, it doesn't count. I didn't even prepare flowers or a ring. No need, I accept. Larry puffed out his cheeks, alright, for now, it's just a verbal promise. I'll make up for the ceremony later. How could he be so responsible and adorable? Chapter 87, Deliberate or Not. The Lunar New Year was approaching, and the few domineering CEOs in the family were swamped with work, except for Ichabod who was ordered to stay at home to recuperate from his illness. Perhaps it was that night after returning from the hospital after getting an injection, he had indulged recklessly with Haddon, causing him to have a recurring low-grade fever for several days. During the day, he would wake up, eat, then read and draw. At night, he would be forced by Haddon, who took a fancy to stewing medicinal dishes, to drink some blackish liquid that supposedly had health benefits. After complying for a week, he felt better and began resisting. Take it away. Haddon held the bowl of herbal soup next to his mouth. It tastes good today. He frowned and turned his head away. I can tell it won't taste good just by the smell. Made with effort, honey, give me some face, Haddon cajoled. It's good for replenishing your blood and chi. I've given you enough face these past few days, Ichabod sighed, moving Haddon's wrist away. Brother, how could you bear to make me drink something that even made you throw up? In the future, we should let professional medicinal chefs do the stewing. Feeling frustrated, Haddon drank a mouthful. I've improved a lot already. I followed the instructions of a medicinal chef over video call step by step. Ichabod patted his head. Honey, you work so hard, and when you come back, you still stew tonics for me. It breaks my heart. Be obedient and don't tire yourself out anymore. Not salty, not bland, but extremely bitter, it was really not an easy drink unless deeply loved, one would want to escape long ago. Haddon gulped down the entire bowl. I'll research more, next time I'll stew something both nourishing and tasty for you. There's really no need for such effort. Haddon washed the empty bowl and came out, cuddling close to Ichabod. There are only 2 weeks until the Lunar New Year, shall we go back to Chi family for New Year's Eve? Ichabod rested his head on Haddon's lap, playing with his fingers. Maybe just for dinner on New Year's Eve. In that case, come back to Hua Manor with me for a meal too. Okay. Ichabod sat up with bright eyes. Let's celebrate together every year from now on. With a radiant smile, Haddon agreed. Of course. Ichabod threw himself into Haddon's arms. Then shouldn't we decorate our place? Haddon supported his waist, his nose gently scraping against his cheek. How do you want to decorate? Put up spring festival couplets, hang lanterns, and buy lots of delicious food. Visibly delighted, Ichabod counted off the items on his fingers, smiling again as he pecked Haddon's lips. When does your company start its holiday break? Can you go shopping with me? After wrapping up the last bit of work, I'll give them early leave next week. You're such a good boss. Haddon carried him upstairs. We should thank the boss lady. Ichabod wrapped his arms around Haddon's neck, his fingers intentionally caressing the back of his neck. Haddon warned him. Don't move around, I don't want to take my wife to the hospital for an 4 drip during the new year. Undeterred, Ichabod asked, so you plan to refrain from being intimate with me all the way till New Year? Back in the bedroom, Haddon tucked him under the covers. A few more days of rest. Ichabod blinked innocently and kicked off the blanket, throwing a tantrum. Come on, brother. Hush, Ichabod. Ichabod gave a lingering gaze. Honey, can you really endure? Haddon's Adam's apple bobbed as he captured his lips aggressively, then rolled off the bed, storming towards the bathroom in anger. Ichabod laughed craftily under the quilt. Well, making me drink all those odd soups for a whole week. After a while, he got out of bed and knocked on the bathroom door. Boss, it's cold outside, don't take a cold shower, I don't want to take my husband to the hospital for an 4 drip during the new year. Click. The door opened, a well-defined hand reached out and pulled him inside. When Ichabod emerged from the bathroom again, he climbed back into bed with a deadpan face, retreating into his cocoon under the covers and shutting down. Haddon took a quick shower and came out refreshed, pulling him into his arms, warm and steamy. Still feeling mischievous? Flustered, Ichabod glared at him. Don't you know how to care for your wife? Smiling, Haddon kissed him. I do care, but what am I supposed to do when my wife doesn't behave? Ichabod was fuming. Little Ran is a coward. That's annoying, you never give way to me. Alright, no need to get upset. Haddon stroked his back lovingly. Good girl, sleep now, I love you. Ichabod harumphed, snuggling closer to Haddon. Looking up, he said, good night kiss. Haddon leaned down. Peck. He smacked his lips, still not willing to concede. One more kiss. Helplessly amused, Haddon pinched his chin and gave him a deep kiss. He finally settled down, slightly curling his lips, going to sleep. Good night, brother. Good night, honey. Chapter 88, even having a boyfriend, still so thin-skinned. On Sunday morning, Ichabod was lounging in the beanbag sofa reading a book out of sheer boredom when he received a call from Azai. What's up? It's almost New Year's, yet you're still asking what's up. Azai said with urgency, I'm off today. Come out and help me buy some New Year goods. Bored to nearly rot, Ichabod agreed, where? I'll find you. Azai gave the address of a supermarket and didn't forget to remind him, wear more clothes. Got it. Ichabod went upstairs to change clothes and soon headed out. In the supermarket, 2 men with outstanding looks and temperament pushed shopping carts side by side, standing out among the surrounding elderly people picking New Year goods. Azai, with his sophisticated domineering look but grumbling like an aggrieved husband, said, Hollis, can you work at Yunshan for a bit? Ichabod's hands were in the pockets of his coat, half his face hidden under the scarf, and he answered casually, I can't, I'm very busy. What are you busy with? Sleeping, eating, reading, painting. Annoyed, Azai tousled his hair, my husband is practically spinning like a top, while you're living in peaceful days. Can't the second largest shareholder contribute a little? I'm an art student who knows nothing about business. You're full of crap. The early years when they first arrived in Jing City were tough. Aiden took over Yunshan Pharmaceuticals' predecessor, a tiny, run-down company that was rotten through and through. After a massive internal cleanup, he ran around outside every day, making trips all over to attract new investments. Those ousted demons were unwilling to let go and caused trouble. All of them were suppressed by Ichabod. Initially, Azai was shocked, he thought Ichabod was just a weakling liability. It turned out Ichabod had brains and resolve. He could be an excellent student representative at school, make decisive and correct decisions in the company, and mingle warmly with the wealthy second-generation scions in the South. Ichabod's capabilities were always underestimated. Everyone thought he was Aiden's burden, but it was he who helped Aiden through the most demoralizing times. Later, as Yunshan Pharmaceutical improved, he avoided the die-hard founders who pressured the boss to focus on business development and left. When asked, he would say art students don't understand business, implying that a life of writing and drawing was far more comfortable. Azai was so frustrated by Ichabod's laid-back attitude that he rubbed Ichabod's head again, it's been ages since my husband and I've been intimate. He was busy, and Aiden even busier, leaving home before dawn and returning late at night. If not for knowing how much Aiden loved him, he might have suspected Aiden was having an affair. Hey, stop messing with my hair. Ichabod glared at him, in public, can you please learn to control your mouth? Nope. He snorted coldly, then asked, are you going to Danny's house for New Year's? Yeah. That's good. Your brother and I will have dinner at home, then go on our honeymoon. He leaned on Ichabod's shoulder, whispering cheerfully in his ear, I've booked a couple's romantic package deal in Sicily to see if it's exciting enough. I'll recommend you and Danny try it. Ichabod nearly choked on his saliva, don't tell me. He continued, under the blue sky and white clouds, on an uninhabited beach, perfect for getting intimately close with the one you love. That's enough. Ichabod nudged his waist, blushing on his behalf, go say those seductive words to my brother. Azai chuckled lowly, I've said quite a lot to him, which made him even blush and feel excited. He loses control once he hears it. Unable to endure any further, Ichabod turned to leave. We haven't finished shopping yet. Azai held him back, I won't tease you anymore. Seriously, even having a boyfriend, your skin is still so thin. Ichabod wasn't incapable of flirting, he just wasn't as outspoken. Saying everything openly without closing the door. Since neither of them had much experience buying New Year goods, they just aimed for a sense of ceremony, randomly picking a small cartload of items along with the older generation. After having a hot pot meal on the way, Azai pulled Ichabod back to the apartment and immediately brought out the newly bought couplets. First, let's set up the house together. I don't know when your brother will have time. I can't manage it alone, nor do I have the energy. Ichabod took off his coat. Okay. Paste the couplets outside first, then hang the small lanterns on the ornamental tree in the living room later. Azai took decorating their little home seriously, getting so excited that he kept running Ichabod ragged. By the evening, Ichabod was completely exhausted from all the efforts and collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move an inch. Looking at the red decorations and lights everywhere, Azai felt very satisfied. It feels more like New Year's now. Ichabod lifted his eyelids slightly and lazily scanned around, muttering under his breath, even the mall outside isn't this exaggerated. This is what the new year should feel like, he chuckled happily. Thank you for your hard work. Your brother texted me saying he has another engagement tonight. Let's have dinner together, there's a pretty good restaurant nearby. I'll order some takeaway for you to try. Oh. After dinner, Ichabod coldly declined Azai's invitation to team up for a game and went back to his room to send a message to Haddon. He had already told Haddon in the afternoon that he wasn't at home today, but Haddon hadn't replied. Beep beep beep. The WeChat message was sent out, and Haddon immediately called back. Honey. Sweetheart. Haddon seemed to be suppressing some emotion, yet his tone remained gentle. I have something urgent come up and need to go on a business trip. Ichabod paused for a moment. How long will you be gone? It's not certain. I'll finish as soon as possible and come back to spend the new year with you. Okay. In these few days, you can stay at home. Honey, I'm sorry I can't go shopping for New Year goods with you. No problem, he smiled, go take care of your work. I'll wait for you to come back. Good. Honey, I love you. I love you too. After hanging up the phone, Ichabod felt a bit down, but Haddon was managing such a large enterprise, so working non-stop was normal. He sent a message reminding Haddon to stay safe, then took a shower and got into bed, chatting with some wild friends who were constantly tagging him in group chats. At 9:30 in the evening, Azai came out of his room wearing a loose bathrobe to get water. Aiden, who had just finished his social engagements, opened the door and came in at the same time. Azai leaned against the bar counter, lifting his chin to sharply examine the man entering. How much did you drink? Aiden's face showed signs of drunkenness, but his eyes were clear. His stern expression softened when he saw Azai, Zane. Azai put down the cup of water, walked over, and tugged on his tie, sniffing near his neck. Not detecting any other women's perfume, he gave a light snort and patted his chest. Go take a shower. However, Aiden suddenly wrapped his arms around Azai's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder. I want to drink water. Wait here, I'll get it for you. He pushed him away and walked towards the bar. Filling the cup he just used with hot water, he turned around and handed it over. Here, drink it. Aiden didn't take the cup but held his wrist, pouring the water into his mouth, then leaned forward to kiss him deeply, savoring every drop. Chapter 89. He loves Azai so much. Azai saw through Clement's actions, letting him have his way. After their passionate encounter, she playfully scolded, go take a shower, you smell like smoke and alcohol. It's disgusting. Ha. Clement loosened his tie, his wild gaze falling on her half-open robe. Are you wearing anything underneath? He swallowed hard, breathing slightly disordered. Nothing. These two outwardly cold and reserved tycoons were always bold in matters of love. Their long-awaited intimacy made them forget everything but each other. Ichabod was used to falling asleep in Haddon's arms. Suddenly separated, he suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning for a long time before sighing and getting up to get some water. Just as he opened the door, he heard some noise from the living room. Not thinking anything inappropriate, he took 2 steps and was about to ask when he heard familiar curse words. Ichabod froze in shock, his eyes trembling with disbelief. The main light in the living room wasn't on, only the dim strip lights from the afternoon illuminated the space. From his angle, he even faintly saw. Ichabod turned around numbly, silently returning to the bedroom like a ghost, closing the door without making a sound. After so many years, he was once again devastated by his brother and sister-in-law. Ha ha ha, oh no, how can they be so happy without caring about their younger brother's feelings? I want to die. He would never be able to look at the dining table here the same way again. Move out, I'll move out tomorrow. They stayed entangled until dawn, and Azai was carried back to the bedroom. After rinsing off, feeling satisfied and lazy, she snuggled in Clement's arms, remembering, little Ran is still home. Clement fell silent for a moment, then got up. What are you doing? Cleaning up. Although open, they still had to consider their little brother's mental health a bit. When Clement came back, Azai was lying on the pillow, teasing him, Brother Yun, you seem to be getting more reserved. You didn't care much in the hot spring before. It was also during that time he realized that Clement was completely unrestrained, far more uninhibited than Azai, despite his vast experience with various clips. But Azai treated love and intimacy openly and passionately, satisfying himself and his lover, paying no attention to others' gazes. Clement felt the same. Rationality and restraint were labels given by outsiders, but in front of Azai, he was uncontrollable and indulgent, accepting and reciprocating Azai's fervent emotions. He loved Azai deeply. Azai and Clement matched perfectly from preferences and physical connection to soulful union. Even though they lost many precious times, they still loved each other wholeheartedly. Then let's be reserved, Clement lay down. The room burned with heat again. The next morning, Ichabod, who only slept for over 3 hours, woke up early and prepared to leave quietly. But he bumped into his brother coming back with breakfast. Where are you going? Eat breakfast first. Ichabod forced himself to stay calm, holding his breath and sat on the couch with soy milk and steamed buns, eating mechanically. Clement found it strange but didn't ask more. Hadn't sent me a message saying he will be on a business trip these days. Stay home for now. Sipping soy milk, he mumbled, I need to prepare for the new year. You're not married yet, and he doesn't know when he'll be back. Are you planning to spend the new year alone? Being alone isn't bad. Better than seeing that. Clement glared at him, unyielding. Who will take care of you if you catch a cold or fever alone? Stay home, and when Haddon comes back, you can go wherever you want. Did you hear me? Oh. As the New Year's Eve approached, Ichabod wanted to call Haddon to ask if he could come back. But judging by the intervals between his replies recently, Ichabod guessed Haddon might be dealing with something tricky. He could only wait calmly. Another problem was that, perhaps noticing Ichabod deliberately avoiding the dining table, Azai became even less restrained. Watching TV, when the main characters kissed, Azai turned around to kiss Clement. Playing games, when the couple inside hugged, Azai rushed to the study without muting the microphone. Soon, heavy breathing and moaning sounded, silencing all teammates in the valley. Ichabod was completely numb. His sister-in-law was openly fearless, and his own brother was truly repressed yet passionate. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 90. The rotten rat should crawl back into the sewer. On New Year's Eve, Haddon still hadn't returned. He called Ichabod in the afternoon, his tone carrying weariness and guilt. Ran, I'm sorry. Haddon, what problem have you encountered? Ichabod asked, suppressing his unease. Can't you tell me? It's not a big deal. Take care and have a good new year with my sister-in-law. Wait for me to come back. Haddon. Darling, don't be angry, I love you. Ichabod pursed his lips and hung up the phone. Fedor, Azai called out as he emerged from the room, what are you doing just sitting there? Hurry up and change your clothes, let's go home for the New Year's Eve dinner. He mustered up some energy, okay. On the way back to the Chi family, Azai, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and teased, you're not happy that Danny didn't come back to celebrate with you, huh? Ichabod looked down at his phone screen, no, I'm not. Tisk, and look, you've even grown little mushrooms on your head. Sister-in-law, he lifted his head and asked, do you know what he's busy with? Azai shrugged, how would I know? Maybe it's some big project. I don't think it's work-related, he said gloomily. If it were work, Haddon wouldn't hide it from him at all. Huh, if it's not work, could it be that Danny has a mistress somewhere? Azai laughed while teasing, but his smile mysteriously faded, perhaps thinking of something. He softened his voice and comforted, don't worry during the spring festival. Danny is so capable, whatever it is, he'll handle it perfectly. Just wait for him to come back. The car fell silent. Brady glanced at Azai who had fallen into deep thought but didn't say anything. Mr. and Mrs. Chi had prepared a large table of dishes, making the New Year's Eve dinner lively and joyful. Geraldine also prepared a super big red envelope for Ichabod, smiling and saying, Emile, may you be healthy, happy, and content. Ichabod was very moved, the gloom in his heart dissipating somewhat. Thank you, Auntie. Uncle and Auntie should also be healthy and happy. Geraldine patted his head, what a good child. Stay overnight tonight. He shook his head, no, thank you. I have some things to take care of, I'm getting ready to go back now. Alright, I'll have the driver take you. Your brother and Xiao Qi are still accompanying father. Okay, thanks Auntie. The driver took Ichabod back home. He thanked him and hurried towards the apartment building. He was going to find Haddon. Chiron. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. He stopped and turned, his expression slightly heavy. What's up? Enrico threw the cigarette butt on the ground and extinguished it, stepping forward with a gloomy aura around him, his twisted smile seeming odd. Happy New Year. Ichabod frowned and turned to leave. Enrico spoke quietly, don't you want to know why Kitchen can't spend New Year with you? He stopped, turning his head, his gaze cold. Did you trip him up? Haha, I wish I had such power. Enrico sneered, flicking off some cigarette ash from his clothes, and then pulled out a few photos from his pocket, handing them over, maliciousness seeping through. I didn't want to bother you during the spring festival, but if you remain clueless, you won't have a good holiday either. Ichabod took the photos, his face losing color with each photo he saw. These are photos of Kitchen's mother. Enrico smiled happily. Not long ago, she learned that Kitchen found a boyfriend, broke down emotionally, and attempted suicide by slashing her wrist. Fortunately, she was saved, but after regaining consciousness, her condition hasn't been stable. Kitchen has been taking care of her. Ichabod's fingers trembled. Attempted suicide? He continued, now my aunt, whenever she doesn't see Kitchen, loses control and tries to harm herself, crying and yelling for Kitchen to break up with you. I knew Kitchen was cold-hearted, but I never thought he wouldn't care about his own mother's life. Ichabod's eyes turned slightly red. And you? Enrico bent closer to him, a deranged smile curving his lips, do you also not care about his mother's life? Will you stick with him no matter what? If anything happens to her, will you really have no qualms loving him at midnight? He raised his eyes, laughing sarcastically, what does it matter to you how it goes between him and me? A loser, like you, defeated and disgraced, can only make noise here. Even so, Huarue still belongs to him. You can't beat him in any way. The rotten rat should crawl back into the sewer. Got it? What a sharp tongue. Fury ignited in Enrico's eyes as he suddenly grabbed Ichabod by the neck, his voice dripping with malice, what right does Hadden have? Why does he get everything so easily? Everything should belong to me. Ichabod shoved him away harshly, stop deluding yourself, you don't deserve anything. Enrico clung to Ichabod's arm like a madman, dirty thoughts swirling in his mind, ha ha ha, everything of Hadden should belong to me. Wari is, and so are you. He'd rather watch his own mother die than give you up. If he knew you were pleasuring me, do you think he would still want you? Ichabod felt sick and struggled free, get lost. He reached out again, spouting filth, you're so beautiful, you must be quite alluring in bed. Hadden can make you feel good, and so can I. Slap. Ichabod slapped his hand away and delivered a hard slap to his face, fuck your mom, you disgusting thing. He licked the corner of his mouth, both furious and crazy, bitch, I hope you enjoy this as much as you seem to. With that, he lunged forward. Ichabod clenched his fists and turned to run, retreating due to the disparity in strength. Enrico chased after him rapidly. Shit. Just as the elevator door opened, a man and a woman inside saw the chasing scene and immediately rushed forward. I fuck your grandpa. During the new year, you dare chase my ex-wife. Alberta's iron head slammed straight into Enrico's stomach, then she took off her 10-centimeter heels and started swinging them at him. Enrico was caught off guard, knocked to the ground, and quickly pinned down by a man who started punching his face repeatedly, I fuck your grandpa. During the new year, you dare chase my ex-brother-in-law. Realizing this, Enrico tried to push the man off, but Alberta grabbed his hand and slammed it on the ground, tapping her high heel against his knuckles, dare to fight back, huh? Let's break these fingers. Ah. He screamed in pain, back off. Do you know who I am? After finishing with his hands, Alberta went for his head, you don't know who we are, no big deal, Howl, beat him until he can't move. Howl helplessly swung his fists, Alberta, you just exposed my name. Fear nothing. At worst, I'll take you to Africa to mine diamonds. Beat. Ichabod stood watching the trio tangled together, more accurately, Enrico getting pummeled. Before long, Enrico lost the will to resist, struggling to turn his head toward Ichabod, save. Ichabod stepped forward, kicked him twice, then called to the two, it's the new year, don't kill him, it's bad luck. Alberta got up, put on her shoes, tidied her disheveled clothes and hair, then linked arms with Ichabod, my ex-husband is truly kind-hearted. Howl also got off Enrico, looking disgusted, this creepy stalker didn't last long at all. Enrico sat up shakily, blood trickling from his mouth, glaring at the three hatefully, I won't let this go. You still dare to threaten. Alberta made as if to remove her shoe again, want me to knock you unconscious and ship you to Africa as a slave. He gritted his teeth, struggled to stand, limping away, muttering angrily, you better watch out. Chapter 91 I don't want to be with Pablo anymore. Damn, this grandson still dares to be so stubborn. Alberta took out her phone and made a call indignantly, Dad, I found a suitable one for mining. Could you send 2 Haidu over to bind him? Howl tugged at her sleeve, old O, calm down. What? Not daring to bind in the country, forget it then. We'll wait until he goes abroad. Happy New Year, bye. She laughed loudly, just kidding, we are serious miners. I just seized the chance to wish my dad a happy new year. Ichabod looked at the two of them, how did you guys get here? Alberta put her hands on her hips and pouted, indignant, ex-wife, why didn't you reply to our messages? He glanced at his phone, it was too noisy during dinner, I put it on silent. Okay. Alberta snuggled up to his arm again, me and old Chen came specially to wish you a happy new year. Howell raised his hand to add, we were prepared to pester you to go to Las Vegas with us. Ichabod shook his head, you guys go, have fun. Alberta clung to him coquettishly, Bao Ran, come and play with us. Without you, our joy will be greatly reduced. Come on, come on. I'm not going. If little Ran doesn't want to go, let's not force him. Howell was very understanding, if we get detained again, someone can bail us out. Alberta propped her chin in her hand and nodded seriously, makes sense. Bao Ran, keep communication open. Okay. Ichabod sighed, take care. Don't worry, don't worry. Alberta patted his head sympathetically, are you tired? Go to bed early, we'll bring you presents when we're back. Okay, thank you, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Howell laughed, we left your New Year gift outside your door. Alberta pointed outside. That bastard, I'll find someone to watch him later. If he dares to harass you again, I'll tie him up and send him to Africa. Ichabod smiled. Thanks, you guys. Well, we'll be off then, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ichabod went upstairs, picked up the 2 gift bags hanging on the doorknob, and went into the house. Returning to the bedroom, he lay down on the bed tiredly, looking at some photos. After a long time, with eyes welling up, he opened the chat box with Haddon, typing and deleting words repeatedly, unsure what to say. A sleepless night. The next morning, Ichabod received a voice message from Haddon, as gentle as ever. Honey, Happy New Year. Ichabod endured the pain in his heart and asked, where are you? I'm handling some things in Los Angeles, I'll be back in a few days. What things are you handling? Not big things. Ichabod bit his lip, feeling heartache and a little anger. Then take your time, no need to rush back. I'm sorry, baby, don't be angry, I'll be back soon. Ichabod ignored him, put down the phone, got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and called Alberta after coming out. Bowran, what's wrong? When are you leaving for Las Vegas? Just decided to leave tonight at 8. What's up? Did you change your mind and want to come with us? Yeah, I'll go with you. Las Vegas isn't far from Los Angeles. That's great. Then I'll pick you up in the afternoon, we'll go to the airport together. Okay. Ichabod didn't plan on packing. He found his documents and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, setting up his drawing board to paint. Sitting there for a while, he got up, rummaged through his closet and drawers for cigarettes and a lighter, returned to the drawing board, exhaled smoke while painting delicately. Soon, an outline appeared, resembling Haddon. Miss, feel sad, be angry, feel lost, all kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart, suffocating him restlessly, urgently needing an outlet. By noon, cigarette butts and ashes covered the ground. Ichabod gazed at the finished portrait, gradually calming down. Click. The sound of unlocking snapped him back. Elder brother. Jedediah entered the room with red eyes, walked over, and was choked by the strong smell of tobacco. Cough, cough. Ichabod stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers, his voice hoarse. What happened? Wah. Jedediah sat on the carpet, burying himself in Ichabod's lap, crying louder, I don't want to be with Pablo anymore. Ichabod gently stroked his hair. Why? Did he upset you? He conspired with my mom and Nick to harm you and elder brother. Sniff. I hate them. Huh? What do you mean? He sobbed intermittently. This morning when I got up, I saw Mom's phone left in the living room. Just then Pablo sent a message wishing Mom a Happy New Year. Although it wasn't right, I was too curious about how much Mom has accepted Pablo, so I unlocked the phone and peeked at their chat history. And I saw their secret deal. Jedediah took out his phone and opened the screenshots of the conversation. Look, sniff, they're so bad. Ichabod's eyes moved to the phone screen. Indeed, the chat screenshots looked very ominous. Pablo, Auntie, I have bribed the top executives of Yunshin Company. I can get hold of their plan. Una, you only need to protect Ralph enough. Pablo, don't worry, as long as I am here, Nick won't dare touch Ralph anymore. I will also help Ralph secure that big project/striving. Una, if you are capable, pay attention to whether those 2 brothers communicate with government officials. Pablo, collect evidence of their bribery, right? Got it. Una, if they dare to use foul means, collect enough evidence to send them to prison. Pablo, trust me on this. Even if I can't find any evidence, I can still /chopping board, I have people. Una, don't be absurd. Pablo, sure, everything depends on you. Still, whatever you cannot handle, you can tell me. For Ralph, I am willing to die for her. Una. Looking at the dialogue on the picture, Jedediah was angry again and began wiping tears. Second brother, I want to call the police and let the police educate my mother and Pablo. Ichabod massaged his aching brow. Pablo was just flattering your mom, don't take it seriously, he mentioned it to me beforehand. He pouted, but Pablo shouldn't do that. What if Mom takes it seriously? Either he is truly blinded by love, using this stupid way to please your mom, or he is intentionally scaring her. Maybe he sees how badly you've been suppressed by your mom, he feels sorry for you and wants some petty revenge. Pablo's character is just like this, protective and nasty, regardless of who it is. If his beloved is made sad, he must seek compensation. Jedediah asked tearfully, what if Brother Yen really does something bad to you and elder brother because of me? Ichabod wiped away his tears and comforted him, it won't happen. If anything happens, just talk to him, ask clearly, don't jump to conclusions. He lowered his head, twisting his fingers. I have already messaged him for a breakup and blocked all his contacts. With your swift action, Pablo might go crazy. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang urgently. Jedediah was startled, nervously getting up to open the door. Who is it? Outside, Alberta's eyes lit up. Oh wow, where did this teary little cutie come from? Want to be my wife? He hid behind the door. No, I want to reconcile with my boyfriend. Chapter 92 Second brother, she's bullying me. Alberta squeezed into the room, grinning wickedly as she rubbed her chin. Reconcile? So, you two are on a break now, huh? Perfect timing for me, hee hee hee, new wife, come give me a kiss. Bram recoiled in horror. Why you? Don't come over. Second brother, call the police. There's a psycho woman here. Hee hee hee. Going to jail is better than mining. Just put your mouth over here obediently. Ichabod's headache worsened. Alberta, stop acting crazy. He's your cousin's boyfriend. Now it was Alberta's turn to look horrified. She straightened up and stood at attention. Sister-in-law, how do you do? Bram was dumbfounded. Sis. Sister-in-law. Alberta leaned toward him, trying to be agreeable. Please don't tell Caesar about my earlier joke, okay? Caesar. Phew, I meant the upright and handsome Lou Commander. He turned back helplessly to Ichabod for help. Second brother. Second brother. Alberta jumped back, narrowing her eyes as she sized him up. You're the youngest son of my ex-husband's new family. Hey, hand over the family fortune. Bram hung his head dejectedly. I never wanted the family property. Alberta, stop teasing him. Ichabod stood up, brushing off cigarette ash from his clothes. Are we ready to leave? Let me get my documents. Alberta wrinkled her nose, floating to Ichabod, pinching his collar disdainfully. The cow. Little Ran, what have you done? How many packs did you smoke? You smoke addict, go take a bath right now. Ichabod paused. Wait for me then. Alberta glared at his back, scanning the floor littered with cigarette butts, huffing, my ex-wife, who used to be so cute, isn't adorable anymore at all. Standing far away, Bram hesitated before asking, where are you going with my second brother? Alberta plopped heavily onto the sofa, picking up the fruit plate and eating mandarins like she was at home. Of course, we're going out to eat, drink, visit brothels, and gamble. Ah. He frowned. During New Year, the police will be checking very strictly. Ha ha ha, we're taking a private plane abroad. We'll be far from prying eyes, out of reach of everyone. Where are you going? Alberta perked up, waving her hand. Answer my questions first before I tell you. He walked over and sat down on the other side of the sofa. What questions? Are you dating Pablo? Are you on a break now? Preparing to reconcile? Bram blushed and lowered his head. Yes, I misunderstood something and impulsively blocked him. Now I'm thinking of unblocking him. Hold on. Alberta suddenly lunged forward, reaching with an acrobatic stretch to grab his hand that was reaching for his phone. Not yet. Wait until we leave before you contact him. If Pablo found them, she would be shipped back to AO City immediately, ruining their travel plans. Bram's eyes gleamed. Where are you going? Alberta stuttered. We're just visiting friends abroad for the new year. My second brother is going too. Yeah. Can I come along? No way. If she brought Pablo's partner, it would be like carrying a walking GPS. They might not even touch down before being stopped. Bram pressed his lips together. Big brother Yen must be looking for me. I need to explain. Oh no, you black-hearted Tanyuan. Alberta pointed at him, trembling. Are you threatening me? Trying to control me? Do you think I'm scared? Huh, okay, I am really scared. Please, wait until we leave before unblocking him. He smiled innocently. Then can I come along? Alberta stuffed a mandarin into her mouth, crossing her arms with puffed cheeks. Sure, with conditions. Big brother Yen. Don't think you can easily manipulate me. She grinned nastily. My Ran treasure is in a bad mood, and I want him to have some fun. If we can't leave today, I'll fight both of you lovebirds to death. I'll bang gongs outside your door every time you guys, you know. Bram set down his phone, sitting obediently. What conditions? First, no contacting Caesar. Second, if Caesar shows up, you cover for me so I can escape. Third. Alberta pulled out her phone from her small bag, opening the front camera. Come here, kiss me and drive Caesar crazy. His face flushed red. The first two are fine, but no kissing. Can we change this? Fine, can you pout adorably 8 times for me? I can't. Alberta pulled out a short video and handed it over, just like this. Larry watched the cat-eared boy on the screen calling sweetly to his sister, blushing with embarrassment. Can we change to something else? Alberta wouldn't budge, no. I want Caesar's wife to act cute and coquettish for me, to infuriate him. Larry squirmed uncomfortably. Hurry up, she urged. After Ranbao finishes his shower, we'll leave. If you dare to tip off Caesar, Ranbao will never recognize you as his brother, and I won't recognize you as my cousin, although whether I recognize you or not makes no difference. Oh, poor Oh, having no standing in the family at all. Larry took a deep breath, patting his flushed cheeks, come on. Alberta grinned, raising her phone to face him, go ahead. Sister. Hold on, call me brother. He steeled himself again, his eyes glistening from shyness, his voice barely above a whisper, "Brother, okay, please. Brother, please, beg you, beg you. Brother, you're the best." Just then, Ichabod emerged from the bathroom in fresh clothes. He saw Larry buried in a pillow, his ears red as roses, while Alberta stood beside him, grinning at her phone like a depraved criminal. "What's going on?" Larry raised his head, his flushed face both pitiful and adorable. "Second brother, she's bullying me." "Oh ho." Alberta held the phone up to Ichabod, Rambow, "Look, I have immunity now. If Caesar comes to take me back, I'll use this video of his wife acting cute to buy myself some time." Ichabod glanced at the screen. She had added cat ears to Larry, making him look soft and cuddly, pretty cute. She nodded solemnly, "Right? How does Caesar find such an obedient and cute little pet? He should be my husband, humph. Jealousy comes as naturally as breathing." Larry was almost bursting into tears, gazing at Ichabod with tear-filled eyes. "Second brother, can I come along too?" Before Ichabod could respond, Alberta interjected, "Of course you can. Do you have your ID? If you do, let's go right away." He nodded, "I have it." He originally planned to tell second brother and then find a hotel to hide so Pablo couldn't find him, but this worked perfectly. "Okay. Let's go." Alberta grabbed each of them by the arm, marching forward with great fervor. "Watch me conquer those foreigners and rule Las Vegas." Chapter 93. These two younger brothers are both troublemakers. Rushing back from O City, Pablo happily prepared to meet his boyfriend for the New Year celebrations. However, when he opened WeChat, he saw a cold message from his boyfriend, "We're breaking up." It confused him greatly. He typed several question marks and hit send, only to receive a red exclamation mark. Calling again, the earpiece emitted an emotionless robotic female voice, "Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at this moment." Panicking, he rushed straight to the Lin family villa, almost smashing the doorbell. Una opened the door, seeing his flustered look, she cautiously retreated. "What's going on?" "Auntie, Happy New Year." Pablo was like an ant on a hot pan. "Is Ralph at home?" "Not here. I want to see him." Una frowned. "He's not here, he left early." "Hasn't he gone looking for you?" He became even more anxious. "No, he suddenly messaged that he wanted a breakup. I don't know why. Everything was fine last night when we had our video call." "Oh." Una felt secretly pleased but tried not to show it, trying to console him. "If Ralph wants to break up, let it be. If you insist, it'll just lead to resentment. You'll find someone better, and Ralph will also find true happiness. Let's part ways amicably and each move on to greater joy. Hope you can put it down soon." Pablo's face darkened. "Impossible, I can't live without Ralph in this life. Auntie, please let me see him. He might have misunderstood something. He's really not at home. Can you call him to ask where he is? He blocked me." Though unwilling, Una feared his reaction and unwillingly turned to get her phone to call Larry. It didn't go through. "It's switched off," she said, becoming slightly worried herself. With a distrustful gaze at Pablo, she asked, "What did you do to upset him?" Completely perplexed, Pablo answered, "I haven't upset him. I went back to O City for the New Year's Eve dinner. Last night, during our video call, he even acted coy with kisses." Una felt her heart ache. "He sent me a breakup text in the afternoon. I didn't see it while on the flight. When I landed, I found out he blocked me. Is he really not at home?" "No, the housekeeper said he left very early." "All right, I'll check his apartment then. Goodbye, Auntie." With that, he left hastily. After closing the door, Una, full of worry, sent a WeChat message to Larry to inquire. "Who was that?" Justin came downstairs and asked. She replied casually while typing the message, "Ralph's gangster boyfriend." Justin sat stiff-faced on the sofa, pulling out a blood pressure monitor from under the coffee table. During the new year, not only did the eldest and second refuse to come home for dinner, now the third was causing trouble. Una realized this, glancing at him. "By the way, he said Ralph broke up with him." "Oh. Pretty sudden." "Oh. Ralph was still quarreling with me over him earlier, being all coy and kissing last night. And woke up wanting a breakup, feels odd." Justin closed his eyes. "Don't tell me these things, my blood pressure's high, can't take it." Una stopped talking, lowering her head to continue bombarding Larry with messages. Pablo went to Larry's apartment but couldn't find him. Then he headed straight to Glover's place, calling Glover on the way, but no one answered. He sent a voice message, "Lenya, second brother, is Ralph at your place?" At the airport VIP lounge, introduced by Alberta, Larry met Howell and 5 or 6 other young men and women. They were warm and engaging without making him feel uncomfortable, a relaxation he hadn't felt in his previous circles. He enjoyed it, quickly blending in and chatting heatedly. Shaula. Glover suddenly pulled him away from the social interaction, handing him his own phone. "Answer it yourself." Lowering his head, he saw the chat interface with Pablo. Listening to the latest voice message, he blankly muttered, "What should I reply?" Alberta squeezed over, "Don't disclose the location. Just say Rungun is celebrating the new year with his husband." "Got it." He typed accordingly. Glover, not at home, celebrating the new year with my husband. Pablo, did Ralph send you any messages or call? Glover, no, I'm with my husband for the new year. Pablo, Linya. Please help me find Ralph. He wants a breakup. Glover, celebrating with my husband, do not disturb. Pablo. Larry looked at the series of dots, feeling somewhat guilty, and returned the phone to Glover. I didn't expose us, okay. Glover glanced at the messages that mentioned his husband 3 times in 3 sentences and sighed helplessly. His husband wasn't even with him, so what kind of new year was he spending? Alberta was very satisfied and patted Larry's head. You did great. You didn't abandon your siblings for a man. Let's go, it's time to board. Excited to play with so many wonderful new friends, Larry replied, sure. Pablo found it hard to believe that the little crybaby didn't go to Glover's place. He rushed to Glover's apartment, climbed upstairs, and started pounding on the door and pressing the doorbell frantically. After more than 10 minutes, he confirmed no one was home and went downstairs with a dark aura, leaning against the car hood and calling his brother to mobilize his network to find people. Over the years, Alberta had become very crafty from outwitting her family. She intentionally avoided Pablo, successfully covering their tracks and getting everyone onto a private plane bound for Las Vegas. From afternoon to late night, Pablo didn't leave or receive any news about finding anyone. Cigarette butts littered the ground around him, and he felt dejected and defeated. Hey, isn't this the flirtatious third brother-in-law? The couple returning from the Chi family saw him standing guard and Joa raised an eyebrow, out here in the middle of the night to celebrate the new year. Pablo raised his eyes from his phone screen and called out hoarsely, Big brother Lin, sister-in-law. Lin Muyun glanced at him, what are you doing here? Ralph wants a breakup, and I haven't been able to find him all day. Breakup? Joa showed a curious expression, why? He frowned tightly, I don't know. Why don't you go look for him instead of squatting here? I thought Ralph would come over to see Glover, but he isn't home either, saying he is spending the new year with his husband. I have people watching the Lin family villa and Ralph's apartment, so I'm just checking if Ralph comes here. Joa's face grew strange. Chenggu isn't even in the country, and Lin Xiaoran came back after our New Year's Eve dinner. He has to fly to America to spend the new year with his husband. Hey, brother Yun, did Lin Xiaoran go to see Chenggu? Lin Muyun took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Glover, let me ask. Lin Muyun, you're not home. Where are you? Glover, on a flight to the US. Lin Muyun, has Lin Xiaolu contacted you? He wants a breakup with Pablo, who has been waiting outside my place all day. Glover, he's beside me, sleeping. The 3 of them stared at the chat record, speechless. Pablo first breathed a sigh of relief, then gnashed his teeth, tell Glover to remove me from the blacklist as soon as Ralph wakes up. Lin Muyun sent the message as he said, deeply sighing, thinking how troublesome these 2 brothers were during the holiday season, even leaving without informing anyone. Ask them where they're flying to in the US. Las Vegas. Ha. Pablo laughed in frustration, it must be Alberta's plan. Glover even said he wouldn't join, now he's even taken my Ralph away. Joa's pity mixed with a bit of schadenfreude, are you going to fly over there? I'll have someone arrange the flight right now. He grinned insincerely, let's see how I'll deal with that crazy woman when I get there. I'm coming too, Lin Muyun said. Alright, pack some things. I'll take care of the arrangements. See you at the airport. Okay. Lin Muyun and Joa went upstairs to get their documents. During this time, they received a call from Justin. Boss, has third brother gone to you? We can't contact him all day. Lin Muyun pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing he could thrash these unruly brothers. He went abroad with Xiaoran. Oh, tell them to be careful. Noted. After hanging up, Lin Muyun and Joa took their documents and met Pablo at the airport, heading straight for Las Vegas. Chapter 94 You are here to win the foreigner's money. Las Vegas, America, the most prosperous entertainment center, is bustling with various top-of-the-line luxury cars coming and going. Outside the dazzling casino, passers-by, both black and white, can't help but be drawn to a group of East Asians exuding an intimidating presence. Alberta, the leader of the group, wears a tight gold evening gown, her chin slightly raised like a proud queen. The jewels on her hands and neck only reveal one thing, opulence. Larry, standing slightly behind her, awkwardly asks Glover, second brother, how much longer does she plan to pose? After sending a message to get the address from Haddon, Glover stuffs his phone into his pocket and sighs, Alberta, that's enough. You're blocking the way. Alberta's eyes are filled with fighting spirit, after 2 years, I'm finally back. This time, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. Her companions who were playing along with her theatrics now cover their faces in embarrassment, walking past her into the casino. Howell gently pushes her shoulder, old O, you're being too dramatic. My goosebumps are starting to form. Let's go inside. Alberta retracts her domineering aura and trots over to link arms with Glover, gritting her teeth, baby Ran, we should find Alden right away and reclaim what was ours 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they came here to broaden their horizons, but back then, they were naive and inexperienced, losing everything they had through casual gambling. In the end, it was Alberta revealing her identity as the granddaughter of the global gambling industry's top boss that allowed them to get their phones back, and she tearfully begged Pablo to bail them out. After returning to China, Alberta couldn't let go of her grudge and pulled a few friends to practice gambling skills in Macau. Once proficient, they planned to come back for revenge, but Pablo kept a close eye on them, giving no opportunity. Later, Alberta was even sent to Africa by her father. Today, Alberta has finally returned with a vengeance. Glover frowned slightly. I have to leave soon. He came this time to meet Haddon. I know. Alberta pulls him into the casino. Let's play a couple of rounds first to humble Alden, then I'll have someone send you to Los Angeles. I'm not as innocent as I was 2 years ago. I've already arranged people here. Inside the casino, shouts and screams in various languages mix with the clinking of chips and dice, creating a cacophony that easily ignites gamblers' passion. All of them are wealthy and well-prepared, exchanging chips with black cards extravagantly, instantly becoming the focus of the entire place. The foreigners at the tables look at them like walking cash cows, eyes gleaming with greed. Old O, Lin second, we're off to play on our own. The group splits up cheerfully, finding projects of interest. Alberta leads Glover, Larry, and Howell to the top floor accessible only to VIPs. The stakes on this level range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, making the environment more elegant than the noisy lower floors. Upon exiting the elevator, 4 of them are greeted by a beautiful female dealer with a bright smile, Annyeonghaseyo. Screw you. Alberta retorts without hesitation, I'm a proud Chinese citizen, not some small-time Korean. The dealer's face freezes, sore, Can't understand, Simaida. Alberta rolls her eyes sarcastically, you can understand Chinese but can't speak it. Go roll somewhere else if you're practicing language discrimination. Sorry, another woman, dressed in a black embroidered cheapao with a gentle demeanor, steps forward, dismissing the frozen dealer with a polite smile, she's new and hasn't been fully trained yet. I will report this to the boss for retraining. Alberta purses her lips, do they think only rich Koreans can afford to play here? Who do they think they're looking down on? Nicholas scans the group with a soft gaze, slightly bending to gesture an invitation, most Asian faces up here belong to Korean tycoons. She may have developed some stereotypical impressions. Alberta strokes her chin, that shouldn't be the case. We have so many wealthy people. Are they all just better behaved than me? They're all over there, Nicholas replies mischievously, in that flashy building opposite. It's run by the Ching family. Our wealthy people support local casinos. Alberta covers her heart and leans close to Glover's ear in self-reproach, I feel like such a fool, coming here to give money to foreigners instead of supporting our own. Glover glances at her sideways, be ambitious. You're here to win the foreigners' money. She smacks her forehead, right, I'm here to win big. What games would you like to play? Nicholas asked. I can arrange it for you. Alberta looked around, where's Alden? Is he still in charge here? He is. He'll be up in half an hour. Very good, I'm waiting for him. Nicholas nodded, would you like to sit in the lounge area for a while? Or start playing first? Let's play first, to get warmed up. Alberta shook her bracelet that stored chips and said boldly, find me some handsome men and beautiful women to accompany us. No Simita. Sure, you guys enjoy yourselves, I'll pick someone. Glover walked towards the lounge, you guys play, I need to take a call. Larry was about to follow but was held back by Alberta who smiled brightly, baby Lo, have you been here before? Larry shook his head, no. He had only been to bars and clubs with friends but never such a large casino, and he wasn't particularly interested in gambling, he just wanted to spend time with his second brother. Alberta dragged him to the card table, calling Howell to hold him down firmly on a chair, just play a little bit. He pursed his lips, I don't know how. You'll learn as you play. Don't be nervous or scared, just relax and play. If you run out of money, I'll go next door to get more. Miss O, you're quite mischievous. In the relatively quiet lounge, Glover sat on a small sofa, listening to the phone call with lowered eyes. Baby, Haddon's voice carried a hint of soothing, don't be angry. Where are you in Los Angeles? Send me your address. Baby, I'll explain when I come back in a few days. You don't need to come over. I'm already in America. Give me your address. Haddon was silent for a moment, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Glover was rather cold, send me the address, I'll come to you. Baby, be obedient. You're not familiar with America. Let me come pick you up. His eyes slightly reddened, his voice tinged with a touch of tears and heartache, feeling both sad and angry, are you still hiding things from me? Or not telling me anything? Haddon, I'm really mad. I hate you. I'm sorry, baby. I'm wrong, Haddon sounded a bit flustered, I'll find you now and tell you everything. Be a good boy and send me your location. He needed to calm him down first or feared he would cry harder. Glover didn't want to waste more time arguing and sent his location after hanging up, then took a deep breath. Raising his eyes, he saw Nicholas standing behind a potted plant, taking pictures of the 3 people at the gambling table with her phone. Glover frowned, walking over and asking coldly, what are you doing? As far as I know, photography and recording are prohibited here. Nicholas reluctantly put down her phone. I was just reporting the boss lady's whereabouts to earn a bonus. I didn't photograph any other guests. Boss? Boss lady? She shoved the screen at him, whispering through covered mouth, second young master, the major shareholder has long changed to Boss Pablo. Boss Lou instructed everyone to watch over the boss lady until he arrives. Glover glanced at the chat record on her screen, then turned to see Larry blending smoothly into the game and the primary criminal, Alberta, laughing loudly beside him. He silently lit a candle for them in his heart. Nicholas edged closer, trying to negotiate. So, second young master, boss will arrive in 5 hours. Please don't ruin it. If Miss O takes the boss lady away, my bonus is gone. Glover nodded. It won't happen. Ha, thank you. Enjoy playing, I'll be off. Yes. Chapter 95, Get Lost, This is my sister-in-law. Alberta, who had returned after completing her studies and was on an incredible winning streak, didn't realize she was in imminent danger. She threw her head back laughing. Ha ha ha, Lady Letty says loudly that which O am I. Beside her, Howell chimed in as the foil, the O of O Huang. Oh ho ho ho. The surrounding black and white spectators were both hateful and speechless. Things were getting out of hand. Jediah, eyeing the bracelet with greatly increased chips, asked with lingering interest, do we continue playing? Of course. Suddenly, Alberta turned towards the entrance, her grin unervingly sinister. The main event is here. A tall, handsome blonde with blue eyes strolled in slowly, waving a hand and speaking fluent Chinese. Hi, little O baby, it's been a while. View, Alberta mimicked a gagging motion. Oil boy, shut up. Alden clutched his chest dramatically. Oh, baby, when you said you'd win me back for warmth under the covers, your attitude wasn't like this at all. She glared fiercely. Die. Alden chuckled, his gaze landing on Jediah beside her. Little O baby has so many pretty and adorable boys around. Cute baby, how about a game with me? If you win, I belong to you. If you lose, you belong to me. Jediah felt a shudder run through him before he could even respond. Alberta stood protectively in front of him as if facing a formidable enemy. Get lost, this is my sister-in-law. Watch out or my doggy brother will chop off your bits. Scary. Not only did she lure her brother's wife away but also attracted trouble. Even if she had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Alden's eyes twinkled as he looked around. Where's Moo baby? I miss him. Nicholas jogged forward. Alden, these guests want to play with you. Let's set up a separate table for them. Sure, I'll play exclusively with these babies tonight. Ha ha ha, Nicholas reminded with a smile, these are esteemed guests, we can't offend them. Alden became a bit more reserved, smiling, I'll treat them well. Soon, the 4 gathered around the card table, and the glamorous dealer took the stage. Many curious guests came over to watch. With no one next to him, Jediah felt a bit nervous and turned to search for Ichabod. Alden, supporting his chin, asked, what does little O baby want to play? Alberta clenched her fists excitedly. My sister-in-law is here for the first time, let's keep it simple. Poker, trying to get 9. Okay, what are we betting on? Money, obviously. I'm going to win back everything I lost 2 years ago. Alden seemed choked for a moment, his smile becoming unnatural. Okay. The one with the most chips deals. Alberta explained briefly to Jediah, the dealer gives you 2 cards, one face up and one face down. Add them together and take the last digit. 9 points are the highest. If you think you can win with the 2 cards you have, you don't draw another card. You can only draw 1 more card, got it? Jediah nodded, yes. Let's start. The dealer started unpacking the deck, shuffling, dealing, then signaling the players to place their bets, minimum 200,000. I'll add $1 million, deal to me, Alberta declared boldly, smirking as she stared at Alden. Alden remained calm. 2 million. 5 million. All right, deal to little O baby. Alberta slapped the table, keep talking like that, and I'll bash your mouth in. Okay, okay. The dealer sighed inwardly, asking the other 2, will either of you raise the stakes? Howell shook his head, and so did Jediah. Good, now let's draw cards, starting with Miss O. She laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha, old lady hit 9 points from the start. What cards do I need? Pass. The other 3 passed as well. When the cards were revealed, Alberta had 6 points, Alden had 6 points, Howell had 5 points, and Jediah, 9 points. What the? Alberta slapped her thighs madly. Lo Bao, why didn't you claim the bank with 9 points? Jediah blinked. I saw you wanted to be the banker, so I didn't want to compete with you. PFF, she pretended to spit blood, using coded language, we gotta win this ghost foreigner's money. Jediah tried to understand but couldn't quite follow. What do you mean? Foreigner Alden understood. Baby, my money ain't that easy to win. There was a brief silence at the table. Ha 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 ha. Howell burst into laughter. Failed encryption. Old O, are you socially dead? Even Ichabod, pushing through the crowd to stand beside Jediah, couldn't help but want to dig a hole for Alberta. Alberta stiffened her neck. So what if they understood? We are on the same side anyway. Let's continue. Alden smiled indifferently, spotting Ichabod and raising an eyebrow in greeting. Moo baby, do you want to join in? Jedediah looked up, his eyes gleaming brightly. I won this round. Ichabod patted his head. Yeah, carry on playing then. Do you want to play? You can take my seat. I don't want to play. You should keep going, good luck. Feeling encouraged, he said confidently, all right. The game continued. After more than 2 hours of play, perhaps under a beginner's unbreakable luck, the biggest winner turned out to be Jedediah. Even the usually composed Alden straightened up, his face stern as he focused solely on Jedediah's cards, his mind racing with various calculations. Jedediah added chips or asked for cards on a whim, his thought process entirely unpredictable. Finally, Alden raised his hands in surrender. Hold on, I'll go get some more chips, then we will change the game later. Similarly suffering heavy losses, Alberta was nearly standing on the table. Alden, you have your day too. Isn't the so-called gambling king of America here? Show us how to win. Oh ho ho ho. Winning 3 games at once, Jedediah held up the bracelet to Ichabod, bursting with joy. Second brother, I've won money. Ichabod glanced at his vibrating phone, smiling as he scratched his chin. You're such a champ, little Lynn. Hee, when we're done, whatever you want, I'll buy for you. He nodded again, adding, I need to find Haddon now. Oh. Then I'll walk with you. I have some business with him. Stay here with them, and if you get tired, ask the staff to arrange a room for you to rest. Jedediah mumbled unwillingly, all right, where can I find you? Ichabod tapped his forehead. You'll be waiting for me to come clean. Pablo is arriving in a few hours. Haven't you removed him from the blacklist yet? Jedediah's eyes widened in panic. I forgot. Ichabod gave him a compassionate look. Good luck with that. Ugh. Ichabod left a few words with Alberta, holding on to his continuously vibrating phone as he left. Just outside the casino door, he stood there, watching calmly as the man walked towards him. Honey. Haddon strode forward quickly, hugging him tightly. I miss you so much. Chapter 96 I miss you so much. Ichabod did not return the embrace and said coolly, let go. Haddon ignored him, burying his face in Ichabod's shoulder. Wife, just let me hold you. I am not your wife. Wife, don't be angry. I'll tell you everything. Haddon encircled Ichabod's waist, half coaxing, half carrying him into the car. I'll explain everything back at the hotel. The driver and a vice president from the local branch came with Haddon. Before they could greet the madam, the partition between the front and rear seats was closed. Haddon blocked the view from the front, pinched Ichabod's chin, and eagerly sought those soft lips. Days of suppressed longing surged out, filling the entire cabin in an instant. Ichabod clenched his teeth, preventing him from deepening the kiss, pushing at his shoulders with his palms. He grabbed Ichabod's wrists, forcefully pulling Ichabod onto his lap, facing him. Then he pressed the back of Ichabod's head and kissed those red lips again. Ichabod struggled. Stay away, Any sound only gave Haddon a chance to deepen the kiss further. Haddon tangled with that tender tongue, as if all his fatigue from this period vanished, replaced by a faint satisfaction. Tasting the salty flavor mixed with Ichabod's sobs made his heart clench. He pulled back hurriedly, wiping away Ichabod's tears anxiously. Baby, don't cry. Ichabod shed silent tears, his eyes shimmering with passion from their intense kiss, captivating yet delicate. Moved by this, Haddon wanted nothing more than to kiss him again, but feared provoking more anger. Instead, he touched the faint tooth marks on Ichabod's lower lip lightly, coaxing, sorry, I shouldn't have kissed so hard. This made him even angrier. His tearful eyes flared up like flames, and he slapped Haddon's cheek. Slap. It was a light slap, almost teasing. Haddon smiled, turning his face to the other side. Hit me more if it makes you feel better. Ichabod raised his hand again, but when his gaze fell on the bruise under Haddon's eye, he softened instantly. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Haddon's neck, pressing his lips against his own, biting and licking gently. He willingly endured this sweet punishment from his wife, finding joy in it. After a while, Ichabod rested his head on Haddon's shoulder, whispering quietly, Haddon, I miss you. Haddon's heart softened and ached. He kissed Ichabod's earlobe. Ichabod, I missed you too, so much. I hate you. You're not a good partner. You never tell me anything. Haddon tightened his arms around Ichabod's waist. I'm sorry. Ichabod nuzzled his neck affectionately. Give me one chance to coax me, and then you talk. Let's rest at the hotel first, okay? We can talk then. He pinched Ichabod's waist and kissed his slightly pale cheeks gently, eyes filled with both tenderness and self-reproach. You lost some weight. Did you not rest well after flying for so many hours? Ichabod grunted, all because of you. It's my fault. Haddon patted his back softly. Baby, sleep for a while. I'll explain everything when we get to the hotel in Los Angeles. Ichabod had been missing Haddon these days. He couldn't sleep the night before coming, and the 20-hour flight offered little rest. Now seeing him, nestled in the familiar warm embrace, his taut nerves relaxed, and exhaustion took over. He moved slightly away from Haddon's neck, gazing at him with tearful eyes. Kiss me one more time. How could Haddon refuse such a request? He covered her soft lips again, exploring her mouth gently, sucking her eager tongue lovingly and comfortingly. The back seat slowly filled with the faint sounds of kisses. The reunited couple engaged in heated, passionate exchanges. After a long while, Ichabod leaned against Haddon's shoulder, flushed and breathless, his swollen lips still glistening. Haddon's breathing was equally disheveled, suppressing his rising desire, coaxing in a hoarse voice, "Baby, take a nap." Ichabod closed his eyes, clinging tightly to his chest, feeling his yearning, "Husband, I miss you so much, body and soul." His eyes grew darker with desire, throat bobbing, "Baby. But I'm still mad at you," Ichabod murmured, "you shouldn't have kept things from me. No matter what happens, I can share your burdens." "Sorry. Humph, you're not allowed to touch me until you everything to me and we come up with a solution together." Haddon was silent for a moment. He then tried to support Ichabod's waist to let him sit back in the seat. "Don't." Ichabod clung to his neck, not letting go. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't you say I'm not allowed to touch you? You can hug me and kiss me, but no star dot. This punishment is too severe." Haddon moved his thighs. "Wife, it's been a long time since I've released my fire. Just being able to kiss and hug but not eat is such torture." Ichabod's ears turned red, he bit his lip and shifted his hips. "No dirty tricks, mm. I'm so tired." Haddon dared not move more, he kissed his forehead gently. "Sleep then. Stay with me." "Okay, I'll stay with you." They intertwined necks in an embrace, their breath gradually slowed down, maintaining the warm and intimate atmosphere. 3 hours later, they arrived at the hotel in Los Angeles where they were staying. The accompanying vice president knocked on the rear window. "Boss, we're here." Haddon opened his eyes, the fatigue under his eyes from a short rest had slightly dissipated. He looked down at the person nestled securely in his arms, his expression softened. He didn't wake Ichabod, carrying him out of the car as he was. After giving a few instructions to the vice president, he carried him into the hotel. Back in the suite, Haddon laid Ichabod on the bed, took off his shoes and coat, then covered him with a blanket. In his sleep, Ichabod frowned, murmuring uneasily, "Haddon." After sending a message, Haddon put down his phone, lay beside him, and gently stroked his back. "Sleep well, baby. I'm here." He gradually calmed down again, In the casino at dawn, which was still extraordinarily bustling, Bram felt no fatigue after thoroughly enjoying herself with Alberta and Howell. She also forgot what Ichabod said about Pablo arriving soon before she left, indulging in this unprecedented freedom. Fatima, Azai, and Pablo reached the casino and rode the elevator to the top floor. Nicholas, who had received advance notice, greeted them, trying to hide her guilt behind a polite smile. "Boss." Pablo strode inside, asking while walking, "Where's my Lebao?" He is still playing, having quite a good time." Her stammering caused Pablo's eyebrows to frown deeply, accelerating his pace. Entering the hall, he scanned around and quickly locked onto his target but stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes dark and terrifying. Fatima and Azai, who followed behind Pablo slowly, also stopped, following his line of sight. Chapter 97, No One Can Save You. At the curved large gambling table, a few black and white players had joined in, while the alluring dealer was dealing cards with much grace. Besides the players, there were several male and female models in casino uniforms accompanying them. Alberta, who knew how to enjoy life the most, leaned back lazily in her chair with a handsome man on her left and a beautiful woman on her right. Someone helped her watch the cards, and fruits and drinks were fed into her mouth. If this happened in ancient times, she would be considered a tyrant emperor surrounded by wine pools and meat forests. Bram also had seductive beauties on both sides, but he only enjoyed the fun of gambling. He sat properly, placing bets and watching the cards. Only when he was too engrossed did he unconsciously eat the fruit handed to him by the beauties. Once he realized it, he frowned and shook his head to stop them. The beauty smiled as well and withdrew her hand, then began to massage his shoulders to relax him, a very serious and skillful massage. After all, they had to ensure that the guests remained in good physical condition to play here for a longer time, especially those like Jean Baobao, who wouldn't even blink when their chips increased 20 or 30 times. Oh ho ho ho. Alberta, who had once again become the biggest winner of this round, laughed crazily and glanced proudly at Lionel. "And you call yourself the gambling king of America? Might as well change your name to non-African." Lionel laughed helplessly and shook his head. Indeed, his luck tonight wasn't too great. Alberta curled up one side of her lip and, feeling smug, turned her head to receive a straw held by a male model beside her. Just as she took a sip, she suddenly screamed and spewed out her drink. Pooh! The male model was splashed all over the face. After a brief moment of stiffness, he adjusted his smile to ask if she was okay, but she had already jumped 3 feet high away from the gambling table, retreating repeatedly as if she had seen a vengeful ghost. Everyone around was startled by her reaction. Bram looked at her with confusion. "Empress, oh, what's wrong?" She trembled and extended her fingers shakily, her lips quivering. "Lou. Caesar, ugh, not that, brother, brother, how did you come here so quickly?" Bram followed her pointing and stiffly turned his head. He saw the man walking closer step by step and widened his eyes in shock. Given Pablo's cold demeanor was too terrifying, discerning guests around scattered wisely. Pablo walked up to Bram, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the two female models, making them reluctantly get up and leave. Bram looked up and met his dark eyes, swallowing hard. He nervously chuckled guiltily, Brother Yen, you found me. Pablo bent down slightly and gently pinched his cheek, speaking calmly yet eerily gentle, yes, I found my Labao. Bram felt a chill run down his spine, shrinking back, timidly saying, I just came to have some fun, didn't do anything outrageous. Pablo hooked his lips, trailing his fingertips along his jawline and rubbing his lips, did Labao have fun? Do you want to continue playing? Bram grabbed Pablo's hand and shook his head frantically, no more, no more. Ho, not playing, then are you leaving with me? Yeah, let's go. Bram hurriedly stood up, spotting his brother and sister-in-law nearby like seeing saviors, his eyes brightened, and he dashed over, leaving Pablo's hand, older brother. Sister-in-law. Pablo looked down at his own hand that was pushed away, the darkness in his eyes deepening. Sister-in-law. Bram was somewhat scared of Guilherme, so he only dared to cling to Azai, why did you guys come? Azai raised an eyebrow, going far without informing anyone, who do you think you'll make anxious? He rubbed against Azai's shoulder endearingly, I'm sorry, but didn't second brother send you a message? Azai smiled and glanced towards Pablo who exuded danger, Davin, you're done for. Your bud is about to bloom. Davin was startled and didn't dare turn back, quietly begging, sister-in-law, can I go with you? Ugh. Brother Yen looks like he could devour someone. Scary. Guilherme scanned him up and down a few times and glanced around, his eyebrows furrowing slightly, where's your second brother? He answered obediently, second brother went to look for Chingu. Guilherme was relieved but sounded even colder, Davin, you really know how to behave here, huh? Davin lowered his head further, stammering, just fooling around. Pablo, draped in nearly tangible black energy, approached and tugged him by the collar, pulling him firmly into his embrace without a word. Ugh, he still tried to reach out to Azai for help, sister-in-law. Azai grinned and pried open his fingers, try to soothe him, no one can save you now. He looked at Guilherme tearfully, older brother. Guilherme kept his brows locked, casting his gaze at Pablo's face. Pablo smiled gently, elder brother and sister-in-law, rest assured. I won't hurt Ralph. I need to have a serious talk with him to understand why we broke up out of the blue. Since Crosby had been the one who initiated the breakup, Guilherme couldn't argue much but still asked Crosby, do you want to talk to him or come with us? Crosby pressed his lips together and glanced at Pablo, I want to talk to him. Guilherme sighed inwardly and shot a warning glance at Pablo, don't bully him. Pablo's dark mood lightened a bit with Crosby's choice, nodding, I won't. Feeling the arms around his waist tightening, Crosby whispered almost inaudibly, you're bullying me now, you're hurting my waist. Pablo pretended not to hear, elder brother and sister-in-law, I've arranged a hotel for you too. I'm taking Ralph with me. Azai leaned against Guilherme, watching the two leave with interest, Davin is in trouble. Guilherme pursed his lips, feeling slightly annoyed. Azai poked his waist teasingly, another little cabbage being plucked, heart attack much. Sigh, one after another. Come on, let's go back to the hotel to rest. I'll comfort you well. Guilherme didn't worry about his brothers anymore and held his hand, how are you going to comfort me? He gave a provocative wink, by sacrificing myself to make you feel amazing. Hee, okay. After they left, Alberta and Howell, who had been hiding behind a big vase, crept out with lingering fear, saying nervously, we shouldn't stay here long. Let's get out. Miss O. Zheng Qian stood smiling in front of them, flanked by two large African-American bodyguards. Boss Lu said he's arranged a hotel for you and your friend. Have a good rest before playing further. What? Alberta turned pale, roaring skyward, we walked right into a trap. Zheng Qian beamed, indeed. Please follow me. Crosby was taken to an opulent 5-star hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Pablo released his waist and walked to the small living room sofa, sitting down with a somber expression. Crosby followed uneasily, Dixon, are you angry? Pablo's shadowed hawk-like eyes fixed on him, why did you break up with me? Chapter 98 I was wrong. Bram squeezed beside Pablo and hooked his fingers with Pablo's, swinging them, Brother Yen, I was wrong. Let's not break up. Pablo held his palm and listed calmly, you were still cooing and kissing me the night before, but you decided to break up the next day. You even blocked my number and came here so far away to enjoy yourself surrounded by beauties. Baby, I was very upset. He puckered his lips and kissed the corner of Pablo's mouth, sorry, Brother Yen, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Pablo wouldn't be easily pacified. He pinched Bram's chin and asked with restrained anger, why did you say break up? Bram pouted, I saw your chat records with Mom. You actually said those things about dealing with my elder brothers just to win her favor. Pablo was momentarily speechless, I was joking around with her, I had already informed Govind beforehand. But you didn't tell me, he mumbled, besides, aren't you at least a little bit in the wrong? Okay, I admit that it was my fault for not telling you first and causing the misunderstanding. I apologize. Bram was taken aback, he actually apologized. But. Pablo continued, when problems arise, instead of communicating with me, you directly broke up, blocked me, ran away from home, gambled, and played with models. How am I supposed to deal with all these? The more he spoke, the lower his head dropped. Sorry. Is just saying sorry enough? Pablo asked coolly, wasn't the fruit and drink served by beauties much better? My darling really knows how to indulge. It wasn't. Fearing further reprimand, he threw himself into Pablo's arms and pleaded pitifully, Brother Yen, I was wrong, kiss kiss. Pablo unceremoniously kissed him on the lips, his attitude as stern as ever, kisses are not enough. Baby, this time you really hurt me, and you'll need to properly make it up to me. Bram licked his chapped lips, feeling wronged and tearing up. Knowing he was at fault, he grumbled, so, how do I make it up to you? Pablo's gaze fell upon the dice cup on the small table, a glint passing through his eyes. Baby, you enjoyed yourself so much, winning quite a lot, right? Only then did he recall the bracelet with unexchanged chips, showing it off to Pablo. Can I still go back to exchange it for cash? Will they not recognize it? Pablo truly laughed out loud at him in frustration. He took off the bracelet filled with billions worth of chips and threw it to the ground, pinning him down on his lap and smacked his bottom. You were really having fun, weren't you? Before making amends with your boyfriend, you're already thinking about the gambling money. Wah! Bram cried, don't hit my bottom. Will you still dare to mention breaking up? Wah, no more. Still going to block me? No blocking. Dare ask beauties to play again? Wah! No way. He sobbed pathetically, Brother Yen, I was wrong, wah. Pablo's smacks were high-handed yet light, not hurting but deeply humiliating. Since you love to play, why not play with me seriously? Pablo dragged him over to the sofa and picked up the dice cup. Baby won so much money, let's play one game. Bram teared up, curling up, how do we play? There are 3 dice here. I shake and you guess. If you're right, I'll forget everything. He bit his nails, asking timidly, what if I'm wrong? Pablo cast an unruly glance at his slightly disheveled collar. Wrong once, take off 1 piece of clothing. Baby, you can guess as many times as you wear. Bram quietly counted his clothes, a total of 5 layers inside and out, sighing in relief, thinking there must be a chance to guess right in 5 tries. However, his casino luck proved futile against Pablo. After 5 rounds, Bram curled up naked on the sofa, wiping his tears and sniffing softly. Pablo put down the dice cup. Labao didn't win any round. Still, you need to comfort me. Bram stretched out his tearful hand. Brother Yen, hug. Pablo's anger had long dissipated, he hugged him and headed towards the bedroom. Labao. Pablo kissed Bram's cheeks, chuckling softly, my little crybaby. I'm not a crybaby. Bram retorted. Kissing makes you cry. What else if not a crybaby? Wah, not a crybaby. Pablo gently kissed away the tears from his eyes, then moved to his lips. Baby, I love you. Chapter 99 Explanation. For the first time, Bram's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, unable to be stopped. Gradually, under Pablo's tender kisses and comfort, Bram felt better. After soothing her, Pablo could no longer hold back, he transformed from a gentle gentleman into a wild wolf. From 5 in the morning until 9, Pablo finally left Bram alone. After coaxing the half-asleep person who was still sobbing and trembling to calm down, the tireless Pablo put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bedroom. Cousin. Outside the small living room, Alberta appeared with 2 wooden sticks on her back, kneeling on the carpet with cushions under her knees, crying and pleading, I was wrong. I'm here to beg for punishment. Pablo sat down on the single sofa, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, looking satisfied but emanating intense pressure. You really are getting more and more daring. It's one thing to play around yourself, but you dared to bring my baby into it. Did you arrange for the model? Alberta, in tears, said, I just wanted cousin-in-law to have fun and feel comfortable. What did I do wrong? Pablo narrowed his eyes dangerously. I made a huge mistake. She conceded tearfully, cousin, look at how happy I made cousin-in-law, and considering that you also got your chance, please forgive me this time. I really don't want to go back to mining in Africa, wah. Seeing her cousin exuding an indescribable aura, knowing that the battle had just subsided, she couldn't imagine what her lovely cousin-in-law had gone through. Alberta silently pitted her cousin-in-law for 3 seconds before pulling out her phone and handing it over with a fawning smile. Brother, to make up for my wrongdoing, I have something good for you. Pablo lazily glanced at the phone screen. Brother, is it okay? Brother, you're the best. In the video, Bram, with cat ears photoshopped onto her head, was being adorably cute. After watching the video, Pablo didn't change expression, but inside he loved it and was already thinking about coaxing Bram into doing something similar again in bed. Alberta took back her phone and grinned ingratiatingly. Brother, I'll send you the video. Since I've helped soothe sister-in-law and brought benefits for you, let bygones be bygones this time. Pablo stubbed out his cigarette. Send me the video. Then will you let me off? Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Alberta raised her eyebrows. Sister-in-law loves me so much. If you send me back to Africa, she will be upset. Loves you? She immediately cowered. Of course, sister-in-law loves you most, brother. Please. Send me the video, and get back to Oucheng. Pablo said coldly, not even coming home for the new year. Are you trying to give Grandpa a heart attack? Got it. Sending now. Alberta exclaimed happily, I didn't want you guys to send me back to Africa again. Staying in that godforsaken place isn't fitting for a beautiful young woman like me. Pablo sneered, no one asked you to stay there forever. Your father wants you to recognize the mines so they aren't stolen later. Alberta groaned, holding her forehead, having too many mines brings these troubles. Pablo gave her a disdainful look, delete all copies of the original video. I understand, I'll delete it. Only you should see your wife acting cute. You can leave now. She got up and hurried away, see you, brother. Pablo watched the video several times, feeling a bit excited, then returned to the bedroom, got into bed, and pulled Bram into his arms. My Labao is so cute. When you wake up, can you act cute for me again? Bram unconsciously snuggled against his chest, mumbling softly, MMM. He chuckled, good girl. Los Angeles, hotel bedroom. Sleeping Emil was awakened by a slap. Opening his eyes, he saw Ichabod sitting cross-legged beside him, face cold. He caught the hand slapping his face and kissed it. Honey, good morning. Ichabod pulled her hand back, get up and wash up, then explain. All right. Emil got up, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, climbed back into bed, and wrapped Ichabod in his arms. Honey, good morning kiss. Ichabod turned her head away, coldly, it's already noon, no good morning kiss. Make up for it. Without waiting for a response, Emil grabbed her chin and kissed her deeply. She only slightly frowned, then tilted her head slightly, letting Emil deepen the kiss. After a moment of sweet entanglement, she pushed him away and resumed her cold attitude, explain. Emil held him against the bedhead and said calmly, Enrico sent photos of us together to my mom, exacerbating her already fragile mental state. She had a breakdown and cut her wrist. Ichabod gripped Emil's fingers tightly, his voice dry, she. Emil kissed the corner of his eyes comfortingly, don't worry, she was saved. I'll take you to see her at the nursing home this afternoon. He pressed his lips together in silence for a moment, red-eyed, asking, what should we do? Enrico told me that my mother would have an emotional breakdown if she doesn't see you. Don't be anxious. I hired 2 more caregivers to watch over her every step. She won't be able to do anything drastic again. Emil's tone remained light, betraying little emotion. If she really has no will to live, there's nothing I can do. Her death would be a relief for everyone. Ichabod looked up at him, somewhat shocked. You. Do you think I'm heartless? Abandoning my own mother for love? He smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm. Baby, I hold grudges easily. I cannot feel any warmth towards a woman who once tried to drown me. Ichabod sat up in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Emil smiled, leaned over to kiss his cheek, and then hugged him back into his arms, saying, I mentioned before that my mother tortured me for half a day once. She didn't feed me breakfast or dinner, only lunch. That evening, my grandfather came and took me away. But I omitted part of it. His eyes were red, and his body was trembling. Emil hugged him tightly and continued, after my mother caught me allegedly cheating, she broke down emotionally and went mad. She filled the bathtub with water, slit her wrist, and pushed me under the water. She wanted to die with me. Chapter 100, his name is Ichabod, and he is my lover. She said that if we were dead, my father and that male third wheel could be together without any obstacles. In fact, she wanted to make my father regret it for the rest of his life this way. It was the nanny who noticed something was wrong, rushed into the bathroom, and saved both her and me. Later, my grandfather took me back to the old house to raise me and sent her to this nursing home. Hadn't talked as if it was someone else's story. Ichabod was already sobbing uncontrollably, clinging to his neck, kissing his cheek with heartache. How could this be? Why would there be such a mother? Haddon, the most innocent victim here. Responding to Ichabod's kiss, Haddon gently patted Ichabod's back. Baby, don't cry, it's all over, I'm still here, fine and well. Ichabod held tightly onto his neck, feeling sharp pain in his heart. Brother. Okay, crying so bitterly makes me ache, Haddon comforted him. They were so excessive. Yes, indeed they were, so excessive that I won't consider her feelings at all. I want to be with you, without needing anyone's approval. Haddon sighed lightly, if not fearing you would have a mental burden, I wouldn't have come over after her suicide attempt this time. Call Haddon cold-blooded or heartless, but he really couldn't feel any emotional connection with a birth mother who wanted to kill him. If seeking death was her own choice, Haddon respected her. If she wanted to use death as a means of revenge, Haddon only felt more disdain towards her. Now, Haddon cared only about Ichabod. He wouldn't let anyone or anything be a burden to Ichabod. His darling must be very happy with him for a long, long time. Honey. Ichabod cupped Haddon's face, tears streaked on his cheeks, all full of heartache. I love you, I will love you forever. Haddon touched his face, his eyes gentle. Are you not angry anymore? He leaned in and kissed him, not angry anymore. Then can you asterisk now? Ichabod was almost mad with frustration and gave Haddon a heavy slap on the shoulder. He was so heartbroken, and this man was still thinking about that thing. Wrong, wrong. Haddon wiped away his tears. Don't cry anymore. Let's get up and have lunch, I'll take you to meet my mom. He looked up slightly, tearful eyes asking for another kiss. Kiss me again. Haddon smiled and pressed his lips to hers in a warm, tender kiss. After Ichabod calmed down, Haddon took him downstairs to the restaurant for a meal. After lunch, instead of rushing to the nursing home, they went to the civil affairs office first. Tricked into signing some documents, sitting in the car, Ichabod was still somewhat dazed. We just got married? Haddon caressed the ring on his ring finger, smiling easily. Yes, honey, I had someone prepare the materials beforehand. My plan was to bring you here after New Year's Eve dinner, but a few days later doesn't matter. So sudden. What sudden? You don't want to marry me? It's too late even if you didn't, you belong to me for this life. Ichabod moved closer to him, eyes curved. Of course I do, honey, I love you. He raised an eyebrow, then give me a kiss. Mooah. Considering the driver in front, Ichabod barely touched him but unexpectedly was pulled by Haddon to deepen the kiss. After arriving at the nursing home, still blushing after getting out of the car, Ichabod pinched Haddon's waist in embarrassment, shameless. Haddon wrapped an arm around his shoulders nonchalantly. Properly wedded husbands, what's wrong with a kiss? We are outside, you can't be so unreserved. I am kissing my legitimate wife, what do I need to worry about? You can also kiss your husband outside. After getting registered, how did he become even more shameless? Haddon led Ichabod upstairs by elevator to a high-end room, warmth fading from his eyes. Eustace. A Chinese caregiver standing outside greeted him. He nodded, holding Ichabod's hand tighter, walking in. On the hospital bed, a pale, emaciated woman sat against the headboard, staring blankly out the window, with thick bandages wrapped around her wrists. Seeing the visitors, the caregiver reading to her stood up, bowing slightly. Eustace. Haddon glanced indifferently at Tiana, asking, how's her mood today? The caregiver answered, she had a sedative in the morning, just woke up, drank a bowl of congee, pretty stable. Okay, you go out first. Sure. The caregiver left, closing the door behind her. Tiana slowly turned her head. She was about to put on a ghastly smile when her gaze landed on Ichabod. Her face changed drastically as she screeched fiercely, who is he? Ichabod's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He loosened his grip on Haddon's hand but quickly tightened it again. Haddon looked at Tiana emotionlessly. Mom, this is Ichabod, my lover. Ah. Get out. Tiana's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Get him out. He didn't care and continued, we got married today. Tiana screamed in despair. Haddon. Why do you treat me like your father does? Disgusting, both of you are so disgusting. Ah. Are you trying to drive me to death? She tore at the bandages on her wrists in a mad frenzy, revealing spots of blood. It's all my fault, I should have died long ago, letting your father be with that bitch. Ha ha ha. He would rather go to hell with that bitch than care about me and our sons' lives. Bitch, they're all bitches. Her frenzied screams alarmed the two caregivers outside, who rushed in and held her down, trying to calm her. Haddon walked over, pressed the bedside bell, and said calmly, I'm different from him. Your death threats can't stop me from being with my lover. I brought him here just so he wouldn't bear unnecessary burdens. I still call you mom because you gave birth to me, which allowed me the chance to meet him. In fact, when you tried to drown me, any mother-son bond we had disappeared. Hearing these words, Tiana strangely calmed down, laughing and crying with a desolate sadness. You're still blaming me. Huh, you want to get revenge on me? Haddon's eyes showed ridicule, pity, and finally resignation. I won't come here anymore. If you want to take care of yourself, do it. If you want to die, go ahead. Once, I thought being born from you was the greatest sorrow, but now and in the future, I will be very happy. Tears trickled from Tiana's eyes, and she closed them in defeat. Haddon instructed the caregiver briefly and left with Ichabod without looking back. They returned to the hotel in silence. Ichabod pounced on Haddon on the bed, tears streaming down his face, declaring his love again. Husband, I love you. Haddon raised an eyebrow, then take the initiative. Ichabod choked for a second, furious. Don't you dare play pervert tricks on me. Then tease me, wife, I miss you so much. Wah. Ichabod sobbed as he started unbuttoning his clothes. Husband, I'll take good care of you from now on. Chapter 101, I registered with your brother. After a long separation and newly married, Ichabod doted on and indulged him. Haddon was completely pampered. They entangled until dusk. Ichabod lay on Haddon's chest. Haddon stroked his back repeatedly, wearing an expression of joy and satisfaction. Haddon adored such warm moments. His gentle-hearted wife was too obedient. If this were back home, he would have already thrown a tantrum by now. After embracing silently for a while, Haddon asked, Baby, did Terry tell you about what happened here? Yeah, Ichabod complained in a muffled voice. When I came back from having New Year's Eve dinner at my sister-in-law's house, he showed me some photos and said some disgusting things. He even choked me. Haddon's face turned stern. He choked your neck. He propped himself up slightly, exposing his fair and slender neck. Kiss it. Haddon held him and sat up, pressing his thin lips against it, kissing it devoutly and lovingly. Husband, he is so disgusting. He said I would be very tempting. Ah. Haddon felt anger and lust rising at the same time. My baby can only tempt me. How dare Terry covet his treasure? Humph. Ichabod clung to his shoulders resentfully. Yours. I'm sorry, baby, he blamed himself. It's okay. I love you. I love you too. Thank you for coming to me. At night, in the room illuminated only by the dim bedside lamp, the slightly bulging quilt emitted intermittent sobs. Click. Pablo pushed the door open, turned on the light, sat by the bed, and pulled the quilt aside. Ralph, are you awake? Don't hide. Come out and eat something. Wah. Leave me alone. Bram's voice was hoarse, and his nasal tones were pitiful. Pablo forcefully pulled away the quilt and scooped the little white ball into his arms with a smile. Is my baby shy? Bram couldn't struggle free. Tears filled his eyes as he accused Pablo, you're being too mean. Looking at the adorable sight made Pablo somewhat lost in desire again. He coaxed in a tender voice, if you coo to Big Brother, he will take you to eat. Pablo widened his eyes in disbelief. Tears rolled down his cheeks. You want me to coo before you give me food? Are you still human? Wah. Don't cry, Pablo comforted. I didn't say I wouldn't let you eat. I just wanted you to coo for me because you're too cute. Pablo sat at the small dining table and placed Bram on his lap. The table was already set with dishes that were fragrant, colorful, and delicious. Starved for a day, Bram's mouth watered as he leaned against Pablo's chest, cooing naturally, Brother Yen, I want to eat. This term of endearment was what Pablo forced Bram to call him, and Pablo loved it very much. Let Big Brother feed you. Pablo picked up chopsticks and fed him mouthful by mouthful. He enjoyed being served by Pablo, and Pablo was obsessed with feeding him. After eating a late dinner leisurely, Bram yawned, rubbing against Pablo's chin, I want to sleep. Pablo fed him half a glass of water, carried him back to the bedroom, and tucked him into the quilt. Go to sleep. He closed his eyes and then opened them suddenly. Where is my phone? I haven't checked if second brother has found Brother Kitchen yet. Pablo went out to fetch his phone, climbed into bed, and embraced him. He took the phone, ignored a bunch of messages, and dialed Ichabod's number. Hello. Second brother, it's me. What's wrong? Did you find Danny? Ichabod looked up at Haddon. Yes. That's good. Bram smiled faintly. Where are you? I'll come visit you tomorrow. Ichabod smiled wryly. Didn't Pablo beat you up? His face flushed bright red all at once. Pablo grabbed his phone and drawled lazily, Second Lin, Ralph is with me. I'll play with him for 2 days and then go back. Have fun with your man. Goodbye. Bram puffed out his cheeks. I want to go play with second brother. Pablo tossed the phone back onto the nightstand, pinched his chin, and kissed him. Young couples reunite after a long separation. Baby, don't be a third wheel. Stay with me nicely. His pupils trembled slightly. Hee, baby, rest well tonight. Wah. He wanted to go home. The next morning, after waking up, Ichabod received a call from Azai. A meal. Azai sounded very excited. How are you and Danny doing? Everything is settled. We will return to the country the day after tomorrow. Oh, that's great. I have some good news to tell you. What is it? Hayes and I got married. Ichabod smiled heartily, congratulations. I also have some good news for you. Haddon and I got married yesterday. Azai fell silent for a moment, then angrily punched the person next to him. You're supposed to be the big brother, but you're always one step behind. Hayes smiled and held his hand, intertwining their fingers. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up as he spoke into the phone. Now that your problem is resolved, Hayes and I are going on our honeymoon. Do you and Danny want to join us? Ichabod wasn't as open-minded as them and immediately declined without hesitation. No, have a good trip. Bye then. Bye. After hanging up, Azai grabbed Hayes's collar and leaned in to kiss him. On the busy street in a foreign country, Hayes hugged him tightly and kissed back passionately. After a long while, Azai pulled back, his eyes filled with deep love and joy. Husband. A certified husband who will be with me forever. Azai grinned brightly and clung to Hayes. Come on, let's go on our honeymoon. Hayes supported his waist, smiling and agreeing to his extravagant sweet talk. Okay. Chapter 102, Where have you been? After spending 2 days at the hotel, Ichabod and Haddon boarded their flight back home. On the way there, Ichabod had been troubled by many concerns and couldn't sleep. On the return trip, feeling elated after all that had happened over the past couple of days, Ichabod fell asleep as soon as the plane took off. When he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at Jing's International Airport. Ichabod was dazed from sleep and let Haddon guide him out of the airport and into the car before he snapped back to reality. He stared blankly at the large sapphire ring on his hand. What's this? A newly custom-made ring for you, said Haddon with a smile in his voice. It's bigger than that pink diamond, isn't it? Ichabod lifted his hand and admired it for a while, then chuckled. Isn't this too much? Wearing this outside, wouldn't I attract too much attention? Humph, wear it if you want, otherwise, just leave it at home. My wife can only own the best things that I give her. How sweet. They returned to Ichabod's apartment. As soon as they entered, Ichabod went straight to his room to find clothes for a shower. Ding dong. The notification sound rang out. Haddon picked up Ichabod's phone without hesitation, unlocked it skillfully, and his eyes darkened as he read the message. This is Terry. I have the surveillance footage of you and your friend beating me. If you don't want me to report it to the police and press charges, meet me at room 888 in Engel's Hotel in 1 hour, or else I won't let this go. Haddon smirked viciously, tightened his grip on the phone, and walked over to knock on the bathroom door, softly saying, Sweetheart, I'm going out to buy something. Ichabod's puzzled voice came from inside. Buy what? You know what? Get lost. I'll be back shortly, wait for me. Leaving that statement behind, Haddon walked out with Ichabod's phone. In room 888 of Engel's Hotel, Terry sat on the sofa in a bathrobe, swaying his glass of red wine like an ominous cloud over a pot bottom, waiting for time to pass. He knew Ichabod probably wouldn't be threatened, but he couldn't help but try. Why could Haddon always get everything so easily? In what way was he worse than Haddon? Knock knock. While brooding, Terry heard knocking at the door. He shivered in surprise, stood up eagerly, and thought, well, Ichabod does have some sense of righteousness. But upon opening the door, his smile froze instantly. Why are you here? Aren't you still in America? Haddon gave a chilling smirk and took a few steps forward. As he reached out and choked Terry by the neck, he slammed the door shut. Bam! Ah! Terry's head hit the wall, his vision blackened, and he tried desperately to push away the hand gripping his neck. Haddon punched him fiercely in the stomach, yanked his hair, and threw him on the ground like trash, advancing step by step, speaking in a cold, dark tone. My darling is someone you dare to covet? Terry held his abdomen painfully, his bloodshot eyes full of hatred, and taunted, just a man, huh? Is he really that enjoyable? To forsake even your mother for him? Ha ha ha, looking at his bewitching appearance, if he were to be with me. Ah! Before he could finish, Haddon squatted down and started hitting him repeatedly in the face. Several punches later, he was bleeding from his mouth and couldn't speak. Haddon choked him by the neck once more and smashed his head against the floor, his menacing demeanor terrifying. I can't bear to hurt him even a little, yet you dared to strangle him. I shouldn't have let you play around for so long. Ugh. Terry turned pale from pain, spitting out blood and mumbled, Haddon, I am your brother. Must you kill every last trace of me? Did you think about grandfather? Humph, when your father went to great lengths to bring that male third party back to China, did you consider our brotherhood? When you spread my private matters to my mother and lusted after my darling, did you consider brotherhood? Now, facing your end, you say you're my brother. Ha ha ha, a filthy, low-life thing. Ha ha ha. Terry suddenly laughed maniacally, abandoning struggle, lying limply on the floor. If you dare, kill me now. Would you risk spending the rest of your life in jail if I die? Haddon stepped back with disgust and looked down at him, sneering, go to jail. You and your rotten father should both go together. Do you really think I would allow you to wreak havoc under my nose forever? I have collected evidence of your embezzlement, bribery, and false accounting, and submitted it to the authorities. If you have the guts, go jump off a building. If not, be prepared to spend your whole life in jail. Terry tried to turn his head with great difficulty, but couldn't support himself and fell limply. With blurry vision, he could only see Haddon's leather shoes. Despair filled his heart as he moved his lips, spitting out a venomous curse. May you die miserably. Beep beep beep. The phone rang. Haddon took out his phone and answered it with a gentle expression. Wife. Where have you been? Ichabod called his own phone using Haddon's phone. 2 hours for shopping. Are you buying out the store? I'm about to come back. Do you want me to bring some late-night snacks? Yes, hurry back. Sure, I won't keep my dear wife waiting long. After ending the call, Haddon glanced at Terry disdainfully. You're the one who will die miserably. My beloved and I will live happily ever after. Leaving that sentence behind, he turned and left. The room returned to silence. Jing City tried to move his body to seek help but couldn't support himself. He fainted, his eyes rolling up white. Haddon came home carrying some barbecue. Wife, I'm back. Ichabod walked out from the room in a white robe, frowning at him. Why are you so dirty? Did you get into a fight? He blinked. I'll take a shower. Enjoy the barbecue while it's hot. Ichabod stretched out her hand. Where's my phone? Here. He handed over the phone and strolled toward the bed. Chapter 103, Good thing I take the initiative, or you wouldn't have a wife now. The next noon, Ichabod and Haddon went out for lunch and coincidentally met Una at the restaurant. With Haddon nearby, Una maintained a dignified and amiable smile. Chiron, kitchen, you're here to have lunch. Ichabod responded with a faint hum, not intending to chat more. She still smiled. Your father said that Ralph went to America with you. Why haven't I seen him come back yet? Haddon, who was hugging Ichabod's shoulder, said, Ran came to find me. Monroe is traveling with his boyfriend, he should be coming back soon. Una's fake smile froze. With Pablo? Yep. Haddon congratulated with a smile, Happy New Year, Aunt Guan. Congratulations on getting such a good son-in-law. Ichabod stifled a laugh and secretly pinched his waist. Let's go. He nodded to Una. Goodbye, Aunt Guan. Send us an invitation when you have the wedding, okay? Feeling heartache, Una got into her car angrily and immediately called Monroe despite the time difference between countries. Lately, Monroe had been very dismissive of her. Whenever she showed concern, he only replied with or oh, which made her sad because she thought her son was distancing himself from her. She was worried and trying to mend their mother-son relationship. Turned out, Monroe was on a sweet trip with his boyfriend, completely forgetting about his dear mother. The more Una thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the worse she viewed Pablo for taking away her obedient son. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Monroe's tone was laced with barely noticeable tenderness. Mom. Una burst with anger. Monroe, you've grown so bold. You've abandoned your own mother for a man. During the new year, you left your dad and me at home as empty nesters and went abroad with a man. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Wah. Mom, I'm sorry, my flight is at 7, I'll be back. Her son's rare act of cajoling just barely quelled Una's raging anger, though she still snapped, wait until you come back and see how I deal with you. Mom, I'm preparing to go to the airport, I'll call you later, bye. Unaware that her beloved son had already been thoroughly claimed, Una hung up with a heavy heart, truly not wanting a mafia son-in-law. In Las Vegas at 2 in the morning, right after receiving the call, Monroe was turned around by the face and kissed. Pablo pecked his back where a gorgeous rose tattoo lay, then hugged him, flipping him over to rest on his chest. No more touching Labao now, we need to rest up to prepare for our return home. Monroe pouted slightly with swollen lips, tearfully complaining, you were so rough these past few days. Baby, from now on, you belong to me. Monroe bit his shoulder gently, leaving a faint tooth mark. Did you intentionally make me like this so I can't leave you? My innocent little wife, of course, needs to be well taught. Pablo gently pinched Monroe's nape. Remember that little thing who didn't struggle even when forcibly kissed in a bar storage room? I definitely have to teach you properly. Humph, back then I was shocked. Monroe licked the spot she just bit, warning coyly, after we return, I have to work normally. Pablo agreed, if Labao behaves at home, it won't affect your work. Animalistic beast. Exhausted, Monroe drifted off to sleep and was half asleep taken onto the flight back home. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Haddon took Ichabod back to the old Hua family residence for dinner. Solomon didn't inquire about the matter in America. He asked a few questions about Enrico and his father being taken away for investigation during casual conversation after the meal. Haddon admitted openly that he submitted the accusation evidence. Solomon didn't say anything pleading. His already aged face looked even more lifeless. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. In the car, Ichabod turned and asked, why was Enrico taken away for investigation? He broke the law, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail. You're turning against your own kin. Yep. Haddon showed no burden but felt that he should have beaten Enrico up before sending him to prison. Without returning home, they boarded a flight to Jing City while still on holiday and arrived at the Hot Spring Mountain Resort Hotel at 11:30 p.m. Walking into the hotel lobby hand in hand, the front desk staff member excitedly rushed up. Young master. Oh wow, Eustace. Ha ha ha, great, Happy New Year. Ichabod chuckled. Happy New Year. It's late, we're going up to rest. Sure, young master. Your private room is cleaned every day. I'll continue my shift. Thank you, it's been hard work. Ichabod held Haddon's hand, who was dragging the suitcase, and entered the elevator. Haddon, with a sly smile, turned his head to look at him. I met my wife for the first time in this elevator. He lowered his head bashfully, My wife is quite skilled at fishing. Seeing me, she must have felt a strong attraction but pretended to shrink into the corner, as if she couldn't stand the sight of me, successfully catching my attention. She really did dislike it, he muttered quietly, when you walked in, the smell of cigarettes and alcohol almost choked me. Humph, when your long-lost crush suddenly appears in front of you after many years, do you dislike them more or like them more? Haddon laughed proudly, it's great that my wife fell for me at first love and has always liked me. Ichabod nudged his side waist with his elbow, but his eyes were gentle, you're such a scoundrel. If I hadn't taken the initiative, you wouldn't have a wife now. He bent down and kissed Ichabod's forehead, yes, thank you, wife. Humph. After getting up to the room and putting their things away, Haddon excitedly pulled Ichabod, sweetheart, let's go soak in the hot springs. Ichabod pushed him, stop acting crazy. Why would we soak in hot springs in the middle of the night? Haddon wrapped his arms around Ichabod's waist and whispered in his ear, I want to recreate the scene from the first time my wife appeared in my dream. Chapter 104, I once gave up on you. Ichabod's ears flushed red, and he turned his head to avoid the hot breath. No, I have a trauma associated with hot springs. Declan was taken aback. Baby, you know too much. Ichabod sighed, pushed him away, and fetched his pajamas before walking into the bathroom. I'm tired, I want to take a shower and sleep. Go soak by yourself if you want. What's the fun in soaking alone? He followed her, blocking the closing bathroom door. Shower together. Ichabod raised his eyes, gripped his wrist, and pulled him into the bathroom. Declan wrapped his arms around Ichabod's waist. Hot spring no, but bathroom, okay. Declan didn't dare make too much of a fuss in the bathroom. After lying back in bed, Ichabod gave him a kick. What's wrong with you? He closed his eyes. Good, just sleep like this. Blushing and annoyed, Ichabod tugged on his earlobe. I really need to sleep. Good night, wife, I'm sleeping too. Declan. Baby, I love you. A satisfied smile curled Declan's lips as he gently kissed Ichabod's nose. Good night, wife. Nestled into his warm chest. Good night, big brother. The next morning, Ichabod woke up first. The discomfort made him both embarrassed and furious. He slowly moved to get up. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a wave of soreness made him unsteady, falling on his knees onto the carpet beside the bed. Baby. Awakening at the same time, Declan quickly got up and carried him. Did you hurt yourself? He raised his hand angrily but only lightly tapped him. All your fault. Declan rubbed his palm, quickly admitting his mistake. Sorry. Carry me to brush my teeth. Sure thing. Declan carried Ichabod into the bathroom for his hygiene routine, then brought him out again, helping him dress. Can you walk downstairs for breakfast, or should I have it sent up? Ichabod's eyes burned with irritation as he glared at him and flopped back onto the bed. Smiling, Declan stroked his soft hair. I'll have them bring it up. An hour later, after Ichabod finished breakfast, his weak legs felt somewhat better. He put on his coat and left the room, unwilling to say a word to Declan. Wife. Declan coaxed, rubbing against him. I was wrong, don't be mad at me. Move away, I don't want to talk right now. But I want to talk, wife. Two young girls entered the elevator midway, casting a curious glance at the tall, handsome man whispering to the pretty boy cradled in his arms. Oh, looks like a couple's argument. Declan was busy appeasing his wife, completely ignoring propriety. Wife, please listen to me, I swear, I won't, Ichabod hurriedly covered his mouth, his face flushed. Shut up. He blinked. The two girls were eagerly straining their ears. Not what? Not what? What can't we overhear? Ding. At the lobby level, Declan held Ichabod and walked past the lingering girls out of the hotel hall. With no one around, Ichabod pinched Declan's waist hard. Did you do that on purpose? Declan's eyes lit up as he kissed the face that had become even more charming from anger. I really like you, Ichabod. All Ichabod's fury dissipated at this confession. He rubbed where he had pinched, softly huffing, don't act so unreasonable in the future. He nodded. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. While he listened to his wife, he would still bully her when he could. Ichabod gently touched his lips. Today, I want to take you to see my university. All right. Ichabod took Declan to Yunnan University, strolling leisurely around. During the spring festival, very few students remained on campus, and only the worst canteen was open. Ichabod dismissed the idea of having Declan try the canteen food and went to a small noodle shop near the school gate. After greeting the enthusiastic boss, Ichabod ordered 2 bowls of signature beef noodles, smiling. In my college years, I practically commuted, coming back to campus for classes every day. My dorm mates always asked me to bring noodles from here. Declan also smiled. So you must have been quite popular in the dorm. Indeed, they used to call me adoptive father. He agreed with a nod, looking down. Actually, I originally applied to Jingda, but changed to Yunnan University on the last day. Declan's breath caught. Why did you change? He continued on his own. At that time, my brother strongly urged me to stay in Jing City. No matter how you look at it, Jingda is better than Yunnan University. I wanted to stay too, because after you returned from studying abroad to take over the company, staying in Jing City might have given me more chances to see you. Declan suddenly felt his heart both aching and soft. Ichabod held Declan's hand resting on the table, a faint smile curving his lips. But I still chose my brother. Declan, I once gave up on you. His pupils quivered, and he gripped Ichabod's hand tightly in return. At that time, my brother was having a hard time in Yin City. His love and career were both unsmooth. He was under great pressure and in poor condition. So I chose to accompany him. He gave up a lot to take care of me, almost missing out on meeting Brother Bridger. After choosing to go to Yun City, I thought we probably wouldn't have any intersection anymore. In fact, we didn't really have any connection before. You had never even seen me. You're so outstanding, no matter where you go, everyone pays attention to you. I went to Yun City for 4 years, possibly not returning to Jing City, and it seemed my secret love for you would come to an end. Declan's eyes were a bit dry, his voice slightly hoarse. It won't be like that. Ichabod's laughter held Declan in light. Fortunately, after all the twists and turns, you still belong to me in destiny. When you said you liked me too, I felt like the luckiest person in the world. Declan got up and sat beside him, moved as he hugged Ichabod tightly. I belong to you, this life belongs to you. The boss laughed teasingly and then quietly backed off. Blushing easily, Ichabod shyly patted Declan's shoulder. Let's hug when we get back. Let's eat the noodles first. Declan loosened his embrace, kissed his face, and said seriously, in the future, I'll love you a little more each day, making up for all the time before. His eyes curved happily. You promised. Aha. After finishing their noodles and leaving the small noodle shop, the sunlight fell on the two figures walking side by side, as if surrounded by a soft halo. Declan held Ichabod's hand, feeling a bit regretful. If only I had noticed you earlier. Ichabod swung their joined hands, smiling gently. I'm glad you didn't notice me earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have appeared before you in the best state, and you wouldn't have developed feelings for me. He disagreed. I think, regardless of which phase, you would always be the direction of my heart. Chapter 105. Let me be with him. Ichabod loved to hear the moving love words from his beloved, so he kissed Haddon a couple of times, obviously delighted. Back at the villa, Haddon continued to escalate things. Honey, shall we go for a hot spring bath? Ichabod gave him a sidelong glance. A hot spring bath is fine, nothing else. He replied with feigned propriety, am I the type to be shameless? An hour later, in the well-concealed double-person hot spring pool, steam rose and ripples spread out. Ichabod cried inside, this man's words couldn't be trusted. In the living room of the Lin family residence in Jing City sat several people. Una and Justin did not look too pleased. After a long silence, Una forced a fake smile at the elderly man sitting across who looked spirited. What exactly are you here for? I've come on behalf of my no-good grandson to propose a marriage. His parents work abroad and couldn't make it, so I came instead. Oren said kindly, Pablo may act wildly and without sense, but he is absolutely honest and decent. The accompanying butler placed a stack of documents on the table. These are our family's criminal record clearance, legitimate investment flow records over these years, as well as the honorary certificates issued by the Foundation for our legitimate charitable activities. Our Qing family might have originated from the underworld, but during wartime, we also fought against foreigners. We followed the call of the country, reformed ourselves, and started doing legitimate business. Pablo has been used to speaking loosely. If there were any misunderstandings caused by him, please accept my apology on his behalf. Only now did Justin learn that their third child had found an object for affection in the grandson of the Qing family from Ao City. Grandfather Cheng, Una glanced at the documents on the table, saying dryly, I know you are engaged in legitimate business, but this proposal, isn't it a bit sudden? Our Lele and your grandson might not have reached that level of relationship. Oren laughed heartily, then we can arrange an engagement first. Let the two children get along well. If they really don't suit each other, you can break off the engagement. The couple exchanged worried glances. What should they do? Dad, Mom. Larry's voice came from the doorway. What's going on? Grandpa. Pablo called out, holding his hand. Seeing Larry, Oren's eyes softened even more. This must be Lele, looking so delicate. Come closer, Grandpa brought you a red envelope. After sleeping for over 20 hours on the flight, Larry was quite refreshed. His little face was rosy and looked gentler than ever, walking over in a daze. Grandpa? Yes. Oren responded joyfully, pulling out a heavy red envelope from his pocket and putting it into Larry's hands. Be good with Xiao Yan. Larry was even more bewildered. Dad, Mom. Justin felt like fetching a blood pressure monitor. Una noticed his expression and gave Larry a meaningful look. Larry hurriedly tried to return the red envelope. I can't accept this. Pablo walked up beside him, stuffed the envelope back into his pocket. Grandpa gave it to you, just keep it. Pablo then bowed to Una and Justin. Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry for bringing my grandfather here without prior notice. But I really like Lele and want to be with him. Please give me a chance to take care of him. Larry added pitifully, Dad, Mom, I like Guyi too. Please let me be with him, I beg you. Una also wanted to fetch a blood pressure monitor. Her son was all grown up. Justin sighed inwardly and managed a smile towards Oren. Let the kids handle their own affairs, but proposing seems too soon. Oren nodded, let them cultivate their feelings some more. Okay. I will leave now, haven't returned in a long time. I have appointments with a couple of old friends. The couple, lacking the mood to entertain further, got up to see him off. Sure. Oren took Pablo away with him, getting into the car and giving him a cold stare. You've disgraced me. He smiled innocently. Are you not happy I found a wife? You didn't try to win over his parents' favor yourself, suddenly showing up with me, totally impolite. Oh dear, accidentally made future mother-in-law misunderstand. My fault, thanks Grandpa. Oren snorted, but you do have good taste. Pablo said proudly, that's right, obedient and pretty. After they left, there was a long silence in the living room of the Lin residence. Justin easily pulled out a blood pressure monitor from under the coffee table. Una snatched it first and measured her own blood pressure, shaking her finger at the guiltily bowed head of Larry. You've already introduced us as parents and set the engagement. Do you really want to give your father and me a heart attack? Larry sat next to her and patted her back to soothe her. I didn't know either, but I really like Yi Ji. Mom, please agree to let me be with him. She pinched the bridge of her nose, giving up on this situation. Ask your father. Larry looked at Justin. Dad. Justin stood up with a wooden expression and walked upstairs. Don't call me Dad. You all are my undoing. Talk if you must, who can talk more than you? Damn it, 3 sons, and he still ends up with no grandchildren. What curse did he receive in his past life that he has to endure this in this one? Larry was speechless. Even Dad is going with the flow now. Una actually felt a bit like laughing. She only had 1 son who turned out gay, but Justin had 3, so in comparison, she felt better. She must be crazy too. Chapter 106. This year, there's one more person in your family, making it livelier. Ichabod and Haddon played around in Jing City for 2 days before receiving a call from Bram in the evening. Second brother. The sweet and soft voice made Ichabod click his tongue. Is Pablo crazy? Bram, feeling embarrassed and angry, choked for a moment. I want to talk about something serious with you. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Do you and Danny want to come back home for dinner? Ichabod glanced at Haddon, who was engrossed in his game, pondered for a few seconds, then said, tomorrow night, I will return with him for dinner. Since Haddon had taken him to the sanatorium, regardless of how estranged he was with Justin, he should invite Haddon over for dinner. Bram became delighted. All right, I'll get the nanny auntie to prepare lots of delicious food waiting for you two to come back. I won't bother you guys anymore. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ichabod snuggled into Haddon's arms. We're flying back to Jing City tomorrow afternoon. Shall we have dinner at Lin family in the evening? Sure. He prodded Haddon's cheek unhappily. Why are you ignoring me? Haddon kissed him gently. Not ignoring my darling. Just playing a single game with his eye. He looked at the screen of his phone. Isn't your sister-in-law on vacation in Sicily with my brother? How does she find time to play games? Got carried away too much, her back must be ruined. After some thought, comparing him with his brother, Pablo, Haddon seemed quite restrained. Winning narrowly, Haddon rejected another invitation from Azai and quit the game. Then he hugged his wife and started kissing. Darling, it's bedtime again. Holding Ichabod close, Haddon said, Wife, let's have our wedding ceremony in Sicily as well. When is the wedding? How come I didn't know? Of course, we have to hold one. After we decide the location, I'll start arranging everything. I'll strive to give you a grand wedding by March. Ichabod rubbed against Haddon's chin. A simple one would suffice. Complicated arrangements can be tiring. Besides, after the new year, I'll be busy and may not have the time. Haddon kissed his forehead. You take care of your business, everything else is up to me. Let's sleep now. In the evening of the next day, Ichabod and Haddon arrived at the Lin residence. The one who opened the door was Pablo. Pablo greeted them warmly like a host. Second brother-in-law, you've come, please come in and sit down, I'll get you tea. Ichabod gave him a look as if he didn't recognize him. Second brother. Bram happily attached himself to Ichabod. If only I knew you came back to Jing City for a hot spring bath, I would have joined you. Haddon pulled him away. Don't stick so close. Justin was playing on his phone in the living room. Though it wasn't obvious, there was a bit of happiness in his eyes when he saw the two arrive. Take a seat, dinner isn't ready yet. Okay. Ichabod sat down and remained silent, holding Haddon. Pablo walked over with 2 cups of tea while Una also came out from the kitchen, wearing a fake smile as always. Kitchen, welcome back Chiron. Aunt Guan, Happy New Year. Haddon replied with a smile and glanced at Pablo. This year, your family has added a person, making it more lively. Forget about being sarcastic and impolite, it was good enough that he still showed respect to someone who didn't treat his beloved nicely. Pablo had been coming over every day for the past 2 days with a thick face. Una somewhat got used to it and smiled while sitting beside Justin. Yes, it's been a long time since the house has been this lively. Why hasn't Muyun come back? Old Lin misses him so much. She was subtly complaining. Her second son was back, but as the eldest son, he didn't even want to come home during the new year. How irresponsible. Bram retorted, it's rare for brother-in-law and Bridger GE to finally come together and get a vacation, they should enjoy themselves thoroughly. They can come back home anytime. Una's face fell instantly. Ever since her son found a boyfriend, he often left her speechless. Dinner was rather awkward among them, only Bram displayed his chatterbox nature, chatting non-stop with Ichabod. Pablo kept giving Bram food and occasionally peeled shrimp and fed him. Una looked at them with complicated emotions, unsure whether she should be happy for her son-in-law's care for her son or upset that her son was being stolen. After dinner, Ichabod didn't stay long before pulling Haddon away. Pablo lingered. Una stared coldly at him. Why aren't you leaving? He stood up and laughed, preparing to leave now. Bram also got up. Yenji, I'll see you out. The two held hands and walked out the door, and neither of them returned. Una crossed her arms with resentment. Fine, having long legs is for running after men, right? After sulking for a while, she looked at Justin. Old Lin, what do you think about Lolo and Pablo? Justin didn't even look up from his phone, as calm as ever. What can I think? You agree with them being together? What can I do if I don't agree? Pablo has the Ching family behind him. Even if I want to break them up, it wouldn't work. Una was silent, still feeling a bit upset. Then what about our old Lin family? Justin had already let it go, what can be done? Maybe it's a curse from a past life that we will have no descendants. Una looked at him in surprise. Old Lin, you seem to have a pretty strong ability to accept this and even have a sense of humor. Bram escorted Pablo out and was taken directly to his own apartment. The moment they entered, without even turning on the lights, he was pushed against the wall and kissed. After these 2 days of being the perfect son-in-law at the Lin residence, where there was barely any affectionate touches, he had been holding back until he was itching for more. Brother Yen. Bram soon became lost in passion, clinging to Pablo and cooing, kiss me. Alright, kiss my good baby. Pablo ravaged his mouth before carrying him towards the bedroom. Chapter 107, Like a Puppet. Jessa went to work, while Eric and Xenon only returned home late on the evening of the 8th. The moment Eric walked in, he slumped onto the couch and ordered Ichabod, who was reading a book, Emil, come give me a massage, my back is killing me. Ichabod put down his book speechlessly, moved over to massage him, and muttered under his breath, must you always make such a fuss? He angrily pounded the cushion, ask your brother. It was just a casual remark about wanting to conceive a baby during their honeymoon, and this man with a penchant for teasing took it to extremes. Damn, if he could have babies, he would have had a dozen by now. Xenon, damn guy. Ichabod glanced at Xenon with mixed feelings. Xenon remained unperturbed as he dragged his suitcase into the room. After taking a shower, Haddon came out, tutaying and pulled his wife up, maybe you should find a professional masseur. Eric grumbled, what's wrong with asking around? So stingy. He pulled Ichabod to sit beside him and said casually, from tomorrow onwards, Emil will move in with me. Oh wow, you got married, legal cohabitation then, congratulations, hahaha. Well, so did we. Just after complaining about his back, Eric felt better again, no one will be a third wheel anymore. Haddon pinched Ichabod's palm gently, feeling slightly aggrieved, Emil has to work now. Eric turned, what work? Field research in the mountains. What? Isn't Emil an art student? He's taking things out of context. Ichabod bumped Haddon's shoulder with his forehead and explained, it's a large-scale event for the restoration of ancient sites, I'm just responsible for bringing the content from ancient texts to life, not staying on-site long-term. Haddon wasn't pleased, says you won't stay long-term now, but end up going daily. So what? Eric remarked, such meaningful work. It's good for Emil to meet new friends. Staying home painting all day, he'll lose touch with reality. Does the project need funding? I can invest. Haddon shot him a chilly glance, forget who was pining away in a long-distance relationship, calling me every day in tears a few years ago. He choked. Ichabod corrected, there was no relationship those few years, it only started last year. Eric fell silent, got angry, and snapped, ah. Why are you two poking fun at me? Husband. Xenon emerged from the bedroom, looking mildly at the couple, don't bully him. Haddon chuckled sarcastically, don't bully him. Ichabod couldn't hold back and laughed, collapsing into his arms, Spencer sure knows how to be snide. Xenon looked deeply at Haddon, somewhat speechless. Eric pulled Xenon to sit down, placed his hand on his waist, and asked, how are Davin and Pablo? Ichabod leaned against Haddon, accepting a gaming invitation from Devon, and replied, they made up, Pablo has been visiting the Lin family for days. Visiting? Eric exclaimed, Pablo being a son-in-law. He's been visiting to leave an impression with Grandpa and Mom. Seems like they accepted him. I thought he went to be a son-in-law. Ichabod entered the game interface, turned on the microphone, and heard Devon's cheerful voice, second brother, I heard Brother Ellis's voice, did he return with Big Brother? Eric tapped on the game icon, back, wait for me to log in, let's play together. Okay. Oh wow. Eric teased with a mischievous grin, Devon sounds sweeter now, having a boyfriend makes a difference. In the other apartment, Devon blushed and buried himself in Pablo's embrace, whispering, how am I different? Pablo kissed his cheek gently, you're not different, baby, you've always been cute. Nonsense. Eric exposed heartlessly, before, you were totally unlikable, following your mom's orders, doing whatever she told you, playing with whoever she wanted you to, like a puppet without any life. Devon pouted but couldn't argue, it was true, he used to be an unlikable little lapdog. Pablo caressed his nose lovingly, I'll take good care of my baby from now on. Cry when you want, act spoiled when you feel like it, do anything you want without considering anyone else, just as long as you're happy. Eric mimicked Haddon's tone, my bad why gosh, so sappy. Devon's face turned bright red as he nudged close to Pablo's ear, whispering in a breathy voice, Brother Yen, can you not call me baby when others are around? Pablo muted the microphone and pressed his finger against Devon's plump lips with a half-smile, pout for me. He obediently pouted, Brother Yen, please. Pablo's lips curved upward, be cute. He nestled his head against Pablo's chest, swaying left and right, big brother, say yes for me. Pablo was thoroughly satisfied, fine, I'll do it for you. Such a good boy, so adorable. Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic. The phone sounded with urging voices. Devon pulled back from Pablo's embrace, his face still flushed, and reactivated the microphone. I'm here, I'm here. Eric said teasingly, sneaking off behind the screen. What could you possibly need to hide from us? Don't be so distant. He shyly hummed, not at all. Oh, Brother Ellis, just focus on the game. Eric mimicked his voice in a falsetto. Got it, delicate little Jing Lu. Haddon's skin crawled, and he threw a nearby cushion at Eric. Cut that nonsense out. Xenon blocked the cushion and tossed it back at Ichabod. Ouch. Ichabod turned to glare at him. What was that for? He raised an eyebrow. Control your man, or else I'll beat you. Ichabod rolled his eyes dramatically, prioritizing beauty over family loyalty. True dog. Eric leaned over and planted a smooch on Xenon's cheek. Great job, Brother Yun. Whenever Danny doesn't treat us well, we'll blame it on Fedor and shut the door for some private time. Haddon rubbed Ichabod's head, casting a sinister look. I don't recognize any family ties. Eric chuckled. Just kidding, how could I bear to beat our precious Ran? Mine. Okay, he's your precious one. Far away from them, Devon felt inexplicably lonely and piped up miserably. I want to live with you guys too. Don't come, Eric refused. Your second brother is moving in with Danny. I don't want another third wheel disrupting my and your eldest brother's couple time. He huffed. You're isolating me. Eric's eyes flickered, an idea forming. He teased. Yes, we're isolating you. Who made you the only pure bottom? Chapter 108, Hollis, how can you collude with Stephanie? Thorn was confused. What do you mean? Amato made a shushing gesture to the three people next to him and continued to mislead. Weren't you the one who was pinned down by Pablo? Or did you pin him down? I. Thorn glanced at Pablo in bewilderment. I definitely can't. Cough, cough. Amato cleared his throat and gently advised, a man shouldn't say he can't. The other three were thoroughly entertained. Pablo met Thorn's puzzled gaze, feeling a little tightness in his throat. Lele, let's finish this game and then stop playing. Thorn turned his body slightly, whispering into his phone in disbelief, my second brother can actually do that too. Amato tried hard not to laugh and said seriously, of course. Between men and men, it's not so clearly defined. Ah. He was dumbfounded. You might think it's possible, but my second brother. This comment instantly offended two people. Teddy silently clenched his teeth. Was he the image of someone who could be pinned down in Lin Xiaola's eyes? Jean glanced at his slender, fair wrists. Just because he wasn't in good health, must he always be on the bottom? What a stereotype. Thorn lost interest in gaming, maneuvering his marksman in circles around Jean's support under the tower. Second brother, you really. Amato mouthed something to Jean. Jean cooperatively hummed in response. Amato then added, do you know why I have such a good relationship with him? That's because we share common interests. Ah, just play games with us, don't force yourself into a circle you're not part of. Thorn fell silent, turning his head and glancing at Pablo with a conflicted look, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Pablo didn't reveal anything, lazily propping up his head and looking at him with a half-smile. He looked down blankly for a moment, unsure what had flashed through his mind. Amato left it at that. Don't camp under the tower anymore, come join the team fight. In a daze, Thorn absent-mindedly lost 2 matches and was mercilessly kicked out of the room by Amato. He furrowed his brow and put down his phone before burrowing into his bed. Lubao. Pablo hooked a corner of his lips and tugged at his blanket. Don't sulk. His bright, clear eyes peeked out. Brother Yen. Pablo hadn't expected that those few words from Amato would make Thorn entertain such rebellious thoughts. A shadow crossed his eyes. Come on then. Thorn kicked off the blanket, rolled over, and pressed down on Pablo's body. Then I'm coming. Pablo lightly laughed while pressing on the back of his head. Our baby is so innocent, you believe everything others say. Thorn sniffled. You all were just messing with me. Just teasing you, you're too cute. Humph. How could Stephanie be so nasty? Why has Hollis followed suit? Pablo nibbled at his earlobe, murmuring, bow, don't be mad. Ugh. The next morning, Jean was tying a tie for her kitchen when his phone on the bedside table started ringing incessantly. Picking it up, he saw an onslaught of messages from Thorn. Thorn, Hollis. You've gone too far. Thorn, you actually conspired with Stephanie to lie to me. Thorn, angry kitty.gif. Thorn, kitty overturns table.gif. Thorn, sniff, you've gone too far, crying kitty.gif. Seeing that he was pretty distressed, Jean felt a bit guilty. Jean, pat head.gif. The next moment, a voice call from Thorn came through. His voice was hoarse and filled with, grievance. Hollis, how could you collude with Stephanie? He didn't even call him brother. Jean was speechless and quickly changed the subject. Elder brother asked you and Pablo to come over for dinner after work. Ah. Today? Yes, come early. Okay, I'll go with Brother Yen after work. Work diligently. Sure thing. Jean hung up immediately. Hua Kitchen wrapped his arm around his waist, didn't realize Thorn was so foolish. He smiled, that makes him cute. It's charming that Una hasn't corrupted him yet. Hua Kitchen squeezed his waist and reminded him, you haven't given me a good morning kiss yet. Jing tilted his head for a peck, go to work. Hua Kitchen was unsatisfied and leaned down to catch his lips again. Such a flirt. Do you love or not? Hua Kitchen gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead, I love you so much. He chuckled, alright, off to work then. Really not coming with me? Not coming. Humph, so heartless. Jing led him out of the room and saw him off at the door, bye-bye, hubby. He remember to eat lunch. Okay, got it. At 6 in the afternoon, Thorn and Pablo finished work and came to the apartment, carrying 2 large bags of ingredients. Lin Xiaoran. As soon as he entered the door, Thorn pounced onto Jing, shaking his shoulders, you lied to me. You lied to me. Jing laughed out loud, who told you that you're so easy to deceive? Humph. I'm mad. Really mad. Oh, then go ahead and be angry. His eyes filled with grievance, you're being unreasonable. Jing smiled and scratched his chin, alright, it's my fault. He pouted, then you take me up in rank. Last night, you guys made me lose 2 games in a row. Alright, let's get online. Thorn was delighted, turning to Pablo who had walked into the kitchen, Brother Yen, thanks for cooking. Pablo willingly complied, sure thing. Around 7 o'clock, the 3 tycoons returned together. Amato glanced at the dishes on the table that looked delicious and then at the back figure still busy in the kitchen, amused, third brother's husband is truly virtuous. Chapter 109, How will you respond if I move out of your second brother-in-law's place? Pablo emerged holding a spatula, eldest brother, eldest sister, second brother-in-law, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Azai winked at him, you little rascal, you were happy last night again, weren't you? He smiled without speaking, please take a seat for a moment. His demeanor made it seem as though they were guests he had invited. Chi Catherine. Bram glared at Azai resentfully, liar. Azai went over and pinched his face, tormenting him, disrespectful brat. Don't touch me, I'm playing a game. Azai chuckled and sat beside him, ever since you started dating, you not only became cuter but also more obsessed with games. Bram buried his face back into his phone screen, rebutting, no way. No. Then how's your project bid plan coming along? He sneakily glanced at Brady who was pouring water at the bar, it's going very smoothly. Azai leaned against the back of the sofa, scrutinizing him with his chin up, after playing abroad for a few days, all you did after returning was stick with your partner or invite us to play games. According to your elder brother, none of the other companies participating in the bidding have taken vacations. They're all working overtime, busier than ever. Look at you. Bram hid behind Ichabod, trying to defend himself, I've started working hard after the holiday. I've been reviewing documents and signing papers from morning till night. My eyes are almost blind, and my hand is almost broken. With a hand about to break, yet still playing games. Quite impressive. Oof. He pouted against Ichabod's back, second brother, Bridger is being mean to me. Xerxes grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him away, don't be all mushy. Humph HPMH. Soon, Pablo called out, dinner's ready. Everyone gradually took their seats. Azai looked at the table full of dishes and gave Pablo a thumbs up, Chef Liu, Davin is really fortunate to have such good cooking. Then he turned to Xerxes, raising an eyebrow, Chengu, neither of you can cook. Aren't you planning to learn? Ichabod's forehead twitched as he quickly interjected, our Chengu works long hours every day. I feel bad for him, so we hire a helper. Azai laughed, isn't it because you don't dare to let Chengu cook? Last time, you complained to me that what Chengu stewed wasn't health food but pig feed. Xerxes looked at Ichabod with confusion and absurdity. Pig feed? That's how you describe your husband's love-made health food? Ichabod quickly held his hand, rubbing it affectionately, not true, he's just talking nonsense. He scowled, feeling upset. Ichabod shot a glare at Azai and continued soothing him in a low voice. Eating at the same table with his brothers and having his beloved by his side, Bram felt exceptionally elated. His appetite soared as he indulged himself, determined to finish every plate clean. Finally, with a plump, satisfied belly, he lounged lazily on the sofa, sighing contentedly, I love this feeling so much. Why don't we 6 eat together every day? No one responded to him. He puffed up his cheeks slightly, why doesn't anyone respond to me? Azai rolled his eyes, because no one wants to eat with you every day. Is your love for me so fleeting? Pablo affectionately patted his head, I would love to. I'll eat with Lebao every day from now on. He was moved, Dixon, you love me the most. Of course. Degree, a kiss. Peck. Azai realized how annoying it could be when he displayed affection with his partner without caring about others. Brady came out of the study with a tablet, sitting down and asked quietly, how confident is the Lin Corporation in this project? With his eldest brother present, Bram straightened up immediately, I think we have about 70 to 80% confidence. 70 to 80%. He hung his head, 50%. Either it works or it doesn't. Brady clicked his tongue. Is this how you act as a vice president? Indifferent, uninquiring, and showing no ambition for such a major project. He instantly straightened up, changing his tone. Absolutely not. I've always been paying close attention to this project. I was just laying a smokescreen for you. Even though you're my eldest brother, Lin Corporation and Yunshan are competitors. How can I disclose commercial secrets so clearly? Brady smiled faintly, his gaze sharply sweeping over him. Are you really that aware of confidentiality? Or is your head empty, unable to say anything? He got a little worked up. My head isn't empty. I'm smart at many times. You see me so relaxed because Nick said this project will definitely be won by the Lin Corporation. A flicker of deep light flashed in Brady's eyes. Nick? Yes, Bram proudly harumphed, I've got the Guan family's capital chain under control. If Lin Corporation doesn't win the project, the Guan family is finished. Now, the people from the Guan family are the most anxious ones. They will try every possible means to help me win the project. Do you believe they have this capability? The foundation of Lin Corporation is there. With the Guan family desperately fighting for survival, it's not an exaggeration to say I'm almost certain of winning this project. Everyone looked at him with astonishment. Pablo was full of smiles and affection. What a lovable crybaby when he pouts and flails. So confident. Brady leisurely crossed his legs. Even if the Guan family spares no effort to help you build relationships, if I bring up your second brother-in-law, how would you respond? The couple who were sketching together on the drawing board nearby lifted their heads, both showing question marks. Brady added, Huarue is the core chip supplier for this project. Bram's proud demeanor instantly faded, weakly saying, this. You can't pull strings like that, right? He raised an eyebrow. Why not? Otherwise, why did I assign your second brother to get close to him? What? Bram stared blankly. Second brother is a beauty strategy you set up for Chase. He nodded. Even Ichabod didn't know, his head filled with absurd question marks. Xerxes looked at Brady with an indescribable expression. Only Azai turned away, struggling hard to hold back laughter. Bram fearfully shrunk beside Pablo. How could you have foreseen Huarue would become the core chip supplier for this project? Brady wore an air of masterminding. Business is war, one must plan several steps ahead. Bram was stunned, imagining a grand plot involving espionage, finding it too terrifying, anxiously glancing at Xerxes. How can you say such things in front of Chase? What if he gets mad? What will happen to second brother? Now it's too late. They've already gotten married, how can they divorce? Xerxes calmly lowered his eyes and continued drawing. I always knew. Ichabod was utterly speechless. You two sadistic men, just teasing him. One tease and he says nothing. Chapter 110, Your fiancé is not allowed. Haddon's cooperation almost made Brady unable to hold back. He picked up his cup of water, pretending to drink to suppress the corners of his mouth that were about to curve up. Bram was stunned into a daze, looking at Haddon and Ichabod with shining eyes. What kind of beautiful love is this? Ignore him, his brain circuit always deviates on its own. Everyone fell silent. Ha! Pablo laughed out loud, stroking Bram's head lovingly. Don't bully him. Indeed, such an adorable baby makes everyone want to tease him a little. Ah! You're tricking me again. Bram exploded, getting bold enough to pounce over and lightly choke Brady's neck. Why are you like this too? So mean, my image is ruined. Brady chuckled lowly. You're really stupid. I'm not stupid at all, I just don't set up defenses against you guys. Ah, right. He turned back to Pablo. Wah, they're all teasing me together. Pablo poked his face and smiled. Baby, I think you're enjoying it. Humph, no way. Although he liked being close to his brothers, they shouldn't be so mean, teasing him constantly. Ha ha ha. Azai burst into laughter, leaning against Brady. Now you know your elder brother can be heartless too, right? Bram sniffed. You two are a perfect match. Brady glanced at the time and issued the eviction notice. It's not early anymore, you should go back now. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he leaned forward earnestly. Isn't that room mine now? Can't I stay here? Brady laughed. Sure, but your fiancé can't. Why not? Before Tyler and second brother got married, he could stay. Because this apartment is registered under your second brother's name. He had nothing to say, trying to open his mouth to plead when he saw Haddon and Ichabod walking hand in hand towards the door. Second brother, aren't you staying here? Ichabod waved his hand. Not staying. If you want to stay, go ahead. Bram also pulled Pablo up. Then I won't stay either. The four left together, riding the elevator. Bram approached Haddon quietly, asking softly, Danny, will you support elder brother on that project? Haddon glanced at him indifferently. Or should I support you? He pursed his lips shyly. A little bit of support would be nice. Ichabod laughed. Are you trying to play tricks behind elder brother's back? One elder brother, one third brother, don't be so biased. Support both of us, let us compete fairly. Haddon snorted softly. If I don't support you, are you going to secretly curse me again? Bram widened his eyes slightly and shrank into Pablo's arms. I've already apologized to you, are you still holding a grudge? How petty can you be? Ha! The elevator descended to the first floor. Ichabod walked out, holding Haddon's arm, reminding him, this is a large-scale tender for a new type of medical device research and development by the government. The bidding requirements are very strict. Poirot is only one of the cooperating parties. Whether or not we win depends on our technical capabilities. If you don't have the capability, don't take on tasks you can't handle, or else you'll be responsible if something goes wrong. Gu family says they can help you get the project by pulling strings, which is unrealistic. It's best to watch out, lest you get involved and lose more than you gain. These words seemed to be said to Bram, but they were meant for Pablo. Pablo nodded with a smile, I understand, I'll help keep an eye on it for Ralph. Ichabod smiled, let's go then, see you. See you. Bye, second brother. Bram watched them get into the car with starry eyes, my second brother knows so much. I feel like he can take over the family business. Maybe I should go tell Dad to give Lynn's company to second brother. Then he could be a useless freeloader, eating, drinking, and playing all day. Just thinking about it made him happy. Pablo steered him toward his car, shattering his beautiful fantasy, better not mention it. Mom would die of anger. Ah. He sighed bitterly, Mom is too obsessed with competing for the family inheritance. What a strange obsession. Was she a steam engine in her past life? Huh. Pablo didn't get it, what do you mean? Everything she does is for that one breath of competition. The corners of Pablo's mouth twitched coldly. TSK, how disobedient of me. After spitting, Bram chuckled, now I know that Mom is all bark and no bite. Whatever happens, she just gets over it quickly. Look at how much she opposed me being with you before. When I don't listen to her, there's nothing she can do. Pablo shoved him into the passenger seat, then got in the car and fastened his seatbelt, kissing his lips, she loves you very much, but she uses the wrong methods, making you suppress yourself for so many years. He lowered his eyes, I know, I've been too obedient, not knowing how to refuse or communicate, which made me so tired. From now on, it won't be like that anymore. With me here, you can do whatever you want as long as you're happy. Bram leaned over and kissed Pablo, swinging his head joyfully, I'm very happy right now. Everything is perfect. If Mom wants to fight for the family inheritance, let her. She's getting old, we can't deprive her of her only hobby. It's enough that I have a good relationship with eldest brother and second brother. Pablo pinched his chubby little face, she now has another hobby. What? Checking blood pressure. Now, Una always fusses over their son when she sees Pablo, so Justin gave her his blood pressure monitor. Pfft. Bram couldn't help laughing, my dear Mom. Pablo smiled helplessly, it really wasn't an overnight process for my mother-in-law to accept me. Ha ha ha, don't feel defeated, Brother Yen. You're so great, she'll accept you sooner or later. Even if she doesn't, I still want you no matter what. Oh, what a sweet mouth, come give me a kiss. Bram leaned over and puckered his lips, Mooah. Ralph is so sweet. Pablo sighed, let's go home. Yeah, let's go home. The Hua family villa. Ichabod came out of the bathroom after a shower, wearing a loose bathrobe. He saw Haddon leaning against the bedhead, engrossed in his tablet, and walked over to take a look. He sighed, Eustace, you make millions every minute, don't waste your time studying recipes. Hiring a helper would be more cost-effective. Haddon lazily lifted his eyes, I want to cook for my wife by hand. Ichabod climbed onto the bed, snatched away his tablet, straddled his legs, and cupped his face to kiss him, your wife appreciates your intentions, but she doesn't want you to cook. Let's forget it. Humph, are you worried about me, or are you rejecting me? Ichabod pinched his face, I am truly worried, and I also truly reject it. Haddon put on a blank face and pushed Ichabod into the bed, lay down, turned his back on him, and shut himself off. Ichabod laughed and poked his back, are you really mad? He turned around and hugged him tightly without saying a word. Ichabod chuckled, shall I comfort you? Haddon's Adam's apple moved, comfort me. Ichabod bent down and kissed him. Chapter 111, the Yunshan pharmaceutical delegation hasn't arrived yet. After the spring festival, the weather turned warmer, and everyone returned to work, busying themselves tirelessly. Ichabod was also busy, either staying at the museum from morning till night or accompanying a group of archaeology professors to study ancient sites elsewhere. He made 2 trips outside in half a month, each lasting 2 to 3 days. Craig deeply resented this fact. When sitting at the bidding meeting, he exuded dark energy all over, making CEOs who intended to come up for a chat hesitant. The company's bidding entered one by one and took their seats. Crosby brought the Lyncher pharmaceutical delegation as the last entrant, accompanied by Nick in a wheelchair. When they appeared, the buzz of voices in the already noisy venue grew even louder. Crosby wore a steady black suit, his hair neatly combed. He glanced around indifferently before walking to the designated seats for Lyncher Pharmaceutical, crossing his leg and folding his hands on it, revealing an arrogant tycoon demeanor. Nick had the nearby chairs moved away to make space for his wheelchair. He whispered to him, Jingyu, don't worry. Lyncher will definitely win this project. He gave a cold acknowledgement. Nick clenched his teeth, hiding the malice in his eyes, and tried to say more when he heard some companies discussing behind them. It feels like we're all here just to be extras. This project has probably been predetermined. Seems so. According to inside information, Yunshan Pharmaceutical is set to win, and this bidding session is just a formality. Ah. I know Yunshan Pharmaceutical is developing rapidly, but compared to leading pharmaceutical companies, it's not qualified enough. Why choose them? You don't know. Yunshan's owner is the brother-in-law of Wari Corporation's chairman. Wari supplies the core components for this project and will surely help push things along. Whoa. This is a significant government-led project. Are they really willing to let this happen? Why not? Wari pays billions in taxes and donations to the country every year. It's nothing much for the country to give his brother-in-law some face. Sigh, it's just pitiful for us small businesses trying our luck, working late into the night drafting plans, knowing well it's all for show, a timeless darkness of corrupt practices. Hearing this, Crosby frowned. Nick leaned closer, smirking. This public opinion I released means that if Yunshan uses connections to secure the project, other companies won't accept it. Yunshan's reputation within the industry will be ruined. Crosby shot him a cold glance, scoffing, you call helping by employing such despicable tactics. His expression froze, irritated. Business strategies don't need to be high-end, what matters is their effectiveness. Isn't everything for your benefit? You're trying to help the Guan family regain its position close to Lyncher, Crosby sneered. I increasingly look down on you. You. Crosby waved his hand impatiently, one more word, and I'll have someone escort you out. Nick shut his mouth in suppressed resentment. The discussions behind them continued, turning to Lyncher. But I know Yunshan's boss is called Brady, the eldest son of Lyncher Pharmaceutical. Aren't these two companies competing for the same project? Aren't they the same family? Haven't you heard they've long fallen apart? Brady is the ousted crown prince. His first act upon return was to challenge Lyncher. Without Yunshan, Lyncher would likely have gotten this project. Now, it looks like another runner-up effort. Lyncher must feel utterly frustrated. TSK, brothers fighting among themselves. I hope they both lose badly so that we can snatch something. Voices continued until the bidding started. Following procedure, only then did everyone realize the Yunshan Pharmaceutical delegation wasn't there yet. Crosby was waiting too. Though calm on the surface, doubt and worry filled his heart. Turning to his assistant, he asked, Assistant Wu, why haven't Yunshan's people arrived yet? Did something happen on the way? As he spoke, he couldn't stop casting sharp glances at Nick. However, Nick looked equally puzzled with a frowning, dark face. Fabian checked his watch seriously, maybe they overslept and got locked out due to lateness. Lucky for us, one less strong competitor. Not funny at all. Crosby became anxious and pulled out his phone to message Brady. Crosby, big brother. Where are your people? Haven't they encountered any trouble on the way? Brady replied with a photo, showing him and his employees enjoying a team-building event at a hot spring resort. Crosby was puzzled, quickly realizing that this situation left him neither angry nor amused. Yunshan Pharmaceutical wasn't participating in the bidding for this project at all. The companies behind them who had been gossiping were now silent as chickens, their criticism made them look like the fools. Under the intense pressure from Yunshan Pharmaceutical's supposed participation, the Lyncher delegation presented an almost perfect proposal, along with several standout technology patents, ultimately securing the top spot and winning the project. Since Lyncher was one of the leading domestic pharmaceutical companies, its strength and foundation left others with nothing to say. After the ceremony, the Lyncher delegation cheered, and Crosby laughed heartily. Only Nick beside him turned pale, trembling in anger. He had been tricked. He thought Yunshan Pharmaceutical would definitely come to snatch the project, and Wari would surely help Yunshan secure it. But Yunshan didn't participate at all. All the effort he had put into networking and smoothing relations these past few days, wasn't it all wasted? With Lyncher's capabilities, without Yunshan competing, he didn't need to waste so many resources at all. Everyone around congratulated and celebrated, but no one paid attention to his feelings. Crosby noticed Haddon preparing to leave and quickly went after him after saying a few words to his team. Danny. Haddon instructed his assistant to get the car first, then turned coldly, what's up? Still immersed in joy, Crosby wasn't intimidated anymore. Why didn't my brother bid on this project? Haddon explained curtly, Yunshan's core business is in pharmaceuticals. They only started developing medical devices in the past 2 years, and their technology still lags behind established companies. This project would be too much for them. Crosby understood but remained slightly puzzled, then why did my brother fool me? And everyone seemed so certain that Yunshan would definitely try to snatch the project. Haddon said nothing, raising an eyebrow and gesturing toward 2 police cars parked by the roadside. This only confused him more. Several police officers got out of the cars and approached Nick, who was being slowly wheeled out, under the curious gazes of the business elites. Nick's already ugly expression turned even more fearful. What's going on? The police officer sternly said, you are suspected of economic crimes involving substantial sums. You need to come with us for investigation. He shook his head fearfully, no. I didn't do it. The police wouldn't let him off, handcuffed him, and took him away in the police car, which drove off amid a chorus of sighs. Chapter 112. His face had baby fat now. Monroe was dumbfounded, asking blankly, how did he? Emile smiled indifferently. The high-ranking official who accepted bribes fell from power. He understood. It should be related to the matter of Nick saying he would help smooth things over. Feeling somewhat anxious, he asked hesitantly, it won't implicate me in the Lin family, right? Emile glanced at him, then how could you still be standing here? He exhaled in relief, that's good, that's good. Then he cheered up again and followed Emile, will Nick be sentenced? At least 20 years. Wow. That's so cool. After getting into the back seat of the car, Emile looked at him oddly as he climbed into the front passenger seat. What are you doing? Monroe fastened his seatbelt on his own initiative. Aren't you going back to the company? It just happens to pass by elder brother Yan's place, so give me a ride, okay? Thanks, second brother-in-law. Emile rolled his eyes but didn't chase him away. That night, Una called Monroe incessantly to go home. Pablo followed along obediently. At the dinner table, the three of them were eating with ease, only Una was restless. Ralph, do you know that Nick was taken away? Monroe lost his air of dominance after changing out of his suit, chewing meat with puffed cheeks and mumbling, yeah, I saw him being put into a police car. She became even more worried, putting down her chopsticks. It won't affect you, will it? Danny said it wouldn't. Really? What did Nick do wrong? They say he bribed officials and will get at least 20 years. 20 years? Una exclaimed in surprise, so long, that must be serious. Monroe shrugged nonchalantly, anyway, it has nothing to do with us. He got what he deserved. The whole Guan family might fall apart. Falls apart, let it fall. As long as it doesn't involve us. Una relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. Today turned out to be a good day. Ralph landed a big project. In the future, those leeches from the Guan family won't come to suck blood anymore. Double good news, very nice. Suddenly, Monroe put down his chopsticks. Serious, Mom, you promised me that if I got this project, you'd agree for me and elder brother Yen to be together. Una choked on her breath and glanced sideways at Pablo next to him. Aren't you already together? But you haven't accepted him yet. She ground her teeth in hatred. Don't tell me you two aren't all lovey-dovey in front of me every day. Pablo smiled humbly. I know Auntie is gradually acknowledging me. I will continue to behave well. I don't care, Mom, you promised. Monroe pouted. You can't go back on your word. Una turned to look at Justin. Old Lin, do you agree with them being together? Justin acted like an outsider, picking vegetables while eating, whatever. She closed her eyes. Okay, if you have no objections, then I won't either. Whatever. Driscoll was delighted. Great. Dad, Mom, I love you both. Pablo's smile widened, and he changed his address directly. Dad, Mom, I'll treat Ralph well. Una numbly continued eating with Justin. Oh. After dinner, the young couple stayed in the living room playing games. Una followed Justin upstairs and tried to persuade him. Old Lin, since Ralph has landed such a big project, shouldn't we promote him? Promote him to what? I think general manager would be good. He has been vice president for almost a year without any problems. Landing such a big project, promoting him to general manager is reasonable. Justin looked at her with a slumped face. For this project, he always had his subordinates consult me on every decision. I should be the one promoted. She was speechless. Ralph takes this project seriously. He also put in effort. Since finishing his vacation, he has been busy all the time, even losing weight. Lose weight? His face has baby fat now. Last week when I went to his office, I heard him urgently calling out, Elder Brother Yen, quickly push the tower. He has been too busy playing games with Pablo to stay home. Una felt embarrassed and couldn't find words to cover up. She was furious. This kid neglected work for love. Justin sighed. Alright, I'll hold a board meeting next week. I'm getting old and should retire. Retire? Una was first stunned, then her eyes sparkled with joy. Retiring is great. We're at the age where we should enjoy life. Handing the company over to Ralph is fine. With Pablo around, others won't dare bully him. This thought made her realize that Pablo being a son-in-law wasn't bad at all. Justin didn't say much. Get some rest. Just after landing the big project, the chairman suddenly called a board meeting, causing unrest throughout Lin's pharmaceutical. In the large conference room, Justin sat in the main seat, looking serious, with the company's legal team beside him. Adrian, Driscoll, and several directors sat together, waiting for him to speak. Justin frowned and looked at the calm Adrian. Where is Chiron? Wasn't he notified? Adrian smiled. He will be here soon. We won't wait for him then. Justin got to the point. Today's board meeting is about equity changes. The older directors exchanged glances. He continued, I will transfer 51% of Lin's pharmaceutical shares equally into 3 parts, each 17%, under the names of Adrian, Ichabod, and Driscoll. What? How can this be allowed? Chairman, this isn't appropriate, right? With such scattered shares, who will control the company? Justin paid no heed. After the share transfer, these three brothers will hold equal stakes and become the largest shareholders of Lin's Pharmaceutical. We need to select one to be. Before he finished, there was a knock on the door, and Ichabod walked in with Emil fetching his coat and water cup, acting like an assistant. The noisy conference room fell silent as two directors greeted Emil. Emil nodded and placed the water cup in front of Ichabod after he sat down. He affectionately patted his head and said softly, "I'll wait for you outside." Ichabod smiled, After Emil left, Justin glanced at Ichabod and tapped the table, "Continue the meeting." Ichabod listened to the lawyer's brief summary and raised his hand, "I voluntarily transfer all my Lin's Pharmaceutical shares to Mr. Adrian." Adrian smiled and nodded, "I accept. Anyone have any objections?" These directors were veterans of the business world and saw that Ichabod brought Emil to exert pressure. Moreover, since they held scattered shares, as long as the conflict among the three brothers did not harm their interests, they stayed neutral. The lawyers drafted the agreement, and it was finalized. Ultimately, Adrian controlled 54% of Lin's Pharmaceutical and became the new chairman. Justin sighed, feeling relieved that handing over Lin's Pharmaceutical to Adrian was the best choice. Driscoll was also happy, with the company in his eldest brother's hands, he could relax. The only unhappy one was Una. Upon receiving Fabian's message, she nearly fainted. After all her hard work, the company still ended up in Adrian's hands. It drove her mad. Chapter 113, in fact, my dream has always been to be a wastrel who indulges in food, drink, and play. In the evening, when Monroe and Justin came home, they saw Una sitting on the sofa in the living room crying, while Pablo was handing her tissues, listening patiently as she vented her complaints. If it hadn't been for the unexpected pregnancy after drinking that night, I wouldn't have married that old man who had remarried either. I am also as beautiful as a flower. There were no shortage of rich young masters courting me. If I had picked any one of them as my first marriage partner, I wouldn't need to spend so much effort securing an inheritance for my son. But I ended up marrying into the Lin family as a stepmother at an awkward time. Over the years, how many rumors have those foul-mouthed gossip mongers spread behind my back? How many grievances has Ralph suffered alongside me? Why can't he just be the general manager? Pablo tried to soothe her by saying, "Actually, Ralph's personality isn't suitable to be a decision-maker." Una glared at him, "Isn't that all your fault? I trained him to be a domineering CEO, but you turned him into a baby who loves to whine and play games. Wah! Is it possible that the domineering appearance was only an act? Old man Lin is also biased. He's always with Ralph. The two brothers haven't been around for years and don't even call their father, yet he gave all his shares to them. He didn't give everything away. Didn't they divide the three equally? And most of the funds and immovable properties went to you. Isaiah and Govind are in cahoots. Now that Isaiah is the chairman, who knows what trouble he'll stir up against Ralph. Pablo was getting a headache. Isaiah isn't that kind of person. Ralph and his two brothers get along well. Una wiped her tears, "Nonsense, wah. They must still resent me for whispering pillow talk and driving them to Yunchen, losing power. Our future days will surely be fraught with difficulties. Mom, you're overthinking this." Xiao Yen. She grabbed Pablo's hand sorrowfully, "You have to protect Ralph for me in the future. If worst comes to worst, take him back to Ao Cheng and let me face Isaiah and Govind's revenge alone." Pablo felt both relieved and worried. "Mom, I'll definitely take good care of Ralph, but you shouldn't think too much." Una blew her nose and hurriedly walked upstairs. "I need to see if my private stash is enough to enjoy the rest of our lives together. Those two brothers make me feel so uncomfortable. Even if I fail, I will never let them laugh at me." The father and son standing at the door exchanged speechless looks. After a while, Justin rubbed his temples. "I'll take your mother to the hospital tomorrow to check her brain, she's too erratic." Monroe felt uneasy. "Mom only thinks about me. I'll take her out traveling in a few days, to help her relax." Justin sighed and patted his shoulder. "You three brothers are equally important to me, but I can't deny that your elder brother has ambition and courage. With him supporting you, none of you will be bullied in the future." He nodded. "I understand. I can't bear the burden of the Lin family, nor do I want to, it's too tiring. Actually, my dream has always been to be a wastrel indulging in food, drink, and play. In the future, I can slack off completely. With Big Brother holding the sky." Monroe ran joyfully towards Pablo. Brother Yen, bring me up to Glory King tonight." Justin was speechless. This third son seemed possessed after falling in love. Pablo caught the running figure, brushing his cheek smilingly. "Little treasure Ralph is in a good mood today." He shook his head. "With money and no responsibilities, I'll be the happiest waste in the future." Pablo's eyes softened, stroking his head. "You'll always be happy in the future." He smiled brightly and easily. "Happy being with you." Chapter 114. Because it's you, I willingly sink. After the shareholders' meeting, Ichabod and Haddon had a sweet half-day date. After watching a movie in the evening and returning home, Haddon pestered Ichabod for favors. "Honey, since I acted as your assistant and supported you, shouldn't you give me some reward?" Ichabod directly undid his shirt buttons. "You're talking nonsense. If you want it, come get it. However, he grabbed Ichabod's wrist and whispered, today, Azai let the designer send over a sample of a wedding gown. Wife, try it on. Huh. What does it look like? Haddon's eyes slightly darkened as he led Ichabod into the walk-in closet. It's beautiful. When Ichabod saw the bridal gown on the plastic mannequin, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes, followed by a pinch on Haddon's waist out of embarrassment. You want me to wear this? Haddon's Adam's apple moved up and down. You will look very pretty, honey. This was a pure white wedding dress, or more precisely, a male-style wedding gown. From the shoulders to the sleeves, it was adorned with lace embroidery outlined with gold threads. On the shoulders were 3 gardenia flowers, leading down to a voluminous yet not ostentatious skirt. The skirt was studded with small diamonds that sparkled under the light. Wife, try it on, Haddon said, hugging Ichabod's waist with a hoarse voice. I want to see. Ichabod pushed him away, blushing deeply. Once I put it on, you won't be able to hold yourself back. My waist might go numb. Wife. No way. Baby. No. Haddon kissed Ichabod's eyebrow. Shiron, be good, I'll help you wear it. Heart softened, Ichabod gave in, allowing him to remove his clothes gently. He helped Ichabod put on the gown carefully and devoutly. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, looking at their reflection, his gaze was filled with adoration and fervor. The gown fitted his body perfectly, with a deep V neckline extending down to the abdomen, subtly concealed by feathers, enticing but not vulgar. The lightweight and slightly sheer white tulle accentuated the faintly visible legs. Originally, Ichabod possessed a handsome yet aloof appearance. Wearing this gown, he seemed like a deity descending from the heavens, radiating pure beauty beyond gender. Hearing the disordered breathing beside him, he slowly lifted his eyes and met the man's gaze in the mirror, a slight curve on his lips. Can't wait already. Haddon tightened his grip around Ichabod's waist, leaning in to kiss him urgently. After a deep kiss, he murmured, my wife is so beautiful. Ichabod leaned back slightly, eyes shining. Do I have to wear this on our wedding day? No. Dark possessiveness flashed through his eyes. Only I can see you like this, baby. Ichabod chuckled, circling his neck with his arms and pressing his lips to Haddon's mouth. I've tried it on, should I take it off now? Haddon's eyes darkened. He scooped Ichabod into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Laying Ichabod on the bed, the skirt adorned with tiny diamonds spread open, captivating all attention. Unable to contain himself any longer, Haddon pressed close to him. Later. Aha. That later lasted until dawn. March 28th was the big day for Ichabod and Haddon. Considering George's health, Ichabod didn't follow Haddon's suggestion to have the wedding in Sicily. Instead, it was held at the Hua family manor, inviting only relatives and friends from both sides. At 11:30 a.m., guests took their seats. Alberta, serving as the MC, excitedly announced through the microphone, let's welcome the bride and groom. Clap clap. Boom. Amid applause and celebratory cannons, Ichabod, dressed in a white tailcoat, walked hand in hand with Haddon in a black suit along the red carpet, smiling at each other once they reached the stage. Alberta, with tears in her eyes, directed the ceremony. Mr. Haddon, do you agree to marry Mr. Ichabod, respect him, love him, and spend your life together? Haddon's eyes never left Ichabod, his voice slightly rough. I do. Turning to Ichabod, Alberta asked, Mr. Ichabod, do you agree to marry Mr. Haddon, respect him, love him, and spend your life together? Tears glistened in Ichabod's eyes as he smiled. I do. Great. Please exchange your rings. 2 flower children brought up flowers and rings. Nervous, Haddon gripped his hand tightly and carefully placed the ring on Ichabod's finger. Ichabod did the same. Perfect. Alberta exclaimed, eyes sparkling. Now, you may kiss. Ichabod glanced at her briefly, then when Haddon kissed him, he raised the bouquet of bright roses, hiding behind it, exchanging a long, sweet kiss. Oh ha ha ha. Alberta laughed loudly, the ceremony is completed. Off to the bridal chamber. Another wave of applause broke out from the audience as blessings filled the air. Some in the audience were already wiping away tears moved by the moment. Sitting in the front row, George felt a mix of relief and bittersweet emotions. This should have happened earlier, how beautiful it is. On the other side, Azai nudged Brady's arm, when are you free to marry me? You're not going to wait until Lin Corporation merges with Yunshin, right? That would take over a year. Too long. Brady held his hand, we've chosen the date, April 15th. He was shocked, what? You didn't even give me a hint. Brady teased him, I forgot. Azai gave him a playful punch, but couldn't stop smiling, if you wanted to surprise me, just say so, you sulky man. Brady smiled without words, planting a kiss on the back of his hand. That evening, after seeing off the guests, Ichabod dragged his tired body into the bathroom for a shower. Upon returning, he saw Haddon holding his tablet, his eyes flickering. Haddon looked up at him, raising an eyebrow slightly, you draw such good portraits of me, I must have contributed a lot, right? In Ichabod's private photo album, there were hundreds of sketches of Haddon, from the arrogant and flamboyant versions from a few years ago to the now steady and reserved ones, documenting a hidden admiration that eventually blossomed into intimate kisses. Ichabod walked over, glanced at the screen, feeling a bit uneasy, but quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Can't I draw?" Haddon put down the tablet and pulled him into his arms. "Of course, you can. I belong to you, you can draw me however you like." He chuckled, "I drew you even when you didn't belong to me." Haddon rolled over to pin him down, his dark eyes filled with deep affection. "I often think, if it was you who confessed to me back then." Before he could finish, Ichabod raised his hand to press against Haddon's lips, his eyes twinkling with laughter. "We don't need hypotheticals. Everything is just perfect. I love you, and you happen to love me too." Haddon paused for a moment, his gaze brimming with tender emotions. "Yes, Ichabod, I love you." Ichabod caressed Haddon's lips, his eyes full of warmth. "Thank goodness I took the initiative. Thank goodness you didn't reject me. Thank goodness we fell in love." Haddon held his hand, kissed his fingertips, and when their lips met again, whispered lovingly, "Because it's you, I willingly sink." Chapter 115, Hunter, I want to be with you every day. In the heat of summer, during graduation season, the doorbell of the Lynn family villa rang insistently. A slender young man wearing torn jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, beads of sweat on his forehead, shouted impatiently, "Loud Lynn, I know you're at home. Don't hide inside without answering. Open the door quickly." Click. The door opened. Amato looked down at Ichabod, who only reached his chest, and asked, "Where is your brother?" After opening the door, Ichabod turned and walked inside. "He's upstairs." Amato closed the door by himself, changed his shoes, and rushed straight to the upstairs bedroom, shouting before even entering, "Teddy. Why didn't you answer my call?" In front of the desk in the room, Teddy was reading a book without raising his head and said indifferently, "My phone was on silent mode, I didn't hear it." Amato stormed over, picked up the half cup of water on the table, finished it, and leaned against the table. "I applied for us both to H University in America." Teddy's gaze shifted from the rim of the cup to his face, showing no emotion. "I'm staying in Jing City." He stared stubbornly at Teddy. "I want you to go to America with me." Teddy shook his head lightly. "No, I can't leave Emil alone." "Then take him with us." "Zane, he's not in good health and doesn't like socializing with others. I have to consider his life and studies." Amato pressed his lips together. "Then send him to my house, let my parents take care of him." Teddy lowered his head and continued flipping through the book. "It's impossible for me to make him live under someone else's roof." "You." He was speechless with anger, his shoulders slumping in frustration. "Then I'll stay too." Teddy frowned disapprovingly. "Don't be foolish." Amato had been groomed as the heir to Tinghui Group since childhood and had never received rote education. Studying abroad had been planned long ago and was the most suitable choice for him. "I'm being foolish." Amato exploded. "Do you think I'm being foolish? I just want to be with you." Teddy's fingertips tightened slightly, lowering his eyes to hide the unusual expression in them. "You can come back during holidays, or I'll visit you." "Teddy, you idiot. I want to be with you every day." After roaring in anger, he hastily left the room. Upon closer inspection, the tips of his ears were faintly flushed red. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Teddy sighed softly, his gaze returning to the book but unable to focus on a single word. Amato descended angrily and sat heavily on the living room sofa, glaring furiously at Ichabod, who was watching TV calmly. Ichabod glanced at him and then continued watching TV. This made him even angrier. He snapped, "Persuade your brother to study abroad with me." Ichabod remained silent. "Did you hear me? Speak." Amato seized a cushion out of frustration and pounded it several times. "You two brothers are going to drive me crazy." Ichabod finally looked at him, somewhat puzzled. "Why are you so clingy to my brother?" He stood his ground, saying, "We grew up together, we should always be together." He and Teddy, along with Haddon and Jethro, had attended elementary school together. The latter two went abroad in high school, while only Teddy and he stayed inseparable, and he preferred playing with Teddy. Ichabod's confusion deepened. "So are you going to marry each other and have children together?" Amato was taken aback, his cheeks inexplicably turning red. "Have what kids?" Ichabod's face full of question marks ignored him again. The adult world was beyond his comprehension. Amato, thinking of something, felt his face getting hotter. Suddenly, he rose and said fiercely, "Your brother will definitely go abroad with me. You're not allowed to be a drag." Ichabod replied expressionlessly, "Oh." Before he could say more, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Teddy's figure appear at the top of the stairs. His pupils trembled, and he bolted towards the door, almost fleeing the scene. Teddy came downstairs, eyebrows slightly furrowed. "What's wrong with Zane?" Ichabod looked at him speechlessly. "Are you asking? Isn't it because you refused to go abroad with him that he got angry? Why is his face so red?" "Probably mad at you." Teddy's eyes darkened. "I won't be coming back for dinner tonight." With that, he walked out of the door. Chapter 116, Hunter, I don't need to think. Teddy found Amato counting ants by the flower bed outside the community. He curved his lips and walked over. Seeing a pair of the same sports shoes appear before him, Amato knew who it was without looking up. He huffed and remained squatting. Teddy bent down and grasped his wrist, but Amato quickly pulled away. Teddy paused for a moment, withdrew his hand, and asked gently, "What can I do to make you not angry?" Amato stood up abruptly, "You go to America with me." "Why must I go?" He pursed his lips, "I just want to be with you." Teddy looked at him, Gigi, we've grown up. We all have things that we should do. We can't be inseparable like when we were kids. Why not? Amato's eyes turned red with anger, "Are you tired of me?" "Not at all. Is it because in your heart, I will never match up to your own brother? You are different from Fedor." "How so?" Teddy didn't answer, instead, he grasped his wrist again, stroking the tips of his fingers soothingly, "Don't be angry, Gigi. Didn't you say you wanted to see the newly released sci-fi movie? I bought the tickets, let's go after dinner, okay?" He didn't pull away this time but didn't calm down easily either. He said boldly, "You promise to meet my 3 demands." Teddy led him forward, smiling faintly, "Speak. Promise first." "Will not refuse if you don't say." Amato laughed through his anger. Stretching his long arm, he tightly clung around Teddy's neck, leaning half of his weight on Teddy. "I don't care, you must agree to my 3 demands. "I'm still angry." Teddy's eyes held traces of indulgence. All right, I agree." His chin raised slightly, feeling better. About time. "I'll tell you what my demands are after I think them through. You must fulfill them." "Okay." After dinner and watching the movie, they had reconciled as if nothing happened. Amato followed Teddy home and freely rummaged through Teddy's wardrobe for his pajamas, climbed into bed after showering. Teddy glanced at the half-exposed chest due to his undone buttons, said nothing, and turned into the bathroom. Lights off, each occupied half of the bed. With soft rustling sounds, Amato turned over and poked Teddy's back. "Brother Yun, what type of partner do you imagine finding in the future?" Teddy opened his eyes, his dark gaze merged with the darkness, yet his tone remained warm. "Why ask this suddenly?" Amato felt somewhat nervous, forcing himself to remain calm, "Just curious. Once we enter college, isn't it allowed to date?" Saying this, he suddenly sat up, speaking seriously, "I've thought of my first demand." Teddy turned over, only able to see his silhouette in the dimness. "What is it?" "You are not allowed to date in college. Focus on studying." Teddy fell silent for a moment, then countered, "And you?" He spoke righteously, "Neither will I. When I get to America, I'll study twice as hard to finish my courses early and return to take over the company." Teddy closed his eyes and tucked the blanket. "Oh." Amato crawled over and poked his face. "No dating, got it? Otherwise, I'll come back from America and break you 2 apart." He depressed him into the covers. "Go to sleep." Amato's discontented groan came from under the blankets. "You haven't told me what type of partner you imagine yet." "Never thought about it." "Lying, which boy hasn't?" Teddy lowered his gaze, his voice very light. "I don't need to think." "Huh?" Amato didn't hear clearly, struggled out from under the blanket. "What did you just say?" "I said." Teddy's ripples in his eyes soon calmed, covering his eyes. "It's bedtime." His eyelashes trembled, moving unnaturally to the side of the bed for the first time. Going to sleep, going to sleep." Deep into the night, breathing within the room was steady. Teddy reopened his eyes, their depth darker than the night. He stretched out his hand and pulled Amato closer. Amato, whose sleep quality was always good and used to his scent, subconsciously snuggled against his chest, remaining asleep. Teddy lowered his head, his lips brushing past Amato's nose, descending to press accurately upon softness, licking softly. He didn't need to imagine the ideal type, because it was right in front of him. What he envisioned was to hold the person close, devouring inch by inch. For a long time, he harbored an obsessive desire, planning to claim the exuberant youth exclusively for himself, everything of the youth, only to be enjoyed by him alone. But he couldn't. Teddy had nothing now, his stepmother's oppression made it impossible for Teddy to see the path ahead clearly. Even if he was confident in his abilities, in Amato's presence, he felt inferior. Amato was too perfect, he had to be excellent enough to stand beside him. Teddy admitted that he was despicable, accustomed to putting on an act. Though he longed for Amato's closeness intensely, he still presented a cold and indifferent demeanor. He was like a treacherous hunter who delighted in setting up delicious bait in a trap, luring the prey into it willingly, feeding them until they were plump before eating them bit by bit, vicious and reprehensible. Amato, in his sleep, let out a discontented hum. Teddy, who had been kissing him tenderly, reluctantly pulled back, stroking his back and softly coaxing, "Gigi, go back to sleep." Amato mumbled in his half-conscious state in response. Unable to resist, Teddy curled his lips, giving a light kiss to Amato's forehead, then closed his eyes. They had all the time in the world. The next morning, Amato woke up first and found himself wrapped around Teddy. Dazed for a moment, he blushed when he realized this, hastily retracting his arms and legs, preparing to get up for grooming. Just as he was about to climb out of bed, he paused, tiptoed back, and stared at Teddy's face. His eyes flickered, hesitating for several seconds. He bent down, his lips lightly brushing against the corner of Teddy's mouth, quickly licking the tightly shut lips. Then, with a heart full of tension, he rolled off the bed and rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. Damn, the feeling was exactly the same as in his dream. After the bathroom door closed, Teddy's eyelashes trembled, slowly opening his eyes. The clarity in them mingled with a faint smile. Chapter 117 Hunter, Your Future Lover. After the first stolen kiss, throughout the entire summer vacation, Eric became increasingly bold, taking advantage of Xenon's sleep to touch and kiss him every day, acting like an excited pervert. Another quiet night, Eric stayed overnight at the Lynn residence. After waiting for Xenon to fall asleep, he sneaked in a kiss as usual. Perhaps it was because he was leaving for America the next day and would be separated from Xenon for a long time that he felt particularly empty inside. One kiss wasn't enough. Xenon had woken up sometime without Eric noticing. He lowered his head slightly, his chin touching the soft hair. Eric froze for a second, then slowly lifted his head, Big Brother Yun. Xenon gritted his teeth, forcing himself to close his eyes again, indulging him. Eric grabbed his chin and leaned down to kiss him. Xenon turned his head away, warmth landing on his cheek. A fleeting shadow passed over his eyes, stop fooling around. Eric's heart sank, and he asked coldly, You don't like me? Xenon shoved him down and covered him with the blanket, It's late, go to sleep. Xenon, he shouted angrily. Xenon, explain this to me. Eric sat up, kicking off the blanket, staring intently at Xenon, I've been so obvious. I don't believe you haven't felt my feelings for you at all. Xenon met his gaze, no. You. He exploded, standing up, towering over Xenon on the mattress, glaring furiously, You didn't feel that I like you? Are you stupid? The fleeting joy in Xenon's eyes vanished. He shook his head, patted the edge of the bed, Lie down and sleep, we need to wake up early for the airport tomorrow. Ah. Eric let out a frustrated growl and lunged onto Xenon, pinning his shoulders, How could you not feel it? I've kissed you so many times. He was puzzled, when. Feeling regretful, Eric messed up his hair, lying limp against Xenon's neck, upset that he had been timid, kissing only when Xenon was asleep. Xenon looked at him affectionately mixed with amusement, smoothing his hair, Good boy Zane, it's time to sleep. His nose stung, and he snapped nastily, Don't call me Zane. Whenever he got angry, he refused to be called by his pet name, which he reserved only for Xenon. After growing up, he wouldn't allow anyone else to call him this babyish name, or they'd get a punch, but only Xenon never changed, and he just listened. Okay, no more. You. Feeling aggrieved, the sadness of impending separation and tangled emotions swirled together inside him, making his heart ache. His eyes welled up with tears as he silently flipped off Xenon, turned off the light, and curled up on the edge of the bed facing away. After a while, Xenon sighed, his voice hoarse, Turn over. Eric didn't move, Humph. Come here. His tone grew more insistent. Eric clenched his fists and flipped over abruptly, pressing his arm across Xenon's chest, lowering his head aggressively to bite his lips. After a bit of fuss, he finally stopped and lay down, wrapping his arms around Xenon possessively, saying firmly, I know you might not accept it immediately, it's okay, I'll give you time to prepare psychologically. When I come back after studying, you will be my lover. If any other man or woman gets close to you during college, you're dead. To keep our relationship fresh, you must video chat with me every day. I'll cover the internet fees. I want to see you during holidays, either you come to me or I come back to see you. Forget it, I'll come back. You need to recite 3 times a day, Zane is your future lover, and you have to preserve your integrity for Zane, and when you see me, reach out to hug me and give me a kiss. Xenon listened in silence, feeling soft and numb inside. Eric pulled his ear, Did you hear that? He held Eric's hand under control, Yes. What does yes mean? Huh, not talking again, huh. I'll kiss you to death. Saying this, he tried to lean in for another kiss. Xenon held his head still, I heard you. He hummed dissatisfied, Hope the next time we meet, you can naturally accept my kisses. Xenon closed his eyes, thinking, perhaps the next time they meet, he wouldn't be able to hold back either. Chapter 118 Hunter, Wait for me to come back and fall in love with you. After all the commotion, the sorrow of parting had slightly dissipated, but Azai couldn't sleep all night, filled with excitement. He even wished he could fly to the US immediately, finish his courses, and come back to fall in love. When the sky was just beginning to lighten, he got up, gave Brady a few smacks on the face after a quick wash, and went out to knock on Ichabod's door next door. Ichabod opened the door drowsily, What is it? Azai grabbed Ichabod by the back of his collar, walked into the room, and sat cross-legged on the bed facing him. Ichabod yawned and asked again, Do you want to talk to me? Azai held his shoulders, seriously saying, While I'm studying abroad, keep an eye on your brother. Huh? How? If you find anything wrong with him, contact me right away. Ichabod looked puzzled, What do you mean by wrong? Azai frowned, talking about romance to a 13-year-old kid seemed a bit too much. He reorganized his words and said, Just see if he's getting along well with anyone, like going out with someone on weekends. What's there to watch for? Tisk, just do as I say, Azai glared at him, Your brother left me for you. Shouldn't you compensate me a little? Why are you hesitating to do something for me? He lowered his eyes, All right. Azai nodded satisfactorily, Remember, if you notice anything odd about your brother, report to me immediately. But don't neglect your studies because of this, got it? Ichabod's face was expressionless, inexplicably feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. Well, that's it. Go back to sleep. I'll bring you gifts when I return. Azai found himself a little love guard and left with a contented demeanor. Back in Brady's room, Brady was already awake, not mentioning last night's incident. Get dressed. I'll drive you home to pick up your luggage and take you to the airport. I don't need you to send me off. Azai took out his clothes and stood by the bed, taking off his pajamas. I've already arranged for the driver to pick me up. Brady's lingering gaze stayed on his bare back for a moment before moving away. Fine, I won't. Take care of yourself abroad. He put on his clothes, turned around, and lifted his chin slightly. Come here. Brady stepped forward, pushed by him onto the bed, and looked up at him. Azai smiled, pinched Brady's chin, bent down, and forcefully kissed Brady, leaving a fierce bite on his lower lip. Their noses almost touching, he whispered, Brady, I have a rough idea of what you're worried about. I'll give you time, but don't make me wait too long. Brady's fingers twitched, emotions breaking through rationality. He hoarsely replied, okay. Azai laughed, kissed the lip with his tooth mark. Take care of yourself and little Chiron. Wait for me to come back and fall in love with you. Azai went abroad, and Brady attended Jing University daily, dropping off and picking up Ichabod from school along the way. Ichabod knew his brother was introverted. After Azai left, he became even more quiet. Remembering Azai's instructions, he observed carefully every day after school but couldn't really figure out anything. He vaguely felt that his brother seemed half dead, though this description wasn't nice, but he couldn't find a better one. Later, after several summers and winters, Ichabod noticed a pattern. It seemed his brother was only fully alive in front of Azai. This realization confused him until Brady, during a cold winter in his third year of college, didn't go straight home after picking him up from school but took him to the birthday party of a friend at the Hua family residence. At that time, Ichabod was only 16, quiet and weak, shy and reserved, sitting alone in the corner snack area eating food upon arrival. As the party officially began, Ichabod, who had finished eating, stood up to look for Brady, intending to ask to go home first. Before finding anyone, he heard a stir in the hall and saw a handsome, aristocratic young man descending from the second floor, chatting leisurely with Azai beside him while casting a glance over the whole scene. His arrogant stance was enough to cause swooning among hormonal teenagers. At the moment their gazes met, Ichabod froze in place, his heart racing uncontrollably. It felt like he, too, came to life. Where's your brother? Azai was standing in front of him without him noticing. Hey, what are you staring at? He suddenly snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze from the surrounded young man's face. What? Azai clicked his tongue. Where's your brother? I don't know. Ichabod lowered his head, a never-before-felt restlessness making him uneasy. I want to go home now. So soon? It's Saturday tomorrow, why are you in such a hurry? Stay and play with the others a bit more. I need to go home. Well, alright, I'll have the driver take you home. Okay, tell my brother for me. Ichabod hurriedly left, unable to resist looking back before he exited. Under the shining lights, that person was dazzling. After instructing the driver to safely return Ichabod home, Azai found Brady at the fountain in the backyard, hanging on him from behind. What are you hiding here for? Brady held his waist with one hand from behind. Even though they weren't officially dating, their interactions were already as intimate as lovers. Yun-ji, Azai nibbled on Brady's earlobe. It's been over 2 months since we last saw each other. Did you miss me? Just say if you missed me or not. What does mean? Dissatisfied, his hand slipped into Brady's collar. Over the years abroad, every time he returned for holidays, his teasing skills improved. If Brady wouldn't make a move, then he would do it himself, making Brady dream about him. Yun-ji, I finished all my undergraduate courses. Do you want me to come back early? Brady tensed up, pulling out his wandering hands, his tone carrying an unidentifiable emotion. I will be interning in Jing City during my senior year. It will be very busy. Really? Azai's eyes flickered slightly. You won't join Lin Corporation? No. Brady shook his head, clearly not wanting to talk further. Azai laid limply on his shoulder. What's the point of me coming back if you're not in Jing City? Forget it, I'll pursue a master's degree. He chuckled lightly. Gigi is so amazing. All this effort is for dating you sooner. Azai said proudly, then thought for a moment. Let's tell Chinji, we should leave too. Brady let him pull him along. Where are we going? His eyes gleamed as he vaguely said, to do something pleasurable, of course. It was time to put into practice what he had learned from his open-minded foreign friends. After wishing Haddon happy birthday, Azai took Brady back to his apartment and urged him to take a shower. Brady entered the bathroom silently, his eyes dark. When he came out, Azai was already reclining on the bed in the adjacent guest room, wearing only a loose robe, revealing a large expanse of his chest. Chapter 119, Eric, he will retaliate. Zenon stood still in his place. He lifted his eyes. Come here. Zane. Eric got up and walked over to Zenon step by step. Brother Yun, did you miss me? His breathing was slightly disordered. Don't play around. You kiss me once, and I won't make a fuss. Just kiss. Eric leaned in closer. You've never initiated a kiss. His palm touched the soft skin, Xenon's throat went dry and hoarse. Zane, don't. Eric forcibly dragged Xenon onto the big bed, wickedly licking his lips. If I say it's okay, then it is. Amidst the chaos, Xenon propped himself up. He was flustered, glaring with watery eyes. What are you doing? Wild desire surged within Xenon, seeping out from his darkened eyes. Seeing this made Eric's heart tremble, and an urge to retreat arose. A heated kiss descended abruptly, as Xenon seemed like a wild wolf unleashed. The fierce manner startled Eric. The familiar yet strange feeling left him momentarily dazed. Huh. Xenon suddenly chuckled, his deep and raspy voice spoke words that didn't match his usual calm demeanor. Can't take it already? How dare you provoke me? Eric's pupils shrank, regaining some clarity, looking at Xenon in shock. You. He couldn't stop trembling. What's the matter? Not wanting intimacy now? Scared? He stiffened his neck and said harshly, who's scared? You start. Chuckles, wait until you cry later. That night, Xenon completely subverted Eric's imagination. Not to the end, but Eric cried 3 times, initially stimulated to tears, ultimately in frustration at his own helplessness. Before falling into unconsciousness, he clenched his teeth through tearful curses. Xenon, repressed man. He would reclaim his dignity. Eric only woke up at noon the next day, dragging his sore and mottled body out of the bedroom after washing up, staring at the busy back in the kitchen with fiery eyes. Xenon. Xenon came out holding noodles, having returned to his calm and reserved self. There was a pleased aura about him. Come eat. He angrily cursed, pervert in disguise. Xenon raised an eyebrow. Scared? Fear my ass. Wait for me. His current knowledge was far from enough against this person, he needed more learning to get a handle on this dog man. Xenon laughed lightly, walking over to lead him to sit at the dining table. Eat first, you'll have time to cry later. He widened his eyes in terror. You want more? Of course. For the next 2 days, Eric was tormented badly, also updating his impression of Xenon. By Monday morning, taking advantage of Xenon going to class, he escaped back to the US. In the afternoon, when Xenon returned from class, facing an empty house, a profound smile played on his lips. Wanting to escape now, it's too late, Zane. He tidied up the house simply before picking Drake up from school. On the way, Drake kept glancing at him, hesitating to speak. Xenon pressed Drake's head. What do you want to say? Drake pursed his lips, then asked, are you and Brother Ellis lovers? He was taken aback for a moment, smiling gently. Why ask that? Every time he comes back during holidays, your eyes light up, and when he leaves, they dim. And? Drake pointed to his neck, is this a hickey? He touched it with his hand, frowning slightly. How do you know about these things, Dominic? Puberty hit you early. Dominic lowered his head silently, his ears tinged pink. Xenon's gaze sharpened. He grabbed Dominic's collar, asking in a stern voice, really like someone? Dominic replied weakly, no. Really no. Really no, classmates showed me some stuff, seeing you and Brother Ellis acting just like people who are dating, so I just wanted to ask, are you really lovers? Xenon didn't deny it. Stay away from those nonsense. Focus on your studies now. I know. He couldn't help but ask again, can guys fall in love with each other? Xenon ruffled his hair. Of course they can. Love knows no gender. It's all about the person. He seemed to understand. Oh. Eric hid from Xenon for a long time, only daring to video call over the phone, unwilling to come back mainly due to his efforts to complete study credits. Hiding until Xenon graduated, he finally sneaked back, sitting in the audience watching Xenon, who was speaking as an outstanding student representative at the graduation ceremony. Xenon also saw him, his eyes filled with joyful affection and a hint of inexplicable guilt. After the ceremony, Eric pulled Xenon away from the crowd of underclassmen wanting group photos, rushing straight to his apartment. He wasn't that timid self anymore. Chapter 120 Hunter, long-distance relationships aren't even worth a dog's time. The moment they got home, Azai pulled Brady into the bathroom. Azai grazed his slightly parted lips with the tip of his nose, we've graduated from university. Now you're my boyfriend, Brother Yun, kiss me. Brady's Adam's apple bobbed, Zane. Azai looked at him affectionately, what are you being shy in front of your boyfriend for? Complex emotions flickered in his eyes, I want to talk to you about something. Let's talk about it later slowly. He pursed his lips tightly. Hurry up. Brady lowered his gaze and peeled off Azai's shirt. Soon, both were stark naked. Azai pressed himself against Brady tightly, Brother Yun, kiss me. Brady rubbed his waist and leaned down slightly, kissing him on the lips, mixed with a hint of inexplicable self-blame. After a passionate kiss ended, Brady pulled back slightly, gently stroking Azai's flushed cheeks with a guilty look, Zane, I will stay in Yuncheng. Azai's breathing hitched, his gaze gradually clearing, what do you mean? I've taken over a small company in Yincheng. I'll probably stay there for the next few years. Desire extinguished, Azai took 2 steps back, staring coldly at him. Is this something you have to do, or is it voluntary? His heart ached, but he still confessed frankly, consider it voluntary, there's plenty of room for me in Yincheng. Una had tirelessly persuaded Justin to send him to Yincheng for training. If he hadn't wanted to go, he could still stay in Jing City. However, with Una and the Guan family meddling and Justin not backing him, it would be difficult to make moves in Jing City. Azai clenched his fists, anger building up in his chest. If you stay in Jing City, I can help you. Brady stared at him for a long time before shaking his head slowly. F***ck. He cursed, shoving Brady hard against the wall, his fingers digging into Brady's shoulders as rage reddened his eyes. Brady, you're playing with me. Brady grasped his wrists, caressing them soothingly. I'm not. You promised that after graduation, we'd be together. The veins in his neck stood out. I waited for 4 years, endured for 4 years, and now you're going to Yincheng. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Brady, why are you doing this to me? Sorry, Zane. I don't want to hear you say sorry. Brady, stay here. Sorry. Azai laughed, angry and sorrowful, speaking without thinking. Do you think I'm some lowlife who comes at your beck and call like a toy? 4 years ago, you left me for Hollis, and now 4 years later, you're leaving me again for your career prospects. Brady was lost for the first time, suddenly pulling him into his arms, holding him tightly and peppering kisses around his cheek. No, Zane, I love you. *T. He struggled fiercely, his eyes red as if ready to bleed. I will never be your top priority. Let me go. I'm not irreplaceable by you. Unable to break free, he bit Brady's shoulder with all his might, leaving a bloody imprint. Brady seemed impervious to pain, holding him tightly. Sorry, darling, I won't give up on you, never. Azai suddenly went limp, loosening his bite, licking away the blood droplets, and pleaded hoarsely, Brother Yun, stay for me. I'll help you take over the Lin Corporation. I love you. Whatever I do for you, you can accept it calmly. Brady's heart throbbed painfully. Darling, that's not what I want. Azai abruptly pushed him away. You want everything but me. Liar. Get out, just get out. Brady tried to grab Azai but was harshly shoved away. Azai gritted his teeth. Break up. I want to break up with you. Get out of my house, and I never want to see you again. He turned, retrieved a few clothes from the wardrobe, and threw them at Brady, who followed him out, shouting coldly, Get out. Brady bent to pick up the clothes, dressed silently, and left. After the door closed softly, Azai screamed, Brady, you F***king bastard, you'd better never come back to Jing City, never appear before me again, bastard. Tired from cursing, he collapsed on the bed, glaring viciously at the closed door until his eyes dried and stung, filled with anger and resentment. Brady actually left. Without apologizing, without comforting him, just like that. His nose tingled, and he yanked the blanket over his face. He had waited 4 years to start his first love, and it ended in less than half an hour. Brady, a deceitful who played with feelings. More than half an hour later, the door was pushed open. Azai heard the noise but stayed still under the quilt. Brady walked over with a cup of milk tea, pulled the air conditioner blanket over his body, sat on the edge of the bed, and said, Let's talk properly. You promised to date me but broke your word. There's nothing left for us to talk about. I didn't break my word, you initiated the breakup. Azai kicked off the blanket, his bloodshot eyes glaring at him. Break up, break up, break up. Long-distance relationships aren't even worth a dog's time. Ha, let's not delay each other. If it weren't for you, I would have been having a blast abroad long ago. How are you going to make up for the youth you owe me? Brady nodded. It's my fault. What compensation do you need? Azai exploded again, flipped up, grabbed his collar, and ground his molars. You don't have anything now, can you afford it? He inserted a straw into the milk tea and offered it to Azai's lips. Humbly, I'll pay back gradually. Azai got even angrier, snatched the milk tea and put it on the bedside table, pressed Brady onto the bed, angrily stripping Brady's clothes. All right, you pay back. I only accept physical compensation. Brady frowned. Zane, let's talk. Don't call me Zane, damn it. He swore profusely. Brady's eyes turned dark, just about to speak when he was startled by his actions, pupils constricting abruptly. Zane. Chapter 121, Hunter, so, can you keep your ex-boyfriend company tonight? Azai was utterly enraged. Brady had no guard up at all, he felt pained and angry. He hissed in a low voice, Are you crazy? You're still yelling at me. And damn it. Brady sighed helplessly, pinched Azai's nape, and gently kissed his lips. Seeing that Azai was not overly uncomfortable, Brady breathed a sigh of relief and rested his chin on Azai's shoulder. You don't like long-distance relationships, right? Then we won't have one. Azai couldn't help but feel wronged until tears filled his eyes. His crying voice was thick with emotion. Don't have one then. Who wants to be in one with you anyway? Hopefully, you'll make a scene again later. Ugh. From the afternoon till night fell, the room only returned to calmness after Azai lay by the bed, sipping the now lukewarm milk tea to soothe his parched throat. Upon hearing the water from the bathroom stop, he placed the milk tea back on the bedside table in resentment and turned his head to glare at the man who walked out with damp hair. Brady glanced at the mostly consumed milk tea and a pleased smile crept onto his lips. He went over, pinching Azai's chin for another kiss. Azai, unable to maintain a severe expression due to lingering passion, muttered, "Get lost." Brady kissed him again. "Go away." He continued kissing. Azai dared not speak anymore and just stared daggers at him. Brady petted his head satisfyingly. "I was thinking that since Yunqing and Jing City are not that far apart, I could come back twice a week to see you. But now that we've broken up, there's nothing I can do." Shocked, Azai was about to respond urgently when Brady covered his lips. Brady leaned close, gazing intently into his eyes with an unusually intimate gaze. "It was you who said we should break up, and I agreed. I made you wait 4 years, and I wanted to repay you with my entire life. But you said you want something physical, so fine, I'll pay off the 4 years." Azai's pupils widened as panic set in. He tried to swat away Brady's hand, but Brady held firm. "Does Zane want someone else?" "Fine, if you want, go find one." Brady continued, a smile playing on his lips, but his eyes were stern and possessive. "Just don't let me find out, or else." Azai stiffened, his breathing turning more rapid, but it wasn't fear, it was excitement and joy. Brady released his hand and tenderly covered the swollen lips, his voice soft and endearing. "I know what Zane likes. Zane likes me, but don't say such random things anymore, it will hurt you." A few words oddly calmed Azai's anxious and wronged heart. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Brady's neck, kissing him urgently. After kissing for a while, he pouted, "Yun-gu, I want to date you, even if it's long distance." Brady laughed, pressing a finger to his lips. "Too bad, we've already broken up, and I don't want to reconcile for now." He tried to squeeze out 2 tears for sympathy. "Don't break up." Brady pulled the blanket over him. "This is punishment for being impulsive and unwilling to talk it through. You really scared me." He drooped his eyelids. "Sorry." Falling into regret, Azai didn't realize that Brady had taken control of the situation. Brady's lips curved into a slight arc as he caressed his face. "All right, rest for a bit. I'll order some takeout for you." Azai moved to the pillow, his forlorn eyes watching Brady. "I still want a sip of milk tea." Brady took the milk tea, handing the straw to his lips. "Drink." After drinking, he mumbled, "So, will you keep your ex-boyfriend company tonight? The war was pretty intense just now. I'm feeling a bit, not good." Brady smiled broadly and nodded. "Sure, I'll stay with you." Brady stayed with Azai for 2 days. No matter how much Azai threw a tantrum, Brady refused to agree to reconcile. On the 3rd day, he sent Azai, who was well rested, to the airport, where he still had 2 courses left to complete. Before boarding the plane, Azai pulled at Brady's arm in melancholy. "When I finish my courses and come back, we'll reconcile, right? I want to have a long-distance relationship with you too." Brady teased, looking at him. Even dogs avoid long-distance relationships. He was speechless, choking back anger and hung on to Brady's back, whispering harshly in his ear, "If I dare find someone else, will you really? Is that true?" Brady's eyes darkened, pinching his waist. "Baby, don't try to summon me like this." The affectionate term made Azai's heart tingle, and in dazed delight, he planted a kiss on Brady's face. "My childhood friend became my lover, then my ex-boyfriend, and eventually will become my husband." Brady's gaze flickered, moving his lips, and hoarsely reminded, "It's time to check in." Azai proudly tugged at his earlobe. "Got me again, didn't I? Whether it's anywhere, I won't fall behind anyone." Brady chuckled lowly. "All right, I'll be waiting." Chapter 122 Hunter, I Don't Deserve Zane. When Ichabod graduated from high school, one evening, after staying in Yun City for a year, Brady returned to Lin's family home, looking travel-worn and weary. His demeanor had become more reserved, but the exhaustion and defeat surrounding him were evident. Starting from scratch was no easy task, especially with Una secretly setting obstacles. In Yun City that year, Brady could be said to have walked on eggshells, facing setbacks everywhere. That year, his contact with Neil gradually decreased, and he even feared contacting Neil. Brady went straight to find Ichabod when he got back to the Lin family house, handing over a small gift box to Ichabod. "Take this gift to the banquet at the Hua family tonight on my behalf." Ichabod looked down at the gift box. A few days ago, he had overheard Una mention to Justin that old Master Hua was going to hand over Huarue group to Haddon, so tonight's banquet was probably announcing it. Thinking Ichabod didn't want to go out, Brady patted his head. "Be obedient, you can come back after delivering the gift." His fingers moved slightly as he took the gift box and asked, "Why don't you go yourself?" Brady smiled, turned silently, and returned to his room. That night, Ichabod came to the Hua family with the gift. The registration staff glanced at him longer because of his youthful appearance. After entering, he sat in a corner, distinctly out of place amidst the lively crowd until the protagonist of the party came down from upstairs as before, and only then did his eyes flicker. For the entire evening, Ichabod's gaze followed Haddon. When he saw Haddon sitting in a secluded chair, he clenched his fists and got up to walk over. Before reaching him, a young master from an unknown family timidly approached and nervously confessed, "Hua. Haddon. I really like you." Can I add you on WeChat? Frozen on the spot, Ichabod felt his heart pounding faster than the boy's. Haddon lifted his eyes lazily and uttered 4 words nonchalantly, homophobic, do not disturb. Though rejected, Ichabod felt chills run through his body, turning around and escaping hurriedly, even faster than the boy. Just outside the door, he bumped into Neil who held a cigarette between his fingers. Neil now exuded a domineering charm in a black suit, having shed his youthful awkwardness. He looked displeased, grabbing the collar at the back of Ichabod's shirt, and asked in a low voice, where is your brother? Didn't he come back? Ichabod pursed his lips, he's at home. Why isn't he here? I don't know, why don't you ask him yourself? Ichabod broke free from his grip, I'm going back now. Neil's face turned sullen, taking out his phone to call Brady, but there was no answer. Fuck. He cursed softly under his breath and strode away. He had been back in the country for almost half a year, yet Brady not only hadn't visited once but also contacted him less and less frequently. Now they were in the same city, and he couldn't even pick up the phone. Was he deliberately avoiding him? At the Lynn residence, Brady stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the persistent ringtone, exhaling smoke while a pile of cigarette butts and ashes accumulated on the ground. Until his phone automatically shut off due to lack of charge, he never answered. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound came, and he stubbed out the cigarette, going to open the door. The gift has been delivered, Ichabod said upon returning, and I met Brother Zane. He looks very imposing and very angry, asking why you didn't come. Brady nodded, Ichabod looked at him with calm eyes, are you afraid to meet him? Are you feeling inferior? His dark eyes flickered, and he smiled faintly, children shouldn't meddle in adult matters, go back to sleep. Ichabod grabbed the arm Brady was preparing to close the door with, do you think you're not good enough for Brother Zane? You don't want to hold him back anymore, right? You want to give up on him, right? Brady's throat tightened, speaking mockingly, he is as pure and lofty as a breeze after rain, while I am mired in filth. I thought I could quickly cleanse myself and stand beside him, but facts don't always align with my wishes. I take pride in him loving me deeply but despise myself for imprisoning love through base motives. I love him, yet I always seem to make him suffer. Ichabod stared at him, feeling a pang in his heart. Zane is easily satisfied. He just wants to be with me, but it seems I haven't firmly chosen him. I considered you, my career development, all in the name of being better with him, but I was greedy and selfish. He lowered his head dejectedly, I want everything, but now I can't afford anything. I don't deserve Zane, I don't deserve Zane's love. Ichabod suddenly hugged Brady, tears welling up in his eyes, brother, don't say that, you're just tired. Take a good rest, everything will be fine. Brady tried to calm down a bit, patted his head, and comforted, brother is fine. You should make things clear with Ellis. You love him, and he loves you too. Your pride and dignity shouldn't be above your love for him. Brady's heart suddenly trembled, as if the gloom in his mind had been scattered. His fingers couldn't stop shaking. He let go of Ichabod and hurriedly turned around, closing the door. Ichabod stood still for a moment and then went back to his room. Brady charged his phone and saw a message from his top contact and it restarted. Honey, if I don't see you tonight, we're done. He called back, but Eric's phone was off. Brady quickly changed clothes and unplugged the phone which hadn't charged up to 10%, then rushed out the door. In the apartment, Eric sat against the bedhead, staring expressionlessly at the digital clock on his lap. When the screen showed 4 zeros, there was still no movement outside. He calmly put the clock away, turned off the light, lay down, and covered himself. He didn't want Brady anymore. A year ago, while they were intimate, he said he loved him and wouldn't give up on him. But after going to Jing City for a year, he didn't reply to messages or answer calls, and now he didn't even want to see him. Words spoken on the bed indeed can't be trusted. Brady must have found someone else in Jing City. Not wanting to be in a long-distance relationship because it's hard to find other people, right? Fraudster. Jerk. Eric cursed in his mind, feeling his heart break into pieces. Click. The sound of the lock opening startled him, stopping his mental tirade. Whoosh. The quilt on his body was suddenly pulled away, and before Eric could react, a dark shadow pressed down over him, familiar breath entering his nostrils. Brady kissed him urgently and fearfully, tearing at his pajamas. Eric half-heartedly resisted, but Brady did manage to undress him completely. Holding the naked body tightly in his arms, Brady finally felt some peace, and the fierce kisses gradually became gentle. After kissing for a while, Eric suddenly raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Slap. The crisp sound broke the passionate kiss. Brady was slightly tilted by the slap and withdrew his body. Eric licked the corner of his mouth, propped himself up, leaned against the bedhead, and although he was completely bare, his momentum was still intense. Turn on the light. Brady turned on the bedside lamp. Under the dim yellow light, he looked greedily at the person he desired and apologized hoarsely, Zane, I'm sorry. Eric's heart skipped a beat, secretly clenching his fists, and asked sternly, did you really find someone else in Jing City behind my back? Chapter 123, Hunter, what if I keep you? Clement was taken aback, frowning, how could that be possible? Azai glared at him angrily, then why didn't you reply to my messages, answer my calls, or see me? He knelt down beside the bed, trying to hold Azai's hand but was slapped away. He looked down, pulling the blanket over Azai's waist and abdomen, filled with regret and sadness, because I felt inferior. Azai sneered, you would feel inferior? In front of you, yes. You're too good, so good that I feel I don't deserve you. Azai's heart skipped a beat again. He kicked off the blanket, pressing his feet against Clement's chest, pushing him back. What kind of cheating lines are you spouting? His eyes involuntarily followed up from the legs in front of him, his Adam's apple bobbing, I will never betray you. Azai observed the changes in his body, curling his lips coldly, we have no relationship, so what betrayal are we talking about? Clement held on to the ankle Azai was trying to pull back, Zane, I'm wrong. Azai withdrew his foot, get out. Zane. Get lost. Clement stood up dejectedly. Just as he turned around, a pillow hit his back. Bastard. Azai shouted angrily. I wasn't leaving. Clement walked over to close the curtains, then returned, climbed onto the bed, reached out to embrace Azai, burying his face in Azai's neck to draw warmth. Sorry, darling, it was my arrogance that made you suffer so much. Hit me to vent. Azai bit his shoulder fiercely. He didn't cry out in pain but gently stroked Azai's back. Sorry, calm down, darling. Azai bit until his jaw ached before letting go, resting his head on Clement's neck. Tears he had been holding back for a long time finally fell. Clement, you always play me with your love for me. His heart clenched painfully, I'm despicable and selfish. When can you love me more than anything else? Clement pulled back slightly, seeing the tears on his face, feeling as if he were being flayed alive. His fingers trembled as he wiped away the tears, his voice hoarse, can I have one chance to make amends? The tears in his eyes shimmered like shards of broken light, if I let everything go in Jing City now and come back to stay by your side, would you agree? Clement kissed the corner of Azai's eye, alright, I'll come back. He had already made his choice on the way here. If he couldn't have both, he thought this time he would give up everything, just for Azai. He had to make up for the mistake he arrogantly committed. Clement's response stunned Azai, what did you say? Clement nuzzled his lips in a beseeching manner, I said, I'll come back and be with you. What about Jing City? I can't abandon my darling because of a crumbling little company. Azai pushed him away, his eyes doubtful, are you lying to me again? He leaned in to kiss him again, no lies, I won't make Zane sad anymore. Sorry, darling. Azai pushed him away again, do you think I'm so easily appeased? Did you not read my messages? It's past midnight, we're over. Clement apologized, sorry, I came late. Can you forgive me once? Azai leaned against the headboard, chin tilted slightly, his gaze icy and condescending, pleasing me. Clement's eyes darkened slightly. Unwilling. Then get lost if you're unwilling. Clement didn't respond, leaning in closer. After 2 hours of pleasing Azai, Clement finally entered the bathroom in disarray. Azai lay there contentedly, propping his head up. When Clement came out, he casually spoke, even if you pleased me thoroughly, we're still over. Clement froze for a moment, then walked over to kneel by the bed, taking his hand and kissing his fingertips lightly, what else do you want me to do? Azai didn't pull his hand back, looking down indifferently, you don't want to date me, yet I also don't want to part with you. So, what if I keep you? Clement's expression turned subtle, keep me? Yeah, he nodded, you're busy, I'm busy, it's hard to maintain feelings across such distances. Keeping you suits us well. You come back to Jing City on weekends to serve me for 2 days. I'll help your small company in Jing City through some connections. You won't lose. Clement frowned deeply. Azai tugged his ear, you didn't want to be my husband, now you can only be my hidden lover. You brought this upon yourself. Humph, consider it. Azai turned over and lay down, waving his hand, remember to lock the door properly. Clement didn't leave. He took off his clothes, climbed into bed, and pulled Azai into his arms, I've thought it over. If we can't be in the light, then let's stay in the shadows. Azai suppressed the urge to smile and poked his chest hard, a secret lover should know his place. Learn some tricks to please your benefactor properly. I'll go learn. Azai pinched his waist, did I tell you to go back and learn? From which dog do you plan to learn? Clement understood and kissed his lips. After their reunion, they confirmed their new relationship amidst laughter and play, entwining until dawn approached. Satisfied, Azai lay on Clement's chest, I'll keep you for 3 years. After that, you must come back. Clement kissed his forehead tenderly, sorry, I always make you wait. He hummed, in these 3 years, I'll bring Tinghui to new heights. Even if you're struggling, I can help you fight against your stepfather and stepmother and reclaim the Lin family business. Clement was moved, kissing Azai's crimson lips, realizing he had been wrong all along. His Zane was truly the best. Azai yawned drowsily, mumbling, who lets you be my dearest little lover anyway? He held him tighter, whispering a confession, baby, I love you. Humph, even if you achieve nothing in 3 years, I won't look down on you. Just come back and live with me. Muttering nonsense, he couldn't resist the overwhelming sleepiness and drifted off. Clement pulled the blanket over them, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. Baby, thank you. I won't make you sad anymore. Chapter 124, Hunter, let's call it off first. At noon, Azai woke up and found no one around. He got up with a droopy face to wash up. When he came out of the bathroom, Brady was changing the bed sheets. He coldly asked, why are you still here? Brady turned around, seeing him standing there naked, then turned back to take some clothes from the wardrobe. Azai tilted his head back and crossed his arms, ordering in a proud manner, dress me. Brady had amusement in his eyes as he replied, sure. After dressing him in a shirt, Brady bent down, grasped his ankles, and slipped on pants for him. Azai looked down at the top of Brady's head, silently scolding himself in a muffled voice, I'm so easy to please. But he truly cherished the gentleness and indulgence that Brady gave him ever since they were young. Brady paused slightly in his movements, continued dressing him, stood up straight, and held the back of his head, kissing passionately yet guiltily. After a deep kiss ended, Azai licked his lips and glared at Brady, don't forget your status as my young lover. You dare defy your senior. Brady rubbed his nose against his, kissed his cheek, and led him out of the room. I made lunch, it might get cold soon. Azai sat at the dining table, looking at the 3 dishes and a soup in front of him, picked up chopsticks aloofly, planning to start being a virtuous wife and loving mother now. Brady ladled a bowl of soup and put it in front of him, agreeing, yeah. Humph, another trick to placate me. He picked up the spoon to drink the soup, mumbling indistinctly. After eating, once Brady tidied up, he was called into the room again. Come over and massage my waist, Azai said lazily while lying on the bed, losing so much weight yet still having this much energy, no wonder you were my pick from young. Brady chuckled, climbed onto the bed, massaged him while asking, do you want to go watch a movie tonight? He closed his eyes in enjoyment, no, Mr. Golden Daddy is busy tonight, there's an engagement in the evening. Okay. Do you want to come along? If you bring me, I'll go. Azai turned his head unhappily, what happened to a young lover's self-awareness? Brady leaned down, pressed his forehead affectionately, President Chi, I don't want to be apart from you even for a second, can you bring me along? He bit the approaching lips, no, the current you shouldn't see anyone. Brady sighed inwardly, all this was his doing. After a brief nap, Azai directed his young lover to dress him, tie his tie, and left the young lover at home, walking out coldly. Brady stood at the door to see him off, advising, drink less wine. He waved his hand arrogantly, mind your own business, Mr. Golden Daddy. Shall I pick you up after the event ends? No need, just warm up the bed for me at home. All right. Brady cleaned the house again, had a simple dinner, and sat in the living room watching TV while waiting for someone. Waiting until almost midnight, he didn't see him return and couldn't help but call. The phone rang for a long time before it finally connected right before hanging up automatically. Hello. It wasn't Azai's voice but a softer male voice. Brady's gaze darkened as he asked coolly, where's Azai? President Chi is a little drunk and went to the bathroom. Tell me the address. He didn't give room for refusal, quickly got up, grabbed the car keys from the shoe cabinet at the entrance, and left. The man gave a start and provided a hotel name and private room number. 20 minutes later, Brady arrived at the hotel entrance. As he just got out of the car, he saw executives and wealthy people coming out in groups, supporting each other. Azai was among them, already having taken off his suit jacket and tie, unbuttoned 2 buttons on his white shirt, with a trace of drunkenness in his eyes and a smile playing on his lips, exuding a sense of a debonair playboy. A rather gentle-looking boy walked beside him, extremely close, holding his jacket and tie, tilting his head to speak to him with a sweet and bashful smile. Seeing this glaring scene, the dense gloominess in Brady's eyes slowly gathered. After a long pause, he stepped forward. Azai wasn't completely drunk and waved away several executives inviting him to continue their revelry elsewhere. He turned to ask the boy next to him to send him home, but before he could speak, his wrist was pulled. He looked up, saw the person, and smiled, raising an eyebrow, didn't I tell you to warm up the bed at home? Brady pursed his lips tightly, pulling him closer, casting a frosty glance at the boy. The boy took a small step back, stammering, I. Leaning lightly on Brady, Azai curled his lips and said, you can go back. No need to see me off. Oh. The boy nodded hurriedly, forgetting the clothes in his arms and turned to leave. Brady's voice was grim, bring the clothes here. A chill ran down his spine, and he nervously handed over the clothes, here. Brady took the clothes with one hand, hung them on his arm, and with the other hand, he held Azai's waist, leading him towards the car. The boy exhaled quietly and ran away. Azai was seated in the passenger seat, fastened with a seatbelt, and he tilted his head, watching the unfriendly man with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Are you angry? Brady started the car without any expression. Yes. Jealous? He chuckled, what position do you have to be jealous? You're neither my boyfriend nor my husband. I can keep as many young lovers as I want. Brady gripped the steering wheel tightly. Azai leaned back into the seat, gazing into the distance vacantly. I have so many choices, I'm easy to please. But Brady, you can't placate me too many times, love does wear out. TSK. An abrupt screech of brakes, Brady parked by the roadside, reached for Azai's hand, and said hoarsely, Gigi, I'm not trying to placate you. Azai turned his head, so you really want to be my virtuous wife and loving mother at home? I'll listen to you this time, I only want you. Forget it. Azai pulled his hand away, this isn't the Brady I know, or the Brady I want. Gigi. Azai lowered his eyes, saying softly, I've been thinking, let's call it off first. Brady's pupils quivered, staring at him intensely, what do you mean by, call it off? I don't want to force you to give up everything for me, but I'm also tired of being torn apart by the distance. Let's call it off for now, you focus on your career, and I'll calm down. Brady took a deep breath but felt the air piercing his heart, didn't you say you wanted to keep me? Azai smirked, just a heat-of-the-moment impulse driven by desire. Alcohol is a good thing, once you sober up, things become clear. Right now, we're not ready for romance. This isn't the kind of relationship I want. Maybe in a few years, if we still have feelings for each other, we can try again. If not, then it's over. Brady, this time I want to temporarily let you go. I've always respected your choices, and I hope you can respect mine once. Brady's throat was dry, unable to speak, his eyes red as he turned his head and restarted the car. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke another word. Upon arriving home, Azai got out of the car and stretched his hand out, give me the keys. No need to come up. Brady clenched the car keys in his hand, took the apartment keys from his pocket, and handed them over together. Azai accepted them, goodbye. Saying this, he turned and walked towards the apartment. Brady watched his figure gradually disappear, then turned and left alone. Chapter 125 Hunter, Humph. Clement returned to the Lin residence as if his soul had been lost. Ichabod, who hadn't fallen asleep, heard the commotion and opened the door. Bro. He didn't turn back, his voice hoarse, why aren't you asleep yet? Go to bed. The sorrow surrounding him couldn't be concealed. Ichabod's heart tightened, following him inside while turning on the light with one hand and grabbing his arm with the other. Bro, what happened? Seeing the wetness on Clement's face, Ichabod stopped talking abruptly, staring dumbfounded. Clement had cried. Clement wiped his face clumsily, patting his head, I'm fine, it's very late, go back to sleep. His eyes welled up, you. What happened between you and Ellis, brother? Clement let his arms hang down, sitting dejectedly on the chair, lowering his head in depression, I've lost Zane. Ichabod rushed forward anxiously, did you break up? He shook his head with a bitter smile, we never even officially dated. Ichabod put a hand on his shoulder, is it because you can't be with brother Ellis in Yunchen, and he's angry? I always make Zane wait, I always disappoint him, he said to himself, staring at his empty palm, I don't know how to love someone. Zane has always been clingy to me since childhood, more so than you. I knew he loved me, and I knew he would always be there, so I took it for granted, betraying his waiting again and again. Not until he left without looking back did I panic, realizing I wasn't even worthy of saying a word to hold him back. Ichabod hugged him, sobbing, bro, I know you love brother Ellis, you should talk to him clearly. My love is insignificant compared to his. So come back, return to Jing City, be with him. You're capable enough to succeed even in Jing City, come back. Clement laughed through tears, Zane doesn't want me anymore. I disappointed him thoroughly, how can I make up for this lost love? I don't even deserve to beg for his forgiveness, I don't deserve it. Ichabod also cried, bro, don't be like this. Ding ding ding. The distinctive message alert suddenly rang out, shocking Clement. He fumbled for his phone frantically. Baby, I don't want to see you in Jing City. Don't ever appear in front of me again. Reading every word over and over, Clement covered his eyes with his hand. His hollow heart was pierced from all sides, every breath causing his limbs to tremble in pain. He really had lost his baby. Ichabod stayed awake all night with Clement. As soon as dawn broke, Clement moved his stiff limbs, stood up, and his stubbled face looked aged. He patted Ichabod's head apologetically, his voice raspy, brother is okay now, go rest. Ichabod's face was pale with obvious dark circles, eyes heavy with worry, what will you do? He forced a smile, Zane wants me to go back to Yunchen. Are you going back? If I don't, Zane will get angrier and really never want me. Ichabod clenched his fists, I'll go with you. Clement pinched his cheeks, what are you going with me for? Didn't you apply for Jingshi University? Stay here and study well. I changed my mind. He said, I applied to Yun University yesterday, not going to Jingshi University. I want to stay with you in Yunchen. Clement frowned, don't be silly, I don't need you around. Quickly change it back. Can't change it back, the deadline was yesterday afternoon. Ichabod insisted stubbornly, I know your situation in Yunchen isn't good. Even if I can't help much, I want to watch over you, especially after you were abandoned by Ellis. Your mental state will likely worsen. I'm afraid you might die. Bro, you're my closest person. If you're not doing well in Yunchen, I won't be doing well in Jing City either. Clement sighed deeply, alright, you can go with me to Yunchen. Okay. That night, Ichabod packed his bags without telling Justin, and followed Clement to the airport, boarding a flight to Yunchen. Outside the airport, in the back seat of a black Mercedes, Eric half closed his eyes, listening to the plane taking off, trembling fingers eventually uttering hoarsely, "Go home." The driver nodded and drove away. 4 years later, in a private room of an upscale club in Yuncheng, lights glittered, handsome men and beautiful women danced energetically to upbeat music, laughter filled the air. Sitting in the middle of a leather sofa, an elegantly restrained man glanced at his expensive watch, accepting a glass of wine offered by a flatterer. After sipping lightly, he stood up, saying calmly, "It's getting late, I'll go back first." Holding a beauty in his arms and singing loudly, a pot-bellied general manager put down the microphone, somewhat discontent. "President Lin, you're leaving so soon." Clement offered an apologetic smile. "Emile had a slight fever when I left. I don't know if he's better now. I need to go back and check on him. Byron, you all continue having fun. The bill tonight is on me." Byron adopted an elder's demeanor. Every time the season changes, your little brother gets a fever. You should find a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to adjust his constitution. Didn't I introduce one to you last time? He's already under adjustment. It's been this way since he was young, so we have to take it slow." "That's fine then. Go home and take care of him. I'll get some good tonics for you another day to cook for your brother." Clement nodded with a smile. "Thank you in advance, Byron. Enjoy the rest of your night." Exiting the private room, Clement's smile faded, reverting to a cold and distant expression as he pulled out his phone to send a message to his assistant. Standing outside the club's main door, he pulled out a cigarette, smoking while waiting for his assistant to drive over. The honking of passing cars was constant, and under the streetlights, his shadow stretched long, highlighting his solitude in the late autumn night. Beep. The car stopped in front of him, briefly honking to alert him. Clement snapped out of it, stubbed out the cigarette butt, threw it into the nearby trash bin, and opened the car door. Just as he was about to get in, his gaze caught something and his pupils dilated. Not far away, a silver-gray Hummer parked at the club's entrance. A waiter smiled and opened the rear door to welcome the passenger from the back seat. A well-tailored black suit, an imperious and sharp aura, a calm and handsome face. Clement's eyes trailed over the man getting out of the car, his hand on the door trembling minutely. "Zane, it's my Zane." Beep beep. The persistent honking from the vehicles behind also drew the attention of those about to enter the club. Eric turned to look, merely casting a fleeting glance before turning away and walking into the club with several other men similarly dressed in suits, guided by the waiter. "President Lin." The assistant, feeling pressured, poked his head out. "Are you getting in?" Clement came back to reality, closed the car door. "You can go home and rest." The puzzled assistant watched him rush back into the club, wondering if there was another place to visit. Clement re-entered the club, catching sight of a familiar figure halfway up the stairs amidst the commotion. As if sensing something, Eric turned around, meeting Clement's intense gaze through the chaotic lighting and music crowd. His lips curled slightly. "Humph." Chapter 126 Hunter, I'm happy to serve him. Zenon watched as Eric was ushered into the private room. Just as he was about to follow, someone called him from behind. "Mr. Lin." A young man wearing a flashy pink shirt patted his shoulder and teased in a familiar manner, "Staying this late at such an entertainment venue isn't like you, Mr. Lin." He politely nodded but had no heart for small talk and headed upstairs. "Hey." Raphael caught up and whispered, "Could it be that Mr. Lin is also here to make an appearance? A big shot came tonight, the CEO of Tinghue Group, the leader in real estate. Isn't that impressive?" Zenon's heart skipped a beat and he walked to the door of the private room. Raphael looked up and said, "Oh, so Mr. Lin really came for this significant person from Jing City? Let's go, let's join the fun." Zenon pushed open the slightly ajar door and took 2 steps inside, his gaze falling on the face of the man sitting centrally on the sofa, unable to look away for a long time. Eric lazily glanced over, lingering on Raphael for a second before withdrawing his gaze. A savvy young man in the room, noticing the newcomers at the door, stood up and greeted warmly, "Young Master Luo, oh my, isn't this Mr. Lin? It's a rarity, come in and have a seat." Raphael nudged Zenon's shoulder and walked over with a smile. "I heard there was a distinguished guest from afar, so I dropped by to show my face." Hee hee. The young man put his arm around Raphael's shoulder and introduced, "The distinguished guest is right here. Mr. Qi just arrived to experience the local culture of our Yuncheng." He extended his right hand. "Mr. Qi, I've heard much about you. I'm Raphael, my family is also in real estate." Eric indifferently smoothed his cuff without acknowledging him. Ha. Raphael laughed nervously, touching his nose, turning to the young man and saying, "Bring out 2 bottles of good wine, don't neglect our guest from Jing." Turner patted his back comfortingly, rang for a server, and said, "We'll definitely make sure Mr. Qi feels at home." He sat down next to him and patted the spot beside him. "Brother Yun, come sit." Eric paused while adjusting his sleeves, casting a cold glance at Raphael. Raphael felt an inexplicable chill on his back, thinking the air conditioning was set too high, adjusted it, and then turned back to see Zenon sitting next to the arrogant visitor from Jing, their legs nearly touching. Was Mr. Lin also a person who seeks connections with power and wealth? After Zenon sat down, Eric's eyebrows lifted very slightly, leaning back lazily and scanned him with his peripheral vision. He then instructed imperatively, pour some wine. A few people nearby scrambled forward, let me do it. Mr. Chi, please. Eric, without accepting the offered glass, raised his chin slightly, I asked him to pour it. There was a brief moment of silence in the room. Zenon had risen to prominence in recent years in Yuncheng and was usually the one people courted, who dared ask him to pour wine. Raphael moved closer, trying to help Zenon out, Brother Yun, let me. Eric narrowed his sharp eyes, what relation are you to him? What qualifications do you have to substitute for him? Raphael's expression soured, Mr. Chi. At this point, Zenon picked up a clean glass, poured half a glass of whiskey, and handed it to Eric, his tone gentle yet submissive, almost carrying a hint of tenderness, here. Eric hummed softly, took the glass, sipped lightly, then handed it back, drink. The tension increased, was this Jing City guest intentionally making things difficult? Everyone anxiously observed Zenon's reaction, fearing he might throw the wine in Eric's face. But Zenon showed no displeasure, tipping his head back to finish the remaining wine. Eric glanced triumphantly at Raphael who wanted to say something but held back. After this incident, others treated Eric even more obsequiously, this was a person who could even humiliate the influential Zenon. Eric seemed somewhat cheered by this and happily enjoyed drinks with them. After a few rounds, beautiful models entered to entertain, and the atmosphere became lively with laughter and music. While others were served by beauties, Eric had Zenon. After losing a game, all he needed to do was turn his head, and a glass would appear at his lips. Zenon not only fed him but also wiped away any spilled wine, continuing to watch him play. Others were already numb to this sight, Eric was treating Zenon like a male model for his amusement. Lu Kaicheng, slightly drunk, no longer suppressed his displeasure with Eric. He hugged a beauty and smiled, sweeping his gaze over Eric's wrist, oh, President Chi's watch is the same model as Yun Ji's, no wonder you're targeting Yun Go so much. Looks like two tigers can't coexist on one mountain, hahaha. I thought someone of your noble status would only use unique items. Zenon was feeding fruits to Eric, who frowned and grabbed his arm to push him away. The identical silver watches on their wrists gleamed under the colorful lights. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between the two watches. A sharp-eyed person slapped his thigh, isn't this the Ji family's New Year custom-made watch from last year? Globally limited to 2 pieces. My father asked me to get one for him before, but I was a step too slow. Didn't expect it would end up with President Chi and President Lin. It's all fate, hahaha. Someone echoed, yes, yes. What 2 tigers on one mountain? Young Master Luo doesn't know how to speak. It's all fate. Lu Kaicheng, in his drunken state, began to babble, just because he saw someone wearing the same watch, he humiliated and oppressed him like that, issuing a warning. This kind of karma, Yunga can't afford. Eric suddenly waved off Zenon's hand, stood up, coldly stared at Lu Kaicheng for 2 seconds, stepped over Zenon's leather shoes, and strode out. Zenon said with a grave expression, I'm happy to serve him. Leaving behind that sentence, he got up and followed. The group looked at each other speechlessly. Zenon quickly chased after Eric to the dimly lit corridor corner, grabbing his arm, Zane. Eric struggled with a cold face, get lost. Zenon hugged him from behind, burying into his shoulder, greedily drawing his scent. His empty heart filled again, his voice hoarse, baby, I miss you so much. He elbowed Zenon in the abdomen, go away. Zenon hugged even tighter, his nose lightly rubbing against Eric's neck, whispering lovingly, Zane, my Zane. Eric pressed his lips together, turned around, forcefully pushed Zenon against the wall, clutching his collar until his knuckles were white, eyes red-rimmed, who is that pink peacock? Why does he call you Yungu? Why did he stand up for you? Zenon held his wrist, caressing the cold watch, his eyes filled with joy and sticky affection, just have some project cooperation with his family, not familiar with him. Eric angrily questioned, does he like you? Not. Zenon took his slackened hand, placed it to his lips, piously and cherishingly kissing the back of his hand, I only like Zane, belong only to Zane. Chapter 127, Hunter, only Zane. Amato pulled his hand back and slapped him not too lightly or heavily across the face before turning to leave. With amusement in his eyes, he followed Amato's pace. Holding hands, then being shaken off. Trying again, only to be thrown off once more. Their fingers intertwined this time, and he couldn't be shaken off anymore. Teddy clung tightly to Amato and got into the car brought by Amato's assistant. The assistant glanced at him through the rearview mirror, seemingly recognizing him but showed no sign of surprise, starting the car and driving toward the hotel. Upon entering the hotel suite, Amato broke away from Teddy, stripping off his clothes as he headed for the bathroom in the bedroom. Teddy picked up the discarded clothes, standing at the doorway of the bedroom. Amato glanced back at him and slammed the bathroom door shut. Teddy placed the clothes properly when he heard a sharp command. Get in here. He removed his wristwatch and placed it on the bedside table alongside the one Amato had thrown onto the bed earlier, then walked towards the bathroom. Gently pushing the door open, he was greeted by warm steam. Under the shower head, Amato ruffled his wet hair and narrowed his eyes. Come over. Teddy approached and stood facing Amato, so close that the warm water dripping from the well-tailored suit drenched him. Amato's condescending gaze indicated for him to look down. He understood and slowly bent his knees. That night, Teddy showed no arrogance in front of Amato. After finally coaxing Amato to sleep peacefully, he entered the bathroom. Taking a cold shower for over half an hour, Teddy climbed into bed with the cold air still clinging to him, gently pulling Amato into his arms, placing a kiss on his forehead filled with joy after getting him back, and closed his eyes contentedly. "Baby, I love you." In his sleep, Amato unconsciously snuggled against his chest. In the morning, Amato woke up refreshed, paused momentarily, looked up, blinked, and kicked the person out of bed with his foot. Thump. With a heavy sound, Teddy woke up, climbing up from the floor in confusion. "Baby?" Amato lay on his side, propping his head up. The lingering affection in his eyes, the exposed collarbone and chest with red marks, all created a seductive scene, yet his words stabbed deep. "Name your price." Despite feeling humiliated, Teddy knelt on the bed, shamelessly leaning in to kiss his cheeks. "Zane is always free." Amato pushed his chest away. "You're filthy, even if it's free, I don't want it." "There's nothing dirty," Teddy held his hand, kissing his fingertips. "Only Zane." Amato pulled his hand back, slapped him again, got up, and walked into the bathroom. Teddy lowered his eyes, hiding the gloom. When Amato came out after washing up, he urged, "Leave quickly." Teddy managed a smile. "I'll have breakfast and some clothes sent up, they should arrive soon. When the clothes come, leave quickly." He nodded without looking up. "Okay." After about 15 minutes, Teddy, holding 2 shopping bags, changed into fresh clothes, silently watched the man sitting on the small sofa looking at his phone, and asked softly, "How long are you staying in Jing City?" Amato didn't even lift his head. "It's none of your business." He asked again, "Can I visit you later?" "I'll contact you when I think of it." Amato finally gave him a glance. "Leave your contact information, I've changed my number, and all previous contacts are gone." His heart contracted, fingers curling slightly, throat parched. "All right." Amato added him back on WeChat, waving him off without any attachment. "You can go now." He nodded and left with heavy steps. After the door closed softly behind him, Amato glanced at it for a few seconds, stood up, took out suitable new clothes from the remaining shopping bag, and put them on while humming a tune. After dressing, he suddenly noticed the 2 watches on the bedside table, picked them up, wore one himself, and scrutinized the other. Finally, he found the engraved letters were the initials of his own name. Amato smirked, put the watch in his pocket, visibly happier. Returning to the company dispiritedly, Teddy suddenly realized he had left his watch in the hotel and immediately sent a message on the newly added WeChat. "Teddy, Zane, I left my watch on the bedside table. Can I come pick it up later?" Amato did not reply for a long time. Sitting in his office, he kept staring at his phone, unable to concentrate on work. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Jean pushed the door open and entered. Compared to a few years ago, he had grown taller and become more handsome, with a significantly changed demeanor. "Did you stay up all night entertaining guests last night?" Teddy stared at his phone with a furrowed brow. "No." "Then why didn't you go home?" Jean's scrutinizing gaze swept over his neck, and he asked in a low voice, "Were you fooling around?" "No." "Then how did you get those marks on your neck?" A flash of anger crossed Jean's face, and he coldly demanded, "Did you betray Brother Jihuai and find some other foxes?" Chapter 128 Hunter, he is someone I have loved for a very long time. Zenon slightly pulled up his collar, nothing happened. Drake pressed on with his questions, "Then how did you get that cut on your lip?" "Tell me." "It was bitten by Zane." Drake's anger froze on his face, quickly replaced by surprise sparkling in his eyes. "Brother Ellis is here." Zenon smiled faintly, "Yes, he just arrived last night." "Why aren't you properly pampering him and come to work instead?" He stroked the phone that hadn't received any reply, sighing low, "I'm thinking about how to soothe him." Drake frowned and walked over, pulling him up, "You should be thinking about this by Brother Ellis's side, I'll handle your work." "Don't you have classes today?" "No." Zenon clutched his phone, "Contact me if anything happens." "Understood, go quickly." Zenon left hurriedly, speeding all the way to the hotel. Before he even got out of the car, he saw Eric coming out, accompanied by a masked man. They laughed and chatted as they entered their car. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepping on the gas pedal to follow them. The 2 cars stopped one after another at a golf club in the outskirts. The few people who had been playing with Eric last night were already waiting at the gate. "Hey." President Lin also came. Turner recognized Zenon's license plate, turning his eyes around before walking over cheerfully. It's rare to see President Lin in a leisure place outside the negotiation table on a workday. "President Lin, how about playing a couple of rounds together?" Zenon got off the car, lips curled slightly, looking towards Eric who stood in the center of the crowd. Eric caught his gaze for a moment, then walked into the club. The masked man glanced at Zenon for a while longer. "President Lin, let's go in too." Not far behind Eric, Turner whispered curiously, "President Lin, are you old acquaintances with this Mr. Chi? I remember you seem to have come from Jing City." Xenon's gaze never left Eric's back. Yeah. Turner became somewhat excited, shoving his hands into his pockets, continuing to gossip. Is there something going on between you two? Endless affection poured out of Xenon's eyes. He is someone I have loved for a very long time. Turner was stunned. President Lin Yu. Then he sighed in disappointment, but I made him sad. Turner's mind constructed a drama of bitter love, his expression changing constantly, eventually patting his shoulder. President Lin, hang in there, you can win back President Qi. Yeah. Entering the field, Xenon clearly saw the face of the man without a mask, pupils constricting. It was the man who was holding on to Eric's clothes when he went to pick him up back then. Vince keenly sensed the hostility directed at him, casting a glance at Xenon and silently moving a bit further away from Eric. Xenon reined in his malevolence and walked over to Eric. Memories of last night vividly flashed back, so everyone took a step back. How about? President Lin picks a good stick for President Qi. Eric gave him a fleeting glance. What? President Lin's skills in golf are quite good. You still have time to hone your skills despite being so busy. A sarcastic air almost permeated the entire golf course. Others moved away, minding their own business. Turner put his arm around Vince, leading him away. A friend of President Qi, let's get acquainted. Leaving a space for the two of them, Xenon grabbed Eric's hand. Zane. Don't call me Zane. Eric shrugged off his hand, picking up a golf club randomly and ignoring him. He stayed quietly beside, acting as a personal caddy, placing balls, wiping sweat, serving drinks. People pretending to play golf discreetly observed the interaction between the two, mysteriously feeling full, as if having consumed several bags of dog food. Turner touched his chin and said in amazement, who would have thought the laughing tiger Xenon could be so submissive? Seems like he really loves him deeply. After playing for more than an hour, Eric lost interest and dropped the golf club, heading out. Play on your own. Xenon put down the towel and drink, following him. Once inside the spacious lounge room, he locked the door and wrapped his arms around Eric from behind, nibbling on his earlobe, his tone tinged with sourness. Baby, is he also one of your boyfriends? Eric pried off his hands, turning around to look at him provocatively. So what if he is? What right do you have to question? He hugged Eric's waist again, pressing him into a sour kiss. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of the growing intimacy, there was a knock on the door. Outside, Vince asked, Brother Ellis, are you in there? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Vince was still asking, Brother Ellis. Getting no response for a long time, Vince finally left. In the lounge, Eric leaned against Xenon, glaring at him in the mirror. His flushed red eyes made his angry and shy gaze look alluring. You dog man. Xenon, tempted by this, felt itchy inside. He pinched Eric's chin and turned to kiss him. I love Zane, and Zane can only be mine. Chapter 129, Hunter, Darling. After Ellis, Qi and Autry enjoyed a tender moment, they straightened their clothes and walked out of the restroom, resuming their air of arrogance and dominance. Autry followed 2 steps behind, a loving smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. When the couple returned to the court, the crowd that had been gossiping about Carrie dispersed in a hurry, casting them sidelong glances full of innuendo. Carrie approached Ellis Qi with a gentle smile. Brother Ellis, I have a scene this afternoon for my drama. I'll be leaving. Ellis Qi nodded briefly. He waved, glanced at Autry, then met the familiarly murderous gaze, and hurried off. President Qi, President Lin. Turner walked over with a grin. It's noon, shall we go eat? Not really in the mood to play anymore, Ellis Qi agreed. Let's go. The group of well-bred gentlemen left the club in high spirits, choosing an upscale restaurant. Seeing Autry sitting beside Ellis Qi, serving everyone diligently by picking vegetables, pouring soup, and peeling shrimps, the crowd felt once again inundated by their PDA. Cannon, who joined the meal later, watched the couple's interactions with melancholy, feeling even more down after hearing secretly from Turner about their relationship. So Cannon stood up with his wine glass in hand. President Qi. All eyes were on him, except for Autry, who was focused on peeling shrimp. He apologized with a forced smile. I acted too hastily last night, saying things that upset you. Please accept my apology, and here's to me drinking a toast to make it right. Turner chimed in to mediate. President Qi, young Master Luo admires President Lin greatly. He didn't know you two are a couple, and thought you were bullying President Lin, so he spoke up. You're broad-minded, don't take it personally. I'll drink first. Regardless of whether Qi forgave him or not, Cannon finished the toast with gloom, sighing inwardly. It's all those young couples' whims, what business was it of his to interfere? Qi indifferently raised his glass slightly. In this world of fame and profit, people often praise the high and belittle the low. It was fine for him to bully Autry, but if others wanted to step in, they'd be courting death. If this group of people looked down on Autry because of how Qi treated him last night, he wouldn't be dining with them today. This surnamed Luo fellow, although irritating, did stand up for Autry. Huh? Stand up for him? Qi placed the glass to his lips and set it back down heavily. He couldn't drink. Unaware of Chi's thoughts, Cannon took the raising of the glass as acceptance and drank 2 cups, proclaiming grandly, to President Chi and Brother Yun's lasting and happy union. Chi cast a detached glance at Audrey, proudly picked up his wine glass, and sipped it. This drink was acceptable. As the dinner was drawing to a close, Audrey went to wash his hands. Chi lazily leaned back in his chair and scrolled through his phone. The guests noticed the phone he held and another one lying upside down on the table beside him, silently turning a blind eye. Oh, young couples checking on each other, perfectly normal. When Audrey returned, Chi had already put his phone back, radiating noticeably more pleasure than before. Exiting the private dining room and descending in the elevator, Turner asked Audrey, "Mr. Lin, your hot spring villa is almost complete, isn't it?" Audrey stood next to Chi, responding calmly, "More or less." "Then the basic facilities should be ready, right?" he said with winks and nods. "Take us there for an early experience. It's rare for President Chi to come to Yuncheng amidst his busy schedule." He lowered his eyes softly toward Chi, speaking gently. "Darling, do you want to soak in the hot springs tonight?" Faces in the elevator contorted oddly. "You darling, how sweet." Chi's ears turned slightly red as he scolded, "Stop that. Who's your darling?" Audrey curved his lips and entwined fingers with Chi. "If you want, we can go tonight. I'll have it arranged." Ding. The elevator doors opened. Chi coldly withdrew his hand and strode out first, not going. Turner and company sighed disappointedly, "Can't help it, guess we wait for the soft opening." Audrey ignored their jests, and followed Chi into his car after leaving the hotel. Chi eyed him askance. "Didn't you drive?" "I drank a bit." "Ha, all done eating, drinking, and playing. Want me to send President Lin back to the office?" Audrey leaned against Chi's shoulder, rubbing. "Just want to stay with Zane." Chi pushed his head away. "Back off. Not moving. Don't be unreasonable." "Not being unreasonable, just miss Zane." Chi gave up trying to reason with him. Zenon once again grasped Eric's wrist, stroking the silver watch. "Baby, do you like this birthday gift?" Eric kept a stern face, "No." The assistant, who was acting as the driver, glanced at his boss through the rearview mirror and inwardly mused, "Boss, last month when you received the gift, you put it on right away and never took it off. Whenever you met people, you'd show off your wrist, and if they didn't compliment it, you'd feel unsatisfied." Zenon pulled Eric's hand, kissed the back of it lovingly, "Then next time I'll give Zane something you like." Eric snorted coldly, "No. Would you like it if I give myself to Zane?" His silence made Zenon chuckle softly. He turned to kiss his cheek. "Baby, I love you." His eyes flickered, turning his head away, and silently cursed under his breath, "Damn man, you're getting better and better at this." The car stopped in front of the hotel, and the assistant smiled and reminded the two enveloped in the pink ambience to get out of the car. Back in the room, Eric went into the bathroom to shower. Zenon did not see his wristwatch on the bedside table and frowned slightly. He walked over to knock on the door. "Baby, did you put away my watch?" "Thrown away." "Where?" "In the sewer." He turned around and sat down by the bed, pondering with many worries. How should he coax him? After Eric finished showering, he wrapped himself loosely in a bathrobe and climbed into bed, lying down. "I'm going to take a nap." "Mr. Lin can do as you please." Zenon also got into the bed, unbuttoned the bathrobe, and embraced Eric's waist, slowly caressing him. "Zane, how can I make you forgive me?" Eric pushed against his chest. "What are you doing?" "Move aside. I want to take a nap, mm." He lowered his head to stop her endless talking lips. "Zane, I know I was wrong. From now on, I'll listen to whatever you say. Baby, forgive me, I miss you so much." Eric's eyes glistened with moisture, his little flame burning intensely. He grabbed his ear and asked angrily, "If I hadn't come over, were you planning to wait another 4 years before coming back to Beijing to find me?" Zenon laid flat, holding Eric above him, gently patting his back. "I had no intention of waiting. I already booked a flight for next Monday. If you didn't come, I would have gone back to find you." During the meal, Eric had checked his phone and saw his flight information, not only for next week but also countless flights from all over the country and even overseas to Beijing during these 4 years. Still, he pressed on his shoulder hard, settling scores. "In these 4 years, you haven't come back to see me once. Face to face. Every year's birthday gifts were delivered by someone else." Zenon sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was afraid that if you saw me again, you would get angry and chase me away. You said you didn't want to see me in Beijing anymore." He also didn't want Eric to see his weary and harried appearance. So over the years, he dared only to secretly watch, running projects across the country, which was exhausting. Beijing became his transit station to recharge. As long as he could see Eric from afar, his longing would cover his weariness, urging him to move closer to his light again. Eric choked with anger and bent down to bite Zenon's shoulder heavily. How could this person not understand what a figure of speech was? After biting him, he moved to Zenon's lips, gnawing chaotically to vent his anger. Zenon tightly held Eric, his eyes slightly red, filled with surprise, joy, and gratitude. Finally, he had found his treasure again. Chapter 130, Hunter, big brother Yun, I miss you. As Azai was munching, he tasted a hint of saltiness and paused, then looked up to see Irvin crying. He poked Irvin's face excitedly, you can actually cry. Cry louder. I'm sorry. Azai asked fiercely, am I your most beloved person now? Yes, the most beloved Zane. I don't want anything else, just Zane. Humph. Azai wiped away Irvin's tears, if you upset me again, I really won't want you anymore. Irvin nuzzled his fingertips affectionately, no more, I'll listen to Zane from now on. Azai said arrogantly and bluntly, remember what you said, recite it 3 times a day. Irvin kissed his lips gently, yes, sir. After 4 years apart, the two people in love finally reconciled. By evening, the sounds in the room had gradually quieted down. Irvin caressed Azai's back and pecked his forehead, baby, I love you. He responded with a casual hum, lifting his face slightly, and softly murmured, big brother Yun, I miss you. Irvin's heart felt struck, a mixture of pain, sourness, and sweetness, I miss you too, so much. He smiled with half-lidded eyes, I feel it. Azai mumbled contentedly before falling asleep. Once his breathing stabilized, Irvin withdrew, got up, tidied up briefly, and made a call to Ichabod. Soon after, he returned to bed, pulling Azai into his arms and they fell asleep together. At 2 in the morning, Azai woke up feeling hungry. He pinched Irvin's nose to wake him up, I'm hungry. Irvin got up, grabbed his phone, and leaned against the headboard with him, let me see what we can order for delivery. He glared, displeased, I don't want delivery. Irvin locked the phone screen and kissed the corner of his lips affectionately, what does my baby want to eat? You cook for me. Now. Azai raised his chin, right now. Irvin chuckled and pinched his cheeks, okay, there's no ingredients here. Let's go home, I'll cook for you. He commanded further, help me get dressed. Sure, I'll dress you. Irvin neatly dressed Azai and led him out of the hotel, driving him back to a small apartment. Upon entering, the real estate tycoon Azai frowned in disdain after taking a look around, you live here? It's smaller than my wardrobe. Your career really sucks. I'll buy you a villa tomorrow. The corners of Irvin's mouth twitched upward, it's close to both the company and Fedor's school. Since I don't stay here permanently, I haven't moved. Azai glanced at the shoe cabinet, is Hollis at home? Not staying at school. Isn't he graduating next year? Because you came over, I wanted to accompany you. So, he helps with the company's affairs and stays over if he works late. Oh. Hollis isn't completely useless. Wait here, I'll cook for you. Azai walked over to the small sofa in oversized slippers and sat down, hurry up, I'm starving. Irvin rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, soon. At 3:30 in the morning, Azai finally got his hot meal, tasting the familiar flavors, which warmed his heart, your cooking skills haven't declined. Irvin gazed at him lovingly, from now on, whatever you want to eat, I'll cook for you. His nose felt a little stuffy as he shifted his gaze to the closed door, Hollis is such a pig, still not awake. Irvin wiped away the vegetable juice at the corner of his mouth and explained gently, I often entertain late and come home late, Fedor would be disturbed by the noise at home, so I installed soundproof doors and windows. His eyes lit up, so, the soundproof effect at home is very good, right? Yes, very good. Azai quickly finished his rice, pulling Irvin up, come on, let's continue. Being with his lover, Irvin naturally satisfied his request. Only when dawn was breaking did Azai call for a ceasefire. Irvin listened to his mumbling, massaging his waist while coaxing, want to soak in a hot spring tomorrow? It can relieve fatigue. He stubbornly denied, who's fatigued? Even if he wasn't the biggest top, he couldn't admit he was spent. Irvin chuckled lowly, sure, Zane is great. But soaking in a hot spring is fine, Azai clung to Irvin's neck. Chapter 131, Hunter, doing well enough, but not living well. The young couple was affectionately cuddling while Bernard, who lived next door, got up early in the morning and fell into deep thoughts looking at the leftovers on the dining table. After hesitating for a while, he knocked on his brother's door. Zenon opened the door after a few moments, making a shushing gesture. Bernard asked quietly, elder brother Ellis came. He glanced back at the slightly raised blanket on the bed, unable to hide his tenderness. Yes. Did you make up? Yes, we did. Bernard showed a smile, that's great. Zenon patted his head, thank you for helping me with work these past few days. I want to spend time with Zane. He made an okay sign, no problem, go be with your wife. It had taken them so long to reunite, of course, they needed some time to be sweet together, and he could understand. Zenon nodded with a smile, reminded him a few things, then closed the door and lay back in bed. Eric, who was drowsy from sleep, buried into his arms, brother Yun. He hugged her tightly, I'm here, Zane, sleep well. Eric slept until afternoon. Upon waking up, seeing Zenon leaning against the headboard scrolling through his phone, she felt completely satisfied and energetically planted 2 kisses on him. Zenon put down his phone and rubbed noses with him affectionately, are you hungry? I want noodles. Alright, I'll cook for you. After washing up, Eric randomly picked out some clothes from the closet, putting on Xenon's outfit and hanging on his back. Xenon carried him out of the room. Entering the kitchen, he struggled to get down and leaned against the counter. Did Dominic go to school or work? Xenon replied as he prepared ingredients. To work, his recent schedule is not heavy. Oh, does he still seem weak and quiet? He has improved a lot since getting medicinal diets adjusted and has made many good friends. Eric was quite gratified, as long as he's no longer like an autistic child. Xenon chuckled, gave a kiss on his lips, then continued busying himself. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant tomato beef noodles were ready, and the two indulged in their meal together. After finishing, Eric clung to Xenon on the sofa kissing, "Honey. I miss you." This intimate calling hit right in his heart, and he hurriedly sealed the red lips. After kissing for a while, Eric sat up. "I want to go to a hot spring. It's still early, let's go later tonight." Xenon hugged Eric from behind. "Wife." Eric turned his head away. "Who's your wife?" He coaxed him. "Baby, call me honey again." "No." "Zane, say it one more time, I want to hear it." "No." Eric refused and pushed his hands away. "I'm thirsty, get me water." Xenon sighed and stood up to fetch water. Eric laid down on the sofa, legs crossed, watching him lazily, humming, taking him under control now. They spent a pleasant afternoon watching TV on the sofa. Nightfall arrived, and Xenon took Eric out for dinner, followed by heading to the hot spring resort built on a mountain waste. Most of the resort had been constructed, only requiring finer decoration, and hadn't officially opened yet, allowing only a few people to experience the hot springs. Xenon had instructed the staff beforehand, leading them inside as soon as they arrived. The resort hotel manager, Lori, smiled warmly, extremely attentive, frequently glancing at the person being held by the boss. "Mr. Chi, you're actually the first one boss brought here." Eric turned his head. "Do you know me?" At first not, but everyone was curious about what the person looks like whom boss would visit in Jing City every other trip on business. "After pestering little boss for gossip, we heard about you." He raised an eyebrow. "Seems like everyone in your company gets along pretty well, and even dares to gossip about the boss's personal affairs." Lori waved her hand. "We are all old employees who have been following boss through years of hard work from the bottom up. He's kind and doesn't care about this much." Walking to the changing room, Xenon spoke. "Go back to work." Lori bowed slightly. "Okay, call me anytime if you need anything." "Sure." She was about to leave when she remembered something else, complaining, "Boss, today was the day the medicinal diet master scheduled for little boss to soak in herbal bath. I've already prepared the medicated pool and urged him several times, but he kept saying he was too busy and tricked me. You should talk to him. How can he be that busy that he doesn't even have time to bathe?" Xenon nodded slightly. "I will speak to him." "Sure, can't make it today, but I'll drag him here tomorrow no matter what." Lori nagged like an old maid. "You two enjoy soaking, I'll go urge him again." She left in a hurry, leaving only the two of them in the changing room. Eric took off his clothes and put on a bathrobe, teasing, "From how your employees act, Brother Yun seems to be doing pretty well here." Xenon also changed into a bathrobe and led him to an antique-style thatched hot spring pool, doing well enough, but not living well. "I miss you, but I can't hold you, and I have to." "What do you have to do?" He paused for a long time before saying, "I have to watch you surrounded by admirers, yet I don't have the right to tell them that you're my treasure, mine and only mine." Eric nudged his shoulder, laughing. "You wouldn't be coming secretly every time you pass by Jing City and feeling jealous each time, would you?" Xenon didn't deny it. "You're too dazzling. There are always people who recommend themselves during cooperation dinners, regardless of gender." "How do you know that?" "I saw it myself, and your assistant mentioned it briefly." Eric squinted slightly. "Did you bribe my assistant to spy for you?" Xenon pinched his palm gently. "No bribery, just asked him to deliver gifts. He might have sensed something unusual about our relationship and told me himself." He huffed lightly. "I'll cut his salary when we get back." Xenon smiled. "Then I'll give him some extra rewards." Chatting along, they arrived at the edge of the hot spring pool. Steam hovered, the warmth rose. Eric felt all his pores opening up. He casually slipped off his bathrobe and stepped into the water, letting the warm spring water envelop his shoulders, and sighed contentedly. He looked up at the person still standing on the shore and beckoned. "What are you waiting for? Get in." Chapter 132, Hunter, Too Wild, I Love It. Brady glanced down at the person in the water and unfastened his bathrobe, tossing it aside. Azai's gaze swept over from top to bottom. Brady stepped into the hot spring pool, the spring water reaching below his chest and above his waist. "Come here." Azai stood straight. "Come help me massage my legs and back." Brady walked slowly over, causing ripples in the water that spread toward the edges. As he approached, Azai reached out to embrace him. "Brother Yun." His breathing slightly halted as he pulled Azai closer into his arms. As the two were lost in a passionate kiss, the door of the neighboring wooden cabin opened, followed shortly by the sound of someone entering the water. Splash! In the neighboring cabin, Ichabod sat in the medicinal pool, immersing his body in the water with his eyes closed, relaxing. Suddenly, he heard the splashing sound and opened his eyes, looking somewhat confused. Then came another strange cry. Ichabod abruptly turned around, staring blankly at the wooden partition wall separating the two bathing pools. When he had entered, Laurie was busy with other matters and didn't mention that his brother and sister-in-law had arrived. And certainly not that they were right next to his exclusive medicinal pool. Ichabod was so shocked it took him a long time to regain his composure, his face burning as if it would explode on the spot. Oh heavens! Was this really his reserved and composed elder brother? Talking dirty like that? He couldn't believe his brother and sister-in-law didn't notice anything when they entered, yet acted so openly. Ugh, your happiness disregards the feelings of your own younger brother. Feeling stimulated and disoriented, Ichabod struggled to regain consciousness. Panicked, he stood up shakily, climbed out of the pool, put on his bathrobe, and fled the scene. Bang! After much ado, Brady and Azai finally left the wooden cabin and returned to their exclusive suite in the hotel. Azai lay prone on the bed, too exhausted to lift a finger. Brady opened a bottle of mineral water and fed him a sip. Are you uncomfortable? He drank half the bottle and shook his head. No. Brady smiled and stroked his flushed face. My Zane is such a treasure. He raised his eyebrows proudly. We are the most compatible couple in the world. Yes. Azai rolled over and extended his hand. Husband, hold me. You were too wild, I love it. Brady finished the remaining half of the water, lay down, and held him close, gently kissing his forehead. I love you. I know. He nestled against his solid chest, feeling sleepy, murmuring, when I return to Jing City, I'll tell my parents and bring you home grandly. Brady lightly caressed his back. Can baby wait for me to talk to uncle and aunt together? No, I'll say it myself, I won't let you suffer along with me. Being with Zane, I won't suffer, instead, I've made Zane suffer too much. Azai, whose eyes were nearly closed, lifted his hand to pinch Brady's earlobe teasingly, then call me husband, let me hear it. Brady held his hand, kissed his lips softly, and whispered, husband. He squinted happily, giving a light peck on the corner of his mouth, wife. Brady also smiled, Wife, let's sleep. Sleep, I love you. The two stayed cozy in the hotel until the next evening before returning to their small apartment. Azai noticed Ichabod's slippers at the entrance and smiled faintly. Hollis isn't home, huh? I'll give him a call. I've been here for days and haven't seen him yet. The phone was quickly answered, and Ichabod spoke without emotion. What's up? Sitting on the sofa and hugging Azai, Brady seemed genuinely unaware of Ichabod's presence next door last night and asked calmly, back to school? Yeah. Your sister-in-law hasn't seen you in a while. If you don't have classes tomorrow, come back and have dinner with her. Ichabod remained silent for a moment and declined, next time. Azai snatched the phone, speaking lazily, Hollis, you don't want to have dinner with me? Ichabod fell silent again, thinking, to be precise, I don't want to see you two shameless couples anytime soon. Last night, his pure heart suffered a great deal of trauma, making it hard to face his elder brother and sister-in-law directly. Okay. Azai gave him some breathing room. We'll see each other when you get back to Jing City. Take care of yourself. Got it, bye. He hung up resolutely. Azai laughed and fell into Brady's arms. We aren't shy, but Hollis is blushing. Brady fondled his hair affectionately. Kids have thin skins. You are the shameless one, always putting up a proper front but being wild behind closed doors. Brady curved his lips, his eyes solely focused on him. That's what deep love does. Azai smiled, looping his arms around Brady's neck and swayed. So wild, only for me, and only I can handle it. Just for Zane, only love Zane. Chapter 133, Hunter, we are still each other's true love. Eric and Zenon spent 2 cozy days in Yun City before being forcefully called back by Eric's father. Zenon drove him to the airport, not wanting to let go. Zane, I'll go back with you. He refused outright, no need. I'll talk to them myself. You should focus on moving the company headquarters back to Jing City. I don't want a long-distance relationship any longer than necessary. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Alright, I'll head back now. Remember to make sure Dominic listens to the dietitian and takes care of his health. Zenon nodded, then suddenly pulled Eric into his arms, planting a passionate kiss on his lips despite the crowd in the terminal. Eric naturally wrapped his arms around Zenon's waist, engaging in an intimate kiss. The strange and knowing gazes from passers-by weren't enough to break their embrace. When the heated kiss finally ended, Zenon rested his forehead against Eric's and whispered, Wife, I don't want to be apart from you. The joy of being reunited hadn't lasted a few days before they had to part again. Knowing that Eric would face pressure from his parents alone, he really didn't want to say goodbye. Eric teased with a smile, then why don't you come back with me and leave the company to Dominic? Shouldn't he focus on school? Babe. That's enough, don't be clingy. I expect video calls every night. Zenon mumbled his agreement, Eric kissed the corner of his mouth again. I'll wait for you in Jing City. Okay, I won't keep my baby waiting too long. Well, I should go. Zenon loosened his grip. Call me when you get home. Got it, bye. Bye. Back in Jing City, Eric came out to his parents, nearly giving his father a heart attack. When Fabio learned that his son's partner was Zenon, whom he admired and had grown up with since childhood, he felt even more stifled. No wonder Eric was always away from home. There were signs early on. It was hard for older generations to accept that their only heir was in a relationship with another man. So Fabio racked his brain trying to steer Eric back on track, either arranging blind dates through his wife Geraldine or piling work on Eric. In the following year, Eric was swamped with work. If not for Zenon flying back to Jing City frequently to show affection and soothe his emotions, Eric might have walked out. On a cold winter night, after a day of business dinners, Eric returned home to an empty and cold house. Exhausted, he fell onto the sofa and called Zenon. The prolonged ringing pushed his sadness to its peak. Zane. As soon as the call connected, Eric asked reproachfully, why did it take so long to answer? Zenon apologized softly, baby, I'm sorry. Dominic has a fever, it's quite severe. I brought him to the hospital for an injection, and I just finished arranging his hospital stay. Eric was startled, somewhat annoyed at his own temper. Hospital stay. That's serious? He caught a chill in the cold weather and also got the flu. The doctor said he might have recurrent fevers, so he needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a couple of days. Don't worry. Oh, well, you need to take care of him for a few days. He hummed dejectedly, you said you'd come back to Jing City tomorrow, right? This delay again, doesn't Dominic know how to take care of himself? He never pays attention to staying warm. Zenon sighed helplessly, next time he runs around without a coat, I'll beat him. Eric chuckled. Listening to Zenon's voice, the day's fatigue faded significantly, though longing slowly crept into his heart. Husband, I miss you. Baby, I miss you too. He turned over, unusually coquettish, come back quickly, please. Zenon's heart melted, soon. Eric's heart fluttered. He stood up and walked into the bathroom, husband, kiss me. On the other end, Zenon sat on a chair in the hospital corridor, unconsciously stroking his fingers. Sure, kisses. They talked on the phone for over an hour, both blushing and hearts pounding. Afterward, Eric emerged from the bathroom, crawled into bed, and said, I'm going to sleep. I'll wait for you to come back. Zenon chuckled affectionately, good night, baby. Wait for me to come back. Good night, husband. After saying good night, hanging up the phone, Eric closed his eyes contentedly and drifted off to sleep. A few days before New Year's Day, Zenon finally returned to Jing City. It wasn't intentional procrastination, but Eric had been sent abroad by Fabio to develop new projects, spending nearly a month away from Jing City. He had only returned a couple of days ago. So that night at Zenon's welcoming banquet, the extremely resentful Eric wore a sullen face and wasn't polite to anyone. Especially when Zenon did not come up to kiss him, hug him, and soothe him right away. He got even angrier. Eric sat expressionlessly beside Dominic, deliberately pouring him drinks. Humph, if it weren't for Dominic's sudden illness and hospitalization last month, his husband would have been back long ago, and he wouldn't have had to go on a business trip abroad alone for so long, all because of this little burden. In the end, the heavy drinker Dominic didn't get drunk, but Eric got tipsy first. His consciousness was unclear as he looked at Zenon, only to find that Zenon was frowning at him. He was upset again, abruptly standing up and grabbing the cigarette pack and lighter. Keep eating, I'm going to smoke. Fine, caring for your brother so much, huh? You don't need a wife anymore. Eric smoked several cigarettes outside. When he saw Dominic come out, he couldn't help but mock him a few more times. Dominic remained indifferent to his harsh words, waving his hand as he walked towards the restroom. If you want to make a fuss, do it with my brother, let him comfort you. Unable to vent his anger, Eric snarled in frustration, comfort your old man. Back in the private room, Eric sulkingly returned to his seat, occasionally glaring at Zenon who was chatting happily with others. Not comforting him, bastard. After the welcoming banquet ended, they went to a club to play. Eric, who had been neglected by Zenon all night, finally couldn't hold back and pulled Zenon out of the room halfway through, pinning him against the dimly lit corridor wall, glaring at him sadly. Why did you ignore me? It's been so long since we've seen each other, don't you miss me at all? Zenon stroked his eyes, his fingertips brushing past his jawline, holding his chin, and kissed him on the lips. He raised his hand to circle around Zenon's neck. However, Zenon suddenly pulled away, his deep gaze fixed on him, his tone dangerous. How could Zane dance with someone else? Eric was confused for a moment, then recalled an event from last week abroad. After the successful signing of the project, the cooperative party held a celebration banquet where a woman invited him to dance. Not wanting to embarrass her, he agreed. Is your assistant reporting to you again? He felt guilty and coaxed Zenon, rubbing against his lips. It was just for work. Zenon sealed his lips again, whispering in a sticky manner, never again, or I'll be jealous. Eric's pupils twinkled, smiling, then come with me, I won't run. Zenon hugged his waist, walking briskly out of the club, bringing him back to his apartment, pushing him onto the large bed. Eric clung tightly to Zenon, closing his eyes in joy. Husband, can we be together every day from now on? Zenon's warm lips touched his face, filled with love and tenderness. Yes, we will always be together. Eric cupped Zenon's face, kissing his thin lips lovingly. It's great, after all these twists and turns, we are still each other's true love. Zenon's eyes brimmed with love, only seeing him. Zane, I love you very much. I have loved you for a long time and will keep loving you forever. He smiled broadly. I know that your love for me isn't less than mine for you, and you can only love me. Zenon lowered his head to kiss him. Only you. After many years of ups and downs, Zenon and Eric finally met at the pinnacle. Their love for each other was not worn away by time, remaining as passionate and sincere as ever, boundless and endless. The end.